Lin Ming quickly flew to the middle of the jade steps. At this time, he heard a cold voice sound out from behind him. "Boy, you have a little skill. It seems I underestimated you." Lin Ming turned around to see Hulua Nation's Wang Mu following him from behind, not too far away. He looked quite relaxed. Apparently, he hadn't used much effort. "Thank you. You're not that bad yourself," Lin Ming casually said. Hearing Lin Ming's casual tone, Wang Mu coldly snorted and said, "Let's see just how long you'll be so arrogant for." As one neared the middle of the jade steps, the number of martial artists increased. There were some martial artists pacing back and forth here, their advance extremely slow. Although Lin Ming thought that there was something unusual about this, he didn't slow down. He headed towards the gate with the same speed as before. "Come on, you're going up so fast. I want to see when you're beaten." Wang Mu cursed in his heart. There was a small trap in the middle of the jade steps. If one wasn't careful, it would be easy to suffer a shameful loss. Although this wasn't enough to defeat someone with Lin Ming's strength, this failure was enough to make him feel much better about himself. The surrounding martial artists also saw Lin Ming rushing straight up towards the middle of the jade steps and harbored schadenfreude in their minds. This kid probably doesn't know there's a trap waiting for him. Even a seasoned pulse condensation period martial artist has to be prepared for it. Otherwise, it's too easy to be caught off guard. Everyone was using true essence sound transmissions in order to talk. They weren't very happy after being surpassed. As soon as Lin Ming's foot stepped on the middle of the jade steps, he discovered that something was wrong there. Even Ouyang Ming and Zhang Baoyun had stopped there for several breaths of time instead of making their way through in one breath. So there's a separate illusionary killing array here. Lin Ming thought as he saw the symbols on the jade steps suddenly flare up and an origin energy air current begin to flow forth from the array formation, coming completely perpendicular as it tried to impact him. Lin Ming swept out with his soul force and saw that the air current was roughly equivalent to the all-out attack of the weakest pulse condensation period martial artist. Although it would be simple to block it, dodging it would require much less effort. As he activated Golden Rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's body felt like a feather underneath the influence of the concept of wind. With his overwhelmingly fast movements, he was able to completely dodge all of the origin energy air currents. Because he was too quick, Lin Ming's body turned into a series of afterimages. Soon, he reached the middle of the turbulent origin energy air currents, and in a few more moments of time he completely bypassed all of them. He dodged all of them? How could he possibly dodge all of them? Even if a seasoned pulse condensation period martial artist arrived at this point, he would still have to use his thick true essence in order to resist the attack. The gravity here is too strong. It's impossible to hide. What a freakish movement technique. In terms of movement technique, he's no weaker than any of the talents in the 7 profound valleys. I wonder just how different his combat ability is. The several young, outstanding talents discussed amongst themselves. At this point, a white-clothed youth smiled and said, "You're wrong. The reason he was able to dodge the origin energy air currents was not because he used his movement technique, but because he has a powerful soul force. He figured out the pathing of the origin energy air currents with his soul force, and was able to calculate the path to take in order to not be struck by any of them. This person is a soul force genius. I saw him in Desert Flower Hall using his soul force. Against a martial artist with his cultivation, he can defeat any of them in a second, even the 7 profound valleys Ouyang Ziyun." "What? He instantly defeated Ouyang Ziyun? I see, so that's how it is. I heard that the Acacia faction's Ouyang Ziyun had been done in by someone. It looks like it was this fellow." Many of the 7 profound disciples present had already heard the news that Ouyang Ziyun had been severely wounded. The disciples of the other 6 factions would certainly not miss an opportunity to laugh at the Acacia faction. Therefore, the news of Ouyang Ziyun's severe injuries had quickly spread all throughout the 7 profound valleys. After some discussion, the nearby martial artists were all secretly paying attention to Lin Ming, especially the early pulse condensation period martial artists. They began to think of admitting defeat in advance if they encountered Lin Ming. They didn't believe they were any stronger than Ouyang Ziyun. After Lin Ming crossed the checkpoint in the middle of the jade stairs, there were no more obstacles ahead. Lin Ming rose straight up like a cloud, quickly reaching the mountain gate. Because Lin Ming was deliberately trying to hide his true strength, he started later than the others. When he arrived at the mountain gate, there were already around 70 people waiting there. Over 90% of them were disciples of the total faction. There were very few disciples from the 36 countries or 16 martial cultivation families. Lin Ming knew that even if they arrived first, it didn't mean that they were any more powerful than the disciples still on the Jade Steps. For the Mountain Gate trial, it was fine as long as one passed within the allotted time. There were many other disciples who were trying to hide their own strength too. These martial artists didn't want to publicize their strength and arouse the attention of others ahead of time. But of course they couldn't be too slow, otherwise they would be mocked. 3/4 of the incense stick was quickly burnt away. The separate illusionary killing array in the middle of the Jade Steps had eliminated a massive number of martial artists. Many of the people that arrived at this location had been distracted and then struck by the origin energy air current. Fortunately, the origin energy air current only created superficial injuries and wasn't fatal, otherwise young martial artists would be falling from the sky like flies. Zhou Yu and Liang Long were still climbing up, looking like old men that were trying to crawl up a mountain. As they saw martial artist after martial artist pass them, they were unable to help looking at themselves with forced smiles. They also understood that the reason Xianxia had gathered them was in order to fulfill the quota of 5 people. From the start, the two of them never had any hope in passing the Mountain Gate trial. What are we going to do? Are we going to do it? Liang Long looked at 2 martial artists that were sent flying by the origin energy air current in front of them, and his heart trembled in nervousness. The slower martial artists had weaker strength. At this point, anyone that was still here would find it impossible to cross the origin energy air current. If they tried, they would suffer the same fate and be sent soaring into the sky. Zhou Yu clenched his teeth and said, "We'll do it. We've already come this far, even if we know perfectly well that there is no chance of passing. If we give up right now, then we will ruin our own hearts of martial arts. If we hadn't left the Sky Fortune Kingdom, then we would never have known just how big the disparity is between us and them. There is no way that we can stay idle." The 4 martial cultivation families of Sky Fortune Kingdom had always held a superior attitude. Now, Zhou Yu finally understood that let alone the disciples of their martial families, even if the 4 families themselves were placed in the 7 profound territory, they would be considered nothing but small ants. In the surrounding several 100,000 miles of land, there were probably countless martial families that were larger and more famous than their own. As Zhou Yu and Liang Long took a step on the middle of the Jade Steps, they were struck by the origin energy air current and sent flying into the air. There were also several other martial artists that accompanied them on their trip. There were even some martial artists who, after being struck, got back on their feet and crawled forwards once more. There were also those that were struck once and then gave up. And there were even those who didn't even get struck but turned around and gave up anyway, because they knew that they definitely wouldn't pass. These repeated attempts and defeats of those who tried again and again and again were all reflected in Lin Ming's eyes. He sighed with emotion. He was just like them not too long ago, diligently striving for a far-off hope, and yet tasting failure again and again. For that desolate hope, one had to bet everything they had. That was the path of martial arts. Even in the countless dimensions within the realm of the gods, there were countless martial artists, but eventually only a mere handful of them were ever able to stand at the pinnacle of all. To arrive at that stage, they had to have perseverance, talent, but also opportunity. But those lucky opportunities could only be obtained by the prepared, otherwise those chances were worthless. The 3 valley masters of the 7 profound valleys were loftily standing on the spirit boat, ignoring the martial artists underneath that were giving their all to climb up the stairs. To them, these disciples were nothing more than ants on the ground. At this time, the incense began to burn slower. Although there was only a quarter of the incense stick left, it was still 2.5 feet tall. Lin Ming estimated that at this rate, it would still take a little less than half an hour to finish. So it turned out there was enough time after all. Lin Ming finally understood. This Mountain Gate trial was for the disciples themselves. It was in order to let those overconfident, brash, and arrogant young talents realize the difference between themselves and true talents. If they were discouraged by just this and gave up the climb, then they simply had no qualifications to walk down the path of martial arts. This was the ebb and this was the tide. Those who stayed would become more experienced and wizened. But as for those who were eliminated, they would be brought to their knees, unlikely to recover from this failure. The young talents that had already reached the mountain gate looked down on those martial artists still struggling with a trace of contempt in their eyes. This contempt to the marital artists still on the jade steps that had once thought themselves peerless geniuses was also a catalyst. They had always been accustomed to being superior. When had they ever received such contempt like this? Noting the eyes of these talents, Lin Ming sighed again. These disciples only had the qualification to be called talents in the 7 profound valleys, and thus looked down with disdain at others. But if they were placed in a higher, stronger sect, they might be the ones struggling to climb the jade steps. For instance, take Mu Qianyu, pulse condensation at 15, Ho Tian at 17, Xianxia at 22. If the 20-year-old Mu Qianyu was standing here, all of the geniuses present, including even the 7 profound valleys' 3 valley masters, would all be overshadowed by her brilliance. Just as Lin Ming was in thought, he saw Qin Xingxuan finally reach the mountain gate. Her face flushed red with effort and her body dewy wet with perspiration. Lin Ming smiled in relief, greeted her, and then hastily handed her a bottle of true essence restoring pills. Although she had just barely passed the mountain gate, this was still shocking enough with Qin Xingxuan's low age and her middle bone forging cultivation. Less than half an hour later, the mountain gate trial was finally finished. There were many martial artists who had been worn out from exhaustion and collapsed on the stairs. Despite how hard they tried, they had still failed to reach the mountain gate. Liang Long and Zhou Yu were also 2 that failed to pass. There were around 200 remaining martial artists. Close to 60 of the original number had been eliminated. In this group of 200, 70% of them were disciples of the 7 profound valleys. There were only a few dozen disciples from the 36 countries and 16 martial families. There were even many early pulse condensation period martial artists that had been eliminated when they reached the origin energy air current. The origin energy air current was equal to the full force strike of the weakest pulse condensation period martial artist. Not only that, but there were several dozens of these origin energy air currents connected together. A weak early pulse condensation martial artist wouldn't be able to bear all of them. Of the Sky Fortune Kingdom group, the ones that remained were Ling San, Lin Ming, and Qin Xingxuan. In these 36 counties, it had to be known that at least half of them completely failed in entering. Only large countries like Holua Nation and Grace Venerate Nation, who had a quota of 10 people, still had 3 disciples left over. Sky Fortune Kingdom was originally a country that was placed in the middle of the pack. That they could have such success at this martial meeting was simply too surprising. As for the 16 martial families, their situation was somewhat better than the 36 countries. These ancient martial families usually had a specially trained disciple, and therefore they would usually have at least 1 disciple left over. There were some large martial families that even had 2 or 3 disciples left. As Lin Ming stepped through the gate into the profound sky mountains, he immediately felt that the heaven and earth origin energy was much thicker here, by around 60 to 70%. If one were to cultivate here, they would have twice the result with half the effort. As he turned around to look back at the gate, he was surprised to see faintly shining charms and runes inscribed onto it. Apparently, there was also an array formation placed on the mountain gate. I see, so the profound sky mountains were formed over the center of a dragon pulse, but there was also an array formation barrier that gathered the heaven and earth origin energy. Not even considering the highest peak of the profound sky mountains, but even the heaven and earth origin energy of Profound Sky City was much more vibrant than Sky Fortune Kingdoms by far, not to mention all the other resources that were available to the 7 profound valleys. No wonder this caused so many martial artists to be jealous, and why even peak-bone forging martial artists would rather stay and defend Profound Sky City as gate guards than go to a smaller country and work as commanders. It wasn't only Lin Ming who discovered the extremely rich heaven and earth origin energy of the Profound Sky Mountains. Many of the young talented heroes that came for the first time were amazed, vividly speaking about this astonishing phenomenon. They also began to envy the resources that were available to the disciples of the total faction. Not too far away from the main road on a cliff, there were several Seven Profound Valleys disciples that were looking down on the dense stream of people. Their expressions seemed as if they were accustomed to seeing this small fry country bumpkin martial artist entering their city. "Is that him?" A white-clothed man standing in front of the group asked a nearby disciple with true essence sound transmission as he tapped his fingers. "Yes, it's that guy. His name is Lin Ming. He was the one that injured Ouyang Ziyun. In the Mountain Gate trial, what number was he?" Although the ranking of the Mountain Gate trial didn't reveal one's true strength, it was usable as a reference point. "Around 80-something. I don't recall the exact number. A decent rank. With such a rank, there is no need to worry that he won't qualify later. It's better like this. I will make him rue the day he was born." The white-clothed man revealed a sinister smile as he said this. At this moment from in the crowd, Lin Ming suddenly turned his head to look at him. They faced each other. Then Lin Ming smiled and turned back. The white-clothed man was surprised. He truly is worthy of being called a soul-force genius. His perception is keen to the degree of startling me. He's even able to sense when people are observing him. Well, good. I'm becoming more and more interested in this fellow. Oh. 1 year ago, Lin Ming would never have dreamed that on his 16th birthday, he would actually enter into the Seven Profound Valleys. At that time, the Seven Profound Valleys was simply a heaven-like existence that was too distant a goal. Not mentioning the Seven Profound Valleys, even Sky Fortune Kingdom's Seven Profound Martial House was beyond difficult for him to reach. Now, on the same day as Lin Ming's 16th birthday, the Total Faction Martial Meeting would officially begin. The martial field was located at the highest peak of the Profound Sky Mountains, which was also where the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction was located. The Profound Sky Mountain's highest peak was 60,000 feet high. This mountain was simply incomparably massive and rocky. The mountain exuded an invisible pressure that would cause a weak martial artist to feel extremely suppressed, only able to display 50% of their strength. As the sun rose, there were already thousands of people gathered at the square in front of Great Hall. There were disciples of the Seven Profound Valleys, as well as high-ranking individuals of large families and guests of the Seven Profound Valleys. The Seven Profound Valleys had invited them here to watch the martial meeting, and also to show their own strength. The Great Hall Square was 10 miles wide, and flat and smooth as a whetstone. A martial arts master had cut down this section of the mountain and flattened it. At this time, the square was divided into 10 regions. Each region was separated by an array formation, and these array formations covered the entire area in order to isolate all true essence, so there wasn't any danger of being affected by the aftermath of fighting. There were 209 young talented heroes that had managed to pass through the mountain gate. These talents were divided into 10 groups, each group having 20 or 21 individuals. Out of these groups, 10 of them would eventually qualify for the next stage. Once all 10 groups were added together, there would be a total of 100 disciples. Those would be the first 100 rankings of the Total Faction Martial Meeting. If one could make it to the top 100, it was already a result to be proud of. As for those young outstanding talents, they also had an opportunity to continue. They were able to pass through a 10,000 killing array for a ranking. As long as they passed the Mountain Gate trial, they would be able to obtain an exact ranking. Lin Ming already knew which group he would be in, the 6th group. This grouping was not drawn from lots, but was decided by the Seven Profound Valleys. Sky Fortune Kingdom and Hulua Nation were both in the same area. At every Total Faction Martial Meeting, they would be assigned to the same group. In addition, there were also 3 countries and martial cultivation families. Altogether, there were 5 second-grade influences on their side. During this martial meeting, these 5 influences had brought a total of 9 people that were able to pass the Mountain Gate trial. Sky Fortune Kingdom had 3, Hulua Nation had 3, the 2 large martial families had 3, and the rest had none. The 6th group had 21 disciples altogether. Besides these 9 people, the other 12 were disciples of the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction. The Total Faction assigned the groupings of their disciples based on the rank at which they passed the Mountain Gate. This was in order to ensure that every group had an average strength within. As Lin Ming began to size up his competition, he suddenly heard the cry of a bird coming from up above. He looked up and saw a massive heavenly winged eagle flapping its wings and circling around. This heavenly winged eagle had a commanding aura as it flew in the skies of the profound sky mountains, looking down at the world below with scorn. This heavenly winged eagle was several times larger than an ordinary heavenly winged eagle. Not only that, but its wings were a deep gold. This golden color made one think that this bird was actually a golden-winged roc, or maybe that this big eagle was from the lineage of a saint beast. It's people from Peacock Mountain. Humph, they are too arrogant. Not only are they not coming down to the entrance, but they are still hovering in the sky. There's nothing we can do about it. For the past 100 years, Peacock Mountain has been getting more and more fierce, and is beginning to pressure us. It's normal for them to act arrogantly. Lin Ming was standing beside the 7 Profound Valleys disciples of the 6th group as they spoke amongst each other in a low voice. Peacock Mountain? What sort of place is that? Lin Ming had never heard of this place before. Xianxia said, Peacock Mountain is 800,000 miles away from the 7 Profound Valleys, and is also a 3rd-grade sect. Their strength is superior to the 7 Profound Valleys, especially in the last 100 years. There are several peerless talents that have emerged from Peacock Mountain, and they've already become one of the top Grade 3 sects. During every total faction martial meeting, Peacock Mountain will always send some people to watch and understand the strength of the 7 Profound Valleys' younger generation. Of course, our 7 Profound Valleys also sends people to attend the tournament that they hold. I see. How many Grade 3 sects are there in the Sky Spill continent? What is the highest grade sect? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask this. As he came into contact more and more with the vast world, the increasing number of superpowers left him astonished. Xianxia forced a smile and said, I'm not too sure. Our 7 Profound Valleys mostly only communicates with other 3rd-grade sections. As for those higher-grade sects, they are simply out of reach. Xianxia's voice had just fallen, when a clarion cry resonated in the sky. This was even more high-pitched than the heavenly winged eagle, and was simply frightening. As the golden heavenly winged eagle in the air heard this cry, it suddenly became frightened. Its lofty and arrogant manner completely evaporated, and it soared down in panic. Thousands of eyes turned up to the horizon. At this time, everyone was looking completely dumbfounded. Vermilion bird. Heavens! A vermilion bird. Is it for real? That golden heavenly winged eagle from a moment ago only had the bloodline of a saint beast. But a vermilion bird was a true saint beast. Because there were no true phoenixes within the Sky Spill continent, the vermilion bird was considered the king of all bird. Once the golden heavenly winged eagle encountered the vermilion bird, it would inevitably feel a deep dread and dismay emerge from its bloodline, and could only flee in panic. How could it possibly dare to occupy the same skies as a vermilion bird? I've never seen a saint beast in my entire life. Even the sect elders might have never seen something like this. This is truly worthy of being the 7 Profound Valleys total faction. In my small land, it would simply be impossible for me to ever see a saint beast. A disciple from the 16 martial families clenched his fists, his face ruddy with excitement. To see a legendary saint beast, he felt that he could say he lived his life without regret. Lin Ming noticed that the several total faction disciples near him were speaking as if they were at a loss on how to explain this. A 7 Profound Valleys disciple thought aloud. One of the factions actually has a vermilion bird? I've been here for over 20 years, and I've never heard something like this. The vermilion bird flew to the top of the profound sky mountain's highest peak. Even the usually calm Xianxia seemed to have lost all his composure. He said, They are probably people from Divine Phoenix Island. That is, a 4th-grade sect. The various graded sects usually stayed in their own circles. A 4th-grade sect wouldn't normally associate or speak with a 3rd-grade sect. Xianxia had said that the 7 Profound Valleys didn't keep in contact with a 4th-grade sect, but in the next moment, a 4th-grade sect had actually come. Listening to Xianxia's words, Lin Ming gulped, his face revealing a strange color. Divine Phoenix Island? Qin Xingxuan echoed as she watched the vermilion bird flying in the sky. Qin Xingxuan's eyes filled with longing. How nice would it be if she could ever have her own vermilion bird? Xianxia said, Divine Phoenix Island is among the top of all 4th grade sections. I never expected that they would come to the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. This is probably the first time that this has happened in the last several hundred years. Xianxia hadn't finished when the 7 Profound Valleys spirit boat flew up to welcome the guests. Lin Ming glanced upwards. The ones on the spirit boat were the 3 valley masters of the 7 Profound Valleys. In order to have such a welcoming party, it could only be for the absolute pinnacle existence. The guest is strong and the host is weak. Not only that, but we are lower by an entire grade. It's just the way it is. Xianxia said as he shook his head. The difference in power between grades was enormous. For instance, Sky Fortune Kingdom was a 2nd grade power, whilst the 7 Profound Valleys was a 3rd grade power. When someone came from the 7 Profound Valleys who wasn't even an elder, like Ouyang Dihua, the Emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom had to come out and pay his respects, lest he provoke the other. With this, the difference between the two could be ascertained. The 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master Shi Zongtian had just gotten the message a few days ago that Divine Phoenix Island would be sending out someone to observe their total faction martial meeting. Shi Zongtian had been absolutely bewildered by this. He had no idea why a 4th grade sect would suddenly decide to take interest in the festivities. I am the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master, Shi Zongtian. I cordially welcome the martial cultivators from Divine Phoenix Island to our land, Shi Zongtian said as he stood in front on the spirit boat, cupping his fists together in greetings. His welcome had embodied respect, while not showing too much humility. Valley Master Shi, well met. The one who spoke was a black-clothed woman wearing a mask. Her cultivation was at the extreme Xiantian realm. There were also 2 maids behind her clothed in purple, whose cultivations were at the peak Hotian realm. The Divine Phoenix Island took the phoenix as their representative saint beast. Their legacy cultivation methods also originated from meditating and comprehending the majesty of the phoenix. Because of this, their cultivation methods were more suitable for women, and in their sect, 90% of the disciples were women. Lin Ming saw the masked woman, and even though her appearance was covered, he was able to recognize that she wasn't Mu Qianyu. What was I thinking? How could she possibly? Lin Ming shook his head, laughing at his own thoughts. Mu Qianyu was the top-tier 4th grade sect Divine Phoenix Island's saintess among saintess. In the future, she would become the sect master, a fairy maiden that came to Earth who would be respected and admired by countless people. As for him, who hadn't even truly broken through to the pulse condensation period, the difference between them was greater than the clouds and mud. Mu Qianyu would probably only think of him if she were bored in her spare time. How could she possibly come to the 7 Profound Valleys and watch such boring matches? In Lin Ming's opinion, a saintess was probably a figure that would become the successor to the sect master, with an extremely honored status. But in fact, he had underestimated her. A saintess of Divine Phoenix Island was even rarer than a Divine Phoenix Island sect master. Divine Phoenix Island changed sect masters every 100 years. Afterwards, they would retire and become an elder ancestor. But a saintess was rarely seen every 500 years, and not every sect had a saintess. The main branch of Divine Phoenix Island was the ancient Phoenix family, the Mu family. The saintess could only come from the Mu family. The Mu family had excessive yin energy and a lack of yang energy. Because of this, they had very few children. Although there were many disciples of Divine Phoenix Island whose last name was Mu, the truth was that this was only a last name, and it didn't mean that they were true juniors of the Mu family. Every few hundred years, the Mu family would produce a girl who had the bloodline of a phoenix descendant, and her talent would be a heaven-defying 7th grade. She was the saintess. Also, only a saintess would be able to summon their own saint beast. For instance, the vermilion bird that the masked woman was riding was not hers. It was left behind by an ancient saintess who had passed away. The life of a phoenix descendant was much longer than humans. Some phoenix descendants would continue living on even after their master had died, and stay at Divine Phoenix Island for several hundred years or even 1,000 years. Through all these years, Divine Phoenix Island had gathered 3 vermilion birds and a blue luan. One of those vermilion birds was Mu Qianyu's saint beast. As for the blue luan, it was the saint beast of her younger sister Mu Bingyun. Every time a saintess would appear every 500 years, there was a small chance that there would be a pair of twin sisters born. That was a vermilion bird and a blue luan. If this happened, Divine Phoenix Island would enter incomparably prosperous times. If they were able to grasp this opportunity, they might even be able to upgrade themselves to a 5th-grade sect. How does Fairy Maiden prefer to be addressed? Shi Zongtian stood at the front of the spirit boat leading the way, as the vermilion bird slowly followed behind it. The black-clothed masked woman softly said, "My name is Mu Qinghong. I see, so it is Fairy Maiden Qinghong. Please." With these words, the spirit boat had already fallen out of sight. Shi Zongtian led Mu Qinghong to the Grand Hall. As for the person from Peacock Mountain, he was forgotten and left on the side. Naturally, Peacock Mountain didn't have anything to say about this. The difference in their strength was an entire grade. Even if the sovereign of Peacock Mountain was to go to Divine Phoenix Island, he would barely have the qualifications to mix with the elders. Not only that, he would only be equal to an unimportant outer sect elder. In a 3rd-grade sect, the elders were at the Xiantian realm, and there might not even be a revolving Dan master. If there was, it would be an extremely rare one or two. In a 4th-grade sect, the elders were at the revolving Dan realm. This difference was big. Mu Qinghong and Shi Zongtian sat side by the side on a dais overlooking the square. Mu Qinghong glanced at all the young talents' cultivation and frowned. Is there really anyone in this small 3rd-grade sect that is worthy of Qianyu to give such a high evaluation of? Mu Qinghong muttered to herself. Mu Qinghong was an orphan, but, since her natural martial talent was amazing, she had been given shelter as a child at Divine Phoenix Island, and she had received the surname of Mu. After Mu Qianyu was chosen as the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qinghong was assigned to be her assistant. Mu Qinghong was 19 years older than Mu Qianyu. They had grown up together and the two regarded each other as sisters. Their relationship was very solid. A month ago, Mu Qianyu had returned to Divine Phoenix Island and asked Mu Qinghong to go to the 7 profound valleys to observe a young boy named Lin Ming, saying that he had a very unusual talent and he could become a revolving Dan master in the future. Not only that, he wouldn't be any normal revolving Dan master either. If he were willing to assist Divine Phoenix Island in the future, then the chances of Divine Phoenix Island becoming a 5th-grade sect would be much higher. This assessment was simply ridiculous. It could said that Mu Qianyu had already thought of Lin Ming as a talent equal to her own. Around 15 or 16 years old, and his cultivation can break through to the pulse condensation period at any time. His strength far exceeds a martial artist at the same cultivation, and he has an extremely rare martial intent. His body has a strange bloodline that isn't inferior at all to Qianyu's vermilion bird bloodline. His body is special, and he has formidable blood vitality. Also, he can control the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. Mu Qinghong was recalling the details that Mu Qianyu had told her. If this description wasn't wrong, then such a character would be a talent at the pinnacle of any 4th-grade sect. At this time, the group stages had already started. Mu Qinghong watched for a while, but she didn't spot any Thunder attribute martial artists. She pretended to casually ask, "Valley Master Shi, in these 10 stages of outstanding young heroes, which ones came from the sect and which ones came from the 36 countries?" Mu Qinghong knew that Lin Ming came from Sky Fortune Kingdom. As long as she was able to find out which the competition stage Sky Fortune Kingdom was on, she believed it would be very easy to find Lin Ming. After hearing Mu Qinghong's question, Shi Zongtian thought it was a bit odd. This woman was simply too interested in the 7 Profound Valleys martial meeting. Was she looking for someone? It couldn't possibly be that Divine Phoenix Island came to the 7 Profound Valleys to recruit someone. Shouldn't be. The disciples with the best talent, such as the Sword faction's Jiang Baoyun or the Zither faction's Qin Wuxin, had all grown up in their factions and they had learnt their faction's core cultivation methods. If they betrayed their sect to enter Divine Phoenix Island, they would have to switch to the cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island. This might do more harm than good. Also, Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods weren't suitable for men to cultivate. Although reluctant, Shi Zongtian still described where the martial artists of each stage came from. The 6th stage area? It doesn't look like there's anything special there. At this time at the 6th stage on the martial field, the 3rd round of the martial meeting had started already. Holua Nation's Wang Mu was standing on the stage as well as his opponent Zhou Feng, who came from a martial cultivation family. Zhou Feng's cultivation was at the peak of bone forging. Since he was able to stand on this stage with his peak bone forging cultivation, it meant that he was a talent who was able to jump ranks in battle. "I'll defeat you in 5 moves," Wang Mu shouted as he took his long sword out. He simply didn't place Zhou Feng in his eyes. "You talk so much. Aren't you afraid of spitting on your own face? I want to see just how you'll defeat me." Zhou Feng was also an arrogant youth. These words from Wang Mu suddenly caused him to be angry. His opponent was only at the middle pulse condensation period, and yet he was so rampant. From the very start of the match, Zhou Feng had to resort to using his final master strike. He understood that defeating someone like Wang Mu would be no easy feat, so he had to go all out from the get-go. The ultimate move of the Zhou family had been easily received by Wang Mu. After that, Wang Mu struck out with 3 sword strokes, forcing Zhou Feng into a perilous situation. With the 4th sword stroke, Wang Mu broke through the true essence barrier that was protecting Zhou Feng's body. With the 5th sword stroke, Wang Mu sent Zhou Feng's weapon flying out of his hand. Then he kicked Zhou Feng in the chest and sent him flying off the stage. 3rd match, Wang Mu wins. The referee announced from the side as he gave Wang Mu a few glances. The referee thought that it was quite good for someone from the 36 countries to have such strength. He should be able to advance into the top 100. If a martial artist from the 36 countries was able to advance into the top 100, this was a result that they could be proud of. After defeating Zhou Feng in 5 moves, Wang Mu looked at Lin Ming haughtily, provocation stirring in his eyes. "There are a dozen or so matches still left. Then it will be time for our match." Lin Ming only smiled, not saying anything. He turned his head to glance at the competition schedule table, and just like Wang Mu had said, their gambling match would begin soon enough. Lin Ming had heard that Holua Nation's Seraphic Pond contained an incomparably pure heaven and earth origin energy. Not only that, but there would be no side effects from soaking in this pond. He was quite looking forward to it. 4th match, Lin Ming against Chun Xiao. This would be Lin Ming's first match. His opponent, Chun Xiao, came from the 7 Profound Valleys Array faction and his cultivation was at the early pulse condensation period. In the last total faction martial meeting, he had reached rank 105. Although rank 105 didn't sound too impressive at that time, Chun Xiao had been at peak bone forging. Now 3 years later, his strength had greatly improved from before. And over half of the disciples that had been ahead of him before now were unable to participate in the total faction martial meeting due to their age. Could be said that this time, Chun Xiao would definitely enter the top 100. Mu Qinghong was watching this match from afar. So far, this Lin Ming had matched the description of the youth that Mu Qinyu had described. He looked around 16 or 17 years old, and his cultivation was at the peak bone forging stage and it might even be enough to enter the pulse condensation period. Mu Qinghong was waiting for Lin Ming to take out his weapon. If it was a spear, then she would be certain. Or, if he used Thunder True Essence, it would also most certainly confirm her suspicions. The strength of Lin Ming's opponent was just barely passable in Mu Qinghong's eyes. Well, at least she could see how Lin Ming would deal with his opponent. In the stage, Chun Xiao was holding a small array flag, smiling at Lin Ming. It's already quite good that a peak bone forging boy could stand on this stage. But what a pity, you just ran out of luck. The first person you are up against is me. Chun Xiao didn't even view Lin Ming as an opponent. He was also a talent that could jump up realms to fight opponents. Only a middle pulse condensation period opponent was worth him giving his all to. As for someone with a lower cultivation than him, it was simply something to be settled in a single move. Chun Xiao hadn't finished speaking when he saw that Lin Ming had closed his eyes. What is this fellow doing? Is he looking down on me? Chun Xiao frowned. He wanted to send Lin Ming off stage with a casual move, but seeing Lin Ming's flagrant disrespect, he decided to give Lin Ming a little lesson in humility. Match begins. As the referee's voice stopped, Xianxia immediately flourished his array flag, and a succession of symbols circled around in his hand like a liquid rainbow. It was truly mesmerizing. But, as soon as Xianxia waved his array flag, the beautiful symbols melted together into a sharp and deadly weapon. Compared to all the actions that Xianxia had taken, Lin Ming simply opened his eyes. Bang! Countless visions and images poured into Xiao's mind. His body shook, his pupils lost focus, and then his body slowly slumped to the ground with a hard plop. Lin Ming slowly turned around to leave. The audience that had been sitting around the stage were watching in stunned silence. What happened? Did that martial artist called Lin Ming even make a move? His actions were too fast. I wasn't even able to clearly see it. He hadn't moved. He only gave him a look. How is that possible? Because it was the group stages, the sixth group that Lin Ming was in didn't have a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys. Thus, there weren't many people in the audience. Most of the audience were in different areas watching the more famous and well-known disciples. As for the audience that was here, their own martial cultivation wasn't too high, so they couldn't see the mysterious and strange principles that had just occurred. It was actually a soul attack. Mu Qinghong's slender eyebrows pressed together. Mu Qianyu hadn't said that Lin Ming was able to use soul attacks. She had been counting on Lin Ming using a spear or thunder true essence, but she didn't think that Lin Ming would be able to use just a soul attack to achieve victory. Was it possible that Lin Ming's soul attack was more powerful than his spear play? Or was his opponent not worthy of him using his spear? I see, so that's the soul force genius that caused an uproar recently. In the contestant waiting area, a youth with half a silver mask on was sipping a cup of tea, leisurely observing the arena. Watching his demeanor, it was evident that he never placed this group stage in his heart. The mask he wore was very strange. It only covered the right half of his face. But from what was exposed, one could see that he was a handsome man with a feminine and delicate atmosphere. This masked man did have the qualifications to be proud. His cultivation had reached the late pulse condensation period, and he was also a core disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys Mirage faction. He was also one of the seeded contestants in the 6th group. There was a gigantic difference in strength between the core disciples and ordinary disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. A core disciple had outstanding talent, but also had much more resources. Because of this, their strength was usually several times more than an ordinary disciple. Oh? Is Big Brother interested in this boy? A youth beside the masked man asked. The youth was carrying a teapot with an extremely attentive look, ready to refill the teacup whenever needed. He's not worth me being interested in him. It's just that I also happen to know how to use a soul attack, and I want to use him to practice a bit. Big Brother thinks too much of him. For Big Brother to use a soul attack on a peak bone forging boy is the same as using a giant knife to kill a chicken. The youth seized the opportunity to flatter the masked man. This youth was just an ordinary disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys. The resources that the 7 Profound Valleys supplied to their ordinary disciples was much less than a core disciple. Therefore, there were many ordinary disciples that hung on the coattails of core disciples, hoping to obtain some advantages. It's my turn to go on stage. The masked man heard the referee call his name out and he stood up, walking onto the stage. After seeing his match, his eyes brightened. What luck! The first match that he had was against a quite beautiful woman. Not only that, but she was young, yet her cultivation was decently high. She really was a top-quality girl. I am the Mirage Factions by Tinghua. Beautiful lady, will you admit defeat? Or would you like me to help you admit defeat? Bai Tinghua grinned as he said this. The young girl in front of him was only at the middle bone forging stage. Her cultivation was an entire realm less than his. How could she possibly be his opponent? Qin Xingxuan grit her teeth. She didn't know that her first match would be against such a strong opponent. Xingxuan, admit defeat. Lin Ming shouted out from outside the stage. Lin Ming had a good estimation of Qin Xingxuan's strength. At most, she would be able to defeat an early pulse condensation period martial artist. If she encountered a middle pulse condensation period martial artist, she would still be able to put up a decent fight. But against someone who had reached the late pulse condensation period, her chances fell precipitously. Not only that, but he wasn't regular late pulse condensation martial artist either. Qin Xingxuan let out a light breath and somewhat grudgingly said, "I admit defeat. By Tinghua victory," the referee announced. Qin Xingxuan was a bit dispirited. She had lost without even being able to put up a fight. Lin Ming gently patted Qin Xingxuan's shoulder and consoled her, saying, "There's nothing to be sad about. You're only 15 years old, you have plenty of time left. In 3 years' time, this stage will be yours." Qin Xingxuan nodded, her mood much better. Bai Tinghua also seemed as if he had some regrets. But then, he looked at Lin Ming and then at Qin Xingxuan and he suddenly grinned. It seemed like the relationship between these two wasn't so simple. Things were getting much more interesting. Wouldn't it be fun if he could beat the lover of a beautiful girl in front of her? Bai Tinghua walked off stage and his little attendant immediately walked up with a bright welcoming smile. "Congratulations on your well-deserved victory, Big Brother Tinghua. She's just a little girl. It's nothing much if she can't beat me. But that little girl's talent is quite good. She would be top class if she was placed even in the group of core disciples of the 7 profound valleys. She will most likely enter the total faction at some time in the future." As Bai Tinghua thought this, the referee announced, "Sixth match, Chen Xiaohu against Ling Sen." Chen Xiaohu was the little personal attendant that had been attentively pouring tea for Bai Tinghua. Although this fellow was a sycophantic little suck-up, his cultivation was still decent, and he had reached the early pulse condensation period. The fact that he was able to pass the Mountain Gate trial showed that he had some skills. Chen Xiaohu excitedly stood up as he heard his name being called. "Big brother, it's my turn to go up on stage. This little brother will be right back." Bai Tinghua was less optimistic about Chen Xiaohu's chances. He glanced at Chen Xiaohu's opponent's cultivation and he was shocked. Early bone forging? Really? How had he managed to pass through the Mountain Gate trial? Was he a martial artist that excelled in movement techniques? At the Mountain Gate trial, martial artists that specialized in movement techniques had a great advantage over martial artists that specialized in other technique. They could stumble their way through even if their true power wasn't optimal. "Haha. Big brother. My luck is just too good. I can't believe that I'm able to face an early bone forging fellow. Not only that, but he comes from the 36 countries. I think this fellow is probably only good at movement techniques." Chen Xiaohu hadn't even got on the stage yet, but he was already imagining his imminent victory. There was an entire cultivation realm between them, and since this person came from the 36 countries, Chen Xiaohu wasn't feeling pressured in the least. Match start. The referee's voice had just stopped when Chen Xiaohu rushed forwards, his hands shaped like a tiger's claw. He wanted to end this battle quickly. If he couldn't defeat some lowly early bone condensation martial artist from the 36 bumpkin countries with his early pulse condensation period cultivation, then he would lose too much face. This little brother had to prove that he had some value, otherwise no boss would be willing to keep such a waste of a little brother around. Facing Chen Xiaohu's tiger claw, Ling Sen calmly stepped forwards. He hadn't even taken the heavy sword out on his back, when his aura suddenly erupted outwards. Murderous intent spread out as if it were blotting out the sky, and the air on stage immediately began to thicken. The slaughter domain had opened. Chen Xiaohu only saw his surroundings change as he suddenly appeared in a bloody area, facing countless Ashura devils. These Ashura devils gave out horrifying shrieks as they started rushing towards him. Chen Xiaohu had always been a man with a weak mind that sucked up to others. How could his heart of martial arts ever be strong enough to break Ling Sen's slaughter domain apart? Chen Xiaohu's mind was in chaos as he panicked. His swordsmanship was full of holes. In fact, he couldn't even see Ling Sen. There were only countless Ashura devils surrounding him. Ling Sen took a casual step towards Chen Xiaohu and sent a punch out. Bang! Chen Xiaohu flew backwards until he dropped off stage, still in a confused daze. Sixth match, Ling San victory. The referee gave Ling San a deep glance. To him, Ling San was even more surprising than Lin Ming. He was able to substantialize his murderous intent into a domain. The fact that he could use his murderous intent to this degree was simply incredible. An early bone-forging martial artist had actually been able to easily defeat an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Although Chen Xiaohu's strength was ordinary, he was still a disciple of the 7 profound valleys. His strength should be much stronger than an equivalent martial artist from the 36 countries. The audience was looking around at each other, clueless as to what had just happened. What was going on? Was Chen Xiaohu play-acting like some dumb monkey? How come he just watched as his opponent punched him in the face? Chen Xiaohu climbed back up from the ground, his face pallid as he ran away. He was scared just remembering all those devils surrounding him. He didn't dare face Ling San again. It was almost as if he were facing a real Ashura devil. Boss! Chen Xiaohu was still shaken from his experience. He had actually lost to an early bone-forging martial artist. He was too ashamed to lift his head up. Bai Tinghua simply ignored Chen Xiaohu. His eyes were only looking at Ling San, who was still standing on stage. He cupped his chin. The martial artists from the 36 countries are more and more interesting. It seems that I've been underestimating them. The matches would proceed one at a time, and every person would have to face 15 competitors one at a time. Finally, the ones with the highest number of victories would advance. At the 12th match, Lin Ming's eyes finally brightened. So there's actually such a master in the 6th group. The 6th group didn't have a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys. Lin Ming had thought that Bai Tinghua was the strongest one here, but now, he actually saw there that was a true blue master in his group. This young man's cultivation was at the peak of pulse condensation, and not only that, but his aura was extremely shocking, enough to frighten anyone that looked at him. He was like a peerless treasure sword that stood loftily above the stage. His glance was like a sword light that pierced the heart. Even if someone were to look at him, they would have to withstand a great pressure. Sword Faction's Zhang Lanjian. Please advise me. Zhang Lanjian's hands gripped the sword hilt in a polite martial artist's duel ceremony. Before this, Zhang Lanjian had been watching the previous matches. In his opinion, even though Lin Ming and Bai Tinghua had shown some promise, neither of them were capable of being his match. Therefore, because he hadn't seen anything of interest, Zhang Lanjian hadn't shown up until now. Please, advise me. Zhang Lanjian's hapless opponent was an early pulse condensation period martial artist from Hulua Nation. At this point in time, the Hulua Nation youth was no more than an eggplant to be beaten up. In his heart, he had already given up. Match start. The referee shouted. The Hulua Nation disciple hesitated for a moment before finally raising his hand. I admit defeat. This youth knew full well that he had already lost. There was no need to further disgrace himself. If the difference in their strength weren't any less, then he would still try and put up a fight to obtain some experience. But now, the difference in their strength had become a moat that stood between them. He would be defeated in a second. If it were like this, then he wouldn't be able to learn anything, and he might as well save his energy to deal with his next opponent. Zhang Lanjian victory, the referee announced. Zhang Lanjian turned around and left the stage. Before leaving, he shot a glance towards Lin Ming, his vision sweeping over him. He didn't pause his steps as he left. Although this Zhang Lanjian isn't a direct disciple, his strength isn't too far away from a direct disciple. In terms of battle prowess, the disciples of the 7 Profound Valley Sword Faction are the strongest within the entire sect. I look forwards to fighting with him. Lin Ming's heart began to smolder with fighting spirit. 21st match, Lin Ming against Wang Mu. Finally, it was time for Lin Ming and Wang Mu's gambling fight to occur. With the referee's announcement, Xianxia and Martial House Master Luo in the audience instantly came to attention. The two of them hadn't been sitting too far away, and with the announcement from the referee, the two middle-aged men looked at each other, a faint smile crossing each of their faces. Xianxia turned his attention towards the martial stage. Martial House Master Luo stroked his chin and said, I admit that I underestimated Lin Ming. But if he wants to win against Wang Mu, it won't be so easy. Just you wait and see. After Lin Ming had instantly defeated Xianxia, he had the potential to reach the top 100. However, Wang Mu still looked at him with contempt in his heart. His cultivation was much higher than that Xianxia. Still, he had to be cautious facing Lin Ming lest he end up in a miserable state. Before the match began, Wang Mu condensed true essence within his body, forming a film of true essence that covered him. To Wang Mu, true essence manifestation skills like this weren't anything difficult. Oh? A true essence shield that can defend against soul attacks? I didn't think that you would have practiced this sort of technique. Humph. Since I dared to take your bet, then I have already figured you out. I already know about the matter in Desert Flower Hall where you used soul force to defeat Ouyang Ziyun, and I've already figured out how to defend against it. Soul force attacks had especially wonderful results if they were used on an opponent that wasn't aware of the situation. Under the circumstances where the difference in strength and cultivation wasn't too great, one could instantly defeat the other in a single second. But if one had made early preparations and was aware of the incoming soul attack, then the situation would be different. However, normal martial artists would never practice this sort of martial skill simply because martial artists that used their soul force to launch an attack were too rare. Only when a martial artist has reached the Xiantian realm and began to cultivate their soul and similar techniques would such attacks surface. Before the Xiantian realm, martial artists usually only cultivated their true essence and physical body. This is a bit interesting. It seems that Wang Mu already has a martial skill prepared to deal with soul force attacks. How will Lin Ming handle this situation? I don't think that Lin Ming has many other attack methods. Looking at him, he only appears to be 16 or 17 years old. Soul force attacks are too difficult to learn and master. Just cultivating one is enough to occupy all his time. Where would he find the energy to study anything else? I hear that Lin Ming was also able to control thunder. I wonder what grade his lightning fusion is at. If it's high, it might be of some use. As people talked, Lin Ming and Wang Mu had already both risen to prominence. They had attracted many viewers. There were even some audience members and martial artists from other stages that came to watch. It was basically determined that Lin Ming and Wang Mu would both qualify. In the future, they might encounter one of these two, so it was better to come watch in advance and have an understanding of their opponent's strength. In the arena, the match had already begun. But Wang Mu actually hadn't moved yet. Instead, he strengthened his defensive turtle shell. Now that your soul force attacks no longer work, I wonder how you will fight me. Wang Mu brutishly spit out. I see you crammed your study time in order to learn a soul defense. You seem quite confident. Lin Ming still hadn't taken out his spear. Since everyone had assumed that he was a soul force attack genius, then he would just go with the flow. He had already decided that unless he met a master which soul force was useless against, then he would use the samsara martial intent as his only attack. This wasn't just to hide his strength. If he constantly uses his samsara martial intent, then he would be able to deepen the understanding of his samsara martial intent and gain a higher realm of comprehension. Lin Ming was becoming closer and closer to the Hotian and Xiantian realm. Sooner or later, Lin Ming would have to cultivate his soul. If he waited until then to ponder and understand how the samsara martial intent was related to his soul, then it would be too late. So, if he was given an opportunity to practice his samsara martial intent, of course he wouldn't miss it. Wang Mu's face flushed red. He coldly snorted. Even if I don't have a soul defense, I can still crush you with my cultivation. I'm not afraid of you. As his voice fell, Wang Mu took out two swords from his spatial ring. He gripped a long sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left. Dual blade user? The audience's eyes lit up. They hadn't thought that Wang Mu would be a dual blade user. Before this, Wang Mu had only fought with his left hand. To use two blades was much more difficult than a single sword, but once one managed to master this power, then they would be a force to be reckoned with. The two blade styles combine and complement each other. Wang Mu's true essence began to rapidly revolve within his body. A deep purple color glimmered around the long sword and the dagger, as light glinted off the tip. Wang Mu took a fierce step forwards and his long sword thrust out followed with his dagger, a piercing sound breaking through the air. Seeing Wang Mu's blade stab out, Lin Ming remained motionless. His eyes suddenly flashed with a black light. The samsara martial intent had begun. Bang! Wang Mu felt as if his body were struck by a powerful force. The sword wind that was twirling around his blades scattered into nothing with the loss of his soul force supporting it. Wang Mu paled as he stepped back, his art filled with a surprised anger. His opponent's soul force was simply like a sword light. Although it had managed to penetrate his soul force defense, it had been greatly weakened. Even so, it had caused his spiritual sea to tremble. In that instant, he had seen countless illusions and had almost lost himself in that imaginary vortex. And worst of all, once his spiritual sea was struck, then he wouldn't be able to control his true essence. Any gorgeous or magnificent martial skill that he was using would be wasted. I have to strengthen my soul force defense, but my true essence is limited. If I strengthen my soul force defense, then my attack power will naturally weaken along with it. If I don't have enough true essence, can I still use that move? At this point, I don't have any other choice. Wang Mu grit his teeth and pushed his true essence to the extreme. The two blades in his hands began to rotate at an astonishing speed. Double blade vortex. True essence formed an air current that began to swirl around the blades. A black vortex emerged from between the two swords, recklessly spinning as it grew larger and larger. A foul, evil, and cold air began to whisper in the wind, constantly emanating from that vortex. However, when Wang Mu was about to strike out with this double-bladed vortex, he was completely stunned as he watched the audience around him melt into nothingness. The skies evaporated and the ground vanished. He was suddenly a single person standing in an endless empty space. In the sky, there were two massive jet black vortexes that were savagely swirling around. When Wang Mu looked at these vortexes, it was as if he could see the profound void and the endless universe contained within. Compared to these two titanic black vortexes, his own double sword vortex was absolutely nothing. In that moment, a glimmer of dread and anguish appeared in Wang Mu's mind. In a battle of soul force, a single momentary flaw in the mind would spell instant defeat. Pong! Wang Mu's soul force defense film completely broke apart. Countless shadows and images flooded into Wang Mu's mind, surging through his spiritual sea, completely cutting off all his contact with the outside world. Pong! Pong! With the sound of metal hitting stone, both of Wang Mu's blades fell to the ground. His eyes dilated, his pupils blurred over, his face whitened. He foamed from the mouth, and a moment later, he slumped to the ground. In this duel, he had been thoroughly defeated. Seeing Wang Mu's defeat, Martial House Master Luo's expression became extremely ugly. Xianxia cupped his hands together and smiled as he sent a true essence sound transmission, saying, "Thank you, Martial House Master Luo, for so generously gifting us with the seraphic pond. It was a good game." Although the words sounded polite, they were actually full of sarcasm, grating on Martial House Master Luo's ears as he heard them. Wang Mu had been defeated with only having used half a skill. But Lin Ming actually hadn't moved at all. He had only glanced at Wang Mu twice. How was this possible? How could a peak bone forging boy defeat someone at the middle pulse condensation period? Not only that, but Wang Mu wasn't any ordinary middle pulse condensation martial artist. Even in the entire 7 profound valleys, there weren't many people that could do this. Just what was this Lin Ming's soul talent at? Medium 6th grade? Or maybe a superior 6th grade that was only spoken of in the ancient texts. A 6th grade soul talent was much rarer than a 6th grade martial talent. To have a superior 6th grade soul talent was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming victory, the referee promptly announced. After defeating Wang Mu, Lin Ming was already at the front of his group. He was only behind Jiang Lanjian and Bai Tinghua. It was already certain that he would pass the group stages. This Lin Ming is simply too terrifying. He was actually able to defeat a middle pulse condensation period martial artist with just his soul force. Could he do the same with a late pulse condensation period martial artist? Late pulse condensation. It should be impossible. Even a top-level talent of the 7 profound valleys could not do this. Even the direct disciples of the total faction would not be able to defeat a late pulse condensation period master when only at the peak of bone forging. Well, it's different. After all, he is a soul force attack expert. It simply isn't the right path to walk to use such skills. Although it has a great effect now, later it will create a very big bottleneck, especially after the Xianxia realm when everyone begins to cultivate their soul. At that time, others' soul force won't be much weaker, rendering his soul attacks useless. They would have to reach the Xianxia realm first. How many of the geniuses present would be able to reach the Xianxia realm? 1 out of 20? 1 out of 30? In any case, I'm not prepared to deal with this abnormal freak. If I run into him, I'll just admit defeat. Since I'm only at the early pulse condensation period, chances are I will also be defeated in a second. I'll save my strength to deal with someone else. This thought of the 7 profound valley disciple was also what most of the other martial artists were thinking. There were a total of 10 that could leave this group. Most of them weren't sure that they would be able to deal with Lin Ming, so they could only forfeit their match if they encountered him. In the profound Sky Mountain's Great Hall, Mu Qinghong had been watching the entire match from afar. She had already determined that this soul attack youth was Lin Ming, the young boy that Yu had spoken about. Unless Lin Ming hadn't come to participate in the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. This Lin Ming still hasn't used a weapon, and neither has he conjured any of his Thunder True Essence. It seems he's preparing to reach first place in his group. Mu Qinghong had seen that there were a few 7 Profound Valley disciples in Lin Ming's group that were decent. It wouldn't be easy for Lin Ming to defeat them with his young 16 years of age. He's so young and yet he gives off a mystifying aura, as if I'm looking into a deep well. Even though Yu described him, I still don't know just how many cards he has in his hand. At this time, Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House, the semi-annual Martial House entrance examination had just ended, and a group of lucky fellows had entered the 7 Profound Martial House. These lucky ones could be described as the favored talents of heaven, flushed with success. As long as nothing went wrong, they would be able to do many great things after they graduated. They could join the army and be a commander, or, if they didn't want to join the army, they could stay in their respected families and serve as great political figures. Regardless of what path they chose, they had one glory for their family. Not only that, but they would also have a ridiculously high income. A normal family could struggle for an entire year, performing hard labor and only earn 10 or so gold taels, but these talents would be able to relax and earn several hundred taels of gold per year. Thinking of their future livelihood full of abundance, these young disciples that had grown up under the aura of being a genius couldn't restrain their smug smiles. According to the rules, the new disciples of the martial house needed to visit the 10,000 killing array and the ranking stone under the guidance of their new instructor. This allowed them to see the top-ranking talents and also motivate them to practice well. Before they reached the ranking stone, they saw that many people had gathered at a temple-like building. It was completely bustling with activity. At the side of this temple, there was also an expensive and well-dressed young man sitting at the side of the building as if he was waiting for something. "What is that?" a 16-year-old young female disciple asked as she pointed at the weird-looking altar in the middle of the temple. The middle of the altar was surrounded with exquisitely beautiful and sparkling crystal stones. "What beautiful crystals!" The young girl's eyes shone. "What crystal? Are you an idiot? That's a true essence stone. It's a pure true essence stone worth 1,000 gold taels." Many of the martial house disciples came from large and respected families, so they had extraordinary natural insight into these mysterious objects. 1,000 gold taels, with so many, that has to be several tens of thousands of gold taels. The young girl clutched her gasping mouth. In the ordinary world, a common family only earned 10 gold taels of income per year. But now, there was an astronomical figure of several tens of thousands of gold taels. It was a number she couldn't understand. I wonder what sort of array formation will use so many true essence stones. This is just too luxurious. The youth who spoke pursed his lips. Although he came from a large family, he was still distressed seeing so many true essence stones used in an array formation. It's a sound transmission array. At this time, a middle-aged instructor opened his mouth to speak. It's a sound transmission array to deliver a message from the 7 profound valleys total faction. The array is separated by several 100,000 miles. In order to transmit one message, it will consume 36 true essence stones. What? It takes that many true essence stones to send a message. Even those disciples that came from large families were startled beyond compare. A message that was worth several tens of thousands of gold taels? What a joke! What sort of news was this? Could only an emperor listen to it? Instructor, what sort of news is worth 36 true essence stones to send? Is it a combat report from the frontline battlefield? The youth who asked came from a military family. In his opinion, only a combat report of Sky Fortune Kingdom was worth spending 36 true essence stones on. After all, victory or defeat in war was related to the destiny of a nation. The middle-aged instructor shook his head and said, "A frontline combat report wouldn't use a sound transmission array. Our 7 profound martial house isn't a messenger for Sky Fortune Kingdom. A sound transmission array formation that could pass a message through several 100,000 miles wasn't something that could simply be created on a whim. Not even Sky Fortune Kingdom's imperial palace could hope to ever construct something like this. Then what sort of news is being sent?" The young boys' and girls' eyes were filled with curiosity. They were at the age where they were intensely inquisitive into all things. This transmission array will send a victory report from the Total Faction Martial Meeting. It will be sent tonight, the middle-aged instructor replied. Total Faction Martial Meeting? Most disciples' faces were filled with befuddlement. None of them knew what that was. After all, the common person was rarely exposed to such a high-level existence. Even the 7 profound valleys that stood behind the 7 profound martial house was an incomparably vague concept. They simply didn't know just how strong the 7 profound valleys actually were. The 7 profound valleys set up a total faction martial meeting and gathered the talents of all the countries together to compare their strengths. Although the middle-aged instructor knew that this wouldn't make much sense to these new disciples, nor did it matter to them, he still patiently explained it. Oh, the geniuses of all the countries gather together. As a youth heard this, his eyes suddenly shone. He was the first-place candidate of this time's entrance examination, the freshman disciple named Huayu. Huayu also came from a large, respected family, and at 15 years old, his cultivation was at the viscera training stage. His strength is quite all right. When the middle-aged teacher had said that the talents of all the countries would gather together, Huayu felt incomparably enthusiastic, burning with fighting spirit. He said, "Instructor, when can I participate? What rank would I be able to get?" The middle-aged instructor didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He said, "You can't go." "Why?" Huayu felt as if he had been slapped. He was the #1 candidate in the 7 profound martial house entrance examination. He could be considered the most talented young martial artist of Sky Fortune Kingdom within the last half-year. With such a proud and worthy title, how could he not even participate? The middle-aged instructor sighed with poignancy. This youth was merely a superior 4th-grade talent. Only if he was an inestimable surprise like Ling San or Lin Ming would he ever be able to reach the level needed to contact the total faction. He didn't want to ruin to the youth's self-confidence, so he tried a different tactic. "Do you see that well-dressed man in the robe near the transmission array?" I see." Huayu turned his head and saw a man in a brocaded robe. He was sitting in a mahogany chair near the altar and was looking a bit anxious at the moment. He is the current dynasty's crown prince. News from the Total Faction Martial Meeting will only arrive during the evening, yet it is only noon and he's waiting here. Do you know what this means? What? Crown Prince? His Highness the Crown Prince? He is the current dynasty's crown prince? All of the youths gasped in complete and utter surprise, their eyes wide with incredulity as if they couldn't believe their eyes. To the common people, the Crown Prince was a legendary figure they had only ever heard about. The Crown Prince was waiting here even though the news came in the evening. Not only that, but the price of the transmission array was 36 pure true essence stones. All of these implied just how important this news was. This also meant that this unknown total faction martial meeting had an extraordinary significance. The middle-aged instructor let out a sigh. He didn't envy these heavenly favored talents when there was the grand stage where countless talents that were above them reigned. That was the true world. Casually choosing any one of these talents was like taking a small rock front a giant mountain of stones. Do you understand now? This total faction martial meeting is grander than you can imagine. All of the talents, geniuses, and young heroes from all the countries and numerous martial families will gather in the 7 Profound Valleys total faction. It is simply impossible for you to stand on that stage. Let alone you, even the core disciples of the martial house cannot. There are many inferior 5th grade talents and medium 5th grade talents that have no hope of going. Not even a medium 5th grade talent has a chance? Huayu was shocked. To say it more directly, he was only a superior 4th grade talent. A 5th grade talent was only born once a decade in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. In his opinion, this kind of existence would simply be a son of God. But, since this tournament is so important, then how come we've never heard of it? Huayu asked the question that all the other new disciples were wondering. If this martial meeting were truly so grand, how come no one had ever heard of it before? The middle-aged instructor explained. That is because, in all these years, this martial meeting had held no significance for our Sky Fortune Kingdom. Every 3 years, the 7 Profound Martial House will send out 5 disciples to participate in this tournament. However, usually 4 out of the 5 sent would come from the 4 martial families that live on the edge of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Every so often, even all 5 of them would come from the 4 martial families, and our Sky Fortune Kingdom would have no share in participating. I had said that even a medium 5th grade talent may not necessarily participate in the martial meeting. It's the same for the other countries and martial families too. Our Sky Fortune Kingdom only produces a 5th grade talent every 10 years. They do have a large chance of participating. But, the middle-aged instructor paused here and shook his head before continuing. That is only in terms of filling the quota of people that we send. Actually, there is a mountain gate trial that most cannot even pass, and they are eliminated from the martial meeting. A few years ago, the 4 martial families produced a disciple named Mu Yinzhou who managed to reach the top 100. That was the most joyous and proud moment for our 7 Profound Martial House. However, that was only the pride of the martial house and the pride of the 4 great martial families. It had nothing to do with our Sky Fortune Kingdom. A martial family wouldn't necessarily only have a single last name. A child would follow their father's last name, and if a daughter were to marry someone else, her children would follow her husband's last name. Mu Yinzhou was talented because he had the bloodline of his father, a wandering martial artist that roamed the world and wasn't a Sky Fortune citizen. An outer disciple inevitably could not compare to someone in the martial family that shared the main lineage. Even Mu Yinzhou couldn't be considered a true member of the 4 great martial families. Proud to reach the top 100? Our Sky Fortune Kingdom has so many talents. How can they not reach the top 100? How many countries participate in the total faction martial meeting? It's not a question of how many countries participate. It's that our Sky Fortune Kingdom has simply too wide a gap compared to those ancient and glorious martial families and sects. When the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys are at your age, it's only considered extremely ordinary to have a cultivation at the peak of altering muscle. Huayu stared with wide eyes. He hadn't yet reached 16 years old, and his cultivation was at middle viscera training stage. This was already considered very good. Good enough that even the family head had praised him. But, peak altering muscle at 15 years of age? What sort of concept was that? And that was only ordinary? Was this some sort of joke? Was he lying? The middle-aged instructor sighed. It's shameful to say this, but the last time someone born from the Sky Fortune Kingdom had reached the top 100 rankings was 50 or 60 years ago. Even having someone pass the Mountain Gate trial was 15 years ago. This was truly shameful for our Sky Fortune Kingdom, and also for our 7 Profound Martial House. I am an instructor of the Martial House who was born in Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even I feel disgraced just mentioning this subject. That is why I didn't wish to speak of the total faction martial meeting. While conversing, they had finally arrived before the ranking stone. Gazing up, they could view the numerous names engraved upon the large ranking stone. These were the talents of Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house. The higher one's ranking, the larger their name would be. The first row only had one name, Lin Ming. Following closely behind Lin Ming were Ling San and Ta Ku. In another half-month, these 3 names would be removed from this ranking stone. Ling San and Ta Ku would graduate, and Lin Ming would become a core disciple. Thinking this, the middle-aged instructor felt very melancholic. Lin Ming was once his student. Although he had only taught him for a few days, Lin Ming was the most outstanding and wonderful student that he had ever taught in his entire life. It had left a deep and profound impression on him. Lin Ming. It's Lin Ming. Wow, I'm so excited. I can actually see the name of my idol in first place. That's right, Instructor Hong. Did Mr. Lin Ming participate in this year's total faction martial meeting? The name of Lin Ming resounded like thunder in the ears of these young martial artists. He was without a doubt the utter and complete inspiration of those in every youthful martial arts circle. These young boys and girls couldn't help but ask this question. He participated. Of course he participated. Hong, she took a deep breath, and his somewhat disconsolate eyes began to suddenly shine with a flashing and glorious brilliance, like a sleeping lion that had woken up. Can Lin Ming reach the top 100? A young girl whispered. Of course he can, he definitely will. Not only will he reach the top 100, but he will reach the top 50, even the top 30. Hong, she subconsciously gripped his fists, his emotions surging like the tide. It was like the one participating in the total faction martial meeting wasn't Lin Ming, but himself. In Lin Ming he had placed all his hopes. His eyes shifted towards the direction of the 7 profound valleys. Across all those endless miles and rivers and valleys, Lin Ming and his group of 3 had enormous hopes placed upon them. This wasn't only the hope of the instructors within the 7 profound martial house, but was also the hope of all the generations of martial artists within Sky Fortune Kingdom. When the 3rd round began, Lin Ming met with 3 forfeits. It was not only him, but also Zhang Lanjian and Bai Tinghua who had opponents admitting defeat as the match started. In the group stages, one only had to be in the top 10 to advance. There was no need to fight in every match. Then, it was time for lunch. Lin Ming, 5 matches, 5 victories. Ling San, 5 matches, 5 victories. Qin Xingxuan's luck was quite bad. She had already lost 3 matches. Her chances of qualifying for the next stage were becoming increasingly precarious. Although she had long expected this result, and knew that the main reason she lost was not because of her talent but because of her age, Qin Xingxuan still felt a bit disappointed. During this martial meeting, her journey would most likely end at the group stages. But 3 years from now, this would become her stage. After 5 matches, Lin Ming had already gained some fame. As for Ling Sen, the matches he had met were a bit weaker, so his fame was also correspondingly smaller. There were some people trying to take advantage of the situation and were beginning to estimate the future rankings. They had even opened up gambling houses. The 7 profound valleys would not interfere in this. In fact, the ones that opened these gambling houses were usually the children of the elders. Their backgrounds weren't small. For them, the gambling house was merely a pleasurable pastime. It was difficult to judge the strength of a participant in the group stages, so the gambling house wouldn't necessarily make any profit. During lunchtime, Qin Xingxuan smiled at Lin Ming and praised, "Lin Ming, you're chosen as one of the seeded players in the gambling house. Your odds aren't too bad." "Oh? What are my odds of winning the whole thing?" Lin Ming casually asked. If the compensation rate was good, he might consider placing a bet on himself. Well, you have, no odds of winning the championship." Qin Xingxuan didn't think that the first question Lin Ming would ask was what his rates were for winning the entire martial meeting. Even her, who had utter faith in Lin Ming, wasn't very optimistic in Lin Ming's chances of winning the championship. It was true that Lin Ming was strong. However, the several direct disciples of the 7 profound valleys were simply too terrifying. They were all at the peak of pulse condensation, an entire realm of cultivation higher than Lin Ming. Not only that, but they were also talents that were able to jump ranks in combat. They were stronger than an ordinary middle Hotian realm master. No matter how fierce Lin Ming was, it was simply impossible for him to cross almost 2 realms in order to fight with a middle Hotian realm master. If it was possible, then it would perturb the entire 7 profound valleys. Qin Xingxuan said, "There were 20 candidates that were selected as possible champions. These are almost all of the 7 profound valley core disciples, as well as the most popular seeded participants in the 10 groups. Jiang Lanjian is also a choice, and his compensation rate is 120. There is also someone from a martial cultivation family who has been selected, Zhang Yanzhao, and his compensation rate is 135. Zhang Yanzhao? Lin Ming felt that this name was someone familiar. He thought back and recalled that during the ruckus in Desert Flower Hall, one of Ouyang Ziyun's minions had mentioned this name. Zhang Yanzhao from the Zhang family had managed to reach the top 20 in the last total faction martial meeting. But, compared to the top 10 ranking 7 profound valley direct disciples, the difference was simply too great. This time he had practiced for 3 years and hoped to attain success with his hard work. Ever since the 7 profound valleys had started to hold their total faction martial meeting, the first-place champion had always been won by a 7 profound valleys core disciple. It had never fallen into the hand of outsiders. It was already quite good that Zhang Yanzhao had been selected as one of the 20 possible champions and could obtain a 135 compensation rate. Yes. Did you say I was selected as a seeded participant? Lin Ming asked. You had just been selected as one of the seeded players in the 36 countries. But you have to place first within all the disciples of the 36 countries. There are 7 chosen candidates. Your compensation rate is 1:6. 1:6? It seems my compensation rate isn't that high. I shouldn't be in the front of the ranks, right? The ones with the highest rank in the 36 countries are the brother-sister pair from Grace Venerate Nation. Both of them have a cultivation of the middle pulse condensation period and are about to enter into the late pulse condensation period. Both of their odds are 1:2. Grace Venerate Nation, because their countries were too far away. Lin Ming had never seen this country and had only heard some rumors. Grace Venerate Nation was an extremely mysterious country, and its landmass was smaller than the Sky Fortune Kingdom. However, their power was even greater than Holua Nation. Lin Ming recalled this for a moment. He grinned at Qin Xingxuan and said, "Xingxuan, if you want to win some money to eat at Desert Flower Hall, then you can bet on me." Haha. Well, the truth is I already placed 20 true essence stones on you. Qin Xingxuan mumbled, somewhat embarrassed. This was only a scenario that she had speculated would happen. Although Lin Ming might not be able to become the champion, Qin Xingxuan had absolute faith in him that he could easily dispatch the brother and sister pair from Grace Venerate Nation. Up to now, Lin Ming still hadn't used his spear. After lunch, the afternoon round of matches would begin. The match schedule had been specifically arranged. There were no lots that were drawn. The reasoning behind this was so that the seeded players did not meet in the group matches, and that martial artists from similar families would be placed as far away from each other as possible. Each of the 21 individuals in Lin Ming's group had to fight a total of 15 matches. This was so that the top 30 seeded players would be able to stagger each other. Lin Ming had managed to not encounter Bai Tinghua, Jiang Lanjian, Ling San, or Qin Xingxuan. There were too many forfeits that occurred in the afternoon matches, so Lin Ming hadn't really faced anyone. That was until his 7th round, where Lin Ming encountered a middle pulse condensation period martial artist who was his opponent. This was a disciple of the 7 profound valleys refiner faction, Sun Dong. Sun Dong's cultivation was at the middle pulse condensation period, and he already had quite good results in the group stage. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to pass the group stages. Not only that, but as a disciple of the refiner faction, he was especially skilled in defend against and restrain soul force attack martial artists. Sun Dong very confidently walked onto the stage. On top of his head, a 3-foot large furnace was twirling around. "You are quite strong, but it won't be easy to defeat me. Although my 7 Profound Valleys Refiner faction disciples aren't that skilled in martial skills and cultivation methods. But in terms of soul force power, our strength is far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. Your soul attacks are simply useless against me. A refining master and an inscription master were basically the same. Both of them needed accurate and precise control of soul force. Sun Dong was a medium 5th grade soul talent and had also cultivated a soul law formula since he was a child in order to refine and build up his soul force. The power of his soul force could be imagined. Haha! I'm really looking forwards to this. Although Sun Dong isn't too strong, he just happens to be someone that is able to counter Lin Ming. Soul attacks shouldn't work against him. I wonder what other methods Lin Ming still has. Hee. It's time that this Lin Ming will taste the suffering of defeat. I can't wait to see his winning streak ended. Lin Ming had swept away and defeated many masters of the 7 Profound Valleys. Since there were many total faction disciples in the audience, they naturally hoped that Lin Ming would lose a match. They were simply jealous of someone that could remain undefeated in the group stages. Not to mention, this young upstart youth actually came from the 36 countries. This was just like a poor boy that had climbed on a royal's head. This made people feel unhappy. Let me show you the secrets of our refiner faction. Stable tripod universe. Sun Dong gave a loud shout and the small black furnace above his head began to spin around in the wind. In a blink of an eye, it had instantly enlarged by several feet. After true essence was poured into the furnace, it simply had an unimaginable force. Could even shatter a small hill or mountaintop. Lin Ming didn't bother paying attention to whatever it was that Sun Dong was doing. Instead, his eyes flashed with a black light. The samsara martial intent surged outwards. Pong! Sun Dong paled as if he had been struck hard. Because the 3 feet large furnace in the air had lost the support of soul force and true essence, it pounded into the ground and broke apart the tiles. Damn! How could this happen? My soul force is so strong. How was he able to injure me? Sun Dong thought as he gasped for breath. A hand held up against his face to support himself. Furnace shattering 10,000 voids. Sun Dong's eyes flashed, and the black furnace began to wildly spin around again. This time, it had only flown a few feet when it suddenly crashed into the floor. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a black light again. Sun Dong's body shook once more. Then his eyes lost all focus and he slumped onto the ground. Lin Ming victory. After the referee's announcement, the entire audience was stunned silent. Even the refiner faction Sun Dong had been defeated. Not only that, but he had been defeated so easily. How could this be? Wang Mu's defeat was surprising to some, but this was still an acceptable outcome. The reasoning for this was that Lin Ming's soul force was simply too monstrously abnormal, and was able to equal someone at the middle pulse condensation period. But Sun Dong was a refining master whose attacks used soul force. How could he also suffer a similar fate like Wang Mu? Just what sort of background did this Lin Ming fellow have? Many of the 7 Profound Valley disciples that were watching from the audience suddenly felt chills crawl down their spines. Lin Ming had used his soul force to defeat opponents one after another. Regardless of an opponent's cultivation or how their soul force was, the matches had been resolved within the space of a few breaths. Lin Ming's soul force attacks gave those watching a completely mystical and unfathomable feeling. The truth was, although Lin Ming's samsara martial intent was approximately a soul attack, it wasn't only a soul attack. The samsara martial intent that he'd been born out of the will within one's heart was in itself an attack on a martial artist's heart of martial arts. If one didn't have a firm and steady heart of martial arts, then it would be very simple for them to become lost in the 100 samsaras. Even though a martial artist could have a powerful soul force, that didn't imply that their heart was firm. Therefore, one wouldn't be able to ignore the samsara martial intent attack just by virtue of a strong soul force. The samsara martial intent could only be seen by those it was used against. Only those people would be able to see the mysterious secrets within. Others would find it too difficult to understand the profound secrets and truths hidden within. As for those who had been overwhelmed by the countless visions and images, they had quickly lost consciousness after. In the end, it was difficult to say just what sort of attacks had been used. However, at this time at the Grand Hall, Mu Qinghong noticed that there was something peculiar about Lin Ming's soul attack. As for what it was, she would only ever be able to judge it if she personally experienced an attack. This youth is becoming more and more interesting. Maybe Chen Yu's talk wasn't so exaggerated as I thought. The corners of Mu Qinghong's lips curved up. She was glad that she hadn't made this trip in vain. The group stages were tepid. It was quite boring. There simply weren't any showdowns between the true heavyweights. In half the matches, the result had been decided just by one's cultivation. Finally, Ling San and Bai Tinghua's match was about to happen. It attracted the attention of many people. Ling San, 21 years old, cultivation of early bone forging. Bai Tinghua, 19 years old, cultivation of late pulse condensation. From the very start of the match, Ling San activated his slaughter domain. He knew quite well that Bai Tinghua would be the strongest opponent that he had faced so far. Fu! Bai Tinghua felt a bit dizzy as the scenery around him changed. In the next moment, he had been transported to a blood hell. He saw the endless gray rocks, as well as the countless devils that were climbing out of the 9th layer of the abyss. Bai Tinghua wickedly smiled. Illusion? I am from the Mirage faction. Bai Tinghua's mouth arced in a smile. Bai Tinghua pinched his hands, and suddenly an endless pillar of fire descended from the heavens. With the roaring combustion sound of the flames, these devils had been turned into ashes. The flame kept growing larger and hotter. Suddenly, the flame began to break the rocks and even set the sky ablaze. This inferno was an illusion formed by Bai Tinghua. In the illusionary world, Bai Tinghua was God. Pang! The slaughter domain was shattered. Lin Sen's face whitened to the color of bone. Bai Tinghua smiled as he looked down on Ling Sr. You are not my match. Thousand-hand bright Buddha. Bai Tinghua's palm struck out. Soon, countless images of Bai Tinghua's hand began to form a series of illusory phantoms. Bai Tinghua's phantom palms increased until they began to blot out the entire sky. Ling Sun gave a loud shout and took out his heavy sword. His body's true essence revolved the utter limit, and he cut down with his sword in a counterattack. Pang! The sword wind was shattered. The bricks underneath Ling Sen's foot had been turned into stone powder. With a stuffy snort, he knelt down as he was. The true essence surrounding his body had been scattered, and he had received a heavy wound. Bai Tinghua victory. The referee that announced his also felt that there wasn't anything unusual about this match. The cultivation of the two had simply been too different. If Ling Sun had been able to win, then that would be the most shocking event in the entire 7 Profound Valleys. Ling Sun had completely lost. Not only that, but he didn't even have the qualifications to force Bai Tinghua to use his true ability. After Ling Sun and Bai Tinghua's match was over, there were very few matches remaining that were worth paying attention to. Most of Lin Ming's matches had forfeited. If it continued like this, he would easily pass the group stages. Bai Tinghua and Jiang Lanjian had qualified with the same undefeated score. Qin Xingxuan was off by 2 wins. Her journey in this martial meeting was halted in the group stages. Ling Sun won 12 and lost 3. His results in Group 6 qualified him to cross into the next stages. Although this result was ordinary, it was quite good if compared to Ling Sun's low early bone forging cultivation. It was only because Ling San was 21 and had missed the best times of his youth to cultivate. His cultivation speed had always been his weakness. It was the limiter that prevented Ling San from entering into the top tier of talents. It's sunset. The victory report should be arriving any moment now. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the 7 Profound Valleys sound transmission array had already opened. There were 36 pure true essence stones splendidly placed on the array disk. At this time, many important people had arrived around the sound transmission array. There were several 7 Profound Martial House elders, Taku and other important disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House, and also several nobles of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Today was the day that the group matches were finished, so they were waiting for the victory report to arrive. The snow fluttered in the falling light and the icy wind was chilling to the bone. Crown Prince Yonglin had a thick golden-purple cloak draped over his body. He was waiting patiently on a thick wooden chair. The truth was that Yonglin didn't have to stay here to listen to the message as it came. As long as the total faction martial meeting victory report arrived, thousands of sound-transmitting talismans would instantly light up and the report would be sent to important figures of all the great power players. Tomorrow, the national newspaper of Sky Fortune City would publish the results. The reason that Yonglin personally insisted on waiting here was besides Xianxia. There was no one else that was more concerned about Lin Ming's results than him. His destiny had already been tightly bound together with Lin Ming. Now that Ouyang Dihua was dead, as long as Lin Ming's influence increased just a little bit, his chances of winning the throne were that much higher. Outside the temple, there were many disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House waiting, many of them being the new disciples that had entered the Seven Profound Martial House through the entrance exam. The words that Instructor Xianxia had said to them had left a very deep and shocking impression on their young minds, and they had braved the chilling cold to stand here because they believed that they would be able to witness a historic moment. The results from the total faction martial meeting wasn't only related to the glory of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial house. It also had a very important political significance, and it represented the power of the country's martial artists. The dazzling successes of the young martial artists was a manifestation of the nation's strength. If they could reach a result that was up to the standards of the Seven Profound Valleys, the Seven Profound Valleys would also increase the resources allotted to Sky Fortune Kingdom. Although the Seven Profound Valleys was a blood-sucking vampire, they weren't completely merciless or without foresight. If a country could prove its value, then the Seven Profound Valleys would be willing to help elevate it. For instance, Holua Nation, Grace Venerate Nation, and some of the 16 martial cultivation families like the Zhang family were like this. In summary, the Seven Profound Valleys would use their resources in a way to maximize efficiency. It would not waste any resources on the weak and the wasted. In the sunset of early winter, the clouds were thick in the sky, and the dark night fell sooner. There were some maids near the altar that had lit candle lamps under the shade. In such cold weather, these maids that had no martial cultivation could not stay warm, no matter how much they wore. Even though there was shelter, the light was erratic and the snow sporadically fell, turning into small droplets of water that wet the lamp paper. Just when everyone was beginning to become anxious, the sound transmission array suddenly activated, and the 36 true essence stones began to light up one at a time. Yonglin immediately stood up, looking unblinkingly towards the sound transmission array, his ears at full attention. A sound transmission array was different from a sound transmission talisman. Everyone around it would be able to hear the message. As the light of the transmission array began to reach a peak, the sound of Xianxia's voice was emitted. Qin Xingxuan was off by 2 necessary wins. She can go no further in the group stages. Ling Sen won 12 and lost 3. His results in Group 6 qualify him to take part in the next stages. He has entered the top 100. Lin Ming. All matches were complete victories. He is first in the qualifying group and he has entered the top 100. Even though Xianxia was usually tranquil, his voice still trembled as he said Lin Ming's results. All matches were complete victories. This was a glory that had never happened ever since Sky Fortune Kingdom was founded. For the countries ranked in the middle of the 36 countries, it was already a cause worth rejoicing if they had a talent that could pass the Mountain Gate trial every 2 or 3 total faction martial meetings. A local talent of Sky Fortune Kingdom hadn't passed the Mountain Gate trial in the last 15 years. But now the 3 disciples, Lin Ming, Ling San and Qin Xingxuan, had all crossed the Mountain Gate trial. Not only that, but Lin Ming and Ling San had both passed the first group stage. What was even more riveting was that Lin Ming had passed by having a complete victory. What kind of glory was this? Even Holua Nation had never achieved something like this. All matches, complete victory? If it really is a complete victory, then Lin Ming has just created a Sky Fortune Kingdom record. The heavenly abode elder son Siphon gleefully laughed. He was probably the elder in the 7 profound martial house that had the best relations with Lin Ming. He had supported the newbie Lin Ming during the time of the entrance examination when he had achieved first place. Now, Sun Sifan believed that this was the wisest decision he had made in his entire life. Compared to the laughing Sun Sifan, Yang Lin sank back into his chair. His hands were trembling as they gripped the armrest. This revealed his inner excitement and roiling emotions. Yang Lin was absolutely the most overjoyed person here. Someone like Lin Ming with such a strong and pure heart of martial arts would never be ungrateful and renege on a promise that he had made. As long as there wasn't an accident, Yang Lin would be able to smoothly inherit the throne. Yang Lin had already been waiting too long for this day. Although everybody looked up to him as the crown prince and they were in awe of what a great position he had, no one actually understood the pain, doubt, and fear that pierced Yang Lin's deepest feelings. Once the struggle for the throne began, there was no turning back. Once he walked down that harsh path, there was no redemption if he fell. Even his own mother's and sister's life were tied together with his. It was as if he were walking on a tightrope every day and living in abject fear of the future's possibilities. But now that he finally saw the dawning sun, how could he not be excited? The new 7 profound martial house disciples also cheered as they heard the news. They had braved this cold wind in order to stand here because they were part of the Lin maniacs that had taken Lin Ming as their idol. To them, they would never envy Lin Ming's glory. They would only admire and respect him. Who? Several dozens of sound-transmitting talismans simultaneously lit up at once, rapidly circulating the joyous news. Because of the distances, series of sound-transmitting talismans were used. These ordinary sound-transmitting talismans could only work in a 100-mile range. A large sect could use high-grade sound-transmitting talismans that could send messages tens of thousands of miles, but Sky Fortune Kingdom naturally wouldn't have this sort of sound-transmitting talisman. As one batch of sound-transmitting talismans burned out, the second batch was lit. In the dark night, the dancing flames of the sound-transmitting talismans became increasingly brilliant and gorgeous. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Watching these burning flames, he suddenly thought that this sight was extremely beautiful. Oh! Next day, profound sky mountains. It was a new day and a new martial stage. There were less matches today, but the matches were much more intense. The matches were still arranged without drawing lots. The referee was the one who organized the brackets. This was to arrange the various participants based on their strength, and so that the extremely formidable seeded participants wouldn't meet ahead of time. Lin Ming had been placed in the 7th group, and this group also had 10 people. Within these 10 was actually a direct disciple of the Array faction, Fang Qi. In addition, there was also the Mirage factions by Tinghua. In this group of 10, every disciple had to fight in 8 matches. There would only be one person they wouldn't battle. The match between Lin Ming and Bai Tinghua was said to be inevitable. Even though 2 strong participants like Lin Ming and Bai Tinghua would meet, this would be replicated across many martial stages. Out of each group, the participants would be divided again based on their final result. The top 3 would enter the 1st tier, the next 3 would enter the 2nd tier, and the remaining 4 would enter the 3rd tier. With 10 groups, there would be a total of 30 people in the 1st tier. Although these 30 people weren't considered to be the top 30, there wouldn't be much difference. When the time came for the round-robin tournament, the final result would be decided by points. In that case, the first-place participant in the 1st tier would become the champion of the total faction martial meeting. The 2nd tier would also carry out a round-robin tournament. The top 10 rankered of the 2nd tier would earn the qualifications to challenge the rankings of the 1st tier disciples. If they won, they might be able to advance into the top 30. But it would basically be impossible for them to reach the top 20. The 3rd tier was the same, except they could earn the qualifications to compare to the 2nd tier. In short, this current group stage was extremely critical. It would directly decide the final result of a contestant. Whether a carp fish could become a dragon would all be decided here. If one wanted to struggle for the top 20, they would have to at least reach the 1st tier. This time, unless one was a talent on par with a direct disciple, there was no way that they would be able to hide the extent of their strength. The 1st tier of each group only had 3 people. After deducting a spot for the seeded player, there were in fact only 2 spots that the disciples could struggle for. With 9 people competing for 2 spots, and not only that, But with these 9 disciples being top-tier geniuses that had passed through layers and layers of screening, the intensity of the competition could be imagined. First match. Jing Chanyu against Zi Ling. With the referee's announcement, a woman activated her movement technique and jumped onto the stage, her clothes fluttering in the wind just like a heavenly fairy maiden that was riding the surging waves. The woman's face was covered with a thin light gauze veil, but it was still possible to faintly make out the image of her face. Although she wasn't considered to be a heavenly beauty, there was actually something mysterious about her that was extremely fascinating. Qin Xingxuan was slightly stunned. She said to Lin Ming in a low voice, "That's Jing Chanyu from Grace Venerate Nation. She's the sister of the brother-sister pair from Hulua Nation. The two of them are called the Jingchan Duo, and they are more famous than you right now." Grace Veneration Nation was an extremely mysterious country. It wouldn't be wrong to say that they were the strongest country within the 36 countries. The whole population of Grace Venerate Nation believed in a goddess named Chan. In Grace Venerate Nation, the theocracy was above the imperial throne. If the emperor ascended the throne, he also needed to be crowned by the leader of their church. Lin Ming guessed that this goddess named Chan had a very high possibility of being someone like the Southern Wilderness's sorcerer. She might have been a supreme being that had appeared in ancient times and left behind some inheritances and legacies after flying towards the realm of the gods. With her good fortunes and lucks that she left behind, this would have been the reason for the power of Grace Venerate Nation. The Jingchan Duo's compensation rate for becoming the top champions of the 36 countries was 1:2. As for Lin Ming, his odds had been 1:6. After he handily defeated the refiner faction Sundong, his compensation rate had dropped to 1:3. Although his odds were good, he was still overshadowed by the Jingchan Duo. This caused Lin Ming to have a wondering curiosity about these twins. What was exactly so great about them? Seeing Jing Chanyu step on stage, the audience was stirred into a furor, especially the male disciples. Their interest towards Jing Chanyu far surpassed everyone else. The obsessive light from their eyes was nearly visible. "I heard that she is only 18 years old, and this is her first time participating in the Total Faction marital meeting. I wonder what rank she'll reach in her first time. She might be the next Zhang Yanzhao. Up until now there hasn't been an opponent that has disturbed her calm. No one has even managed to take her veil off. It really is indescribable. Such a beautiful girl. It's a pity she's wearing a veil." As the people hollered in excitement, all of their eyes were focuses in Jing Chanyu. Suddenly, the referee announced, "Match, start." Everyone hesitated. An opponent hadn't appeared on stage yet. Where was Zi Ling? How come there's only Jing Chanyu on stage? Qin Xingxuan asked, also puzzled. She looked at the martial stage in confusion. Lin Ming smiled at her and said, "Zi Ling is already on stage. It's just that she went on earlier and she's hiding in distorted light, so she can't be seen so easily." "What? How is that possible?" Qin Xingxuan was shocked. "Isn't this just invisibility?" The path of martial arts truly diverged and converged into endless profound paths. Any strange and wonderful phenomenon could occur. At this moment, an indifferent voice could be heard from behind them. "Zi Ling is a talented disciple of the Mirage faction. She is able to manipulate light to deceive the eye. During the last Total Faction martial meeting, she attained a 56th ranking. Now after 3 years, it looks quite promising that she'll reach the top 30. Lin Ming turned around to see that the speaker was actually Zhang Lanjian. Although Lin Ming didn't really know him, he could tell that Zhang Lanjian was someone with a very broad and accurate sense of judgment. He wouldn't easily label someone as a talent. Lin Ming laughed and smiled as he spoke. "Interesting. If the first group stage was a husband and wife fighting, then this second stage is truly a gathering of masters." Zhang Lanjian looked at Lin Ming in surprise and replied, "Your group is quite strong, but it seems that you're confident in yourself." In the 7th group, there was Fang Qi, Bai Tinghua, Jing Chanyu, and Zi Ling. With Lin Ming, that was 5 altogether. These 5 people were competing for 3 spots. However, Fang Qi's place could already be considered as guaranteed. Zhang Lanjian thought that Lin Ming would be extremely solemn facing these experts. but he hadn't expected Lin Ming to be merrily laughing. Either Lin Ming had entirely given up on entering the first tier, or he had extreme confidence in his own power. As for Zhang Lanjian, he thought that Lin Ming was part of the latter. "Who do you think will win, Jing Chanyu or Ziling?" Lin Ming asked Zhang Lanjian. Zhang Lanjian shook his head. "They still haven't revealed their true strength. Not only that, but since they both reached this stage by having complete victories, I don't know what to expect." There were 4 or 5 people in each group that had achieved complete victory in the last stage. In the 7th group there were 5. These 5 were Lin Ming, Fang Qi, Bai Tinghua, Jing Chanyu, and Ziling. However, after this group stage, at most, there could only be 2 participants who would possibly remain undefeated. As the 2 boys spoke, the battle on the martial stage had already begun. This was an extremely strange fight. From the very beginning, the audience hadn't been able to see where Ziling was. They only saw lights flashing just like celestial beauties that were scattering flowers, blinding their eyes. However, Lin Ming was able to rely on his powerful perception in order to clearly see what was happening on the martial field. Ziling waved her arms to create 6 sharp bladed edges. These edges seemed gentle as they emitted light, but each one was able to instantly destroy an early pulse condensation martial artist's. Because the speed was too fast, the light beams drew a series of rainbows in the air as they let out sharp whistles that made the scalp tingle. Manipulating the power of light is truly an incomparably mysterious and amazing ability. Lin Ming felt that although those light blades were formed of true essence, they also contained a hint of light essence. This was a mystical power that was more elusive than the 7 natural heaven and earth origin energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. In an instant, 36 light blades hovered in the sky. These light blades howled in the air as they danced around, but they still hadn't attacked Jing Chanyu. Suddenly, Ziling clasped her hands together and shouted out, "36 light blade extreme execution." With this cry, the 36 light blades all focuses in one direction and soared towards Jing Chanyu. Facing this light blade attack that attacked from every dead angle, Jing Chanyu hadn't even lifted her hands. Instead, her hands lay flat, and a soft light emanated outwards from her chest, forming a thick light cover that all over her just like an eggshell. Chi 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 chi. The blades of light struck against the thick barrier and encountered a massive resistance, instantly coming to a near halt. Meanwhile, the blades of light also caused the eggshell to rapidly melt away. Halcyon reflection 1000 shaded hands. Jing Chanyu turned over both her hands, and a series of shadows condensed from her fingers and flew into the air, covering the sky. Bang! Ziling, who had been hiding in the distorted light, suddenly gave a stuffy cough and was directly forced out into the open by Jing Chanyu's strike. Ziling was holding a sword of blazing light in her hand, an expression of shock twisting her features. "Be defeated." Jing Chanyu parted her delicate rose-red lips and began to him in a low voice. A massive, glowing, golden hand slowly manifested in front of her. Halcyon reflection great wisdom palm. Bang! A huge golden palm imprinted onto Ziling's body. The sword of light in Ziling's hand broke apart, and she let out a spray of blood before being sent flying backwards, landing onto the safety net outside the stage. Jing Chanyu victory. With the announcement of the referee, the audience hadn't even had time to react. From the beginning of the match until the end, only a short period of 10 breaths had passed. Jing Chanyu had only used 3 moves, 1 defensive and 2 offensive. After 3 moves, Ziling had been defeated. However, Jing Chanyu hadn't even moved a single step. The veil that lightly hung on her face hadn't even been blown by the breeze. From start to finish, Jing Chanyu had been incomparably tranquil. Ziling wasn't a useless nobody. When she was young, she had already been chosen as a core disciple of the Mirage faction. Her talent was simply amazing, and at the last total faction martial meeting she had reached rank 56. During this martial meeting, she had achieved complete victory within the first group stage, and would have easily strode into the top 30. But now, she had actually lost to Jing Chanyu, and in only 3 moves. This Jing Chanyu was simply too strong. Zhang Lanjian's eyebrows ticked up. Between Jing Chanyu and Ziling, he hadn't really thought either side had an advantage. But to his surprise, Jing Chanyu won by a landslide. This was enough to prove that she had the ability to reach the top 20 rankings. If she could really reach the top 20, then she was in existence to be considered. As far as Zhang Lanjian knew, Jing Chanyu wasn't too old. 3 years later, she could return to the next total faction martial meeting. At that time, her limelight might even be greater than this martial meeting's Zhang Yanzhao. If any one of the 36 countries' disciples could break into the top 10, that was sufficient enough to be recorded in the annals of the 7 Profound Valleys history. That would simply be an extraordinary result. Also, Jing Chanyu had an older twin brother, Jing Chanshi. His strength shouldn't be any weaker than Jing Chanyu. The Tiny Grace Venerate Nation had actually produced 2 talents that were capable of reaching the top 10 rankings in the total faction martial meeting within the next 3 years. This was unprecedented in the last 100 years. Zhang Lanjian couldn't help glance at Lin Ming and was surprised that Lin Ming was still looking on with bored indifference. Although he may have been surprised by Jing Chanyu's strength, he obviously wasn't too worried for himself. This fellow was simply too confident. The quality of talents during this year's total faction martial meeting was exceedingly promising. The 36 countries and 16 martial families had managed to produce Zhang Yanzhao, the Jingchan duo, and Lin Ming for peerless talents. Not only that, but the Jingchan duo and Lin Ming were still young. They would have a tremendous amount of growing they could do in the next 3 years. With this thought, Zhang Lanjian's eyes suddenly jumped up. Lin Ming looked like he was 16 or 17, but just how old was he? Although there was only a 1-year difference between 16 and 17 years of age, this actually created an enormous difference in a martial artist's cultivation. Normally, a child raised in a large sect would start practicing martial arts as soon as they could walk. During their entire childhood, they would practice martial arts in order to lay a solid foundation for their future achievements. They would build up their body with rare and precious medicines, but they wouldn't cultivate true essence yet. In order to cultivate true essence, one needed the body to grow. Starting at 12 years of age, a martial artist child would begin to cultivate body transformation's 6 stages such as strength training, flesh training, and viscera training. A 16-year-old would have cultivated for 4 years, whereas a 17-year-old would have cultivated for 5. This difference was neither small nor meaningless. If Lin Ming was 17 years old, then he could be considered a first-grade talent. If he was 16 years old, then he would be considered as an extreme talent that wouldn't be inferior to any of the 7 factions' direct disciples by much. Second match, Fang Qi to Zhou Yan. As Lin Ming heard Fang Qi's name, he couldn't help but pay a little attention. The 7 Profound Valley's 7 factions were respectively the Sword Faction, Array Faction, Puppet Faction, Zither Faction, Acacia Faction, Refiner Faction, and Mirage Faction. Of these, the Sword Faction was the one whose disciples had the strongest attack power. However, that didn't mean that the disciples of the Sword Faction were the most powerful. Each of the other 6 had their own unique skills and abilities. For instance, the Puppet Faction, Mirage Faction, and Array Faction had extremely peculiar defensive and offensive skills. They could use a nearly endless variety of outlandish and absolutely bizarre moves. Although they might not be as strong as the Sword Faction, they were actually much more difficult to deal with than the Sword Faction. To Lin Ming, out of these 7 factions, he was most interested in the Array Faction. When he had obtained the 2nd memory fragment from the Supreme Elder, he had also obtained that Elder's memories as an Array Master. Unfortunately, Lin Ming's cultivation was simply too low to make use of any of those Array Master's memories. Thus, he was unable to practice it. Lin Ming had thought that he would need to be at least at the Xiantian realm of cultivation to create the large-scale array formations in those memories. However, the 7 Profound Valleys Array Faction had taught him a very good lesson. The small Thunderbolt Devilfire bead had actually saved Lin Ming's life. Lin Ming had never dreamt of sealing a tiny array formation configuration within a tiny bead. Lin Ming had even considered that if he were to enter into the 7 Profound Valleys total faction later, wouldn't it be best to join the Array faction? From the start of the match, Zhou Yan had used a defensive martial skill in order to cover his body with layer upon layer of protective true essence. However, nobody laughed at him for being cowardly. In fact, it was already a kind of courage to have the guts to face a direct disciple of the 7 factions. Zhou Yan wasn't some worthless disciple. During the last total faction martial meeting, he had been ranked 70. Throughout the group matches, he had only dropped 1 fight. Although it wasn't very hopeful for him to enter into the first tier, it would be simple for him to enter into the second tier. Scarlet Blaze Flame. After he had cloaked himself in his ultimate protection, Zhou Yan instantly let loose his do-or-die finishing blow. He was a disciple of the Refiner faction, and in his body was a hollow flame essence. He had poured the entirety of his true essence into this hollow flame, and a lifelike fiery dragon surged out from his body. The martial stage was surrounded by a fantasy array formation, so that the audience outside couldn't feel the burning heat of that fiery dragon. Still, from the way that light twisted around the flame dragon, one could imagine just how hot it was. This sort of fiery dragon was enough to turn an entire lake into steam. If it struck a martial artist, even a middle pulse condensation period master would be charred. But Feng Qi only lifted his right hand and drew a golden array symbol in the air. Then the impossible occurred. The fiery dragon crashed into the golden symbol and disappeared inside without a trace left. It was as if that golden symbol was connected to a different space and shifted the fiery dragon to a completely unknown land. Seeing such a bizarre scene, Zhou Yan only let out a depressed sigh and uttered, "I admit defeat." The Scarlet Blaze Flame was his strongest skill, but in front of someone like Feng Qi, not even a tiny spark had struck his robes. Instead, his flame attack had simply disappeared into nothingness. This caused Zhou Yan to feel extremely inadequate and useless. The disparity between them was just too great, enough that he wasn't even able to imagine how much it was. Feng Qi victory. This was already expected. The audience only murmured about how strong a direct disciple was and waited for the next match. Lin Ming was actually thinking back on that symbol. How could such a small symbol swallow the scarlet flames that Zhou Yan had forced out with all his strength? He felt that there was an enormous difference between the array formation system in the realm of the gods and the array formation system in the 7 Profound Valleys array faction. Could even be said that they were 2 completely different set of skills. To Lin Ming, it seemed like the array faction's array formation system could play a much bigger role for the current him. At this moment, the voice of the referee interrupted Lin Ming's thoughts. Third match, Lin Ming against Bai Tinghua. Lin Ming raised his head and saw that Bai Tinghua was looking at him with a bright smile plastered across his face. The match of Lin Ming against Bai Tinghua was considered a fight between 2 heavyweights. It also meant that there would be 1 less contestant with an undefeated string of complete victories. This match had aroused a tremendous interest amongst almost everyone. This wasn't just because Lin Ming was strong, but also because this match was directly related to who the strongest amongst the disciples from the 36 countries was. After Jing Chanyu defeated Ziling, she had seized the number 1 position among the disciples of the 36 countries, and was currently the one with the best betting odds to win at a rate of 1 minute and 1.1 second. As for her big brother Jing Chanchu, his odds of becoming the 36 countries champion was 1 minute and 1.3 seconds. This had caused those that didn't bet on the Jingchan duo to feel great regret, but those that did were all smiles. It was almost impossible to make any money on a 1 minute and 1.1 second compensation rate. Still, even if they couldn't, many people still happily bet on Jing Chanyu. As for Lin Ming, his odds rose back to 1:6. Although he was the 3rd highest possible candidate to win the 36 countries championship, his odds of winning were still far compared to the Jingchan duo. This match between Lin Ming and Bai Tinghua was very important. It would determine, to a great extent, just who the title of number 1 amongst the 36 countries rightfully belonged to. Without a doubt, Bai Tinghua's strength far surpassed that of Ziling. As for who was stronger between Bai Tinghua and Jing Chanyu, most people thought that Jing Chanyu was. If Lin Ming couldn't defeat Bai Tinghua, then he would have lost all qualifications to become the champion of the 36 countries. However, Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of bone forging. As for Bai Tinghua's cultivation, he was actually at the late pulse condensation period. The difference was almost an entire realm. How could Lin Ming possibly win? Let alone the audience who didn't believe Lin Ming could win. Not even Qin Xingxuan, who normally had unshakable faith in Lin Ming, was sure. Lin Ming, I've been waiting for this match for a very, very long time. It's a pity that I happened to miss you in the first group stage. Bai Tinghua was a bit on the feminine side, so when he smiled it was just as if a dainty daisy was blooming. He narrowed his eyes as he glanced at Qin Xingxuan, who was waiting for Lin Ming by the side of the martial stage. He said, "Your young lady friend is probably hoping very much for you to win. I'd be happy to let her feel disappointment. I also think it was a pity that I missed you during the group stage. As for my friend, rest assured, she will not be disappointed." Lin Ming knew that he absolutely could win against Bai Tinghua. The only question was whether he could do so while only relying on his samsara martial intent. With regards to his samsara martial intent attack, Lin Ming didn't have full confidence. As the audience heard this exchange of words, they were left speechless. This Lin Ming was really overly confident in himself. Bai Tinghua was one of the top 3 ranked core disciple of the Mirage faction. His cultivation was at the late pulse condensation period, but in terms of true combat ability, he could compare to a half-step Hotian realm master. During this total faction martial meeting, Bai Tinghua had a very high chance of reaching the top 20 rankings. As for Lin Ming, who only used bizarre soul attacks with Fang Qi, Jing Chanyu, and Bai Tinghua still blocking his way, none was in favor of him reaching the first tier. Bai Tinghua laughed and said, "You're quite confident. How unfortunate. Let me tell you this, I also know soul attacks. I wonder, are your soul attacks weaker or stronger than mine? Originally, I wasn't sure, but looking at the sorry state you're in, I think my chances might have just increased." Humph! What ridiculous nonsense. Bai Tinghua gave a cold snort and suddenly the surrounding scene immediately changed. The audience disappeared, the sky disappeared, the ground disappeared, and Lin Ming and Bai Tinghua suddenly both stood in an endless wilderness, a prairie that extended to the ends of the earth. The ground underneath their feet was covered in soft grass, small fresh flowers and fragrant plants bloomed. This is my Mirage faction's dreamland combined with my soul attack. I'd like to see just how you'll block this. An illusion attack was also a kind of soul attack. It could invisibly kill someone. An illusionist could create his own separate dreamland. In this dreamland, the illusionist was a godlike existence. In this dreamland, he could create anything, find out anything, and kill off anyone he wished with just a thought. While trapped within a dreamland, if a martial artist believed he was dead, then he would really die in reality. An illusion was truly capable of killing a person. Ordinary abilities killed a person by destroying their body, but an illusion attack was able to destroy the human soul. Die! Bai Tinghua gave a loud shout and behind him appeared a beautiful Naga. This Naga had the upper body of an exquisitely heavenly beauty, naked and almost perfect in proportions, but her lower body was that of a massive python. Dying in the belly of this beautiful snake woman is also your luck. Go, eat him. With a thought from Bai Tinghua, the Naga's mouth curved up in a charming smile. Suddenly, the Naga dropped to the ground, flattening her body to the floor and firing towards Lin Ming like an arrow. Rah! The beautiful Naga uttered a low roar. Suddenly her cherry-red lips opened, and revealed rows upon rows of sharpened teeth that extended from ear to ear. In that instant, her beautiful face became horrifyingly ferocious. A dreamland battle? A battle of souls within this dreamland was just to Lin Ming's liking. Recently, he had been trying to come to a deeper understanding of his samsara martial intent. Since he had such a great opportunity to fight like this, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Lin Ming shut his eyes and then opened them. In that moment, his eyes had lost their pupils, becoming nothing but a swirling black vortex. As the samsara martial intent activated, a titanic black storm appeared spanning the entire dreamland, a massive vortex in the midst, swallowing all. The grass and flowers were torn to shreds and trees were uprooted. Dirt and rocks twisted into the air, as everything began to rise towards that swirling vortex. The beautiful Naga was also thrown into the roiling storm. With a pitiful scream, she was torn into pieces. Your eyes. Bai Tinghua had just reacted when he felt his mind tremble. Countless phantoms and images rushed into his brain, flooding his thoughts as his spiritual sea almost collapsed. Bang! The endless prairie dreamland collapsed, turning into nothingness under the power of the limitless vortex. In its place, a vast black space formed. Countless brilliant stars shined like glittering diamonds overhead, while the ground was nothing but barren black rock. Die! Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and a black vortex fell upon Bai Tinghua, completely shredding him to bits. However, the destroyed body of Bai Tinghua turned into millions of black butterflies that flew into the wind, scattering into all directions. Lin Ming felt his heart go cold. This Bai Tinghua was really hard to deal with. The swarm of millions upon millions of black butterflies soared into the air, covering the entire sky. After a few moments, they all rushed towards Lin Ming, morphing into hawks as they zoomed down, their claws glinting with cold light. Pa 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 pa. The millions of hawks crashed into Lin Ming, submerging into his body as if they were made of nothing but thoughts and headed straight towards his spiritual sea. At this time, Lin Ming's spiritual sea was obscured by countless spirit hawks. Get out! Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a purple thunder. Suddenly, massive arcs of purple lightning exploded from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. A gargantuan purple thunder flood dragon threaded between clouds, thunder billowing like a winter storm. Bolts of thunder the width of pillars covered the entire sea, and the hawks that were struck by this thunder could only let out unceasing pitiful screeches as they were instantly reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, their black feathers littering the skies. The power of thunder was the element that most restrained ghosts and illusions. This make-believe attack simply could not injure Lin Ming's spiritual sea at all. His entire spiritual sea is covered in purple thunder? Bai Tinghua was shocked beyond imagination. This was simply a kind of absolute soul defense. Only if the cultivation difference was too high would he be able to do anything, otherwise no one would be able to use a soul attack to damage Lin Ming's spiritual sea. A thunder attribute martial artist was when the power of thunder flooded into their true essence. If their power of thunder and their true essence could achieve a 60% fusion rate, this was already very good. It would be considered a fourth-grade thunder fusion, and had enormous significance towards a martial artist's combat potential. If one achieved 90% thunder fusion, that would be considered as a fifth-grade fusion, and could be considered a thunder attribute talent. If one achieved 100%, then that would be a superior fifth-grade thunder fusion. This person would simply be a monstrous genius. If one surpassed 100%, then not only would the power of thunder completely fuse into their true essence, but it would also enter into the martial artist's flesh and blood body, tempering his everything with thunder. Every gesture he made or step he took would flash with thunder. This was a sixth-grade fusion. But higher the degree of integration between the power of thunder and the body, the more perfect one's thunder fusion was. A superior sixth-grade fusion was the absolute limit that Bai Tinghua had ever known about. But he had never heard of the power of thunder being able to enter one's spiritual sea. This could only be achieved by an unsurpassed thunder fusion. How could he have achieved this point? Was it a fabled seventh-grade fusion? If it really was a seventh-grade fusion, then Lin Ming wouldn't even need to use a soul attack. He would only need to use the power of thunder to defeat him. Impossible. This was simply impossible. Either Bai Tinghua had misunderstood some point, or this little kid had used some sort of secret skill in order to accomplish this. Bai Tinghua consoled himself by repeating this, but an inevitable fear emerged from his heart. His main method of attack was to use illusions, yet with his opponent's spiritual sea like this, it could be said that Lin Ming was in an invincible position. A soul force duel was ever-changing and fluid. Once fear crept into one's mind, that was a fatal flaw. With Lin Ming's keen perception, he instantly caught onto that moment where an opening appeared in Bai Tinghua's spiritual sea. The samsara martial intent surged forth. Oh! Is there something wrong? I just came back from the toilet and those two fellows are still standing on stage without moving? Are they still going to fight or something? You idiot, the match had already began. From then to now, Those two are engaged in an illusionary battle. What? The surprised martial artists came from a martial cultivation family. He had absolutely no understanding at all of the 7 Profound Valleys illusion attacks. The 7 Profound Valleys Mirage faction has 2 offensive schools. One is mystic attacks and the other is illusions. Ziling was part of the mystic attack school, and this Bai Tinghua is from the illusion school. Within an illusion, one can instantly destroy the other's soul. However, Lin Ming also happens to use soul attacks, so that's why these 2 people are standing here. Don't just look at them and see they aren't moving. The truth is this type of battle is extremely risky. One wrong move and there's a chance you would become an idiot. What a shitty illusion duel. I can't even see anything. What's the point? After the martial artist from the martial family finished his criticism, he quickly walked his butt away. He had already been eliminated, and no matter how fierce the fighting was or who was winning or who was losing, he no longer cared. However, not everyone was like that. There were some that came to watch for fun. Amongst the audience, there were many that were disciples of the Mirage faction, and they were also experts from the school of illusionary attacks. They had specifically come to observe this ultimate soul force showdown. Although Bai Tinghua couldn't be considered the strongest disciple among the Mirage faction's younger generation, he was still skilled in illusions. It could be said that his attainments in dreamland attacks and soul attacks had reached the pinnacle of what was possible among the younger generation. Lin Ming and Bai Tinghua's soul force battle symbolized a fierce fight between Lin Ming and the 7 Profound Valleys' strongest soul attack junior. If Bai Tinghua lost, then no one in the entirety of the 7 Profound Valleys' younger generation could surpass Lin Ming in soul force accomplishments. This was a matter of pride for the Mirage faction. If they lost, they wouldn't even be able to lift their heads from the shame. For someone that had the best cultivation methods, the best masters, ate spiritual food since childhood and also had a large variety of resources, to lose to some random country bumpkin martial artist was truly unjustifiable. In the endless illusionary dreamland, the samsara martial intent rolled out like a tide, frantically swelling as it rushed over Bai Tinghua. Because of that split second of fearful hesitation, a glimmer of a flaw was produced within Bai Tinghua's mind. Lin Ming seized this opportunity and struck back. Bang! Countless phantoms and images flowed into Bai Tinghua's mind, the endless lives of 100 samsaras drowning him like a chaotic whirlpool. A showdown between soul forces was constantly evolving. A dangerous move, a wrong move, and everything could be lost. Fortunately, Bai Tinghua was much more proficient than Lin Ming in terms of utilizing his soul force. Although that flaw in his mind had placed him in a passive situation of defending, his soul force defensive skills were able to barely hold off the attacks on his spiritual sea. The battle between the two became increasingly ruthless and savage. Lin Ming was relying on the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder in his spiritual sea to launch an all-out offensive. With the power of thunder to protect his spiritual sea, he was in a nearly impregnable position. As for Bai Tinghua, he was surrounded by danger on all sides. While Bai Tinghua had the cultivation methods of the Mirage faction, towards Lin Ming's samsara martial intent that he had comprehended in the Sorcerer Holy Land after experiencing 100 lives of samsara, they were on completely different levels in comparison. With Bai Tinghua's many years of cultivation and foundation within the Mirage faction accumulated together, he was barely able to endure this attack. With the dramatic and massive consumption of soul force, Bai Tinghua's true body that was still standing on stage immediately paled, without a single trace of red in his cheeks. This damn boy, his soul force was actually so strong. Bai Tinghua was a disciple of the Mirage faction, so he specialized in extremely precise use of soul force. But compared to Lin Ming, he was still inferior. It had to be known that Bai Tinghua's cultivation was almost an entire realm above Lin Ming's. Lucky for me, this boy has only a single way to attack, and a complete lack of soul force skills. Every time he attacks, he wastes too much. Bai Tinghua's thoughts raced. As he was resisting Lin Ming's attack, he was also thinking of possibilities to win. I can only defend and not attack. Although this Lin Ming has an extremely formidable soul force, he doesn't know any techniques to use with it. Every time he attacks me, he wastes a massive amount of soul force. Plus, since I am the one defending, I have to put in less effort to maintain this. His soul force consumption rate has to be at least 3 times my own. If this continues, he will definitely lose. As long as I can resist this round of continuous onslaught, my victory will be decided once he exhausts his soul force and can no longer maintain that purple lightning that covers his spiritual sea. Thinking this, Bai Tinghua's lips curved up in a devilish grin. In the end, this country bumpkin martial artist who came from a hick village could only rely on brute force and had no skills. He was doomed to lose by his own hands. Bai Tinghua had no way of knowing that this situation was exactly what Lin Ming was hoping for. Ever since Lin Ming had begun to use his samsara martial intent, he had been trying to further his comprehension of the samsara martial intent. It seemed as if his and Bai Tinghua's soul force strength were comparable. In addition, this Bai Tinghua was quite skilled in soul force techniques. To come across such a good opponent and moreover, in an endurance match, it could only be considered serendipity. To Lin Ming, Bai Tinghua was an exceptionally good grindstone to hone his abilities. The dreamland around them began to morph over and over again. From a prairie to black lands. From black lands to a prairie. From black lands to a desert. From a desert to a bloody hell. Devils and dark spirits and nagas danced around Bai Tinghua, twisting around his body. These monsters were summoned by Bai Tinghua in order to protect his own spiritual sea. But in front of Lin Ming's never-ending brutal onslaught, everything was eventually torn apart by the swirling black vortex. As soon as the match began, it lasted for an incense stick, then 2 incense sticks, then 3 incense sticks, to half an hour. During this entire time, the 2 youths on the martial stage were still standing there, completely motionless. Bai Tinghua's face was already paler than bleached paper. With half an hour of intense soul force consumption, it wasn't something that the average person could endure. If it weren't for Bai Tinghua's high soul talent and thick foundation, he would have already fallen flat on the ground. How is this possible? Is this fellow really a human? Bai Tinghua couldn't imagine that his opponent could still persist until this moment, even though his soul force consumption rate was 3 times his own. If their positions were reversed, he would have already been done in. If I hold on for a bit longer, he won't be able to last much longer. I will be the one to finally win. Indeed, it was just as Bai Tinghua had said. Lin Ming truly couldn't persist much longer. Since he was on the offensive, his soul force consumption was tremendous. Lin Ming had been depending on the overbearing soul tactic that was left behind from the Supreme Elder from the realm of the gods. He had already accumulated a great deal of experience with this soul law formula by practicing his inscription technique. Although this soul law formula couldn't be considered the best within the realm of the gods, if placed in the Sky Spill continent, it was actually a top-quality technique among all top-quality techniques. However, even though he had this, he still was unable to withstand a soul force consumption that was 3 times Bai Tinghua's. His complexion wasn't much better than Bai Tinghua's. Lin Ming had clenched his teeth and persisted in his attacks until now because in this high-intensity soul force battle, he had obtained substantial benefits and had also increased his understanding of soul force techniques. Secondly, this was an unsurpassed great chance to further his comprehension of his samsara martial intent. If he missed this opportunity to fight against someone like Bai Tinghua, whose soul force strength was close to his own and was also experienced, then it would be truly been a pity. In one breath, the 2 people had been standing on the martial stage for an entire half hour. The eyes of the audience had already glazed over in a dull and dazed look. The disciples of the Mirage faction were more fortunate, after all. They were already long used to this type of scene. Not only that, but the outcome of this match concerned the reputation of the Mirage faction. Naturally, they would be patiently watching. As for everyone else, they had already lost their patience. Some people had left the stage, and some people had just fallen asleep in their seats. Lin Ming probably can't persist much longer. In a duel between soul force and illusion techniques, it was absolutely difficult for outsiders to determine who had the upper hand in the duel. They simply weren't able to see what sorts of moves and abilities were used. They could only distinguish a general situation of the duel by looking at the external appearance of the participants. At this moment, Bai Tinghua looked a bit better than Lin Ming. It's just really inconceivable that a martial artist from the 36 countries could reach his point. To compel senior apprentice brother Bai into this appearance. This Lin Ming truly is a worthy talent. But this is as far as he goes. Finally, we barely manage to preserve the face of our Mirage faction. As the two Mirage faction disciples discussed the match, Lin Ming's body was shaking a bit. As for Bai Tinghua, although his face was as white as paper, he was barely able to stabilize himself from falling. He's going to win. At last. The Mirage faction disciples present sighed a breath of relief. Although this match had been won with difficulty and they had lost a great deal of face, in the end, for better or worse, they had still won. This soul force contest was completely a contest of endurance and willpower. After several dozen breaths of time, Lin Ming's soul force was reaching a state of near depletion. If he really ran out of soul force, then Lin Ming would lose his ability to control his true essence. At that time, he would surely lose. Looks like I have to stop here. Lin Ming thought it was a bit of a pity. He had wanted to persist a bit longer and gain some more insights. However, now it seemed that he could only end this soul force showdown and use his heavy profound soft spear to finish off Bai Tinghua and conclude this match. As he was considering withdrawing the leftovers of his depleted soul force, suddenly an incomparably pure and vibrant soul energy welled up from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, making his soul shake with excitement. What is this? This pure soul force had suddenly swelled up from underneath the depths of his spiritual sea. It was just as if it were buried there, and had been waiting for a chance to be unearthed. This is probably... I remember. This is the soul force that I absorbed from hungry ghosts in the Sorcerer Pagoda. Lin Ming suddenly realized what was happening. Back when he had entered the life and death smelting trial of the Sorcerer Pagoda, he had passed all 7 trials in a single go. The first trial had been a hellish world that was able to enhance his blood vitality. The second trial had comprised hungry ghosts that could supplement his soul force. The third trial consisted of beasts that increased his physical body strength. The fourth trial had the witch slave which enhanced the defensive power of his body. The fifth trial, mortal martial artists who were able to directly increase his cultivation. The sixth trial held no reward. As for the 7th trial, that was the world of the sorcerer, in which Lin Ming had comprehended his samsara martial intent. During the second hungry ghost trial, Lin Ming had used the power of thunder to kill many hungry ghosts as well as decapitated a massive beautiful woman who had been the king of hungry ghosts. These dead lingering spirits had transformed into a pure spiritual force that nourished Lin Ming's soul. But because there was simply too much soul force and Lin Ming's cultivation was limited, he had, at most, managed to absorb a fraction of it. The rest had been stored within his body. The excess blood vitality that had been absorbed from the blood devils was also temporarily stored within his body. And today, under this lucky coincidence, that pure soul force had been unexpectedly awakened, constantly injecting itself into his spiritual sea, nourishing his soul. Of course, it wasn't possible to instantly take all of it in one go. It was a very long process. But once this pure soul force was released, it wouldn't stop. It could be said that for a very long time in the future, Lin Ming's soul would constantly be strengthening itself even when he's eating or sleeping. What a pleasant surprise! After he accidentally connected to that pure soul force that had been buried beneath his spiritual sea, Lin Ming flushed red with excitement. Now that he had Bai Tinghua's help to absorb this, he wasn't willing to let this opportunity go. Under the support of the pure soul force, the ferocity of Lin Ming's soul attack became increasingly savage. How is this possible? He still has the strength to make another round of attacks. Bai Tinghua thought he was going insane. Lin Ming's soul force consumption rate was 3 times his own, but he had lasted until now and actually had the strength to launch a new salvo of attacks. But as for him, he was already stretched to his limit, completely overwhelmed. Impossible. This is impossible. Even Huan Xiaodai is not such an abnormal freak. Huan Xiaodai was the direct disciple of the Mirage faction. In the 7 profound valleys, the disciples of the Mirage faction and Zither faction were mostly girls. In terms of strength, Huan Xiaodai was far superior to Bai Tinghua. He must have reached his limit. This must be his final effort before he completely collapses. Bai Tinghua was confident in his assumption. Lin Ming must have reached the limit of his power. Now, with this new unexpected round of even more violent attacks, this must be the side effect of some secret skill that he used on himself. Most martial artists that specialized in soul force techniques understood several secret skills that they could use in order to ensure their survival in a critical moment. For instance, there were many secret skills that used a form of self-hypnosis in order to stimulate the full potential of the soul. However, the human soul was very fragile. Once it was hurt, it was extremely difficult to heal. Therefore, this sort of secret skill tended to have extreme side effects. Of course, the 7 Profound Valleys Mirage faction had their own sets of secret skills. Relatively speaking, the side effects of these secret skills were much milder. Humph! You're not the only one with a secret skill. You think that just because you use it, I won't dare to do the same? Bai Tinghua's eyes were colored red anger. He was raging to the point of almost vomiting blood. This had originally been a simple friendly martial arts match, and yet his opponent had used a secret skill without regards to his own well-being. However, he had already spoken so much trash talk before this match. If he lost now, then he would absolutely become a complete laughingstock within the 7 Profound Valleys. Shit. Not only that, but there were only 3 spots in the first tier. Feng Qi was such a freak of nature. Bai Tinghua had to admit that he was definitely not his match. As for Jing Chanyu, he wasn't completely confident in being able to defeat her. If he lost to Lin Ming now, then he would truly be placed in a precarious position. If one of the top 3 disciples of the Mirage faction couldn't enter into the first tier, then he wouldn't have the face to look anyone in the eye ever again. Thinking this, Bai Tinghua clenched his teeth. This father will fight with you. Blood sacrifice soul alacrity law. My 7 Profound Valleys soul alacrity law definitely has less backlash than yours. We'll see just who can hold out longer. Bai Tinghua was also ready to make any sacrifice necessary. This was a battle he couldn't afford to lose. Once his soul was damaged, at worst he would have to spend several months recovering in bed. He could just spend some of his sect points and use his connections to obtain a few bottles of the best soul recovery pills, and he'd be back in no time. But if he lost this match, not only would he lose all his face, his spirit would be so frustrated that it would negatively affect all of his future cultivation. Like this, the battle between Lin Ming and Bai Tinghua suddenly became extremely bitter and violent. Lin Ming's samsara martial intent was just like the ocean tide that never stopped. Bai Tinghua's monsters and ghosts, even after being shattered, were endlessly birthed from their remains. I defend, you attack, and you consume 3 times the soul force that I do. Coupled with the side effects from the secret soul skill you are using, I don't believe that your soul is made of iron. Let's see how many lives you have to handle this. In Bai Tinghua's opinion, Lin Ming was using some sort of forbidden soul technique, and the side effects of that technique would certainly be more dangerous than the one he was using. After all, Lin Ming was just some small countryside bumpkin martial artist. There was no way he had adequate or decent training in understanding the consequences of soul damage. If he can't get medicine in the future, his cultivation might even decline. Thinking this, Bai Tinghua was suddenly in a jubilant mood. He had originally been depressed after having been forced to use the blood sacrifice soul alacrity law, but now he was finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, it didn't matter how miserable he would be. What was more important was how miserable his opponent would be. If a man faced death alone, then he would feel extreme terror. But if faced with the end of the world together, then there wasn't anything to fear. At this moment, Bai Tinghua's expression changed. In the dreamland world, the massive black vortex that had been giving him a headache suddenly disappeared. In its place, a mass of hungry ghosts swelled up, thin bones protruding all over. These hungry ghosts had distorted limbs as if they were emaciated, and their heads were incomparably massive. Their mouths were twisted sideways, and sharp teeth glinted in the dark. Their blood-red tongue drooped downwards, constantly leaking saliva. Could this fellow actually have figured out the concept of using illusions to attack? Bai Tinghua's face darkened. Up until now, Lin Ming had only been using that massive black vortex to attack. But now he had summoned a horde of hungry ghosts. He thought that these hungry ghosts stemmed from the wilds of Lin Ming's imagination. Ashura King. After Bai Tinghua used the blood sacrifice soul alacrity law, Bai Tinghua's soul force had experienced an increase in strength. He was able to directly summon that Ashura King that was usually difficult to call down. Bang! The Ashura King smashed into the piles of hungry ghosts. The hungry ghosts threw themselves on the Ashura King, frenziedly biting its body. Then, Bai Tinghua's face became extremely ugly. The Ashura King managed to resist for a while, before being slowly chewed apart. Oh! After the first half an hour, another quarter of an hour passed. The two were still standing on stage, a winner not yet decided. At this point, the Mirage faction disciples that were watching began to feel anxious and doubtful. If the match had reached this point, it could only mean that the situation in their soul battle was extremely dangerous. A physical injury would only take a few days to heal. Something like a fracture would take a few months. But if the soul was damaged, it might possibly take several years or even a lifetime to recover from. Even with the support of top-quality pills and medicines, it would still take several months to recover. The two individuals had been standing on stage for almost an hour, and yet there was no victor yet. Had they two of them gone all out against each other? Senior Apprentice Brother Bai has probably used the blood sacrifice soul alacrity law. If you look at his eyes, you can see they are completely bloodshot. He's already reached his absolute limit. If he continues any longer, there's a chance his soul would be extremely hurt. Let's wait for another incense stick of time. If the match still isn't settled, then we will ask the referee to force it to an end. Even a draw would be fine. But I don't think that the Lin boy will be able to last another incense stick of time. You can tell from his red face that something's not right with him. I felt his soul force suddenly shoot up a moment ago. He definitely used some sort of secret soul skill to boost his power, and its strength is much greater than the blood sacrifice soul alacrity law. Normally speaking, the more potent a secret skill is, the greater its backlash will be. After Lin Ming galvanized the pure soul force that had been buried beneath his spiritual sea, it had caused the blood flow within his body to accelerate, and thus his face had become flush red with blood. To a Mirage faction disciple, it was just like the deathly redness that occurred after using a soul-enhancing secret skill. Half an incense stick has passed. How can Lin Ming still persist? A Mirage faction disciple commented as he furrowed his brows. Something's wrong. The Mirage faction disciple felt something fishy was happening. Lin Ming had simply been able to last for too long a time. Moreover, his soul force power had suddenly experienced a great increase. Besides a soul-enhancing secret skill, there was no other explanation as to how that could have happened. Did Lin Ming have a secret skill that somehow didn't have any negative side effects? This was absolutely impossible. He immediately rejected this incredulous idea. If there really was a secret skill like this, then wouldn't a martial artist's soul force be all-powerful and endless? At this moment, a girl that was standing next to him raised a trembling finger and pointed towards the stage. She whispered, "Senior Apprentice Brother Bai. His nose is bleeding." The disciple turned around and saw that two streams of blood were flowing down Bai Tinghua's nose, leaking past his mouth and unceasingly dripping down his chin. This is bad. Stop the match. This other man is a crazy madman. At this moment, Bai Tinghua's body trembled, and then he slumped face down on the ground. Lin Ming victory. With the referee's announcement, most of the audience only had a tepid reaction. This silly little stupid match was finally over. From the beginning to end, the two of them had only stood on stage staring at each other for almost an hour. What could be more boring than this match? Several disciples of the Mirage faction rushed on stage. Bai Tinghua's face was pallid, his eyes were bloodshot, and his nose was bloody. He had long lost consciousness. Let's carry him off. The 20-year-old female disciple waved her hand, ordering everyone. She only had unpleasant feelings towards someone like Bai Tinghua, but for better or for worse, he was still one of the 3 top core disciples of the Mirage faction's younger generation. She looked at Lin Ming deeply, wanting to find some consequence he suffered from using a secret soul technique. However, she was disappointed as she found nothing. She didn't believe that there was a secret soul technique that didn't have any side effects. In that case, there could only be one possible explanation, and that was that Lin Ming had an extraordinarily overwhelming soul force capacity. He must have only prepared to be a weak soul force user, and then lured Bai Tinghua into a battle of attrition with him. The woman's voice was icy as she said, "You could already have one earlier, and yet you still deliberately led Bai Tinghua into fighting with you like this?" Lin Ming had been walking off the stage, but hearing the woman's question he stopped in his tracks and glanced backwards. He didn't deny anything. After all, it would be impossible for him to clearly explain about the pure soul force that had been slumbering deep beneath his spiritual sea. He pointed at Bai Tinghua, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Believe whatever you want, but if I was the one lying on the ground right now, I believe that your junior apprentice brother would have been very happy to see me in a miserable state. I hadn't even used my full strength against him, and yet he turned out like this. Did he use some sort of forbidden secret skill? It's only a friendly martial arts contest. There was no need to push through a secret skill with side effects in order to deal with me. Does he have that great a hatred with me?" The woman was stunned, speechless. She couldn't find the words to refute Lin Ming. "I didn't force him to use any secret skill. This was something that he brought down upon himself, and yet you are actually blaming me for harming him. Is this the logical reasoning of your 7 Profound Valleys Mirage faction? Only you can bully others? Others cannot resist." The woman grit her teeth and said, "You obviously had ulterior motives and lured Bai Tinghua into this state. Your sly words and arguments are meaningless here. After entering the finals, you will encounter the Mirage faction's direct disciple, Huan Xiaodai. When that time comes, I hope you can fight like a man, and not immediately give up. Naturally, that isn't something you need worry about." Lin Ming finished his sentence and then turned around to walk off stage. The audience made room for Lin Ming to leave. In fact, to most people, Lin Ming's battle wasn't worthy of anything special. The match had lasted for almost a whole hour, and though he had defeated Bai Tinghua, it seemed that he had only done so reluctantly. His face had whitened, and then it had flushed red. Obviously, this fight had been extremely difficult for him. Lin Ming's strength was recognized as a bit higher than Bai Tinghua's. But how could this strength compare to someone like Jing Chanyu? The odds of the gambling house had changed. Now Jing Chanyu's odds were 1 minute and 1.8 seconds. Jing Chanchu's odds were 1:2, and Lin Ming's odds were 1:4. Because of the match between Bai Tinghua and Lin Ming, Jing Chanyu's odds had gone up whereas Lin Ming's odds had gone down. But the odds still favored Jing Chanyu. Throughout every single match so far, Jing Chanyu had maintained her calm. There hadn't even been an opponent who had managed to force her into taking a single step. No one knew just how much of her strength she had used to defeat Ziling. As for Lin Ming, he had already approached his limit in facing Bai Tinghua. Unless he had cards still hidden in his sleeve, then his chances of defeating Jing Chanyu weren't looking good. After the 5 total victory contestants in the 7th group finished their matches, the remaining matches weren't so interesting. Although everyone that had managed to pass the first group stage could be considered a master, there was simply too great a difference compared to the first few matches. Like this, the group stage advanced to the 2nd round. Fang Qi was the first one to go on stage, and his opponent was Ziling. As for who his opponent was, Zhou Yan or Ziling, there was simply no difference to him. A single move, instant defeat. Fang Qi victory. As the referee announced this, Ziling let out a sad, low-spirited sigh. She had been hoping to enter the first tier, but now that she had lost 2 straight matches, unless there was an accident, she would definitely lose to that Lin Ming fellow. 2nd round, 2nd match. The referee intentionally paused here, and all of the contestants pricked their ears up in attention. Because the matches were arranged completely according to the referee's wishes, none of the contestants knew who would be the next one called up. 2nd match, Lin Ming against Jing Chanyu. With this sentence, the entire audience rose in an uproar. Lin Ming against Jing Chanyu was absolutely the most anticipated match of the entire 7th group. The unbeatably Ziling and Bai Tinghua, who both had complete victories in the first group stage, had already been defeated. Now, there were only 3 people who were still undefeated, and 2 of those were Jing Chanyu and Lin Ming. As for Fang Qi against Jing Chanyu and Fang Qi against Lin Ming, truth be told, there wasn't much interest in those matches. In everyone's opinion, Fang Qi's victory was inevitable. A direct disciple was simply too strong. With his peak pulse condensation period cultivation, his strength was already equal to a middle Hotian master's. His position was simply unshakable. Thus, the most anticipated and the most suspenseful match was Jing Chanyu against Lin Ming. The majority's opinion was that, as things stood, Jing Chanyu had a 70% chance of winning, and Lin Ming had a 30% chance of winning. But how true this was, it could only be found out through a true battle. Jing Chanyu's clothes fluttered in the wind as she landed in the center of the martial stage. Jing Chanyu greeted, "Grace venerate nation's disciple, Jing Chanyu." She still had her thin gauze veil on, her voice somewhat unreal and nebulous. Lin Ming cupped fists together in respect. "Lin Ming, please advise." The 2 strong contestants faced each other as a chilling wind slowly blew across the martial stage, gently touching against Jing Chanyu's face veil. This face veil had never been lifted by any opponent's attack or true essence aftermath. This was the symbol of Jing Chanyu's tranquility, and also the reason that almost everyone had unanimously recognized her as the one who seized the title of champion amongst the 36 countries. This young girl had left an unfathomably deep feeling in everyone's heart. "You are very strong. Unfortunately, my cultivation method is a bit special. Your techniques will all become null in front of me." After the match started, Jing Chanyu and Lin Ming didn't immediately make their move. Instead, they looked at each other as Jing Chanyu slowly spoke. With her soft words, a hazy and dim halo of light began to condense around her, as if it were a translucent yellow eggshell. Seeing this eggshell, Lin Ming didn't have any reaction. In the audience, Ziling let out a heavy breath. When she had been fighting Jing Chanyu, her 36 light blade extreme execution had been blocked by this dainty-looking yellow eggshell. Ziling had confidence in the power of her 36 light blade extreme execution. However, once it entered that eggshell, it was like a blunt knife that was used to chop into a thick tree trunk. It moved forwards like a slowly, and the energy that gave her technique substance soon dissipated. Lin Ming was silent. His eyes closed and then opened, and the dark vortex of the endless samsara rushed straight towards Jing Chanyu, carrying a powerful pure soul force. Lin Ming used 90% of his soul force power in this strike. When he had been fighting against Bai Tinghua, Lin Ming had been gone easy on him. After Bai Tinghua used a soul alacrity law, Lin Ming had let him persist for another quarter hour longer in order to better absorb the pure soul force that had been buried beneath his spiritual sea, and to also attain more enlightenment and comprehension of his samsara martial intent. Now that he faced Jing Chanyu, Lin Ming felt that his opponent had an extremely deep soul defense. Even if he went all out with his soul attack, he still might not win. Bang! The soul attack was invisible and had no substance, but when it fiercely impacted on the yellow eggshell, it still created a fierce distortion on the surface. Zzz. The yellow eggshell was like a soap bubble in the wind. Although it seemed to be on the verge of breaking, it still hadn't broken. The ring of tiles on the martial stage floor was shattered by the violent vibrations of the yellow eggshell, forming a spiderweb of spreading cracks. At the center of all this, Jing Chanyu was standing vigil, her eyes shut as she maintained her usual calm and quiet. The fierce storm of energy that was occurring outside of the yellow eggshell formed a distinct contrast with the peaceful expression of Jing Chanyu. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, her veil swayed, and many young martial artists were looking at her with obsessive infatuation shining in their eyes. Earth attribute martial artist? Lin Ming realized that the thick eggshell contained an incomparably powerful Earth attribute origin energy that had managed to fend off his formless soul attack. Yes, I was born with inborn Earth attribute origin energy, with medium 6th grade fusion compatibility. My true essence shield is formed by my Earth attribute origin energy, and is infamous for its defensive power and vitality. Not only can it defend against martial arts skills, but it can also defend against your soul attacks. This is my absolute defense. Although I am inferior to you in soul force and am also inferior to Bai Tinghua, I have a way to make your soul attacks null. Jing Chuanyu's voice wasn't loud, but every word was still clearly heard. Medium 6th grade fusion. There weren't many martial artists that had specific attribute true essences. Not only that, but most who did only had a 3rd grade or 4th grade fusion. A 5th grade fusion was already extremely rare. As for a 6th grade fusion, that was rare even within the entire Sky Spill continent. A superior 5th grade fusion was a 100% fusion of true essence and a special attribute origin energy. As for a 6th grade fusion, that was when their attribute true essence penetrated into them and tempered their flesh and blood. No wonder Jing Chuanyu was able to fight until now without moving a single step. She actually has such an absolute defense. She simply doesn't need to fear an attack from anyone, thus she has no need to hide or dodge. If Lin Ming can't break through her defensive eggshell, then she is in an invincible position. Now that Lin Ming's soul attacks no longer work, how else will he fight? The one who spoke was a minor martial artist who was one of the few that had bet on Lin Ming to win. He believed that the odds were good, but now looking at the situation, it was a possibility that he would lose everything. You should have bet on Jing Chuanyu. Although you might not have earned as much, the chances were much higher. A soul attack simply isn't the proper way of doing this. The only reason that Lin Ming was able to arrive here with his trivial peak bone forging cultivation was because he was relying on his soul attack trickery. His opponents were martial artists that didn't know how to defend against soul attacks, so they were caught off guard. Otherwise, how could pulse condensation period martial artists lose to a boy at the peak of bone forging? That Bai Tinghua was also stupid. Obviously he had some martial skills, so why would he want to compare soul attacks with Lin Ming? If he fought Lin Ming in a head-to-head martial arts contest, how could he possibly lose? Now that Lin Ming has encountered a martial artist who is proficient in soul force defense, there are no other tricks that Lin Ming can pull. The martial artist who spoke was in a good mood. He had placed 10 true essence stones on Jing Chuanyu. Although he wouldn't make much of a profit, it was still enough for him to spend for some time. In the yellow eggshell, Jing Chuanyu held her jade-white hands together, and that yellow hazy light covered her hands, just as if she were bathing in bright yellow lights. Is your attack over? Then, it's my turn. Since his soul attack wasn't working, Lin Ming simply pulled away his soul force. He smiled and said, "Warning your opponent before you attack. You really are confident in yourself." Jing Chuanyu's red lips parted, and she began to form a series of seals with her hands as she said, "This is just a friendly match, not a life and death struggle. Also, my attack is very difficult to hide from. Even if I told you, you cannot dodge it." Jing Chuanyu was a girl with an upright and honest personality. She wasn't someone who exaggerated her words in order to show off her strength. If she said her skill could not be dodged, then it could not be dodged. Her seal-forming fingers began to move faster and faster until they became a series of blurs. In a short period of 2 breaths, she had formed 1,000 seals. Halcyon reflection 1,000 shaded hands. Jing Chuanyu turned her hands up and a series of dense finger-shaped shadows condensed, shooting out like a volley of radiant arrows, shadowing the sky. In an instant, Lin Ming was surrounded by these finger shadows on all sides. These countless shadow fingers broke through the air, sizzling sounds following in their wake. There were thousands of these shadows. Halcyon reflection 1,000 shaded hands. Since this move dared to call itself 1,000 shaded hands, it of course lived up to its well-deserved reputation. No wonder she said it's undodgeable. There's just no way to avoid all these. Previously, when Ziling had personally experienced this move, she had almost been instantly struck by these nearly invisible shadows, and was then defeated by Jing Chuanyu's Halcyon Reflection Great Wisdom Palm. Ziling was fully aware of just how strong this move was. There was simply no opportunity to resist. She believed that if Lin Ming was struck by the Halcyon Reflection 1,000 shaded hands, he would have no way to avoid the following Halcyon Reflection Great Wisdom Palm. The result of that would be defeat. Facing against the thousands of finger shadows of Halcyon Reflection 1,000 shaded hands, If it were someone like Feng Qi, he could easily block all of them with his overwhelming strength. But to dodge them? Ziling didn't think this was possible. Assemble! Jing Chanyu gathered her hands together, and all of the finger shadows attacked Lin Ming together. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a mischievous smile, golden rock shattering the void. Pa 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 pa. In that moment, it was unknown how many of those finger shadows pierced Lin Ming. They passed through his body, slicing through the floor and shattering the tiles, sending crushed stone flying into the air. The audience didn't even have to cry out in alarm. But at this moment, Lin Ming's form disappeared. His form had only been an afterimage. There he is! A spectator cried out and pointed his finger at the sky. The audience followed his gaze, but could only see shadows, a series of blurs that shunted across the air. It was impossible to tell which one was the true Lin Ming. Ta-da-da-da-ta. Lin Ming's body was like swirling whirlwind. With his keen perception, he was able to clearly grasp the location of every finger shadow. He discovered that these finger shadows had had a first and a last. It wasn't a volley. It must have been difficult for even Jing Chanyu to simultaneously control these thousands of finger shadows. Lin Ming saw a gap between the thousands of finger shadows. Like a swift storm, he crossed through. With the support of the concept of wind, Lin Ming's movements were like a liquid dream. Even when the audience saw that he had been forced into a corner and could no longer dodge, when his true self seemed to be pierced by the shadow fingers, it turned out to only be an afterimage left behind by Lin Ming. To be able to maintain such a high velocity and turning ability in a dense rain of shadows, the audience could only gasp and exclaim again and again. This extreme speed under the collisions and explosions was simply an unprecedented visual feast. Good speed. Even Mu Qinghong, who was sitting in the grand hall, was shocked. For a 16-year-old boy to have this sort of agility was simply inconceivable. The thousands of finger shadows were even faster than arrows. Not only that, but they were controlled by human sense. There was simply no order or law that governed their attack path. In order to dodge them, one needed not only speed, but amazingly keen perception and instant judgment. Whiz, 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 whiz. In this storm of chaos, Lin Ming managed to completely avoid every attack and approach Jing Chanyu's side. Jing Chanyu finally lost all of her former calm. Her pair of limpid eyes were wide with bewilderment as she started at Lin Ming, and her heart was madly beating within her chest. Just what was this fellow going to do? Remembering that she had an absolute defense covering her, Jing Chanyu felt a little peace of mind. But at this moment, the rapidly moving Lin Ming suddenly lifted his fist. This strong defense was truly able to place many martial artists in a predicament. However, this was no problem for Lin Ming. Flow like silk was especially useful for subduing defense-based martial artists. The true essence would directly penetrate through all defenses and completely collapse the internal structure of any defense with extreme vibrations. All of the tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to breathe at the same time. Lin Ming's true essence stirred, and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments condensed onto his right hand. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Lin Ming gave a shout. His punch was just like Flood Dragon Goes to Sea. Bang! Lin Ming's solid punch landed against the shield. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments roared forwards and began to disintegrate the integrity and structure of Jing Chanyu's eggshell. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The sound of shattering glass filled the ears. Although this eggshell had been called an absolute defense, at this moment it was cracking apart like a pane of glass, breaking into thousands upon thousands of tiny pieces. Vibrating true essence was able to tear apart anything it entered. If Lin Ming was able to enter the realm of creating hundreds of millions of vibrating true essence filaments, then Flow like silk would be able to turn everything it touched to dust. Seeing with her own eyes the dissolution of her absolute defense by Lin Ming's fist, Jing Chanyu was spooked beyond all measure. What? How was this possible? Jing Chanyu wasn't someone who liked to brag. If she dared to call her ability an absolute defense, then she had complete confidence in it. Her yellow eggshell was outlandishly tough. Facing any powerful attack, it would only deform but would not break. But now it couldn't even deform. It directly shattered into pieces. If Lin Ming had released a supremely formidable martial skill that was able to shatter her defense, she would not have been surprised. But it had only been a punch. It was simply impossible to condense enough energy onto that fist. That casual blow he sent out wasn't even with a weapon. Or maybe he had always been a fist-fighting martial artist. The current situation had already gone beyond any of Jing Chuanyu's calculations. She was extremely startled. After Lin Ming broke apart her absolute defense, he grasped towards her jade-like neck. Jing Chuanyu shook as if an earthquake passed through her, and her face turned incomparably white. At such a close range, it was impossible to use any martial skills, but could she use speed to dodge him? Jing Chuanyu had never excelled at speed, but even if she did, could she compare to someone like Lin Ming? He was some abnormal freak that had managed to continuously avoid her halcyon reflection 1,000 shaded hands. Jing Chuanyu did not believe for a second that she could accomplish something similar. At this critical juncture, Jing Chuanyu formed her hand into a saber and chopped down at Lin Ming's wrist. Although Jing Chuanyu seemed like a delicate and gossamer lady, anyone who assumed she would be weak because of her physical charms was sorely mistaken. Jing Chuanyu had reached a medium 6th grade fusion with her earth attribute true essence. She had already achieved the stage of using her elemental origin energy to temper her body. Usually, if she didn't use true essence, her body would seem soft and liquid-like. But once she imbued her body with true essence, her body would be as strong as a treasure weapon. Therefore, Jing Chuanyu didn't need to use a weapon, because her body was in itself a marvelous natural weapon. Jing Chuanyu had wanted to force Lin Ming to retreat with her hand saber, but hadn't thought that not only would Lin Ming not react, he would keep rushing towards her. This fellow. Jing Chuanyu was finally angry. She clenched her beautiful jade teeth tight, and her left hand chopped down. If a normal martial artist were struck by this, they would suffer the fate of having their bones fractured. Pong! Her hand cut down on Lin Ming's wrist, but Jing Chuanyu's face drained of blood right after. She felt as if her hand saber had cut down on dark steel. Not only was Lin Ming's hand not affected in the least, but she felt her own arm lose feeling from the backlash reverberations. Was his body made of iron or something? She only had enough time to think this single thought. In the next moment, Lin Ming's hand already wrapped around her tender neck, and his 5 fingers gripped tightly against her throat and carotid artery. As long as Lin Ming put in just a bit of strength, he could have immediately killed Jing Chuanyu. Jing Chuanyu's veil had originally covered down to her neck, but in that fierce impact when Lin Ming had grabbed onto her, the veil that was the symbol of her tranquility was pulled down, revealing Jing Chuanyu's beautiful and mysterious face. You! Jing Chuanyu's eyes flashed with a sullen anger. Well fought. Lin Ming withdrew his hand, bowed in a gesture of respect, and then turned to leave the stage. If it hadn't been his hand a moment ago but instead his spear, then Jing Chuanyu's throat would have been nothing but a bloody hole. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. Lin Ming victory. As the referee announced the victor, the audience was stunned by the sudden turn in events. What had just happened a moment ago? Lin Ming used his fist, and he had shattered Jing Chuanyu's absolute defense with a single punch. There wasn't even true essence condensed onto his fist. This match between Lin Ming and Jing Chuanyu had already undergone all sorts of analysis in the minds of the audience. Still, no one thought that the end result would turn out like this. It was just as when Jing Chuanyu had defeated Ziling. It only took several breaths of time for Lin Ming to defeat Jing Chuanyu. Not only that, but he didn't use the soul force attacks that he was known for. Instead, he had used his fist. Isn't Lin Ming a soul force attack expert? How come he used his fist? The path of martial arts was limitless and profound. For someone so young like Lin Ming, it was already excellent that they were skilled in a single aspect. A soul force attack was already an extremely obscure and esoteric method of fighting. To be able to achieve good success in this ability, one had to invest a great amount of time within it. Naturally, other aspects of their training would lag behind. But now it looked like Lin Ming didn't know just soul attacks. If Lin Ming knew some swordsmanship, then the audience wouldn't have been too surprised. But a fist, this sort of attack method was simply too different from a soul attack. It was just too difficult to link the two together. You've done well. Xianxia praised as Lin Ming walked off stage. Although Xianxia sounded calm, his mind was actually surging with an overwhelming tide of feelings and emotions. At first, he had estimated that Lin Ming had high hopes of entering the top 20 ranks. But after he had arrived at the 7 Profound Valleys total faction and seen such geniuses like Zhang Yanzhao, the Jingchan duo, and others emerge from the shadows one at a time, Xianxia's confidence had been somewhat shaken. But now it seemed as if he had underestimated Lin Ming by far. Lin Ming reached the first tier, which also meant he had entered into the top 30 ranks. And yet he still hadn't used his spear. Did this mean that there was a chance Lin Ming would enter into the top 10 ranks during his first total faction martial meeting? Thinking this, Xianxia felt a giddiness surge within him. Although the top 10 and top 20 sounded close, the truth was, there was a massive difference between them. The top 10 rankings were nearly completely dominated by direct disciples. There were some large factions like the Sword faction and the Acacia faction that had bountiful resources and numerous disciples. The resources that the second-ranked disciple received wouldn't be that much different from the direct disciple. In other words, these top-level direct disciples already filled the top 10. If a disciple wished to enter into the top 10, then they would have to struggle against these direct disciples. Ever since the 7 Profound Valleys total faction martial meeting had begun, the 36 countries and 16 martial families had produced a number of amazing talents that were able to enter into the top 20 rankings, such as Zhang Yanzhao. There were many talents that had entered into the top 20, but to enter into the top 10, there had only been a few. If Lin Ming was able to enter the top 10 of the total faction meeting during his first time, then what about his second time? Or third time? Lin Ming had only just reached 16 years of age. He still had 2 more total faction martial meetings he could attend. Xianxia didn't dare to imagine what could happen. Lin Ming's growth was simply too terrifying. He guessed that after this martial meeting, Lin Ming might even be selected to enter the total faction ahead of time. With the support of the total faction's resources and cultivation methods, then Lin Ming might even become the champion of the next martial meeting. Compared to his own hopes, that would have been 3 years early. Of course, even if Lin Ming entered into the total faction, his achievements would partially be attributed to Xianxia. But thinking that just as his Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House had raised a genius like this with so much difficulty, they had to instantly send him away, Xianxia felt a bit melancholic. Oh! In the Grand Hall of the 7 Profound Valleys, Mu Qinghong had been following Lin Ming's match from beginning to end. Haha! Fairy Maiden Qinghong seems to have some interest in that young boy. This is a talent that my 7 Profound Valleys has cultivated with care. He is a good seedling. At the side of Mu Qinghong, 7 Profound Valley Master Shi Zongtian was laughing with a big smile as he spoke. Mu Qinghong was still quietly observing Lin Ming with her soul force, looking indifferent to the situation. Shi Zongtian had no idea what sort of thoughts Mu Qinghong was thinking. He only thought that maybe she had been drawn in by Lin Ming's exemplary performance. Lin Ming had also caught Shi Zongtian's attention. To have such strength at the peak bone forging stage was just too eye-catching. It was hard not to notice. However, although Shi Zongtian kept note of Lin Ming, he hadn't investigated any information on Lin Ming's background. Lin Ming had been revealed to be a soul talent genius, but soul attacks just weren't the right way to do things. Once he tried to attack the Xiantian realm, he would experience an insurmountable bottleneck. To Shi Zongtian, this meant that Lin Ming wasn't worth caring about. But now it seemed that Lin Ming wasn't just a simple soul force master after all. Mu Qinghong looked at Shi Zongtian and chuckled in her heart. According to the data she had obtained from Mu Qianyu, although Lin Ming was technically a disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys, he hadn't been cultivated with care, as Shi Zongtian had claimed. He wasn't even a disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys total faction, but just someone who had been hanging around at a 7 Profound martial house. She smiled and said, "He truly is a good seedling. With such strength at his age, his future will be bright and limitless." Valley Master Shi's ability to find talents like this is praiseworthy. Hearing such high appraisal coming from the lofty Mu Qinghong, Shi Zongtian felt his own mood soar to the sky. Before a top-tier 4th-grade sect, Shi Zongtian was naturally happy to show off the strength of his sect. I didn't really think that such a genius would emerge at this total faction martial meeting. It looks like I need to recruit him into the martial house ahead of time. Such a good seedling is just wasted within the 36 countries, 36 countries. Shi Zongtian suddenly realized something. He sent out a true essence sound transmission to a servant and said, "Look up which country Lin Ming from the 7th group came from." Shi Zongtian suddenly felt a foreboding omen creeping up. This Lin Ming couldn't possibly come from Sky Fortune Kingdom. An answer soon arrived back, and that unlucky feeling in Shi Zongtian's heart came true. Lin Ming really was from Sky Fortune Kingdom. He turned his head to glance at Mu Qinghong, and his expression became somewhat ugly. He remembered that just when the martial meeting had started, Mu Qinghong had asked which stage the participants of Sky Fortune Kingdom were at. At first, Shi Zongtian had thought it was strange that Mu Qinghong of all people would ask something like this. But now, it seemed as if the reason was because of Lin Ming. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then the reason Mu Qinghong came to the 7 Profound Valleys to specifically observe the total faction martial meeting was to look for Lin Ming, a dignified and haughty fairy maiden of Divine Phoenix Island with an extreme Xianxia cultivation would actually travel all this way to look for a little boy from Sky Fortune Kingdom with a peak bone forging stage cultivation. This was just too ridiculous. How old is Lin Ming? Shi Zongtian asked a servant again with true essence sound transmission. Reporting to the Valley Master, Lin Ming has just reached 16 years of age. To have reached a cultivation at the peak bone forging stage at only 16 years of age, he must have at least a 6th grade martial talent. Within the 7 Profound Valleys, a 6th grade talent was already at the top. But placed within Divine Phoenix Island, a 6th grade talent was only SOSO. It wasn't a reason for someone like Mu Qinghong to personally come to the 7 Profound Valleys. That meant that there were other aspects of Lin Ming that were worth Mu Qinghong's attention, but he still didn't know what these were. Realizing this point, Shi Zongtian's complexion became increasingly ugly. The 4th grade sect Divine Phoenix Island would actually come to his little corner of land in order to search for talent? Although they were a 4th grade sect and the 7 Profound Valleys was only a 3rd grade sect, and the difference in their strength was too great, they still couldn't bully them like such. Is there a problem, Valley Master Shi? Mu Qinghong saw that Shi Zongtian was looking awful at the moment, so she smiled as she asked him. She noticed that Shi Zongtian's servant had left for a bit a moment ago, and was able to vaguely guess what had just happened. Shi Zongtian forced a smile and said with a low voice, "Is Fairy Maiden Qinghong old acquaintances with my sect's disciple Lin Ming?" "No. It's just because of some coincidence that little brother Lin knows my family's young mistress." Young mistress? Shi Zongtian almost wanted to jump out of his seat. The young mistress of Mu Qinghong could only be a single person. The saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qianyu. Lin Ming actually was personally acquainted with Mu Qianyu? What was happening? How could Lin Ming possibly know the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island? An existence like her would have a high status even if placed in the entire South Horizon region of Sky Spill Continent. Even he had to bow if he saw her. Shi Zongtian knew that there were 2 great saintess of Divine Phoenix Island. Both were 7th grade talents, and both had 7th grade fusions with an element. The Blue Luan saintess attribute was water, and the Vermilion Bird saintess attribute was fire. They had reached pulse condensation at 15, Hotian at 17, Xiantian at 22, Extreme Xiantian at 26, and at 27 years of age they had taken a half step into the revolving core realm. Compared to monstrous talents like this, their so-called gathering of talents, the total faction martial meeting, was more like a gathering of blabbering toddlers. Thinking of Mu Qianyu, Shi Zongtian couldn't really muster up any courage to resist. After all, Divine Phoenix Island could casually send one of their elders to the 7 Profound Valleys, and not even the elder ancestor of the 7 Profound Valleys would be their match. Even if it was Mu Qianyu, with her half-step revolving core cultivation, and her true strength that far surpassed a similar martial artist, she might not necessarily be any worse than their elder ancestor. Shi Zongtian couldn't help but wonder if Divine Phoenix Island really didn't care about giving face to their sect. How should he manage this situation? Lin Ming was still only a 7 profound martial house disciple. He wasn't a true disciple of the 7 profound valleys. If he left, it wouldn't really be considered as betraying his sect. Not only that, but the resources that Divine Phoenix Island could provide him far exceeded what the 7 profound valleys could offer. If he stood in Lin Ming's shoes, then even he would favor Divine Phoenix Island. Compared to Divine Phoenix Island, Shi Zongtian simply didn't have any confidence. Shi Zongtian let loose a heavy breath and then asked, "Fairy Maiden Qinghong, is it really for so simple a reason like searching for a friend of Her Highness the Saintess that you came to the 7 profound valleys?" Mu Qinghong laughed. "Is Valley Master Shi worried about something?" Shi Zongtian calmly said, "Lin Ming is a disciple of my 7 profound valleys. As far as I know, he is only a student of Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house." Shi Zongtian furrowed his eyebrows. He wasn't able to refute this point. Thinking back to when he had been boasting, he felt a bit embarrassed. After a period of awkward silence passed, Shi Zongtian suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Maybe Mu Qinyu knew Lin Ming? But even so, why would Mu Qinyu not contact Lin Ming secretly? All she had to do was take the first step and offer favorable conditions to win over Lin Ming to join Divine Phoenix Island. Why come to their 7 profound valleys total faction martial meeting? Even the reward for becoming the champion of the total faction martial meeting, a heaven-opening pill, wasn't anything to Divine Phoenix Island. Shi Zongtian couldn't figure out this riddle, but he also didn't ask why. At this time, Mu Qinghong said, "In truth, my family's young mistress has not thought to steal any disciples from your 7 profound valleys. In fact, our Divine Phoenix Island may be abundant in resources, but our highest cultivation methods are not suited for men to cultivate. Valley Master Shi can accept Lin Ming as an official disciple of the 7 profound valleys after the martial meeting. Even in the future, if the 7 profound valleys cannot provide sufficient resources to Lin Ming, then our Divine Phoenix Island can also provide some help. Is there really such a good thing?" Although Mu Qinghong promised to help Lin Ming with additional resources, it felt a little bit overkill even though he may be friends with Mu Qinyu. Mu Qinyu had personally paid attention to this boy, and had even sent Mu Qinghong. In Shi Zongtian's opinion, no matter how much of a talent Lin Ming was, he was still a child that hadn't grown up. Was Mu Qinyu betting on Lin Ming becoming a middle revolving core master in the future? Or even a late revolving core master? There were countless genius within the Sky Spill continent, but the number that could reach the revolving core stage were truly few in number. In the 600 years of heritage within the 7 profound valleys, only their elder ancestor had reached the revolving core realm. "This is the only reason Fairy Maiden Qinghong came today?" Shi Zongtian asked, somewhat doubtful. "Haha, this was just in passing. There is actually something that I need to discuss with Valley Master Shi." After Mu Qinghong said this, her expression turned somewhat serious. "Please speak, Fairy Maiden Qinghong. This is a very important matter. It will take more than a while to tell you. Let's wait for this martial meeting to finish, and then I'll speak in further detail." Seeing Mu Qinghong's solemn expression, Shi Zongtian could only agree and not pursue the matter any further. As for what matter Divine Phoenix Island would come look to him for, he had no idea. After the match between Lin Ming and Jing Chanyu had finished, the gambling house had decided that Lin Ming would win the championship of the 36-country bet ahead of time. As for the latter matches in the 7th group, they had all lost suspense. Many contestants had completely given up on competing against Lin Ming. Instead, they tried to preserve their strength in order to struggle for the 2nd tier. Lin Ming won the 3rd round, the 4th round, the 5th round, until the 6th round where he encountered Ziling. Ziling was one of the 5 players that entered into the 2nd group stage with a complete string of victories. Naturally, Ziling trusted in her own strength. But she had lost against Jing Chanyu in only 2 moves. And then Jing Chanyu had lost against Lin Ming in 2 moves. The person who had taken a second to defeat her was defeated in a second by Lin Ming. Ziling was well aware of the disparity between her and Lin Ming. But still, Ziling didn't admit defeat. Even though she had a steady position in the 2nd tier, she wasn't yet willing to admit defeat without putting up a fight. because this went against her heart of martial arts. After the match started, Xialing didn't bother with hiding herself in diffracted light. She knew that in front of Lin Ming, who had an extremely formidable soul force, hiding herself was simply deceiving herself. She took out her sword of light and began to display her ultimate move. I've placed everything in this strike. 36 Light Blade Extreme Execution. Chi 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 chi. The 36 blades of light shot out in all directions towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming seemed to take a single step forwards, and then suddenly appeared like a phantom in front of Xialing. A punch flying out. Pong! Lin Ming only used a mere 1,000 vibrating true essence filaments to shatter Xiling's protective true essence. And then he turned his fist into a claw and gently took hold of Xiling's neck. As expected, the match was finished in a moment. Lin Ming victory. As the referee announced the result, Xiling let out a light breath, somewhat depressed. When she faced Lin Ming, it was just as if an ordinary person faced a vicious and savage tiger with just bare fists. There was simply no way of resisting. Therefore Lin Ming won 6 straight victories. He had guaranteed himself a spot in the first tier. He's too strong. Besides Bai Tinghua, there hasn't been anyone who could engage Lin Ming in an extended fight. Not only that, but all these fights have been ended in a few moves. When Lin Ming was facing Bai Tinghua, the only reason it took so long was likely because Lin Ming was deliberately hiding his cards. Although Lin Ming defeating Xiling was what everyone expected, the easy and relaxed manner in which he won caused the audience to be full of praise. Next, Jing Chanyu against Fang Qi. Fang Qi was the default first-place contestant in Group 7. Group 7 had 10 contestants, and each contestant fought in 8 matches. They would only miss a single person. Since Fang Qi was a seeded player, the one who would dodge him would be the other powerhouse of the group. Since Jing Chanyu lost to Lin Ming, she was to be the opponent of Fang Qi. Before Fang Qi walked up stage, he didn't even glance at Jing Chanyu. Instead, he approached Lin Ming with a faint smile tracing his lips. As a disciple of the 36 countries, you're quite good. You even might enter the top 10 rankings. At the next Total Faction Martial meeting, you might be my match. Oh? The next time, Lin Ming faintly smiled. These 7 Profound Valley direct disciples were just too confident in themselves, to the point of being needlessly arrogant. Of course, Lin Ming didn't fault them. They had grown up since children with the halo of genius around them. Not only that, but they were also disciples of the Total Faction. That sense of superiority and entitlement was already deeply ingrained within their bones. Yes, during the next martial meeting you'll have the qualifications to make me be serious. In Fang Qi's opinion, he had already given Lin Ming a very high evaluation. Are you not convinced by what I'm saying? Fang Qi faintly smiled as he noticed Lin Ming's somewhat disinterested expression. It's already a fantastic result for a disciple of the 36 countries to have the qualifications to reach the top 10 ranks in their first Total Faction martial meeting. Although your natural talent is shocking, it's a pity that your cultivation is too low. Fang Qi waggled his fingers as he shook his head. Wait until your strength reaches the middle pulse condensation period and maintain your ability to fight above your cultivation. If you can do so, then you will have the qualifications that make you worthy to be my match. But as for some other people, that might not be enough. Lin Ming was stunned. The core disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys were just too arrogant. Fang Qi was naturally a proud person, but from his words it seemed that even he admitted he was inferior to some others. This other people that he mentioned could only be extremely abnormal. Fang Qi didn't intend to speak anymore, and he jumped on stage, stretching out his fingers as he faced Jing Chanyu. This match will be decided in 5 breaths of time. Lin Ming had used 15 breaths of time in order to defeat Jing Chanyu. Fang Qi would settle this in 5, which was 1/3 of Lin Ming's time. This was to deliberately show those young geniuses of the 7 Profound Valleys that the martial artists from the 36 countries were inferior to them. Fang Qi, you can do it. Destroy her in 1 second. Destroy her. As Fang Qi's voice fell, the audience burst into cheers. This was the home of the 7 Profound Valleys, and there were also many Array faction disciples in the audience, and they had a good impression of their faction's direct disciple, Fang Qi. Naturally, he also had an extremely high popularity. In particular, there were many people that had lost a great deal of money because of Lin Ming and Jing Chanyu, and they wanted to vent their feelings. At this time, Jing Chanyu was using a new veil. She didn't have any reaction, even seeing the overwhelming one-sided support towards her opponent. She had the same absolute defense that surrounded her when she fought Lin Ming, except this time it was much thicker. She intended to thoroughly frustrate Fang Qi for looking down on her so much. She knew that she was inferior to Fang Qi, but she wouldn't let him easily end this match in 5 breaths of time. Match begin. As the referee announced the beginning of the match, Fang Qi's 10 fingers quickly linked together at a terrifying speed as he formed golden symbol after golden symbol. The speed at which he formed his seals was a blur, and in just a breath of time, 100 symbols flew out of Fang Qi's hand and soared towards Jing Chanyu. In the second breath of time, all of these golden symbols completely surrounded Jing Chanyu. In the midst of this dangerous energy, Jing Chanyu could only grit her teeth and supplement the shield that was guarding her with everything she had. She was a martial artist of the 36 countries, facing a disciple of the 7 profound valleys who looked down on her with nothing but contempt. She could only suppress the anger in her heart. At this time, Jing Chanyu only had one thought on her mind, and that was to never let Fang Qi easily win. She would fight for the honor of the 36 countries. Golden octagon lock. Fang Qi clasped his hands together, and those hundreds of golden symbols that surrounded Jing Chanyu congealed together into 8 formation arrays that struck Jing Chanyu's protection. Kacha. That protective eggshell was tightened by an invisible chain, severely distorting. Jing Chanyu paled, and true essence surged within her body. In that split second, her protection had almost burst open. Fang Qi lightly sneered. It seemed that his opponent's protective barrier had exceeded his imagination. Heaven and earth sword formation. Fang Qi thrust out his hand. 36 blades of light flew out from his body and landed near Jing Chanyu. The sword light seemed to undulate, as if the air itself was being cut apart by the swords. The sharp sword energy pierced Jing Chanyu's protective defense. Chi 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 chi. In that moment, the 36 blades of light had punctured Jing Chanyu's protection like a porcupine. It had only been 3 breaths of time. Jing Chanyu clenched her teeth. She didn't think of attack. Everything she had was placed into her defense. She galvanized the true essence within her body to the extreme. Her determination would not waver. She would bet everything she had to last past the 5th breath. The protective eggshell severely deformed, and the sword energy seemed to slow down. Still, in the blink of an eye, Jing Chanyu had already been pressed to her limit. When Ziling had used the 36 light blades to strike her, her move had been melted away by Jing Chanyu's protection. But now it was the opposite. Fang Qi's sword energy was too strong. In just a breath of time, his swords had pierced through her protection. Pa pa pa. Although the protective eggshell shield hadn't broken, the 36 light blades had already pierced through, pointing at Jing Chanyu from all directions. With just a thought from Fang Qi, Jing Chanyu would be cut to pieces. Fang Qi victory. With the referee's announcement, just 5 breaths of time had passed. Only 5 breaths. Haha, he truly is the direct disciple of the Array faction. Senior apprentice brother Fang is too amazing. The audience resounded with thunderous cheers, especially from those disciples of the Array faction. Many of the female disciples of the 7 profound valleys even dropped their modesty and let out clear screams. Obviously, they had long held a liking towards Fang Qi. In fact, of the 7 profound valleys' 7 direct disciples, except for the strange and weird puppet faction direct disciple, all the other 6 direct disciples were greatly welcomed and popular among girls. Even Ouyang Ming of the Acacia faction, who was known as a player, was no different. There were many girls that dreamed of one day being able to marry them. Even being a concubine would be nice, as that would greatly increase the resources they would have. Jing Chanyu removed her protective shield and walked down the stage. Under the barrage of endless boos from the enemy audience, her sense of desolation and disorientation was indescribable. As a proud woman who had grown up under the halo of being a heavenly genius, she was representing the 36 countries on behalf of their honor. And yet, the outcome of this match was, the opponent had said he would end the match in 5 breaths, and he really had ended it in 5 breaths. No matter how hard she had tried, she was unable to change this. She hadn't even been able to force him to use his full strength. Was the difference in their power truly so great? As she inadvertently looked up, she saw Lin Ming standing on the side, his hands folded behind his back. His expression was someone plain and casual. Lin Ming, after seeing Fang Qi's formidable strength with his own eyes, how could he maintain such a calm expression? What sort of cards did he have in his hands? Would he be able to defeat Fang Qi? Jing Chanyu couldn't believe that was possible. Maybe Lin Ming was only a person who was unwilling to admit defeat. He might reach the top, but if he did, he would inevitably clash with the direct disciples of the 7 profound valleys. Are you okay? Lin Ming could imagine what Jing Chanyu was feeling at this time. She had desperately gone all out, and yet she had still suffered so miserably. As a proud woman of grace venerate nation, the damage to Jing Chanyu's self-esteem could be imagined. Jing Chanyu stubbornly nodded her head. Lin Ming smiled and turned to leave. He only came to express his polite condolences to someone who was once his opponent. At this moment, Jing Chanyu suddenly said, "Lin Ming, what's the matter?" Lin Ming turned his head. To his surprise, he could hear that Jing Chanyu sounded somewhat excited. Jing Chanyu hesitated, nipped her red lips and asked, "You? Can you win?" Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he brilliantly smiled and nodded, "I can." He hadn't even asked who he needed to win against. "I meant to ask if you could defeat Fang Qi." "It's all the same." Jing Chanyu was shocked speechless. Even she didn't expect such an absurd dialogue between them. If they were heard by the disciples of the 7 profound valleys, they would probably laugh until they were rolling on the ground. She had asked if Lin Ming could win, not if he could defeat Fang Qi. Yet Lin Ming hadn't even asked any questions. Even after she pointed out Fang Qi, his reply had still been, "It's all the same." This answer was filled with a complete and absolute confidence. It implied that Fang Qi was merely one of the opponents that he would defeat, and that he would be first. What did Lin Ming want to do? Did he not want to struggle for the top 5, but the top 3? Thinking this, Jing Chanyu gasped. She didn't know why, but she had a gut instinct that trusted in Lin Ming. Perhaps it was because of his confidence, or maybe it was because of Jing Chanyu's own sentinel emotions, but regardless of whatever the reason was, Lin Ming was now the only contestant of the 36 countries who remained undefeated. Grace Venerate Nation could only come so far. Jing Chanyu's older brother had also lost. Jing Chanyu guessed that she and her twin would end up in the final rankings between 20 and 40. The only one that could go on to represent the 36 countries was one person, Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, you have to win," Jing Chanyu slowly said, stressing every syllable. At the very least, I will defeat Fang Qi." Lin Ming wasn't blindly arrogant, rampant, or stupid. If even someone as proud as Fang Qi admitted that the other 7 direct disciples were superior to him, that meant that the disparity between them was very big. Facing opponents like them, he feared that his matches would not be so easy. After he parted ways with Jing Chanyu, it was already time for lunch. Now that every other group stage match had been basically settled, the only ones to enter into the first tier from the 36 countries were Jing Chanyu and Lin Ming. Jing Chanyu's older brother Jing Chanshi was off by 1 point and barely missed making the first tier. As for Ling Sen, in his 8 matches he had won 2 and lost 6. He finally entered into the 3rd tier. Besides Ling Sen, Holua nations Wang Mu and Easter Sun countries Zhaoyang also entered the 3rd tier. Thus, out of all the disciples of the 36 countries, 6 of them were able to enter into the top 100 rankings of the total faction martial meeting. Of those, Sky Fortune Kingdom had 2 disciples, and Lin Ming was ranked first among the 36 countries. This was an event that had never shown up in the history of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Qin Xingxuan was also thrilled to receive 120 true essence stones as a reward. She had bet 20 true essence stones on Lin Ming to win when his compensation rate had been 1:6. With Lin Ming's victory, she had gained a net total of 100. 100 true essence stones was equal to 100,000 gold taels. This was a great sum of money even to someone like Qin Xingxuan. The second round of the group matches had finished by the afternoon. At that time, all the contestants were able to rest for the night. On the next day, the final tournament would begin. The first tier had 30 people, of which 20 were still undefeated. Of these 20 people, 7 of them were direct disciples. Before the final showdown, these 7 disciples wouldn't normally meet in a match. Besides the direct disciples, there were 3 or 4 top core disciples of the 7 factions. These individuals were only inferior to the direct disciples. For instance, Zhang Lanjian was one of them. There were many disciples of the 7 profound valleys that had already subconsciously placed Zhang Lanjian as a master equal to the 7 direct disciples. Of the remaining people, several of them were great figures within their factions. As long as they had enough resources, they were hopeful in breaking through to the Xiantian realm. There were 7 direct disciples, 3 to 4 top core disciples, and several other influential core disciples. Altogether, this was 18 people in total. The 19th person was Zhang Yanzhao. He came from the Zhang family, one of the 16 martial cultivation families. The Zhang family had a staggering history that reached back 3,000 years. It was said that the first head of the Zhang family, who created his family foundation with his own hands, was a revolving core master. But regardless of their past, the Zhang family had greatly declined since their heydays. Still, they maintained their deep heritage and legacy. The Zhang family had 2 Xiantian realm masters that led their family. Even the 7 profound valleys had to give some respect to the Zhang family. The last person of those 20 was naturally Lin Ming. Compared to the 19 disciples in front of him, Lin Ming was extremely ordinary. He came from an ordinary family and lived an ordinary life. Yet Lin Ming aroused an enormous interest from everyone. In particular, the upper echelons of the 7 profound valleys. They had already been briefed on all of Lin Ming's information. For a 16-year-old to have such a performance in the total faction martial meeting was rare even in the last 200 years. At this time, the sun hadn't risen. Dawn was just around the corner, and yet there were already crowds of people gathered on the square of the 7 profound valleys Grand Hall. The various elders of the small sects in the 7 profound territory, the 16 group leaders of the martial cultivation families, the various martial house masters and nobles of the 36 countries, and other great characters were gathered in the square. Any of these characters would be grand figures if placed within a small country. Their existence itself would earn the admiration of millions. But here, these people weren't even allowed to sit in the front row, much less go into the Grand Hall. This year's total faction martial meeting should have the most skilled disciples in nearly the last 3 centuries. In the audience, Holua Nation's martial house master Luo was sipping some tea. As the martial house master of a large country, he had been given preferential treatment. He had a table by his side, some tea to drink, and also some dried fruits to nibble on. Definitely. Didn't Divine Phoenix Island send out a messenger? They really are giving face to our 7 profound valleys. Usually Peacock Mountain brags so much, but they've never had someone from a 4th grade sect attend their own martial meeting. Divine Phoenix Island? Martial House Master Luo stirred his tea as he slowly said, I heard a rumor from someone that Divine Phoenix Island came here for a specific reason. Not to especially watch our total faction martial meeting. I don't know. Hey, what rank do you think your Holua Nation's Wang Mu will reach? The sudden question caused Martial House Master Luo to nearly choke on his tea. Wang Mu had ultimately failed to even enter the 2nd tier, and what distressed him the most was that Holua Nation also had to compensate with their seraphic pond. Oh! The sun finally began to rise over the horizon. The referee of the final tournament was already standing in the center of the martial stage. This person had a cultivation at the Middle Xiantian realm, and was also one of the inner court elders of the 7 profound valleys. I won't repeat the rules of the competition. They are the same as the group stage qualifiers. There are altogether 30 people in the 1st tier finals. Everyone will have at least 29 matches. Those with the least points at the end will face a challenge from those in the second tier with the most points. This means that you may or may not still be in the top 30 ranks. Now, let the finals begin. The elder referee's voice was very loud and clear. The entire mountain valley resounded with his voice. Lin Ming, do your best and try hard to enter the top 10. If you're up against an opponent you cannot defeat, don't try to be brave and get yourself hurt. Xianxia repeatedly advised Lin Ming as they headed to the contestant waiting area. Although it was against the rules to kill or disable your opponent, if the strength of the two contestants were similar, then they would have to fight the battle with everything they had. In such a situation it would be very difficult to control one's strength, and it wasn't uncommon to be severely injured. I understand. Lin Ming moved towards the contestant waiting area and sat patiently in a chair. The first match soon began. A core disciple and a non-seated player walked on stage. Although this was a fierce competition between two individuals, the audience seemed to be a bit disappointed. They most wanted to watch a match between the direct disciples. As the battle on the stage was intensely unfolding, Lin Ming saw an extremely handsome and good-looking man walking over to him. This stylish and suave-looking man was holding a fan and had a hint of a disdainful sneer on his face. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't recognize this person. Are you Lin Ming? Yes. I am Ouyang Zifeng, a core disciple of the Seven Profound Valleys Acacia faction. I don't think I know you? It doesn't matter whether or not you know me. It's enough that I know you. Because of you, my little brother will miss his chance to participate in this important total faction martial meeting. As this handsome young man said this, Lin Ming suddenly remembered back to his time at Desert Flower Hall. He had been dining with Qin Xingxuan when a fight had broken out. In the end, he had used his samsara martial intent to injure an Acacia faction disciple whose last name was also Ouyang. So it seems he was this person's younger brother. However, at that time Lin Ming had actually gone very easy on him. The reason that Ouyang Ziyun had been injured so heavily was because he wasn't able to control his own ability, the Purple Flame Bone Lance. After his ability was broken, the true essence that he had gathered caused a backlash which resulted in him being injured. Feeling Ouyang Zifeng's reckless and sharp hostility, Lin Ming coldly said, "The reason that your little brother was injured so miserably was because he tried to use an ability he couldn't control and got struck by his own backlash. It has nothing to do with me." Nothing to do with you? Humph. If it wasn't for you attacking him, how could my little brother lose control of his Purple Flame Bone Lance? Then what you are saying is that I should extend my neck out and let your little brother attack me however he wants. What if I wasn't strong enough and couldn't deal with the Purple Flame Bone Lance? Wouldn't I be burned to ashes? In Desert Flower Hall, I didn't even bother him or provoke him, and yet he had to use the Purple Flame Bone Lance which he could not control in order to kill me. If he really killed me, then the most severe punishment would be getting grounded for a month or two. But if I killed him, then I must pay with my life. How arrogant and domineering must you Seven Profound Valleys disciples be? Ouyang Zifeng laughed viciously and said, "This world has only been decided by strength. Those who are strong make the rules. I am stronger than you, thus I make the rules. You think you are stronger than me? You'll find out soon enough. Our match is the fourth. It will soon start," Ouyang Zifeng said as he turned and strode away. He had already looked at the competition schedule ahead of time and knew that he would encounter Lin Ming in the first round. At the time that Ouyang Zifeng left, the match on stage had already come to a conclusion. Second match, Zhang Yanzhao against Yen Yandong. As the referee's voice fell, the audience members that came from the 16 martial cultivation families let loose ringing cheers. Zhang Yanzhao was the final representative of all 16 martial families. During this total faction martial meeting, he had already reached the top 20. He had great chances of reaching the top 10. His opponent Yen Yandong had already lost 2 matches in the second group stage. Against someone who was still undefeated, even though the match hadn't yet ended, the results were already expected. Cha! Zhang Yanzhao extracted the thick saber he had strapped to his back. Yen Yandong pulled out a small array flag. As he waved it, 100 golden symbols flew into the air. Demon locking array. The golden symbols flew towards Zhang Yanzhao like a locust swarm. Zhang Yanzhao took a sudden step forwards, and his entire body exploded with sound. Dragon Tiger Slayer. His saber slashed out, its momentum like a dragon and a tiger. The surrounding true essence in the air stirred together like a raging storm of destruction, and those golden symbols that flew in the air were like snowflakes that fell into a furnace. They instantly melted away. Pong! The first saber strike destroyed Yen Yandong's array, and the second saber strike broke apart Yen Yandong's bodily true essence protection. The aftermath from that strike was already enough to angrily send Yen Yandong flying backwards. Yen Yandong's bodily true essence protection had been cleanly broken apart, but he himself wasn't injured at all. Obviously, the degree of strength control that Zhang Yanzhao possessed was extremely formidable. The difference in their strength was just too great. Zhang Yanzhao is truly fierce. I think that our 16 martial families' Zhang Yanzhao isn't any worse than the direct disciples of the 7 factions. The ones who were speaking were the disciples of the 16 martial families. As they spoke up, a 7 Profound Valleys disciple that was sitting at their side contemptuously smiled and said, "That's only because you haven't experienced the strength of the direct disciples for yourself. If Zhang Yanzhao met Ouyang Ming or even Zhang Baoyun, then he would be defeated in 5 moves. 5 moves? Heh! I really want to laugh. You 7 Profound Valleys disciples brag to the point of not knowing what you're talking about. Wait and see for yourself, then don't end up crying." The 7 Profound Valleys disciple curled his lips and didn't speak any further. At the 3rd match, there wasn't anyone important. 4th match, Lin Ming against Ouyang Zifeng. Ouyang Zifeng was the 3rd-ranked disciple of the Acacia faction, and he also was undefeated from the group stages. Lin Ming was naturally undefeated too. But, in the opinion of the general audience, Lin Ming may be a genius, but the difference between him and one of the 7 direct disciples was simply too great. During the qualifying stages, Lin Ming had defeated Jing Chanyu in 2 moves. However, this didn't really raise anyone's opinion of him. After all, Jing Chanyu didn't have much chances of ending up in the top 20. Thus, defeating Jing Chanyu didn't mean much. However, the upper echelon of the 7 Profound Valleys was watching this match with rapt attention, eyes glued to the stage. They were especially looking forward to seeing Lin Ming in action. This Lin Ming was just too young. In particular, the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master Shi Zongtian had already ordered an investigation into Lin Ming's entire last 3 generations of family. After receiving the report back, Shi Zongtian was simply startled out of his mind. Lin Ming had actually come from an extremely ordinary background, and he was a typical common martial artist. It was simply inconceivable that he could have such amazing results. After Ouyang Zifeng walked on stage, many disciples began to immediately cheer, especially those female disciples who didn't have much talent for martial arts. They screamed until their voices were hoarse and could scream no longer. Because of their limited martial talent, they always vainly dreamed of marrying a core disciple. However, the core disciples of the Sword faction and Refiner faction pursued their martial arts path wholeheartedly, and most simply weren't lured by the pleasures of the flesh. There was just no chance of these girls being able to attract one of them. Thus, the disciples of the Acacia faction were the most sought after. Compared to Ouyang Zifeng, there were far less cheers for Lin Ming. There just weren't that many disciples of the 36 countries present. Ouyang Zifeng and Lin Ming stood 100 feet apart from each other. Ouyang Zifeng sneered and said, "I heard that you can control the power of thunder. I advise you not to try and hide any cards in your hand, and to use whatever moves you have when you can. Otherwise, you won't have the opportunity to. I never intended to hide any cards. I just use what I need to when I need to. Haha. You are also arrogant beyond arrogant. Up until now, there has only been one person who has managed to force me into using my sword. I wonder if you also have the ability to force me into using my sword." As Ouyang Zifeng said this, he traced his spatial ring and took out a blue longsword. The sword was inserted into a scabbard that was made from snake skin. It looked simple, but it exuded a very light true essence fluctuation. Obviously, This scabbard was some sort of extraordinary treasure. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Force you to draw your sword? Let's see if you can force me to draw my spear. Samsara martial intent. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly turned into two black vortexes. He was trying to come to a deeper understanding of his samsara martial intent. Even if he didn't expect his samsara martial intent to defeat his opponent, he would still use it in order to gain some more insights into his martial intent. Ouyang Zifeng had already expected that Lin Ming would use a soul attack. With a sneer, the scabbard in his hand began to fiercely tremble, and the sound of a wailing ghost cry began to emit outwards. A massive number of green ghosts suddenly emerged from the sword blade and circled around Ouyang Zifeng. These ghosts seemed to be formed of a chilling air, as if they were enough to freeze a person's soul. As Lin Ming's soul attack struck, it was completely blocked by these ghosts. Pong pong pong. As a ghost was stuck by the soul attack, it would inflate like a balloon and then burst apart. But as this ghost died, a new one would emerge to take its place. Lin Ming had killed over a dozen ghosts with his first attack, but he still hadn't been able to harm Ouyang Zifeng. Humph! Although the power of my soul force is inferior to yours, your soul attacks are useless against me. These ghosts are condensed from the yin qi that I've refined within my body. Every time you disperse one, they will just re-enter my body. After they are nourished by my true essence, they will reform endlessly. If you can only use soul attacks, then you truly disappoint me. As Ouyang Zifeng said this, a purple flame began to cover his entire body, as if his body was drowning in an inferno. This flame sprang dozens of feet high, and soon Ouyang Zifeng was completely enveloped within it. What was strange was that this purple flame wasn't burning hot. Instead, it exuded a bone-chilling energy. The tiles underneath Ouyang Zifeng's feet began to ice over, spreading out with him at the center. Purple Flame Bone Lance. Lin Ming easily recognized this ability. Back at Desert Flower Hall, Ouyang Ziyun had also moved this move, and thus he had suffered a major loss. My little brother used the Purple Flame Bone Lance and was defeated by you. Now, I will let you have a good look today and the true might of the Purple Flame Bone Lance. The purple flames on Ouyang Zifeng's arm condensed into a purple bone lance. From it, the sounds of wailing ghosts and tormented spirits echoed out. With Ouyang Zifeng's cultivation, he was able to display the true abilities of the purple flame bone lance. Die! Who? The bone lance shot out, quick as lightning. Blurred flames followed in its path, creating the afterimage of a trailing tail of burning purple fire. A loud explosive sound pierced the air mixed with the weeping sounds of ghosts, scratching upon the eardrums of those nearby. So dash! Lin Ming was directly pierced by the bone lance. The audience didn't even have time to respond. Ouyang Zifeng fiendishly grinned. You want to dodge this move? You are too naive. The Lin Ming that was pierced by that bone lance suddenly dissipated into shadow. It had only been an afterimage. At the same time, the bone lance suddenly changed directions, chasing Lin Ming's shadow. Divide! Ouyang Zifeng cried out, and suddenly the bone lance split into 12 shards. These 12 mini bone lances pierced towards Lin Ming from all angles. They could not be avoided. Ah! The martial artists from the 36 countries couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Xianxia was even more nervous. Both of his hands were clenched together until they were white. In this level of confrontation, any accidental move and one could be seriously injured or even crippled. Pong 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 pong. The 12 mini purple flame bone lances simultaneously struck Lin Ming, and a massive pyre of purple fire screeched into the sky. It was just like a gloriously blooming purple rose. Ouyang Zifeng's lips curved up in a dark smile. All of the martial artists from the 36 countries were nervously waiting with breath abated. Qin Xingxuan's hands were covered with sweat. As to what the limit of Lin Ming's power was, she did not know. However, after the purple flames faded away, Ouyang Zifeng's smile faded along with them. Lin Ming was firmly standing on the martial stage. Not even his clothes had been burnt. Around his body, massive purple snakes of electricity crackled as they writhed around his body, dancing, coiling, completely surrounding him. Ouyang Zifeng's face suddenly sank. To use the power of thunder as a shield. If Lin Ming could use the power of thunder to block his purple flame bone lance, then that proved that Lin Ming's thunder origin energy fusion compatibility had reached an extremely high level. It was enough to break his yin qi and threaten him. Lin Ming can actually control the power of thunder. He is a thunder attribute martial artist. This is his hidden card. Look how thick those electric snakes are. That's probably a 5th or even 6th grade fusion. The audience discussed amongst themselves. To the disciples of the 7 profound valleys, a thunder attribute martial artist wasn't too rare. What was rare was a 6th grade fusion thunder attribute martial artist. In the grand hall of the 7 profound valleys, Mu Qinghong smiled as she looked at the electric snakes that coiled round Lin Ming. This little kid actually waited until the finals to use the power of thunder. At this point, she was completely positive of Lin Ming's identity. According to the description from Mu Qianyu, Lin Ming's symbol was his power of thunder. Mu Qianyu speculated that Lin Ming's thunder origin energy fusion compatibility was no less amazing than hers. It was 7th grade or above. This was simply a monstrous talent. Regardless of whether it was Lin Ming's martial intent or his combat ability that allowed him to jump realms when fighting, just his talent in thunder attribute origin energy was enough for a large sect to raise him with massive amounts of resources. Mu Qinghong shot a glance at Shi Zongtian sitting by her side. He didn't seem to have any special reaction. Mu Qinghong's mouth curved in a smile. If Shi Zongtian knew that Lin Ming controlled a purple flood dragon divine thunder level thunder soul, then he probably would be shocked out of his seat. In the center of the martial stage, Lin Ming's entire body was wrapped in electric snakes. His hair wantonly danced in the wind. He looked just like a demonic war god that crashed down from the heavens in a hail of thunderous fury. The power of thunder is the absolute counter to ghosts and yin energy. Every time you use your Acacia faction's cultivation methods, the crying ghosts you produce will be restrained by my power. I'd like to see just how you'll stop this. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the lightning twined endlessly around his body in a dazzling purple visual display. He was just like a purple sun, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly reached the limit of his speed. On the martial stage, Lin Ming soared around, a series of shadows following in his wake. In every shadow, there were purple arcs of thunder that sparkled within. Zzz. The savage power of thunder was like a vorpal sword as it stabbed towards Ouyang Zifeng. Zhang! Ouyang Zifeng pulled out his treasure sword from the snakeskin scabbard. This treasure sword was 4 feet long and completely blood-red. Ouyang Zifeng had drawn his sword. Ouyang Zifeng believed in his own ability. There was only one person who had managed to force him to draw his sword, and that was at the finale of the battle. But now, Lin Ming had managed to do so in just one move, and Ouyang Zifeng was unable to shoulder the result. Not to mention not drawing his sword, even if he did, he might not be able to block the strike. Ouyang Zifeng also rushed forwards at the limit of his speed. The sharp sword and power of thunder collided again and again in fiercely brutal strikes. Pong pong pong. The audience could only see the blurred shadows of 2 people, and the flashing of purple lightning on the stage. What's happening on stage? Who's winning? I don't know. Since Lin Ming can force Ouyang Zifeng to draw his sword, then he has some ability. Lin Ming shouldn't be much inferior to Ouyang Zifeng. He might be able to persist for some time. Inferior? Persist for some time? You think that our 36 countries' Lin Ming is inferior? You idiot. Just wait and see. Ouyang Zifeng is nothing but a side dish. The one who refuted was a martial artist from the 36 countries. These past days, the martial artists of the 36 countries had been bullied by the 7 profound valleys. Now that they had an opportunity to be proud and gloat, they naturally would not miss it. Humph! It's too early for you to be happy. Even if Ouyang Zifeng cannot defeat Lin Ming, they won't differ by much. Wait for our direct disciples to go on stage, and then you will know what it means to despair. Hearing the title of the 7 direct disciples, the martial artist from the 36 countries couldn't say anything. The 7 direct disciples were simply too formidable. Even though he had full confidence in Lin Ming, he didn't believe Lin Ming could defeat them. The martial artist mumbled some more trash talk and then no longer spoke. On the martial stage, Ouyang Zifeng was only defending, not attacking at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to go on the offensive, it was that he couldn't. Any yin qi that he gathered around him was instantly dispelled by the lightning shocks. In this fierce battle, his true essence reserves were quickly depleting. This fellow is releasing so much power of thunder. His energy consumption rate has to be higher than mine. As long as I can last a bit longer, the one who loses won't be me. Ouyang Zifeng had just thought of this idea when Lin Ming suddenly sarcastically said, "You can only hide? I'm waiting for your so-called hidden card. If you don't use it now, you might not have the opportunity to use it later." Lin Ming's right hand suddenly formed into a fist. Thick purple electric snakes completely gathered on his fist, forming a blinding purple light. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments violently surged outwards, interweaving with the power of thunder and transforming into a deep purple. This was the union of body-tearing, bone-shattering fist and the power of thunder. Insolence! Ouyang stimulated his true essence, and a purple flame shot up his long sword. The wails of ghosts emitted from the sword blade. Nether strike! Ouyang Zifeng suppressed the numb feeling that the power of lightning was causing and stabbed out with his sword. A horrible-looking ghost face appeared on the purple flaming blade piercing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even glance at it, he only punched out. Bang! 5,000 pure purple vibrating true essence filaments rushed forwards like vicious purple flood dragons. They crashed into the ghostly face, directly shredding it to bits. Right after, the purple thunder-imbued true essence broke open Ouyang Zifeng's protective yin qi, and then sunk into his body, overwhelming him. Ouyang Zifeng's body shook, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He was sent soaring back dozens of feet into the air, tumbling back even after he landed. He was finally able to barely stop himself as he knelt down on his knees, propping himself up with his sword and wiping the blood from his mouth. In that moment, Ouyang Zifeng felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. He almost thought he would die. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and purple true essence ran out from Ouyang Zifeng's body, returning to his hand. After he had absorbed the purple blood dragon divine thunder, he had gained the ability to consciously imbue his true essence with the power of thunder. Of course, he could also contain the power of thunder within his body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Lin Ming victory. The referee elder looked deeply at Lin Ming as he announced the result. If Lin Ming could defeat Ouyang Zifeng, that proved he had an enormous chance to reach the top 10. For a 16-year-old boy from the 36 countries, this was a result that both shocked and terrified everyone. Lin Ming turned around to leave the martial stage. Lin Ming fought Ouyang Zifeng for a short period of time, but ultimately Lin Ming won by overwhelming superior power. Ouyang Zifeng was also defeated. Will a country bumpkin martial artist from the 36 countries really reach the top 10 rankings? This fellow already injured Ouyang Zifeng's little brother Ouyang Ziyun at Desert Flower Hall, to the point where he couldn't participate in the competition. Now he has defeated Ouyang Zifeng. He is really bullying them to the extreme. His bullying has even reached their front door. Seeing the chances of Lin Ming reaching the top 10 increase, many disciples of the 7 profound valleys were either unwilling or unconvinced of seeing this happen. Most of them had been born in the 7 profound valleys. They had an innate sense of superiority and looked down on martial artists from the 36 countries and 16 martial families. But now they had been eliminated, and yet there was some damn boy from the 36 countries that actually wanted to compete for the top 10. This was just like a crown prince who was suddenly slapped by an upstart brat that came from a village. It had to be known that being in the top 10 of the total faction martial meeting meant great honor and enormous rewards. This also meant that later they would obtain the valuable resources and vigorous support of the sect. This was a situation that many disciples longed for in their dreams. If they could become a core disciple, not only would their cultivation grow by leaps and bounds, but they would be able to freely choose from the beautiful female disciples of the 7 profound valleys. Perhaps because of true essence tempering their bodies, a female martial artist with martial talent would have an exquisite beauty. especially the disciples of the Seven Profound Valleys Mirage faction and Zither faction. Their beauty was simply startling and much more charming and alluring than those rouge-covered women of the common land. They wouldn't mind or say anything if one of the 7 direct disciples or a core disciple was in the top 10, but now a country bumpkin martial artist from the 36 countries also wanted to reach the top 10. The top 10 ranking disciples were destined to enter the total faction and qualify as core disciples. These disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys could only think that in the future, Lin Ming would divide their resources and enjoy their women. How could they swallow this feeling? This was called envy, jealousy, hatred, and was the best way to portray the current feelings running through their hearts. Just wait. His climb up won't last much longer. The Acacia faction's direct disciple Ouyang Ming is good friends with Ouyang Zifeng. He will definitely help Ouyang Zifeng return this favor. If Lin Ming is seriously injured, I want to see just how he will struggle for the top 10. Those that were eliminated by a direct disciple could only curse in their hearts and accept their fate. The 7 Profound Valleys disciples hoped that Lin Ming would be so injured that he couldn't fight again. After Lin Ming left, the referee announced the next match, Zhang Lanjian against Sun Lin. With this, the entire audience began to seethe with excitement. This was in stark contrast to the tepid reaction that Lin Ming had received a moment ago. In the 7 Profound Valleys, Zhang Lanjian's reputation was no less than those of the 7 direct disciples. There were also many people that thought he was superior to some of the weaker direct disciples. For instance, they believed he was stronger than the Refiner faction's Han Yanluo, or the Array faction's Fang Qi. After all, the Refiner faction and Array faction had to spend a massive amount of time and effort on their auxiliary skills. Their cultivation methods weren't as powerful in terms of combat. They were best applied towards refining and array formations. Because of this, they could not compare to Zhang Lanjian, who walked the path of swordsmanship and pursued the strongest offensive power. Zhang Lanjian walked on stage. He wore the black clothes he constantly wore, and he carried a 3-foot 6-inch treasure sword. As he stood at the center of the martial stage, it was as if he were a bright sword, gleaming cold and emitting a threatening combative air. Zhang Lanjian's opponent Sun Lin was from the Refiner faction. He was the second-ranked disciple of the Refiner faction's younger generation, only inferior to the direct disciple Han Yanluo. Sun Lin had participated in the last total faction martial meeting and had reached rank 22. Now, his cultivation had increased and he entered the finals undefeated. During this martial meeting he would undoubtedly reach the top 20. He even had some hopes of reaching the top 10. Sword faction disciple Zhang Lanjian, please advise. Regardless of who he faced, Zhang Lanjian would always perform a polite sword ceremony before a match. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, please advise. I've made enormous progress these last 3 years. I won't be so easy to deal with. Sun Lin smiled as he said this. To maintain a smile in front of Zhang Lanjian was also a form of great self-confidence. As Sun Lin spoke, he extracted a claymore from his spatial ring. This claymore was colored like burning flames and was 4 feet long. As the sword was pulled out from its scabbard, a shimmering flame ignited on the blade, a torrid heat wave rolling outwards. Some of those that were close in the audience couldn't help but step back. Just the heat wave itself has so much power. This Sun Lin is also not ordinary. He might not even be any worse than that Lin Ming from a moment ago. This year's Total Faction Martial Meeting is truly bursting with talent. Not only are there 2 talents from the 36 countries and 16 martial families, but even our 7 Profound Valleys talents have surpassed the past. Look at how scorching hot the flames on Sun Lin's sword are. Maybe his hollow flame essence has already been strengthened to the 1,000-year rank. It's just too abnormal. A flame essence was an immortal fire that would never extinguish, but a hollow flame essence was not. If a hollow flame essence wasn't augmented with fire origin energy for a long enough period of time, then the hollow flame essence would gradually weaken until it finally withered into nothingness. Of course, the more powerful a hollow flame essence was, the longer it would take until it began to fade away. As for a weak hollow flame essence, a 1,000-year rank meant that it could naturally exist in perpetuity for 1,000 years after a supply of fire origin energy was cut off from it. 1,000 years was a fairly long period of time. The 7 profound valleys only had a heritage of 600 years. Even for the core disciples of the 7 profound valleys who had a massive amount of resources, a flame essence was extremely extravagant, to the point of being unattainable. Having a 1,000-year rank hollow flame essence was a high honor. How many moves do you think it will take for senior apprentice brother Jiang to win? Not sure. I think around 10 moves, or it could even go up to 20. Although Sun Lin had showed a considerable improvement in strength, the disciples present still favored Jiang Lanjian as before. Oh, senior apprentice brother Jiang. Take my move, violent flame rising heat. On the martial stage, Sun Lin struck out with his most famous technique. The sound of whistling flames and a roaring combustion filled the air, and a rain of crimson flames surged forth from Sun Lin's blade, covering the skies before rolling towards Jiang Lanjian. What was strange was that these flames didn't form snakes of fire like normal flames would, but instead condensed into sharp arrows of fire. Abyssal flames? It's the high-grade human step abyssal flames. Sun Lin actually managed to get his hands on this kind of fire in order to nourish his hollow flame essence. A disciple of the refiner faction couldn't help but cry out in jealousy as his eyes filled with envy and greed. Obviously, the abyssal flames had given him a great shock. This sort of high-grade human step flame was definitely not something that Sun Lin would have been able to obtain by himself. There was only one possibility, that this was granted to him by the refiner faction. This was the privilege and advantage that a core disciple held. A common disciple would never in 100 years be given such a high-grade human step flame to refine into their hollow flame essence. Facing this crimson rain of fire, Jiang Lanjian was calm as usual as he pulled his long sword out of its scabbard. This deep green blade was 3 fingers wide and seemed simple and unthreatening. It was just like a long leaf, completely unremarkable. Sword to the cloudy sky. Jiang Lanjian slashed out with his sword, his movements so fast that his hands were nothing but a blur. There was only a green flash of light, as if a green dragon was soaring into the sky. The sword energy brutally struck the rain of fire arrows, and with a series of popping sounds, the rain of crimson fire vanished in the air. The aftermath created a brilliant bloom of sparks, just like a hail of summer fireworks that obscured the audience's eyes. Before the audience even had a chance to react, Jiang Lanjian's blade shot forth. This blade whistled with a sharp explosive sound as it thrust towards Sun Lin's chest. Violent flame wall. Sun Lin was surprised. He hadn't expected his violent flame rising heat to injure Jiang Lanjian, but he also hadn't expected his move to be so easily broken. As Sun Lin retreated in a panic, he threw up walls of flame that surrounded him. Hoo! 3 consecutive walls of flame rose into the air in front of him, each more vibrant than the last. Massive tongues of crimson flames shot out dozens of feet into the sky. Break! Jiang Lanjian slashed out with his long sword, and the sword energy cut straight through with a peerless momentum, completely dividing all 3 flame walls and even the martial stage. Jiang Lanjian slashed out one more time with his sword, and all of the flames were then blown out by the sword wind. Jiang Lanjian's speed instantly peaked to the extreme. In the next moment, a green form had already appeared in front of Sun Lin. Sun Lin's face instantly paled. Sword light rose up. Pong! Sun Lin's bodily true essence protection was broken, and he was sent flying off stage, his face pallid. Once Jiang Lanjian had approached him, Sun Lin didn't have any chances of being able to resist. After all, he was just a disciple of the refiner faction. Although he used a sword, he couldn't be considered a swordsman. His sword was more of an instrument that was used to display his flame attacks. But Jiang Lanjian was different. His sword was his lifeblood, his most cherished possession and friend. With sword and human united as one, there was no path he could not tread. Jiang Lanjian victory. The referee elder was also surprised. 3 sword moves to defeat the enemy. And Sun Lin wasn't some weakling either, but he had lost so thoroughly. Jiang Lanjian's strength was too terrifying. If nothing went wrong, then his strength already surpassed even some of the direct disciples. It had to be known that he wasn't even the direct disciple of the Sword faction. How powerful was the Sword faction's #1 master of the younger generation, Zhang Baoyun? It was simply unimaginable. In the audience, the ordinary disciples were shaken with awe. Zhang Lanjian was too formidable. Even the direct disciple of the Array faction, Fang Qi, had an ugly complexion. If that was Zhang Lanjian's complete strength that he had displayed a moment ago, then Fang Qi would be able to barely deal with it. But if it wasn't, then he was in a dangerous situation. If he, as one of the 7 direct disciples, lost to the second-ranked disciple of the Sword faction, then he would lose too much face. It wasn't only Fang Qi. Ouyang Ming and Huan Xiaodai also weren't looking too well. For now, these two weren't worrying about Zhang Lanjian. Instead, they were thinking about Zhang Baoyun. Although they may not have a grasp on Zhang Lanjian's true strength, the Sword faction certainly would. If such a fierce disciple like Zhang Lanjian was only the second-ranked disciple, then that proved that Zhang Baoyun was stronger than Zhang Lanjian. Good. Very good. At this time, Ouyang Ming suddenly heard a gloomy cackling voice sound out that made his scalp tingle. He turned his head and saw a razor-thin youth whose body was like a stick of wood, and completely covered in bandages, slyly grinning. Seeing this dried-up mummy suddenly appear at his side, Ouyang Ming felt very uncomfortable. He frowned. "Magoo Buyu, what are you smiling about? Jejejej, to have such an opponent. Why would I not be excited?" The mummy stretched out his horrifyingly long tongue to lick his lips, his eyes shining with a strange light. He was just like a dried-up vampire that saw a tasty prey. It really made one shudder looking at him. This mummy had a very strange name. His surname was Magoo, and he was called Buyu. He was not someone from the South Horizon region, but rather originated from the incomparably far extreme western region. 600 years ago, a man named Magoo Yanjua from the extreme western region came to the South Horizon region's 7 profound territory through a super long-distance transmission array. This man was the founder of the 7 Profound Valleys puppet faction. The puppet faction was the most mysterious and mystical faction within the 7 Profound Valleys. Every disciple of the puppet faction had one last name, Magoo. They never took in disciples that didn't share this name. Although they were a faction of the 7 Profound Valleys sect, in truth they were more like a family clan. The number of people within the puppet faction was scant even compared to the Zither faction or Mirage faction. The puppet faction only had 1/3 of the population of either of those two factions. But still, no other faction dared to look down or underestimate the puppet faction. This was because the combat prowess of the puppet faction disciples was too varied and powerful. Not only that, but they were united in solidarity. During this total faction martial meeting, the puppet faction only sent out 2 disciples, one Magoo Buyu and one Magoo Jirong. Both of these disciples had swept past their groups with total victory. Of these 2, Magoo Buyu was the direct disciple of the puppet faction. His moves and style was strange, peculiar, and his power was unpredictable. It simply could not be measured. Ouyang Ming would rather fight with Zhang Baoyun than deal with this freakish mummy. Magoo Jirong wasn't much worse. He would definitely be able to firmly reach the top 10. Even the Array faction's Fang Qi might not be Magoo Jirong's match. The puppet faction was just too strange. Their faction had their beliefs and religion, and they seemed to worship some god that stemmed from the western region. Everything they did was shrouded in mystery. Their faction was located 1,000 miles away from the 7 Profound Valleys' highest peak, in the depths of the Profound Sky Mountain Range. That area was desolate and uninhabited, and wild packs of mighty vicious beasts roamed everywhere. The puppet faction did not use the resources of the 7 Profound Valleys, and they also didn't turn in any resources to the 7 Profound Valleys. Occasionally, they would use some resources, but they would do so with equal exchange. It could be said that the puppet faction was a very strong independent entity that existed within the 7 Profound Valleys. They rarely contacted the other 6 factions. As for the orders of the Valley Master, they would listen but they might not follow. Everyone within the 7 Profound Valleys understood one thing, that was that the disciples of the puppet faction could not be provoked. This wasn't just because they were powerful or mysterious, but they were extremely serious in concealing their flaws. If the sword faction was the most powerful offensive faction within the 7 profound valleys, then the puppet faction was the most difficult to deal with. No one wished to fight them. This wasn't only because of their strange abilities, but moreover, once you were killed, there was a very high chance you would be turned into a puppet. This was the reason why even someone as prominent and glorious as Ouyang Ming felt creeped out and his scalp tingle when he saw Magubuyu. He knew that the bag that Magubuyu carried with him was made from the skin of a Xiantian realm master, and that there was also a human puppet sleeping within that was made from the corpse of a peak Hotian realm master. Zhang Baoyun, you have bad luck now. Magubuyu licked his lips as he looked at Zhang Baoyun. As Ouyang Ming saw this, he felt gleeful. Ouyang Ming didn't have full confidence he could defeat Zhang Baoyun. And against this freakish fellow who didn't seem like a human or a ghost, he was even less sure. If these two fought and wounded each other, that would be the happiest win-win situation for him. After Zhang Longjian's match, 3 consecutive direct disciples went on stage. All of them were able to defeat their opponents in 3 moves or less. At this time, the atmosphere of the martial artists in the audience was reaching a furious climax. The 7 direct disciples had a sky-high popularity. As Qin Wuxin walked on stage, the martial field resounded with shouts and cries from love-struck men. Qin Wuxin will win. Senior Apprentice Sister Qin, you can do it. Senior Apprentice Qin, I love you. All sorts of loud and chaotic sounds and voices echoed, but Qin Wuxin only held her zither as she stood there, simply unaffected by her surroundings. She was wearing a pure white dress, and as a cool wind breezed past her, it sent her dress fluttering in the wind. From top to bottom, she emitted an otherworldly aura. Her opponent was Jing Chanyu. Jing Chanyu's face was covered with the veil like before, and she was wearing a bright yellow dress, looking like a quiet, untouched beauty. As these 2 beauties with different styles stood together, it naturally attracted the attention of many, many, many men. To them, the fight itself was less important than being able to see 2 such exquisite women. You are not my match, Qin Wuxin said with indifference. I know, but since I've entered the first tier, I naturally will not miss the opportunity to fight the direct disciples. Jing Chanyu proudly raised her head. Although she had been completely defeated by Fang Qi, she still wasn't depressed. She was confident that in the future she would be able to catch up with them a step at a time, until she finally surpassed them. But now, what she wanted to know was just how wide the gap was between them and her. Then, let me fulfill your wish, Qin Wuxin said with an impassive expression. Listen to the melody of my zither. Her delicate fingers touched upon the long strings of her zither, and heavenly notes began to flow forth like a mountain stream, resonating in the air. The sweet, dulcet tones of the zither echoed crisply on stage. Even those people that were sitting in the 7 profound valleys grand hall were able to clearly hear the melody. Why the hell would I want to listen to your zither music? Jing Chanyu coldly snorted and sealed off her ears with true essence. She didn't need to be a genius to know that there was something strange about this zither music. Jing Chanyu pushed her true essence to the extreme. Facing someone like Qin Wuxin, she had to have the mindset of going all out from the start. Otherwise, even the smallest chance of resisting would slip through her fingers. The thick yellow defensive barrier surrounded her. Jing Chanyu hadn't even moved. Her palm was like a saber. She was preparing to use the Halcyon Reflection Great Wisdom Palm. This was also the strongest instant martial skill in her repertoire. However, just as she was ready to strike out, her body suddenly froze. Her eyes opened incredibly wide. The absolute defense that she was proud of and had poured all of her true essence into suddenly began to inexplicably crack. A single crack had just appeared, and then it instantly covered her entire defense. Pong! There was a loud shattering sound, and her tenacious defensive shell was shattered like brittle glass thrown to the floor. Particles of her lingering true essence began to float down. Jing Chanyu was shocked. Her true essence protection was broken, and yet she hadn't even been attacked. She didn't even know what sort of attack was used to shatter her defense. All she could hear were the tempting melodies still ringing in her ears, just like a gentle mountain stream. There wasn't a hint of murderous intent at all. But yet her defensive barrier had instantly cracked like an elephant stepping on a fragile eggshell. Did the attack come from the gentle zither sounds? I admit defeat. Jing Chanyu closed both her eyes and bitterly smiled. She had only wanted to see how great the disparity was between them, but now it seemed as if she wasn't even able to estimate the gap. From the beginning to the end, Qin Wuxin had only inadvertently glanced at her. There weren't even any true essence fluctuations from her body. Although Jing Chanyu knew that she would definitely lose, she didn't imagine she would lose in a way where she hadn't even been able to perceive her opponent's attack. Qin Wuxin victory, the referee announced with no suspense. Lin Ming inhaled a deep breath of cold air. This Qin Wuxin was simply too terrifying. Lin Ming had an extremely formidable perception. He was able to keenly capture each and every true essence fluctuation in the air. Qin Wuxin's precision and control of her true essence was enough to make his blood boil. It was simply outrageous. Even though Lin Ming knew flow like silk and had achieved a nuanced level of control over his true essence, he had to admit that even he couldn't achieve something like what Qin Wuxin did. Qin Wuxin had fused true essence into her sound waves and focused the full force of that to attack Jing Chanyu's protective barrier, instantly crushing it. Her true essence didn't even have the least bit of spillover. So Jing Chanyu hadn't been injured. Most people probably wouldn't even have noticed anything strange. The Zither faction's cultivation method really surprised me. Lin Ming knew that a sound wave was in truth a form of vibration. If true essence was contained in the sound wave, that meant that the true essence would vibrate. This was achieving the exact same result as the chaotic virtues combat meridians flow like silk, but only with a different method. Flow like silk was to adjust the breathing rate of all the tiny units in the body and cause one's true essence to vibrate. But the Zither faction's cultivation method was to integrate true essence to the acoustic vibrations and achieve the effect of true essence vibration along the sound waves. From this point, the Zither faction's cultivation method manual was far inferior to the chaotic virtues combat meridians. But to a certain extent, the Zither faction's cultivation method was able to achieve a similar effect to flow like silk, for instance, ignoring all defensive barriers. Lin Ming had used a fist to crush Jing Chanyu's defensive barrier. Qin Wuxin was the same. I really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Sky Spill Continent still has an inheritance of tens of thousands of years. Naturally, countless geniuses must have emerged. Although they are far less profound and formidable than the realm of the gods, they aren't much worse in certain aspects. As Lin Ming was thinking, he hadn't noticed that the first round of the finals was over, and the second round was soon beginning. As for the first match, Lin Ming was in it. First match, Lin Ming against Fang Qi. When the referee announced the names of the contestants for the first match, Lin Ming was surprised. Fang Qi was one of the 7 direct disciples. Although he knew that the direct disciples of the Array faction and Refiner faction were the weakest of the 7, for better or worse he was still a direct disciple. He hadn't imagined that of the 29 matches, he would encounter a direct disciple on the second round. Thinking this, Lin Ming wryly smiled and shook his head. This was normal. After all, he wasn't a seeded player, so there was no way he would be left for the finals. In his first few matches, he would inevitably run into direct disciples or someone on the level of Zhang Lanjian. Relatively speaking, starting out with Fang Qi was pretty nice too. Fang Qi smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. We missed each other in the group stage, but in the end, we play against each other in the second round. Your luck is quite bad to meet me here. It's already quite good that you can maintain your string of undefeated victories up to now. This round, there are only 15 people left that can claim total victory. Of course, your lucky run must now come to an end. Lin Ming cheekily smiled, flashing his brilliant white teeth. I think I'm quite lucky. I ran into you instead of someone good, like Zhang Baoyun or Ouyang Ming. This situation isn't too bad. As soon as Fang Qi heard Lin Ming's taunt, his face immediately sank. He admitted that he was inferior to Zhang Baoyun and those like him, but even so, it wasn't up to some rural martial artist bumpkin from the 36 countries like Lin Ming to provoke him. Just what sort of qualifications did he have to look down on him? Good. What an extremely arrogant tone. I had been prepared to show you some mercy on behalf of us having been in the same group. But now that you have so much confidence, don't blame me if you are severely wounded." Fang Qi coldly snorted, his feet moved, and then he appeared on stage. The audience immediately roared with cheers and cries. In order to increase their momentum, the disciples of the array faction had even drawn up miniature voice amplifying array formations to increase the loudness of their cheers. This sort of small array formation was a piece of cake even for the minor array faction disciples. Naturally, Fang Qi's cheers directly impacted into the sky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them earth-shaking. "Fang Qi! Fang Qi! Fang Qi, you gotta win!" Especially those disciples that were envious, jealous, and hateful of Lin Ming having the qualifications to compete for the top 10. These disciples were shouting out until their throats were sore. "Kill him! Destroy him! Ruin that loser! Down with the country hick!" This was the superiority of home field advantage. Standing on stage, Lin Ming had become public enemy number one. The weak cheers that came from the 36 countries' martial artists soon passed. Even though they also came from the 36 countries, over 90% of them didn't believe that Lin Ming could win. The power, prestige, and fame that the title of direct disciple had acquired over time was just too heavy. Even Xianxia had a solemn expression. He hadn't thought that Lin Ming would encounter a direct disciple so soon. At this moment, a true essence sound transmission rang in Lin Ming's ear. "You have to defeat him, please." Lin Ming turned around and was surprised to see the veiled Jing Chanyu standing 200 feet away, looking at him with wide eyes, full of hope and expectation for him. Lin Ming smiled and glanced at the audience. He saw that many of martial artists from the 36 countries were staring at him, their fists tightly clenched, a similar look of hope and desire coloring their face. They didn't cheer loudly like the disciples of the 7 profound valleys, but were instead quietly sitting there with fists gripped tight. Maybe it wasn't because they didn't want to cheer, but rather because they didn't have the energy and confidence to. The martial artists from the 36 countries had an inferiority complex that was beat into their bones. It simply could not be erased. The foundation and resources of the 36 countries were scarce. 90% of their resources had to be delivered as tribute to the 7 profound valleys. How many martial artists had ended up with hidden wounds in their body because they couldn't afford or find the medicinal herbs to cure themselves, and finally ended up a lifelong cripple? How many artists had risked their lives hunting vicious beasts in the jungle in order to obtain a few dozen taels of gold? How many were hunting for those basic vicious beast materials that the disciples of these large sects would never care for? Because of lack of heritage and legacy, how many martial artists ended up practicing subpar second-rate inferior cultivation methods? How many martial artists, in order to reach that fabled pulse condensation realm, had struggled for a lifetime, only to end up with nothing but despair? And yet, the martial artists of the 7 profound valleys were born with a superior advantage. They ate rare spirit vegetables and high-quality vicious beast meat that ordinary martial artists could only dream of. They had the best treasures, they had pure true essence stones, they could study the core inheritances that came from a large sect, they had the top cultivation methods, they had medicinal herbs aiding and tempering their bodies since birth, as well as all sorts of miracle medicines at their disposal. Even if they were stupid like pigs, and spent each day lazing around like gluttons and doing nothing at all, by the virtue of their birth they could easily reach at least the pulse condensation period. The 7 profound valleys' direct disciples were the pinnacle existence of these characters, and also their representatives. This battle against Fang Qi represented not just Lin Ming, but all of the hopes and dreams of the martial artists from the 36 countries who felt inferiority in their bones. Lin Ming was their weapon to declare war on the direct disciples. The reason these disciples of the 7 profound valleys were cheering like crazed madmen was because they hoped that Fang Qi would maliciously destroy Lin Ming. In their hearts, the martial artists of the 36 countries were nothing but beggars begging for alms. How could they tolerate these martial artists surpassing them? How could they tolerate these martial artists stepping on them, violating their inborn sense of superiority and dignity? Lin Ming took a deep breath and his expression became earnest, filled with a righteous solemnity. Not too long ago, he had been one of these common martial artists. If he hadn't accidentally experienced a massive twist of luck, then he might also be risking his life to hunt dangerous vicious beasts in the jungle. He would also be practicing with all his mind and heart only to leave hidden wounds in his body. He wouldn't even have a decent cultivation method. This match I will absolutely win. Not only I will win with force, so that I can take back all the wrongs that have been done to the martial artists of the 36 countries. This is our justice. Lin Ming clenched his fists, and the tiny units within his body began to resonate together. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments condensed on his fist, perfectly melding with the power of thunder. At this time, the referee hadn't even announced the start of the match. Fang Qi noticed true essence fluctuating on Lin Ming's body. He laughed and said, "Are you nervous? Whatever you are planning in advance will not change the end result. In fact, you don't even need to prepare. After the match starts, I will allow you 3 moves. You will have plenty of time to do whatever you want." Lin Ming icily said, "I do not need anything from you. Ha ha. Facing you country bumpkin martial artists from the 36 countries. If I cannot allow you 3 moves, then what kind of direct disciple would I be?" Fang Qi's voice penetrated out to the farthest corners, as if there was a faint array formation helping it. It could even be clearly heard over the deafening cheers of the audience. "Fang Qi, well done. Give him 3 moves. Show him the disparity between him and us. This countryside loser needs to go home and eat rice. He wants to reach the top 10? What an idiot. Take a good look at yourself. What sort of qualifications do you think you have?" Lin Ming was deaf to all the raucous sounds and cheers around him. "Allow me 3 moves? Good. Then I'll kindly welcome your generous offer. I'll see if after these 3 moves, you still have a chance to make one of your own." Match start. The referee announced the long-awaited words that the audience had been hoping for. Lin Ming didn't instantly move the second the match began. Rather, faint purple-hued true essence twined down his right fist, filling with electric flashes and sparks that crackled in the air. There was even the faint sound of a flood dragon's majestic roar. Fang Qi smiled, his face completely filled with utter confidence. He reached out his hand and drew a line, and a golden symbol appeared out of thin air. During the group stages, Fang Qi had faced off against the refiner faction disciple Zhou Yan, and was able to use this symbol to instantly devour the burning flames that were released. Fang Qi had plenty of confidence that besides the other abnormal direct disciples, there was no one else capable of breaking it. There was a self-contained, independent mini-dimension within that could transfer and contain attacks. Only an extreme force that exceeded its capacity could break it, otherwise, there was no attack that could harm Fang Qi. The reason that Fang Qi had so carelessly said he would allow Lin Ming 3 moves was because he relied on this small symbol array. If this small symbol array was able to block all 3 of Lin Ming's moves, would he still have the face to continue fighting? Fang Qi was looking forward to that time, and he would thoroughly savor the expression on Lin Ming's face. It would be just like when he had told Jing Chanyu that he would defeat her within 5 breaths of time. Even though she had resisted as hard as she could, Fang Qi had still stomped down on any resistance she had. To him, this was truly the best feeling. At this moment in the audience, Jing Chanyu was nervously wringing her hands together. She also recognized the symbol array and feared that Lin Ming would follow in her footsteps. If this happened, it would be a serious blow towards his self-confidence and heart of martial arts. Could Lin Ming break open Fang Qi's symbol array and end his curse in 3 moves? At least, he could make Fang Qi panic and wipe that look of disdain off his face. Holding that shining symbol array in his hands, Fang Qi laughed and said, "Aren't you ready? I'm waiting for you to prepare." Suddenly Lin Ming devilishly grinned, and both of his feet tread the floor, the tiles breaking under his feet, his body becoming nothing but a series of shadows. Lin Ming's right fist contained the vast, indomitable tyranny of the power of thunder. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments surged outwards like 5,000 vicious flood dragons. The air around his brutal fist began to howl and cry as wind itself was torn apart. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The ground began to shake as swirls of air lifted the shattered debris. Furious waves of true essence plowed a deep groove into the stage floor. Punch shot out, a fist to overwhelm the heavens and earth. Facing such an unstoppable momentum, even Feng Qi felt inexplicably weak at heart. But he knew that for better or worse, he was still a direct disciple. This spatial transference array was one of the core techniques of the array faction. How could it not block Lin Ming? Thinking this, Feng Qi regained his confidence. He flung the golden circle symbol out. In the end, he wasn't too sure. He didn't dare intercept Lin Ming's fist at a close distance. Ha! Lin Ming loudly shouted, and his right fist savagely smashed into the golden symbol array. Vibrating true essence erupted. Kacha! With an explosive sound, a visible fist energy popped open the golden symbol array just like a foot smashing down on an egg. It was shattered into bits. Yet the force of Lin Ming's fist hadn't even been reduced. It pounded out towards Feng Qi as before. Feng Qi completely failed. How was this possible? In a panic, Feng Qi quickly pulled out an array disk from his spatial ring. As this array disk appeared, a brilliant blue light shined outwards. 9 circles of blue light array. A solid blue curtain of light fell down in front of Feng Qi, confronting the energy of Lin Ming's fist. Bang! 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments brutally struck against that blue curtain, sinking into each and every inch of its structure. The blue curtain of light flashed for a moment, and then shattered apart. Although the force of Lin Ming's fist had been greatly reduced, even after shattering the blue light curtain, it still pushed forwards. Feng Qi was shocked. He bit down on his tongue and forced out some blood essence, spitting it onto the array disk. In that instant, another blue curtain of light fell down, except this one had a faint tint of blood red. Ka! Lin Ming's fist energy had been reduced by nearly half. As it smashed down on that blue red-tinged light curtain, there was a loud explosion as half the light curtain broke in half, just barely able to maintain itself. After creating the light curtains, Feng Qi's face was wan, his blood tumbling within his body. Because he had to forcibly conjure up some blood essence, he had almost vomited blood. Luckily, he had forcefully swallowed it back down at the last moment. After swallowing back this blood, he was feeling even more sick. He looked completely horrible. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched up. You managed to block it? A direct disciple truly has considerable ability. Then, there are 2 more moves. Listening to Lin Ming's words, Feng Qi's face was ugly, like someone had slapped his mom in front of him. He had actually cheaply promised to allow 3 moves. Who wanted to take moves from such a freak? Just a fist had driven him into using the 9 circles of blue light array. He had even used 2. Because there wasn't enough time to properly draw the second one, he had been forced to use his blood essence. Penalty of 3 moves. If this was a private battle, then he could possibly renege on this promise. But now, all of the disciples of the entire 7 profound valleys were watching. As a direct disciple, there was no way that he could do this. Against these 3 moves, he had to go all out and block them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to stay in the 7 profound valleys any longer. It doesn't matter. That should have been his strongest strike just now. Since he was forced to use his trump card, his consumption of energy shouldn't have been small. It's most likely that his next strike will be much weaker. Not only that, but because I had to hastily rush out the defensive barrier, I had a shameful performance. If I'm able to prepare in advance, my situation will be much better. If worst comes to pass, then I'll just have to use my hidden card. Feng Qi consoled himself like this, and his heart gained a bit of courage. The entire Marshall Field Stadium had turned surprisingly quiet. Those loud and brash disciples that had used array formations to amplify their voices to crazily support Feng Qi did not even utter a sound now. They had thought that Feng Qi would be able to easily block the punch. They didn't expect the end result to be like this. Although Feng Qi had held back the tumbling blood in his chest and hadn't lost face by vomiting blood, the audience was not comprised of idiots. They naturally saw that Feng Qi had eaten a small loss. Damn. Damn it all. Why aren't we cheering? We have to support our senior apprentice brother. Cheers. Yeah. This time we have to cheer more. that Lin Ming must have used some secret skill in order to have so much power behind his punch. There is no way he can keep doing that. Senior apprentice Brother Fong will still win even if he allows 3 moves. Yes, that's the way. How could Senior apprentice Brother Fong possibly lose? These disciples of the Array faction roused their strength and were preparing to cheer out again, when suddenly their voices caught in their throats. Several of the disciples had already shouted, and their strangled cries as they stopped midway were just like a chicken whose neck was being twisted. It was an extremely unbecoming and strange sound. The reason for this was that on the martial stage, they saw that Lin Ming had gently swiped his spatial ring, and with a flash of white light, a long shining silver spear appeared in his hand. The heavy, profound soft spear had come out. Weapon? He also uses a weapon. Isn't Lin Ming a fist-using martial artist? Why would he have a weapon? The Array faction disciples were stupefied. There weren't many martial artists in the Sky Spill continent that didn't use weapons. However, it wasn't too rare. For instance, Grace Venerate Nation's Jingchan duo, Jing Chanyu and Jing Chancher, only used their palms and finger shadows. They had naturally assumed that Lin Ming was also one of these fist-fighting martial artists. Although the attack range was short, fists excelled in flexibility, speed, and accuracy. If used well and supported by a top-tier fist-fighting martial skill, it wouldn't be any worse than using a sword or saber. But if a martial artist had a weapon, they had most definitely would have spent most of their time cultivating that weapon. A fist would only be secondary. Could a secondary fist really have such power? How is this possible? It wasn't. He's bluffing. A disciple of the Array faction stubbornly refused to acknowledge this reality. However, no one seemed to believe him. All of the Array faction disciples had extremely ugly faces. It seemed that their direct disciple Fang Qi had really screwed himself over this time. In the contestant waiting area, Ouyang Zifeng stared at the long silver spear in Lin Ming's hand. The corners of his mouth and eyes began to violently twitch. When I fought him, I still wasn't able to force him to use his weapon? Thinking back to when he had taunted Lin Ming about whether he'd be forced to use his sword, he could only ruefully smile. Because Lin Ming had been regarded as a martial artist of the 36 countries, everyone had looked down on him. On the martial stage, Fang Qi's face was already red as a rose. He refused to think of why a martial artist from the 36 countries could be such a monstrous freak. Without a care for his status and pride, he continuously placed 5 9 circles of blue light arrays around himself. Because he had rushed out a 9 circles of blue light array a moment ago, he had been forced to consume some blood essence. This time, he would not repeat such a humiliating mistake again. He had prepared these 9 circles of blue light arrays ahead of time. The Array faction had always taken their secondary skills as the most important. Thus, the strength of their faction's disciples was often inferior to the other faction's disciples. But in terms of defense, they actually surpassed the others. The defensive strength of an array formation naturally surpassed that of a treasure armor. Looking at the arrays of blue light shields in front of him, Fang Qi was a bit emboldened. You are powerful, but can your spear break through my 5 array formations? But after thinking for a bit, Fang Qi thought it was better to be safe than sorry. He took out a small array flag from his spatial ring and began to infuse true essence into it in advance, so that he could instantly use it later if he needed to. This small array flag was Fang Qi's ultimate technique. Although the defensive power of this array formation was strong, there was still a weakness, and that was that it took time to activate. One needed to prepare in advance. After placing down a series of array formations, Fang Qi had consumed a great deal of energy. But he also had a special symbol array that was capable of supplementing his true essence. In a battle of attrition, Fang Qi believed that he had a superior advantage. At this moment, Lin Ming used his spear. Foundation Spear Technique. First move. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Roar! The clarion and staggering roar of a flood dragon impacted directly towards the sky. Behind Lin Ming, a magnificent purple flood dragon shadow began to condense. After Lin Ming had absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder, His flood dragon goes to see had reached a completely different level. As soon this spear thrust out, it contained the majesty of a boundless dragon, coupled with the power of thunder and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments. It truly was capable of sweeping away all. The thick twining purple electric snakes were galvanized by Lin Ming. This spear of Lin Ming contained the great potential of rivers and mountains. It savagely pierced through space. Pong pong pong. In the face of the unstoppable onslaught of the spear, 3 layers of the 9 circles of blue light array were instantly shredded apart like paper. Fang Qi's complexion completely changed. He hastily waved the array flag in his hands. Pong! A fourth 9 circles of blue light array shattered into shards. The heavy, profound, soft spear marched forwards. Ka! The long spear fiercely impacted against the fifth 9 circles of blue light array. Fang Qi's array flag let out a burst of golden light, and a massive number of golden runes rushed out from the array flag, all printing onto the last 9 circles of blue light array. How was this possible? Fang Qi watched helplessly as the last 9 circles of blue light array that was reinforced by the golden array flag still cracked. This small crack was like the face of smiling devil, growing bit by bit. Impossible. It's impossible. There's no way he can destroy my golden light array flag. Fang Qi grit his teeth and pushed the true essence within his body to the limit. The intense energy caused his hair ribbon to come undone, his hair flailing in the wind, his face distorted like a monster. And yet, that small crack still continued to expand. The golden light symbols that stuck to the blue curtain of light began to explode one after another. Pong! Finally, all the golden runes came crashing down. The fifth curtain of blue light lost the support of the golden runes and was pushed to the breaking point. Under the impact of the heavy, profound, soft spear, it was smashed apart. Ah! Fang Qi shouted, and used the array flag he was waving to pound down on the heavy, profound, soft spear. The array flag collided with the spear and a visible shockwave of true essence surged out. Fang Qi felt as if he had struck an immutable mountain. An unstoppable force followed through, sending him flying backwards. The array flag was a top-quality treasure, but the spear was a weapon inherently crafted from rushing towards its enemies. When both fought each other, the result could be imagined. The only consolation that Fang Qi had was that the forward force of the heavy, profound, soft spear had come to a halt. He had barely managed to block the attack. The true essence aftermath had sent Fang Qi flying backwards. After he landed, he was even forced back several steps to steady his body. But at this time, he didn't have the luxury of not losing face. It was already enough that he was able to receive this move. Looking at the array flag in his hands, a third of the golden runes had broken to pieces. Fang Qi felt a bitter heartache. This array flag was called the Golden Light Array Flag, and was a high-grade human step magic treasure weapon. Not only that, but it was at the top of its kind. Its greatest function was to store these golden runes. He had drawn these golden runes with painstaking care before the match. They were able to greatly increase the power of array formations. This was also meant to be the final card in his hand. He had originally prepared to use it against those abnormal direct disciples like Ouyang Ming or Jiang Baoyun. Of course, Fang Qi didn't believe that he could win against monsters like them, but he didn't want to lose too badly. After all of them were direct disciples. If the disparity between them was too great, he wouldn't have lost all his face. But now, in order to fight Lin Ming, he had used up a third of the golden runes. This caused Fang Qi to feel a hopeless grief that was beyond crying. If Fang Qi was feeling tearless bereavement, then the following few words by Lin Ming made him nauseous to the point of vomiting. Lin Ming said, "There is still the final move." Fuck. Fang Qi really wanted to slap himself on the cheeks. His damn mouth was just too cheap. He had actually said that he would allow him 3 moves. And now Fang Qi couldn't back down. If he wasn't able to take these 3 moves and instead admit defeat, he would lose any face he had left. But if he didn't admit defeat and the golden runes of the Golden Light Array Flag were lost in vain, then he would lose anyway. How could there have been such a monster in the 36 countries? Was this fellow really human? At the contestant waiting area, Zhang Lanjian was staring at Lin Ming with shining white eyes. Ever since Lin Ming had taken out his heavy, profound, soft spear, he had felt threatened. If Lin Ming was only able to use soul attacks, Zhang Lanjian would never have placed Lin Ming in his eyes. His sword force was able to cut everything to non-existence. This included the demons of the heart, karmic sins, obsessions, and of course this also included soul attacks. Could be said that to a true swordsman, a soul attack was nothing at all. But now, Lin Ming had actually taken out a spear. Although he had only used his spear once, that spear contained a peerless momentum that startled even Zhang Lanjian. Regardless of whether it was a spear or a sword, they all had their own soul. A martial artist would normally only be able to use the physical body of the weapon. But a genuine, true master would be able to fuse the soul of their weapon into their attacks. When Lin Ming had struck out a moment ago, his spear had contained the potential of the mountains and rivers, and even the prestige and magnificence of a dragon. The power of the spear had broken the 5-9 circles of blue light arrays, and had forced Fang Qi into a critical state. Especially the prestige of the dragon that was contained within that spear, it had already condensed to the point of manifesting the cry of a dragon. This was enough to make Zhang Lanjian feel ashamed of his own shortcomings. As they said, sword like jade, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. Lin Ming was so young, and yet he had already achieved the realm of spear like dragon. This could be said to be a talent that defied the will of the heavens. Zhang Lanjian had once thought he had reached a lofty peak of sword attainments. But now, compared to Lin Ming, he was far inferior. Zhang Baoyun noticed Zhang Lanjian's strange expression. He smiled and said, "Lanjian, your spirit seems down. This isn't like you." Zhang Lanjian shook his head. "I was just startled by Lin Ming. Although he's strong, it's not enough to defeat my spirit." "Haha. That's right. We swordsmen must never let our spirits succumb to pressure." Zhang Baoyun kindly spoke as he patted Zhang Lanjian on the shoulder. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Lanjian, do you know how old Lin Ming is?" "Maybe 17 or 18. Zhang Lanjian speculated. "He should be around 17 or 18. It wasn't possible for him to be younger." "Ha! You guessed wrong. Lin Ming is only 16 years old now. Not only that, but he just hit 16 a few days ago." "What?" The usually staid Zhang Lanjian lost all of his calm and stood up straight. "Just turned 16? Are you sure?" "I was able to confirm with a sword faction elder. They've already begun to move in secret yesterday. They wish to pull Lin Ming into the sword faction. Yet that was only yesterday. Now with today's performance, I don't think even the sovereign will be able to sit still." Zhang Baoyun was the direct disciple, so he naturally understood matters of the faction. Zhang Lanjian was startled. This was no trivial matter. Leaving aside Lin Ming's peak bone forging cultivation, which was something he could accept if Lin Ming had a 6th grade talent. What he thought most inconceivable was that Lin Ming was accomplished in comprehension of soul attacks, but also deeply skilled in spear powers. None of this was able to be learnt in a short period of time, yet he was a boy that had just turned 16 years old. He had practiced martial arts for a mere 4 years, thoroughly practiced a cultivation method, thoroughly understood soul attacks, and was a spear master. Did he have an avatar technique or something? And what was most terrifying was that Lin Ming had a Thunder Origin energy fusion compatibility of at least the 6th grade. This really made one disbelieve that a talent like this could exist in the world. Zhang Baoyun patted Zhang Lanjian's back. "Well, don't give up." On the martial stage, Fang Qi had placed down 5 more 9 circles of blue light arrays. It wasn't that he didn't want to set down more, it was just that 5 array formations was the limit that he could control. Not only that, but his true essence was limited, and he had to leave enough true essence to control the golden light array flag. Fang Qi had mocked Lin Ming and said he would allow him 3 moves. This was to let Lin Ming gather his strength. But now the tables had turned, and it was Lin Ming who was giving Fang Qi time to lay down his defense. "I still have 2/3 of my golden runes left. If I use them up all at once, I'll be able to block his last strike. As long as I can block it, I'll just have to admit defeat afterwards. Even though I'll lose, I'll still be able to keep the last bit of my face." Fang Qi already decided to block Lin Ming's attack at all costs. regardless of what he had to use. The golden light array flag had already been partially used up anyway, and there was no point in just having a few golden runes left over. It was better to just use them all up at once. In Fang Qi's opinion, if 1/3 of the golden runes were able to block Lin Ming's second move, 2/3 of the golden runes were definitely able to block Lin Ming's third move. Lin Ming grasped his heavy, profound, soft spear horizontally, his forearm touching the base. This was the stance of iron bridge blocks the river. With this strike, he would not stay his hand. Zzz. Arcs of lightning as thick as an arm wrapped around the heavy, profound, soft spear. Lin Ming's eyes sparked with a purple light. This was the color of the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder. In those two previous attacks, Lin Ming had accumulated all of his momentum. Now, Lin Ming was just like a spear that was ready to strike out at any point. All of the air around him began to hum as energy rolled off his body. Puff, puff, puff. Fang Qi heard the first layer of 9 circles of blue light array tremble. This was because of the dangerous aura that Lin Ming was emitting. It was enough to pierce the blue curtain of light and create sound. Fang Qi's face drained of all blood. This was just momentum that Lin Ming was releasing, and yet it already had this power. Just how terrifying would a frontal attack be? He used another 1/3 of the golden runes ahead of time and plastered them onto the last layer of 9 circles of blue light. Fang Qi then let out a calm breath. I don't believe your spear will be able to shatter the last 2/3 of my golden light array flag's golden runes. Once Lin Ming's momentum had reached the pinnacle, in that moment his pupils widened. Golden rock shattering the void erupted. The heavy, profound, soft spear shot forth like a speeding meteor twisted with lightning. Spear force filled the void. Even the air itself ignited. Lin Ming's soul force touched deep within him. The heretical god seed within his heart began to let out piercing cries of excitement. Heretical god force, open. Bang! After the highly compressed true essence detonated from the heretical god seed, a flood dragon's shadow once again manifested behind Lin Ming. But this time, it was even more lifelike than the last. Even the purple scales of the dragon were clearly visible. A resonant dragon impacted the sky, washing away all the clouds. Divine spear-like dragon. Puff. The first 9 circles of blue light array shattered before the spear point even touched it. It was broken apart by the exceedingly powerful momentum released from the spear. The second 9 circles of blue light array had just traced the tip of the spear when it was immediately destroyed. Compared to the first layer, it was even more thoroughly ruined. The spear contained vibrating true essence and the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. To this spear, this defensive array formation was no different from paper. Puff, puff. The 9 circles of blue light array began to explode one after another. Fang Qi had no recourse. He immediately pasted all of the golden runes onto the last 9 circles of blue light array. The entire array formation had turned completely into a bright gold. Bang! The heavy, profound, soft spear pierced forwards with no flashiness. The intense collision of true essence created a massive true essence shockwave that heaved away all the crushed tiles on the martial stage, sending them scattering in all directions. Even the protective array formation that surrounded the martial stage began to tremble. The heretical god force had been opened. Vibrating true essence had fused with mystic strength of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. This strike was almost Lin Ming's strongest blow. Ka. The final layer of 9 circles of blue light was only able to resist for a few breaths of time. Suddenly, countless cracks began to appear on the golden curtain of light, spreading out just like a spider web. How is this possible? This was 2/3 of his golden runes. Fang Qi had no chance to think anymore. The unstoppable spear light had already cracked open the last 9 circles of blue light array, heavily striking Fang Qi's chest. Bang! As the golden rune burst apart, the 5th and final 9 circles of blue light array loudly shattered. Fang Qi's body was just like a sack that had been tossed in the air, spitting out blood as he flew backwards. 3 moves to defeat his opponent. Fang Qi struck the protective circle of the martial stage, bounced to the ground, and fell unconscious. The entire audience was completely silent. Jing Chanyu's 2 small hands were tightly gripped together, her large eyes just like javelins as she stared at Lin Ming, her vision filled with a complex emotion. She had asked Lin Ming to absolutely win, so that he could obtain justice for all of them. She had hoped he would try his hardest, but in her heart she wasn't sure if Lin Ming had the power to succeed. But now he had won. And not only that, he won with an overwhelming victory. Lin Ming victory. As the referee declared the result, the audience was completely blown away by this unbelievable conclusion. Fang Qi said he would allow Lin Ming 3 moves, and in the end he was defeated in 3 moves, especially the disciples of the Array faction. They looked like overripe eggplants that had been trampled on. Their complexions were simply beyond ugly. They had been counting on Fang Qi to maliciously stomp on Lin Ming, and let these toads known as the country hick martial artists that they would never be able to eat swan meat. They wanted Fang Qi to show them just what true disparity was. They simply never imagined this result. They could hardly accept it. Fang Qi had been so completely defeated. If it were them, they would no doubt be in an even worse position. As Lin Ming arrived at the contestant waiting area, he saw a yellow-clothed girl waiting there for him. This girl was Jing Chanyu. "Thank you," Jing Chanyu said in a hushed tone. "Fang Qi is someone that I would have to defeat sooner or later. You don't have to thank me." I know." Jing Chanyu was silent for a moment, not knowing a topic of conversation to bring up, when Lin Ming had unleashed the flood dragon shade behind him and pierced through Fang Qi's defensive barriers with a single spear thrust. It had left a deep impression on her. He was simply like a handsome, peerless god of war, shattering all barriers. Unstoppable. At this moment, Jiang Lanjian walked over. He and Lin Ming barely knew each other. "Lin Ming, senior apprentice brother Jiang." Lin Ming cupped his fists together and bowed. Lin Ming had a good impression of Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian was a swordsman who pursued the path of the blade with all of his heart and soul. With such a person, there was no need to be reserved or guarded. In many cases, one could determine the basic character of someone from the cultivation method that they practiced. The 7 profound valleys contained both good and evil, but no kind and righteous person would cultivate the dark and wicked legacies of the Acacia faction. But the disciples of the Sword faction and Zither faction were mostly conscientious and virtuous people. They could be considered good people. At least, they weren't the type that would stab you behind the back. Even if they thirsted for your blood, they would be honest. Otherwise, if their heart was not right, then their sword heart or Zither heart would never reach the stage of perfection. "Lin Ming, you just turned 16 years old?" Although he had just heard this news from Zhang Baoyun's own mouth, Jiang Lanjian had to personally confirm it. This new information had simply been too shocking. Hearing this question and seeing Lin Ming not answer, Jing Chanyu was suddenly startled. He had just reached 16 years of age? She unconsciously covered her small mouth with her tender hands, her large eyes blinking as she stared disbelievingly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't hesitate. He directly nodded to acknowledge the claim. After all, this was something that he couldn't conceal. As long as the 7 profound valleys wanted to check up on him, they could investigate all the generations of his family with ease. Although his age was a bit too suspicious, Lin Ming didn't worry. The more outstanding one's talent was, the more valuable they would be to the 7 profound valleys, and the more resources they could earn. Looking at a broader view, even if he exposed too many of his powers and some people began to have dark intentions towards him, he could still stand behind Divine Phoenix Island. If he did, these people who harbored evil intentions could do nothing at all. Lin Ming believed that Mu Qianyu might not necessarily care about him, but he believed that she would help him if he was in a time of dire trouble. Seeing Lin Ming nod in affirmation, Jing Chanyu gasped. She was already considered young within all the martial artists that entered the total faction martial meeting. But she was still 2 months from reaching 18 years of age. She thought that Lin Ming was similar to her, at most a few months or half a year younger. But she never thought that he would actually only be 16 years old. A 16-year-old boy had participated in the total faction martial meeting, and also defeated the direct disciple Fang Qi in 3 moves. What sort of terrifying result was that? Even if it were a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys like Zhang Baoyun or Ouyang Ming, they still wouldn't have such strength at 16 years of age. Jing Chanyu thought the more she knew of Lin Ming, the less she understood him. Lin Ming was like a massive iceberg. One could only see the tip from the sky. You would only see that insignificant portion of him, without realizing the truly terrifying ability that lay beneath. Zhang Lanjian took a deep breath, then earnestly and seriously looked at Lin Ming. He recalled the time when he had judged Lin Ming in Desert Flower Hall, saying that if he and Lin Ming were the same level, then there was no way that Lin Ming could be his match. He had never imagined that with just a peak-bone forging cultivation, Lin Ming was already strong enough to threaten him. But most importantly, Lin Ming was just too young. Even Zhang Lanjian, who had reached large success of the sword heart, began to feel helpless. How many years had Lin Ming practiced the spear? He hadn't even practicing the spear for the entire time, and yet his spearmanship had already surpassed his own swordsmanship. Lin Ming, I'm looking forward to our match, Zhang Lanjian vigorously exclaimed. Lin Ming smiled. We'll fight soon enough. Zhang Lanjian turned around and left, leaving behind a slack-jawed Jing Chanyu. Jing Chanyu didn't know what to say at this time. She clearly knew that in the future, Lin Ming would at least become a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys. If the trend of his growth continued, he would easily reach the Xiantian stage, and he might even have an extremely high chance to aim for the revolving core realm. It had to be known that there was only a single revolving core master in the entire 7 profound valleys. Not only that, but this master was only at the early revolving core realm. If Lin Ming was able to reach the revolving core realm, then he most likely wouldn't be some ordinary revolving core master. He was likely to be the most powerful being within the entire 7 profound territory. He might even become the elder ancestor of the 7 profound valleys. As Jing Chanyu thought this, her heartbeat began to rise. Was she actually standing next to someone who would control the fate of the entire 7 profound territory in the future? Although Jing Chanyu knew she would have endless benefits and advantages if she befriended someone like Lin Ming, she had never done this type of thing before and approached someone unfamiliar on her own initiative. She didn't know how she should proceed from this point. In fact, putting national interests aside, Jing Chanyu quite wanted to know Lin Ming on a more personal, intimate level. But how should she even begin? At this moment, Qin Xingxuan and Xianxia walked over to Lin Ming. When Lin Ming had heroically defeated Fang Qi on the martial stage, Qin Xingxuan had felt a precocious jolt within her young heart. Especially when Lin Ming had struck out that last spear and continuously shattered all 5-9 revolutions of blue light arrays, sending Fang Qi soaring backwards and spitting blood. At this moment, just remembering that scene, Qin Xingxuan felt goosebumps rise on her arms and her mind surge with emotion. Lin Ming, did you consume too much energy? Xianxia asked as he took out a small jade bottle. This is an essence-fusing pill. It's able to help restore your strength and improve your condition. Xianxia feared that Lin Ming's second round would be affected, so he didn't hesitate in taking out an essence-fusing pill that cost several true essence stones. This was a restorative pill and therefore didn't contain pill toxins. One could eat them as they liked. Lin Ming nodded. He really did need to supplement his own energy reserves. The heretical god force had already been used up, and he needed time to compress true essence again. Although the current restoration rate of the heretical god force was very quick, he would also need to hurry as fast as he could if he wanted to be able to fully utilize the heretical god force during the next round. Lin Ming immediately took the pills, sat down cross-legged on a cushion, and entered the ethereal martial state to recover. Suddenly, there was only Xianxia, Qin Xingxuan, and Jing Chanyu left. Qin Xingxuan revealed a well-mannered smile towards Jing Chanyu, politely saying, Miss Jing, this is our first time meeting. My name is Qin Xingxuan. I am Lin Ming's friend. Jing Chanyu forced a courtesy smile in return, somewhat embarrassed. She saw that Qin Xingxuan seemed to be around 15 or 16 years old, and was most likely Lin Ming's girlfriend. Jing Chanyu didn't want Qin Xingxuan to misunderstand. She only wanted to get to know Lin Ming. There was no other motive. I see, so it's Miss Qin. It's very nice to meet you. Jing Chanyu bowed. Although she was someone who focused on cultivation, Jing Chanyu was a young girl in the end, and also had the thoughts of a young girl. Seeing Qin Xingxuan, She unconsciously compared herself to her. Jing Chanyu thought that her looks weren't any less than Qin Xingxuan's. Both of them had different good points in their temperament. Her talent wasn't inferior to Qin Xingxuan, or at least, there was no clear winner between them, but Qin Xingxuan was much younger than her. This was something that she couldn't change. Jing Chanyu sighed, somewhat defeated. She said, Chanyu bids farewell. Miss Jing, please take care. Qin Xingxuan bowed back and watched Jing Chanyu leave. Qin Zia smiled as he watched this interaction, shaking his head. Xingxuan, let's go. This is the contestant waiting area. It's not appropriate for us to stay here too long. Okay? Qin Xingxuan nodded. As she was leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at Lin Ming one more time. At this moment, Lin Ming had already completely entered into the ethereal martial intent state, and wasn't aware of anything happening around him. During this state, Lin Ming's consciousness was in meditation. Unless there was imminent danger, he wouldn't feel anything at all. In the grand hall of the 7 profound valleys, Mu Qinghong smiled as she watched Lin Ming meditate in the contestant waiting area. This was the ethereal martial intent that Chen Yu had informed her about. If she hadn't been told ahead of time, then she really wouldn't have been able to detect anything out of place. He's used the power of thunder, and now he's even used his spear. This little boy still has the purple flood dragon divine thunder in his hand. I simply have no idea what could force him to use it. Chen Yu's judgment is too good. Not to mention Lin Ming's high-grade thunder origin energy fusion compatibility or the skill at which he can use his soul force. Just the momentum of his spear is far beyond any martial artist of the same level. His spear force is like a mountain, his spear might is like a dragon. It's just unbelievable that someone so young could reach this point. This is simply an overwhelmingly monstrous perception. That Zhang Baoyun also isn't too bad. But the results of his swordsmanship just cannot surpass Lin Ming. Zhang Baoyun is someone who cultivates the sword path with all his heart, but he's also older than Lin Ming by several years. In this aspect, the disparity between them is too great. Everyone, including Mu Qianyu, thought that Lin Ming was a once-in-a-millennia rare and gifted spear genius and soul force genius. His perception was just ridiculously high to the point of being preposterous. What they didn't know was that Lin Ming's soul force attacks all relied on his samsara martial intent. As for his spear force like mountain, that was because of his extreme yang and extreme light chaotic virtues combat meridians, which also contained the power of the rivers and mountains. As for his spear might like dragon, that was even simpler. Not only did Lin Ming absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder, but his body also contained the blood of a true dragon. If he could not achieve spear might like dragon, then there might not be anyone else in this world who could. Mu Qinghong shot a glance at Shi Zongtian by her side. She saw that Shi Zongtian seemed calm, but his eyes shined with light. It was unknown what he was thinking. Mu Qinghong smirked. She was more or less able to deduce Shi Zongtian's thoughts. His 7 profound valleys had suddenly produced a monstrous talent of the highest level, and yet this talent was suddenly being eyed by her divine Phoenix Island. Shi Zongtian was swayed by his own feelings and desires for his sect, and the advantages and disadvantages. He was simply unable to calm down. He even feared that his own prior promises were useless. Mu Qinghong expected that Shi Zongtian would quickly circulate this news to the 7 profound valleys' elder ancestor. A genius of this level was already enough to be brought to the elder ancestor's attention. Of course, Mu Qinghong did not care about this old fossil who had half a leg in the grave. That old man may be the ultimate dominating force in the 7 profound territory, but in Divine Phoenix Island he was only an ordinary elder, and not only that, but one that was relegated to the 2nd tier. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming's talent is even comparable to Chen Yu's. If he was placed within Divine Phoenix Island, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier talent. Such a genius like this is worth me coming here. It would even be worthwhile for an elder to personally make a visit here. As Mu Qinghong thought this, she was in a very good mood. Even if she didn't achieve her other goal, just coming and personally gaining insights into Lin Ming's talent was worth the while. If the turmoil within the South Sea realm doesn't reach here, Then maybe after 100 years or even 200 years when Lin Ming grows up, he may become a pivotal existence within the entire southern region. Thinking of the situation within the South Horizon region, Mu Qinghong became extremely concerned. The chaos within the South Sea would directly affect the fate of Divine Phoenix Island. Oh! As the matches on the martial stage continued, there were no important or famous figures that appeared. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. Even the weakest of these were much stronger than someone like Bai Tinghua. After 3 matches, Zhang Yanzhao went on stage. He was up against the sword faction disciple Lu Yen. Lu Yen wasn't a weakling. During the last total faction martial meeting, he was ranked 20. This result wasn't too far from Zhang Yanzhao. Now that all of the 7 Profound Valleys disciples knew the phenomenon known as Lin Ming, none of them dared to underestimate the martial artists from beyond the 7 Profound Valleys. Especially Zhang Yanzhao, who was placed onto the gambling house list as a potential champion candidate with a 135 compensation rate. Lu Yen was also on this list, and his compensation rate was similar to Zhang Yanzhao's. Most people assumed that this would be a close battle, however. The match didn't go as most people expected. At first, Zhang Yanzhao and Lu Yen were evenly matched blow for blow. However, after 20 moves had passed, Zhang Yanzhao took out a crimson 4-foot-long treasure saber from his spatial ring. With this saber in his hand, he put forth a dreadfully vigorous martial skill that was like a wave of monstrous blood was surging forwards, overflowing with murderous intention from all around. Lu Yen had lost almost immediately afterwards, and was even heavily injured. The audience was shocked silly. Just where had Zhang Yanzhao been hiding this strength? What was that saber? It didn't look like a normal treasure. When had the 36 countries and 16 martial families become so fierce? They had actually come out with 2 martial artists that were most likely able to reach the top 10. As if Lin Ming wasn't enough, a wild Zhang Yanzhao suddenly appeared. That blood saber is too bizarre. I can't see what grade it is. It's likely not some common high-grade human steppe treasure. Maybe it's an earth steppe treasure. How is that possible? Why would a martial family have an earth steppe treasure? Not even many of our faction's elders have an earth steppe treasure. In any case, even if the Zhang family had something so valuable, there was no way that they would give it to a young man in order to show off at a tournament. This truly is an earth steppe treasure. It's the family heirloom of the Zhang family. As a few disciples were discussing, a deep voice suddenly broke in. Everyone turned to look and quickly bowed, paying their respects. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Liang. This Senior Apprentice Brother Liang had a cultivation at the peak of Hotian realm. Not only that, but he had just reached 30 years of age. His future glories were endless. He had recently been given a heaven-opening pill, and had an extreme possibility of reaching the Xiantian realm. Once he reached the legendary Xiantian realm, he would be an elder, therefore these disciples had to be very respectful towards this man. Senior Apprentice Brother Liang said, "The first patriarch of the Zhang family was a revolving core master. That blood saber was the weapon that this patriarch used. Once it is paired with the first patriarch's self-invented saber skill, its power is overwhelming." The first patriarch of the Zhang family was a revolving core master? I thought that was just an exaggerated rumor. Revolving core master. That's just too much to believe. If that were true, then why would the Zhang family be reduced to their current state? Many disciples felt that this was just too unbelievable. Then Senior Apprentice Brother Liang said, "Time changes many things. 3,000 years ago, the Zhang family was a monstrous titan that ruled over several countries and took their resources. They were just a bit better than the weakest third-grade sect. However, after the first patriarch died of old age, the Zhang family wasn't able to produce a new revolving core master to lead the family. Because their family had accumulated a massive amount of wealth and resources that many others coveted. Ultimately, a bloody calamity descended upon them. Their family went through a bloodbath with most being slain or conquered, and only a minor few direct descendants were able to squirrel away some of the wealth and run away somewhere else, concealing their identities. After 1,000 years passed, so did their enemies. They did not recover to their previous status, and slowly evolved into the current Zhang family. Of course, You cannot look down on the heritage and legacies of the Zhang family. Even our elders have to be respectful towards their Zhang family patriarch. Senior apprentice brother Liang sighed with a heart full of emotion. If a family lost strength that matched their wealth and resources, they could only wait for their inevitable demise. The first reason that the current Zhang family hadn't been completely destroyed by the Seven Profound Valleys was that they had turned in a massive amount of resources to the Seven Profound Valleys, and their family patriarch had personally come to negotiate. The second reason was that most of the Zhang family's heritage and legacies were related to the saber. Since there was no saber faction within the Seven Profound Valleys, no one decided to care about them. The Zhang family had remained low-key for many years. No one had thought that Zhang Yanzhao would display the weapon that the Zhang family ancestor had wielded during this total faction martial meeting. It seemed that the Zhang family finally believed that their family had the strength to match their wealth, and were prepared to expand the influence of their family. The Zhang family truly had been laying low for too long. As senior apprentice brother Liang spoke, Zhang Baoyun was also looking at Zhang Yanzhao. Zhang Yanzhao looked a bit on the older side. It wouldn't be too strange if someone said he were 25 or 26 years old. With his saber by his side, he exuded a faint, domineering aura. However, Zhang Yanzhao's breath was deep and his steps were calm, and he didn't seem to naturally emit an overwhelming momentum. The saber energy is restrained. This is the state of returning to one's origins. What a good realm. I had looked down on him, but it seems that the Zhang family gave the blood wave saber to Zhang Yanzhao, wanting him to astonish the world with a single brilliant feat at this total faction martial meeting. With the blood wave saber being used together with the Zhang family ancestors' self-created Blood King's triple murder. Even though there are so many geniuses present, there are only a few that could actually defend against such a powerful technique. This martial meeting is getting more and more interesting. The top 10 is no longer the world of the direct disciples, but rather the battleground of proud heroes. The 7th and 8th matches were won by Huan Xiaodai and Qin Wuxin, the proud beautiful pair of this generation. Although their opponents were not weak and they had decent results in the last martial meeting, they were still helpless against Huan Xiaodai and Qin Wuxin, quickly defeated in several moves. When these two proud and exquisite women fought on stage, waves of cheering voices came from the audience. But as for Lin Ming, he turned a deaf ear to all this, immersed in the ethereal martial state so that he could quickly recover his strength. The second round had come to an end. Besides the unfortunate Fang Qi, all the other direct disciples hadn't met a tough opponent. They swept away all opposition. As the third round started, Lin Ming was finally restored to his top condition, and the compression of true essence within the heretical god force was completed. He had been sitting in meditation for a while longer, adjusting his mental state, and finally opened his eyes. At this time, he saw Fang Qi standing in the center of the martial stage. The first match is Fang Qi. He was injured last round, but he actually was able to recover so quickly. The healing medicines of the 7 Profound Valleys are truly miraculous. As long as it's not a soul wound, one can be healed in half an hour. I wonder who Fang Qi's opponent is. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he suddenly heard a strange and peculiar jajage laughing sound. A fellow that had a long face and extremely wrinkled skin walked on stage. He was covered in bandages, looking completely like a mummy. As this weird fellow walked on stage, he carried a strange-looking bag on his back. He was thinner than a stick and wore the most outlandishly eccentric clothing. He was like a corpse that had been buried within a coffin and had finally began to rot, but then came back to life in a pile of bandages and rags. As Fang Qi saw this strange mummy fellow walk on stage, his face drained of all blood. What absolute shit luck I have. Were all my last 8 generations blood cursed or something? First I meet that freak Lin Ming in the second round, and now I meet this puppet faction dried corpse in the third round. Even though his opponent was a direct disciple, he still looked like this. Fang Qi felt like he wanted to throw up. Lin Ming was shocked. This mummy fellow is probably the direct disciple of the puppet faction, Magubuyu. Fang Qi is also a direct disciple. I thought that the direct disciples wouldn't meet until the final rounds. Is it because Fang Qi lost to me? Thus he lost his qualifications to be a seeded player. Lin Ming thought this was also natural. After all, the reason that the 7 direct disciples were saved for the last matches was in order to increase the competitive nature of the tournament, not to take care of these direct disciples. If a direct disciple didn't have the strength, they would be eliminated early. Match start. The referee elder said the words that Fang Qi was dreading the most. He would rather face off against Zhang Baoyun than this Magubuyu. This fellow's strength was too weird. Fang Qi suspected that maybe even Zhang Baoyun might not be his match. Not only that, but in a minute this mummy fellow would pull out puppets made of corpses, tools made of human skin, and even corpse lanterns lit with corpse oil. This creepy and macabre person really made one's scalp tingle with squeamishness. And what was worse was that Fang Qi's golden light array flag's golden runes had all been used up. He had to temporarily borrow a second-rate treasure from his faction that had less than a third of the power of the golden light array flag. He was already expecting an extremely miserable ending when facing off against this Magubuyu. Jajage, array faction's baby boy, are you prepared to admit defeat? Magubuyu strangely smiled. Although it was clear that he wasn't much older, he still spoke in a very old manner and hadn't even placed Fang Qi in his eyes. Fang Qi paled. He really had been thinking of immediately admitting defeat a moment ago, but now that he heard Magubuyu say such outrageous things, there was no way he could admit defeat now. Otherwise, he really would become a turtle. For better or worse, he was still a direct disciple. If he went down without a fight and also had to swallow the insults of his opponent, then he would just lose too much face. This wasn't just his face he would be losing, but he would also lose face for the entire array faction. If he retreated at this point, he would never be able to hold his head up around the other array faction disciples again. Fang Qi braced himself for the worst and said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. Shut your filthy trap. Hee, you have courage. Unfortunately, the more you talk, the more you need strength to back it up. Otherwise you will only end up looking like the fool." As Magubuyu said this, he shook the bag on his back, and a spider-like puppet jumped out. This puppet had the upper body of a human, but the lower body of a giant spider. The upper body was actually quite beautiful, but as soon as Fang Qi saw that it was a puppet stitched together from corpses, he began to feel nauseous. Jajage, baby boy, if you can deal with little spider puppet, how about I lose to you? Hearing Magubuyu's arrogant words, Fang Qi could only bitterly clench his teeth. You are too conceited. Although I might not be your match, if you want to take out a single second-tier puppet to deal with me, then you are not placing me in your eyes at all. Although the puppet faction was mysterious, Fang Qi had a certain understanding of Magubuyu's techniques. Magubuyu had at least 3 puppets, one of them a human puppet made from the body of a peak Hotian realm master that was also the fiercest of the 3. If that human puppet was brought out, then Fang Qi would admit he was no match. But now Magubuyu only brought out a spider puppet to deal with him. This was simply not respecting his abilities at all. Earth Array, Octagonal Slaughter Path. Fang Qi threw out his array disc, and a series of golden runes flew out from it, directly surrounding the spider puppet. Gather! Fang Qi waved an array flag, and all the golden runes tightened on the spider puppet. He wanted to kill the spider puppet trapped within the array. The flashing golden runes fell towards the spider puppet. A brilliant golden light began to shine out from the spider puppet's body, and a golden sphere appeared around the spider puppet, protecting it. Pung 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 pung. This gold defense is Golden Bell Barrier. Metal attribute true essence? Fang Qi was completely shocked. This golden shield was obviously a defensive power that was stronger than an earth attribute true essence shield. Although it was said that metal attribute true essence was rare, in truth metal attribute true essence martial artists were much more common than thunder attribute and wind attribute martial artists. But what most horrified Fang Qi was that the metal attribute true essence was refined from inside the puppet's body and then sent out. Not only that, but Golden Bell Barrier was a defensive martial skill. A puppet could actually use a martial skill. You've reached the essence integration realm? How is that possible? Fang Qi inexplicably panicked. Even the other direct disciples in the audience, including Ouyang Ming, Huoyan Luo, and the others had a huge change in their expressions. Ouyang Ming took a deep breath and subconsciously clenched his fists. This was the realm of essence integration. Magoo Buyu's cultivation was only a half-step into the Hotian realm, and he had reached essence integration. Although the puppet faction was incomparably enigmatic, in the end they were still part of the 7 profound valleys. The other direct disciples had a certain understanding of the powers and abilities of puppet masters. A puppet master could refine a vicious beast or powerhouse's corpse into a puppet. The 2 most important factors of a potential puppet was that they had a strong body when they were living, and their bodies were also excellent carriers of true essence. If a puppet could have both of these advantages, they would naturally be incomparably powerful. But a puppet was still a puppet, and they had clumsy combat utility. If one could not make use of their strong body or formidable true essence capacity, then their final combat potential would be extremely limited. However, once a puppet master reached the Xiantian realm, or maybe a half-step into the Xiantian realm, they could achieve the essence integration boundary. This so-called essence integration allowed a puppet to retain their original true essence attribute that they had before death, and even allowed a puppet to keep the cultivation methods and martial skills they knew in life. Such a puppet wouldn't be much weaker than when it was alive. The reason that Magoo Buyu was able to have the spider puppet create the golden bell barrier was that the upper half's woman body had maintained the metal attribute true essence she had before death. Fang Qi's face was ashen white on the stage. This Magoo Buyu was only a half-step into the Hotian realm, but he had actually comprehended essence integration, which usually required a cultivation at least a half-step into the Xiantian realm. Magoo Buyu was absolutely the most terrifying and monstrous talent in the puppet faction for the last 100 years. Perhaps even Zhang Baoyun would lose against Magoo Buyu. How could he have such shit luck? Meeting 2 freaks in a row. I admit defeat. Fang Qi was heavily panting as he said these words. If he had to admit defeat, then he would admit defeat. Against someone that not even Zhang Baoyun might be able to defeat, there was no point in severely injuring himself just to look like a fool, rushing through stubbornness and having everyone look down on him. Magoo Buyu victory. As the referee elder announced this, he also couldn't help but gulp several times. This Magoo Buyu was just too scary. Even though there were so many geniuses and heroes that had gathered at this total faction martial meeting, he was a monster among monsters. He had thought that this total faction martial meeting might be the grandest and best one in the last 3, but now looking at it, let alone 3, it might be superior to even the last 30 martial meetings. During the last total faction martial meeting, the direct disciple still here that ranked the highest was the Acacia faction's Ouyang Ming, who had reached 3rd place. For a 17-year-old to reach 3rd place was already extremely abnormal. At that time, the champion and 2nd place contestant had both been over 20 years old, and had now lost the qualifications to participate. It had been general belief that Ouyang Ming would absolutely become the champion, but then Zhang Baoyun had surpassed him, and Ouyang Ming's chances of being number 1 ended. But now, looking at this Magoo Buyu mummy fellow who had popped out of nowhere and had managed to comprehend the essence integration boundary, Zhang Baoyun might not even be first. Not only that, but there was Zhang Lanjian whose strength wasn't much worse than Zhang Baoyun's, and there was Qin Wuxin who had reached large success of her zither heart, and also the young talented beauty of the Mirage faction, Huan Xiaodai. Not only that, but there was also the patiently waiting Zhang Yanzhao and the unfathomable Lin Ming. This was truly a battle between heroes. Not to mention first place or top 3, even fighting for the top 10 would be fraught with enormous difficulty. Who will be the winner? The heart of the referee elder was filled with anticipation. He thought for a moment and then used True Essence sound transmission to send this message to the referee group. Elder Jiang, what is the matter? The referee group's elders respectfully asked. The referee elder on the martial stage was from the sword faction, and he had extremely keen judgment. His cultivation was also at the middle Xiantian realm, and he had a high rank. He was respected even amongst the elders. There will be a slight change to the original tournament schedule. There are simply too many talents. We do not need to wait until the end. There are especially a few matches in particular that I want to look at. Okay, I just happen to agree with Elder Zhang's thoughts. The first few matches are just too boring. There are a few match results that I would really like to know. After Fang Qi was defeated, There were a few calm games, and then another swell of controversy rose again. Third round, ninth match. Lin Ming against Zhang Yanzhao. As the referee announced this match, the audience rose in an uproar. The 7 Profound Valleys disciples were more calm, because whether it was Lin Ming or Zhang Yanzhao, they didn't really care as they had no relation to them. But the martial artists of the 36 countries and 16 martial families began to shout wildly, yelling at the top of their lungs. Lin Ming was the representative of the 36 countries, and Zhang Yanzhao was the only child left from the 16 martial families. With these two strong fighters colliding, this would definitely be a fierce battle between two great martial artists. It was hard to say who would win. The disciples of the 36 countries and 16 martial families were united by a common hatred when facing the 7 Profound Valleys. But now that they had to battle each other, they naturally had to engage each other for a while. Your Lin Ming's lucky win streak is about to come to an end. It's just bad luck that he's encountered Zhang Yanzhao here. Don't talk shit. Aren't you afraid of the wind cutting your tongue with how much nonsense you're talking? Isn't Fang Qi fierce? Wasn't he defeated by Lin Ming in 3 moves? Your Zhang Yanzhao is at most on the same level as Fang Qi. Now that he's facing Lin Ming, he's just some trash that will be defeated in a second. Humph. You are just a complete sucker. Fang Qi and Huyenluo are worst among the 7 direct disciples. They are basically just side dishes. Can they even compare with Zhang Yanzhao? Do you know what the Blood King's triple murder is? The power of those 3 moves isn't something that someone like you can imagine. It's already good if Lin Ming can withstand the second saber strike. Lin Ming and Zhang Yanzhao hadn't even fought, but the disciples off the 36 countries and 16 martial families had already begun a savage war of words, their arguments becoming extremely heated. Zhang Baoyun was drinking some spirit tea, and he asked with a smile, "Lanjian, your eyesight is quite good. Who do you think will win?" Zhang Lanjian looked deeply at Zhang Baoyun. Even though Zhang Baoyun had just seen that freak Magubuyu and his essence integration ability, he was still able to maintain his calm indifference. That Zhang Baoyun could maintain this attitude meant that he was either confident against Magubuyu, or his sword heart had reached an indelible state that a normal swordsman would never be able to compare with. There's no need to mention my eyesight again. I've already been mistaken about Lin Ming several times, and still find that I cannot understand him at all. I originally thought Lin Ming had good chances, but the Zhang family's Blood King's triple murder is just too powerful. It was a martial skill created by a revolving core master. Once it's combined with the Blood Wave Saber, the strength it can release is incomprehensible. It is said that the third saber consumes at least 40% of one's true essence, and can shatter the earth and heavens. I wonder how Lin Ming will be able to stop that. I just cannot predict the results of this match. Who do you think will win? Zhang Baoyun shook his head, and only said, "Saber like tiger, spear like dragon. Saber like tiger, spear like dragon?" In battle between a dragon and a tiger, who was stronger? The dragon or the tiger? Regardless of whether it was Lin Ming or Zhang Yanzhao, they were both martial artists that excelled in powerful attacks. If they met on the battlefield, tens of thousands would be killed. With such overwhelmingly qualified contestants, this match was truly worth watching. The disciples of the 36 countries and 16 martial families were cheering their heads off. As Zhang Yanzhao stepped onto the martial stage, he did not hold back anything. He immediately took out the Blood Wave Saber. Against Lin Ming, this was the only skill he could use to defeat him. Lin Ming stood not too far away from Zhang Yanzhao, the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands. This battle was contest between saber and spear. He wanted to depend on just his own spear and have a wonderful battle. The foundation spear technique against the Blood King's triple murder. Although it seemed as if Lin Ming's spear had a major disadvantage, in his hands, the foundation spear technique underwent a drastic evolution. It was no longer what it once was. Every spear strike and move contained the power of the mountains and rivers. Because of this, spear skills weren't as important. The two stood 100 feet apart. Suddenly, the aura that Zhang Yanzhao had been restraining within himself suddenly exploded outward. One could see faint waves of blood rolling off of him. his murderous intent coming from all directions. It was as if that murderous intent was enough to blot out the sky, and those waves of blood were enough to drown anyone underneath. Lin Ming was also restrained. He was standing straight on the stage just like a spear itself. His body concealed a roiling momentum that seemed to instantly pierce the heavens. Zhang Yanzhao felt as if he could hear his own aura being broken through, and that aura he released like waves of blood was simply chopped apart by a keen blade. He laughed and said, "That I can meet an opponent like you during this total faction martial meeting is already enough. I will only use 3 saber moves. If I cannot win against you with them, I admit defeat." Zhang Yanzhao was not being arrogant. It was just that his Blood King's triple murder only had 3 sabers within. After these 3 sabers were used, his true essence would be over 70% consumed. If he couldn't defeat Lin Ming by then he would have basically lost the match. Zhang Yanzhao had absolute confidence in the Blood King's triple murder's 3rd and final saber. "Good. Make your saber move." With this, Lin Ming took the eternal iron bridge blocks the river stance. At that moment, his aura was just like a calm mountain, unyielding and immutable. Bang! A wave of blood soared to the heavens, and even the clouds in the skies parted. The rich true essence surged in the air like ripples in water, visible to even the naked eye. This true essence dispersed, struck the stage protection barrier, and then bounced back. To the audience, it was as if the entire martial stage had been covered with a faint red tint. It seemed as if blood was floating everywhere in the sky. Blood King's first murder, endless waves. Zhang Yanzhao gave a loud shout, and the treasure sword in his hand turned a brilliant blood red. A rich blood energy suddenly erupted forwards. It was as if countless surges of blood waves were rushing through the air. As Zhang Yanzhao cut out with his knife, it was like the entire world had been covered by his saber energy. He could cut anything he wanted. As Lin Ming faced this sword energy that seemed like massive waves of blood that blotted out the sky, Lin Ming also became incomparably serious. True essence poured into the heavy, profound, soft spear, and flow like silk broke out. At the same time, countless flashes of thunder arched around Lin Ming's body. Spear prestige transformed into a dragon, a spear thrust out with an unstoppable momentum. 5,000 filaments of vibrating true essence pounded wave after bloody wave. Pong! Under the vibrating true essence, the waves of blood turned into a shower of blood. It seemed as if crimson lotuses were blooming in the sky. As the waves of blood were torn apart, Lin Ming's spear and Zhang Yanzhao's saber collided in midair. A blood-red light flashed, and Lin Ming's spear pierced the curtain of blood. Unstoppable. Zhang Yanzhao was shocked in his heart. This spear of Lin Ming's looked simple, but there were profound principles and esoteric truths contained within. The majestic strength of the world, the power of the strange vibrations, and the wildly savage purple thunder. All 3 of these powers perfectly fused together, creating an implacable force. At this moment, he realized Lin Ming's strength. It wasn't that Fang Qi was weak. It was only that Magu Buyu and Lin Ming were too strong. That was the only reason that Fang Qi had been so thoroughly and completely defeated. The long spear was like a dragon. After breaking through the mist of blood, it pierced towards Zhang Yanzhao's chest. At this critical moment, Zhang Yanzhao used his palm as a saber and cut down on the heavy, profound, soft spear. Clang! The intense impact caused the heavy, profound, soft spear to instantly bend like a crescent moon. Zhang Yanzhao grit his teeth as he retreated backwards. His right hand was already stained red with blood. What? A spear broke through Zhang Yanzhao's Blood King's first murder, and he was also injured. This is too weird. Didn't Lin Ming not use a martial skill during that spear strike? Can there be such strength without a martial skill? How terrifying would it be if he did use a martial skill? To most of the audience, whether it was Zhang Yanzhao or Lin Ming, both of them gave them an unfathomable feeling. During the last martial meeting, he had reached the top 20. Now, during this martial meeting, he had defeated Lu Yan with just a single saber strike. Lu Yan's strength probably wasn't in the top 10, but he could still be around rank 12 or 13. He was definitely not some weak nobody. There was no need to mention anything about Lin Ming. Against Fang Qi, he had defeated him as if he were just chopping a melon. However, these matches were not enough to fully explain the level of these two people. Everyone knew that before now, neither of them had used their full strength to fight. This would be a truly powerful battle. They had thought that the difference in strength between Lin Ming and Zhang Yanzhao wasn't too great, but they never thought that Zhang Yanzhao would be the first one injured, and so quickly too. Second Elder Zhang Yanzhao seems to be in danger. That Lin Ming had only used a casual spear thrust without any martial skill or technique, and he was able to break through Zhang Yanzhao's Blood King's first murder. Since Zhang Yanzhao was competing, then naturally people from the Zhang family would also have come. The group leader was the second elder of the Zhang family. No martial skill? You're wrong. Lin Ming's spear skill has fused many unknown principles within. Every move he makes is the same as a martial skill. As the second elder gazed at the two people on stage, his pair of deep eyes shined brightly. Don't worry, that casual spear thrust is powerful, and it wouldn't be strange if he had other cards in his hand. But that Blood King's first murder that Yan Zhao just used was the weakest saber. The second saber will be 3 times as strong. And the third saber will be 3 times stronger than the second. Breaking through the first saber doesn't mean anything at all. On the martial stage, Zhang Yanzhao's eyes were brilliant. Lin Ming, your strength astonishes even me. But you're wrong if you think you'll defeat me so easily. As Zhang Yanzhao said this, the saber in his hand began to shine. The tiles under Zhang Yanzhao's feet began to be pulverized by waves of violent air. Blood King's second murder, extermination of gods and ghosts. Ha! The blood energy in the air seemed to incinerate, and a crimson vortex appeared on Zhang Yanzhao's saber, instantly absorbing all of the blood energy everywhere, wiping even the sky clean. Suddenly, the energy condensed onto the saber was several times stronger than before. Lin Ming was startled. Once the blood energy from the first saber was fused into the second, the power actually increased so much. This is at least 3 times as strong. Lin Ming frowned. It wasn't as if he couldn't block this saber, he could. The problem was if the second saber's power had already increased by so much, then what would the third saber be like? Bang! Burning waves of blood surged towards Lin Ming. The saber energy was just like a massive river that had suddenly been unleashed from a dam, resulting in an unstoppable flood. Facing a saber energy that even covered the sky, Lin Ming instantly activated Golden Rock, shattering the void, his body like a shadow as it retreated. At the same time, the heavy, profound, soft spear struck out like a serpent. Flowers in the storm. Puff, 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 puff. In that moment, Lin Ming pierced out with hundreds of spear strikes. Each spear contained the power of thunder fused with vibrating true essence. In this continuous onslaught, the massive wave of blood continued for hundreds of feet, pushing Lin Ming to the edge of the stage before finally dissipating. The audience hadn't yet been able to respond to such a quick reversal of fortune. Just a while ago, Lin Ming had broken through Zhang Yanzhao's first saber, and had even injured him. Now, Lin Ming had been pushed back so far by Zhang Yanzhao's second saber. There could only be one explanation, and that was that Zhang Yanzhao's Blood King's triple murder became increasingly powerful with each saber. Not only that, but the disparity between each strike was gargantuan. If so, then just how strong would the third saber be? How would Lin Ming deal with it? The disciples of the 36 countries couldn't help but feel nervous for Lin Ming, their faces dripping with anxious sweat. Ha, good. A Zhang family elder laughed. In all of Lin Ming's matches so far, no one had been able to push him back. Now, he was actually forced back hundreds of feet by Zhang Yanzhao's saber. Moreover, this was only the second saber of the Blood King's triple murder. The third saber would be 3 times stronger than even the second saber. The Zhang family elder wanted to see just how Lin Ming would be able to block that. Yan Zhao has already won half the battle. Now, even if Lin Ming has a hidden card in his hand, it still might not be enough to block the third saber. If Yan Zhao can defeat Lin Ming here, then that would be a great advantage to my Zhang family's momentum. This match is just too important. The second elder confidently spoke this as he stroked his beard. The Zhang family had been hiding their strength for the last several hundred years. Now, it was finally time to begin their revival. There was just no significance in blindly and constantly hiding their family's resources. On the contrary, what they had to do was expand their family's influence. The more influence they had, the more powerhouses they could hire to join their family. There is still the last saber. Lin Ming, I want to see how you'll block this. As Zhang Yanzhao said this, his entire body erupted with a surge of true essence. He lifted the blood wave saber high above his head, and the entire saber began to blaze with a brilliant light. The true essence of his body was just like a flood that was being held back by the treasure sword in his hands. Lin Ming could clearly feel that the true essence reserves in Zhang Yanzhao's body were rapidly depleting. This is truly worthy of being called an earth-step treasure sword. It can actually store so much true essence. When Lin Ming used Thunderfire Annihilation, he would instantly consume 40% of his true essence, and that was because he had to suffuse his true essence into the heretical god seed. The heretical god seed was simply a bottomless pit. But if Lin Ming tried to pour his true essence into the heavy profound soft spear, it wouldn't take much true essence before the heavy profound soft spear reached its limit. Looking at it from this aspect, the disparity between a medium-grade human step treasure and an earth step treasure was simply like clouds and mud. No wonder it is said that the Blood King's triple murder needs the earth step treasure blood wave saber in order to display its power. It was for this reason. A human step treasure simply cannot contain that much true essence. Within a breath of time, Zhang Yanzhao had already poured over 50% of his true essence into the blood wave saber. In addition to the consumption of the last two sabers, Zhang Yanzhao didn't even have 30% of his total true essence remaining. He was staking everything on this, a single saber to decide victory or defeat. This is my strongest ability. Blood King's absolute murder, heaven and earth collapse. Zhang Yanzhao loudly bellowed, and he suddenly rose several hundreds of feet into the air. Everything under his feet had become meaningless. Lin Ming's eyes widened. The power of Zhang Yanzhao's saber was actually 3 times stronger than the last. It kept rising by 3 times every time. In comparison to the first saber, Zhang Yanzhao's third saber was 9 times stronger. Even if Lin Ming opened the heretical god force and increased his power by 60%, he still wouldn't be able to block the saber. If he wished to confront his opponent head-on, he either had to use the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder or Thunderfire Annihilation. However, Lin Ming didn't want to use these 2 trump cards against Zhang Yanzhao. That was because he still had another card in his hand, Reverse Scale Blood. With the fusion of the true dragon energy's azure true essence, it would continually grow, endlessly. Not only was this kind of true essence all-conquering, able to break through any defense, it was tenacious and difficult to destroy. Although it wasn't eternal like a flame essence, if one wished to destroy it, they needed multiple times the true essence in order to wear it down. This was the everlasting concept that existed forever within the true dragon, eternal and immortal power. As for the present Lin Ming, he could not achieve true immortality. That was because his cultivation was limited and he wasn't able to display the full might of the reverse scale blood. Even so, this endless true essence was not so easy to destroy. Roar! With the resonant and majestic cry of a dragon, Lin Ming's aura shot into the clouds, piercing the heavens, and the reverse scale blood completely fused into his true essence. At that moment, Mu Qinghong, who had been sitting in the grand hall, was shocked in her heart, her beautiful face suddenly changing color. This is... Mu Qinghong had lived in Divine Phoenix Island for many years, and she had the bloodline of the vermilion bird injected within her body. As she heard that loud dragon's cry a moment ago, she felt the bloodline within her body tremble in fear. Could this be the strange flood dragon bloodline that Shenyu had mentioned? She helplessly watched as the shade of a flood dragon appeared behind Li Ming once again. Compared to before, this time it was even more real. The more she looked at it, the less it seemed like a flood dragon. It was as if, true dragon? Long spear manifesting dragon. It was a true blue, genuine long spear manifesting dragon. Heavens! How old was he again? A spear genius of this level was unprecedented from ancient times until now. Bang! The vibrating true essence that contained the energy of the true dragon intensely impacted against the Blood King's absolute murder. Lin Ming's true essence had transformed into a deep azure color, standing out in stark contrast to the deep dark red that stained everywhere. It was an incomparably gorgeous and dazzling sight. It was as if space was torn apart. Intense red shockwaves violently impacted everywhere, alarmingly dire waves of blood frothing forth. But in the midst of these crazy and turbulent waves, a bright azure-colored spear light pierced through, thrusting straight towards Zhang Yanzhao's chest. Zhang Yanzhao's triumphant expression instantly froze. Puff! It was like his chest had been struck by a mountain. Zhang Yanzhao spat out a mouthful of blood, and he flew backwards like a broken ragdoll. Bang! Zhang Yanzhao smashed against the martial stage's protective barrier, the blood within his body tumbling endlessly. Although he had suffered a heavy injury, he was still able to use his saber to prop himself up on the ground and not fall flat to the floor in a shameless scene. How could this be? Zhang Yanzhao could not believe this. He had exhausted over 50% of his true essence in order to send out the Blood King's absolute murder. The terrifying storm of saber energy that was released still wasn't able to crush that azure spear light that was several times less than his own. Instead, that spear light pierced through layer upon layer of blood waves, finally striking him down. What sort of spear light was that? It was as if it were indestructible. It was simply too terrifying. As Zhang Yanzhao looked up and saw Lin Ming, he noticed that Lin Ming was standing exactly where he had been, without a single wound on his body. Zhang Yanzhao had clearly seen that in the split second that the Blood King's absolute murder had reached Lin Ming, that azure spear light had managed to tear open a hole within the blood waves, parting them in half and allowing Lin Ming to dodge most of the attacks. As for the rest of the energy, it had struck Lin Ming but was unable to shatter apart the azure true essence that protected his body. This kind of weird true essence was too terrifying. Although it didn't feel too powerful, it was completely immutable. The entire audience was stunned silent as all of them quietly gazed at the martial stage. Zhang Yanzhao's final saber had created an extremely powerful force that had exceeded their imaginations. It had even blasted apart the array formation tiles in the center of the martial stage, leaving behind a massive crater that was over a dozen feet deep. Heavens! Was this really a showdown of the younger generation? Even a battle between late Hotian realm, or even peak Hotian realm masters would not be able to create such awe-inspiring carnage. At this moment, a thin drizzle of blood began to fall from the sky as if it were a spring rain. It hit the face wet and sticky. After the endless waves of blood were blown apart, their powerful energy had managed to seep through the defensive barrier of the martial stage, forming clouds of blood in the sky. This phenomenon was substantialized by Zhang Yanzhao's true essence, becoming reality. His true essence manifestation was thick as blood. Even the group of referee elders were shocked speechless. This was because they had taken Jiang Baoyun as the strongest representative of all the direct disciples, and thus the strongest of the younger generation. His strength was capable of reaching the middle Hotian stage, so they had created a defensive barrier that was able to withstand attacks from a late Hotian realm master. This defensive barrier should be able to withstand a continuous onslaught from a late Hotian realm master without breaking. Yet Zhang Yanzhao's true essence manifestation blood waves had actually managed to flow through the defensive barrier. This could only mean that his striking power had reached the standard late Hotian realm master. What sort of concept was it for a half-step Hotian martial artist to have the attack power of a late Hotian realm master? This was just too difficult to imagine. The Blood King's triple murder was just too terrifying a skill. And what was even more horrifying was Lin Ming. He had actually managed to withstand such a powerful blow and counterattack. His spear had broken through the blood waves, splitting them in half. Not only was he completely safe, but he had overcome those layers of blood to strike Zhang Yanzhao. That azure true essence was not too powerful, but its unwillingness to die made one's heart quicken with fear. Oh! In the Grand Hall, Shi Zongtian glanced at Mu Qinghong, hesitating for a moment. He had caught Mu Qinghong's violent reaction to what had just happened in the match. From the start until now, no mighty wave of valorous performance of the martial meeting was able to startle the ever-placid Mu Qinghong. Whether it was Jiang Lanjian's swordsmanship attainments or Magu Buyu's essence integration boundary, Mu Qinghong had only nodded as she watched without a reaction. To her, all of this seemed common. But a moment ago, Mu Qinghong, who had always maintained a calm and indifferent expression, suddenly paled and grasped the armrests of her chair, nearly standing up. This had caused Shi Zongtian a great amount of surprise. Was Mu Qinghong really someone capable of being surprised? Normally, Shi Zongtian would be very proud that a disciple of his sect would be able to cause a special envoy of Divine Phoenix Island to have this expression. But now, Xin Zongtian did not feel happy or satisfied at all. Mu Qinghong had obviously noticed something in particular, but Shi Zongtian hadn't seen it at all. He suspected that the Azure True Essence was what Mu Qinghong was surprised about, but as for what secrets it held, he did not know. He searched his own memory for information on this Azure True Essence. Was it a special sort of martial intent? Or could it be True Essence concept? Thinking this, Shi Zongtian's heart began to quiver. If it really was a True Essence concept, then that was simply heaven-defying. There were exceedingly few people that were able to comprehend a True Essence concept. These people were beyond the rare among rare. This concept that Lin Ming seemed to have understood looked like the legendary eternal True Essence concept where True Essence grew endless, refusing to die, nearly immortal. But was this really possible? He was still in the bone-forging stage, and yet he had comprehended a True Essence concept. Not only that, but it was the legendary eternal True Essence. Mu Qinghong noticed Shi Zongtian observing her. Knowing that it was a breach of conduct, she smiled and asked, "Does Valley Master Shi have anything to say?" Shi Zongtian was slightly stunned, and then he smiled and said, "Nothing. I was just laughing at how stupid and shoddy my judgment of the 7 Profound Valleys disciples has been. There was such an unpolished jade in my land, and yet the first one to discover this was actually the vaunted Saintess. The Saintess' eyes are like an all-seeing beacon. It's no wonder that Divine Phoenix Island has been thriving this past millennia." Shi Zongtian's words were filled with a trace of discontent. He was obviously dissatisfied with Divine Phoenix Island reaching their hands out so far. As for that Azure True Essence, there was no point in him taking the initiative to ask. Mu Qinghong was just too clever to reveal anything. Haha, all of the uncut jades in this world will belong where they are destined for. What does Valley Master Shi think of this? Shi Zongtian's complexion immediately became ugly. He icily said, "Fair Maiden Qinghong's remarks are simply too biased. Only those uncut jades that are ownerless will find their way to whoever they are destined for. As for those uncut jades that already have a master, it is best to take them up and personally polish them." Valley Master Shi, isn't Lin Ming not even a disciple of your 7 Profound Valleys? My family's young mistress merely had a fateful encounter with Lin Ming, but didn't take him away. In this matter, Divine Phoenix Island has already showed extremely patience, doing everything humanly possible. Why must Valley Master Shi be so unbecomingly hostile? Mu Qinghong said with a light humph. As Shi Zongtian heard this, he suddenly paused. It was true that he was a bit nervous and thought that Divine Phoenix Island was trying to poach someone from him. But he also wondered, if Lin Ming's talent was so amazing, why would Divine Phoenix Island let him go? He would be a top-tier talent even with a 4th-grade sect. But as he thought about it some more, if Divine Phoenix Island really came to dig in his little corner of land, there was no reason to do all of this. They could have already taken him away with irresistible offers and promises. Shi Zongtian said, "I apologize if I offended Fairy Maiden Qinghong. It's just that to a small 3rd-grade sect like mine, a peerless genius is truly too important. With a peerless talent, it might be that several hundred years from now, my 7 Profound Valleys might possibly reach the turning point of becoming a 4th-grade sect. Because of this, I was just a bit too excited and aggressive. Although it seemed like too much of an exaggeration to claim that the power of a single person could cause a 3rd-grade sect to rise to a 4th-grade sect, there was still some truth in it. If Lin Ming could reach the peak revolving core realm and then hire some capable individuals, this might be possible. A peak revolving core master seemed as if it were an incomparably distant goal. Yet with Lin Ming's trivial peak bone forging cultivation, he was still able to compare to a Hotian realm master. In the future, there was a glimmer of hope that he could reach the peak revolving core realm. Above the martial stage, Zhang Yanzhao had already smothered the restlessness within his chest with true essence. He wiped the blood from his mouth and sullenly smiled, slowly shaking his head. I admit defeat. His 3 sabers had consumed over 70% of his true essence, and he even had the support of a low-grade Earth-step treasure saber. In comparison, Lin Ming hadn't even used up 10% of his true essence, and he only used a medium-grade human-step treasure spear. In that situation, Lin Ming was even able to counterattack and wound him. This disparity between them was just too great. Zhang Yanzhao felt as if Lin Ming was a towering mountain that pierced the heavens. It was too difficult to hope to reach him. Well fought. Lin Ming cupped his fists together in respect and then put away his heavy, profound, soft spear. Lin Ming victory. With the announcement of the referee, the second elder of the Zhang family exhaled a heavy breath. He muttered, "This child is simply a dragon within a deep pool." Yanzhao didn't lose without just cause. Although Zhang Yanzhao had lost the match, the Zhang family had managed to show their power and influence. Zhang Yanzhao's final saber was able to compare to a late Hotian master's all-out attack. It was enough to shock the entire audience. Since he lost to Lin Ming in that situation, he could only blame it on his own ability being inferior. When Lin Ming returned to the contestant waiting area, many of the other contestants were unconsciously looking at him. Some had complex expressions, some looked jealous, some looked fearful, some looked excited, and some even looked appreciative. During the 3rd round of the tournament, Lin Ming had stepped into the spotlight, leaving a deep impression on the audience's minds, not unlike the mummy Magoo Buyu who had comprehended the essence integration boundary. Of course, this only meant that Lin Ming had caused a shock within the audience's minds that was equal to Magoo Buyu. It didn't imply that his strength was on par with Magoo Buyu. In the opinion of the majority of the audience, the essence integration boundary that Magoo Buyu had reached was a realm that could only be reached by a Xiantian master. Magoo Buyu's strength likely exceeded even Jiang Baoyun's, and he had become the #1 master of the 7 direct disciples. This point could be seen from the gambling house. Before Magoo Buyu had revealed his essence integration boundary, Jiang Baoyun's odds was 1 minute and 1.6 seconds. As for another popular favorite, Ouyang Ming, his odds was 1:4. At that time, Magoo Buyu's odds was also 1:4. But after Magoo Buyu revealed his essence integration boundary, his odds had plummeted down to 1 minute and 1.8 seconds. As for Jiang Baoyun, his had risen to 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. And as for Ouyang Ming, his odds rose to 1:6. With these odds, there weren't many people that bet on Ouyang Ming. Even the disciples of the Acacia faction mostly bet on Magoo Buyu. It was worth mentioning that Lin Ming had finally appeared on the list of possible champion candidates. In his first appearance, his odds were 1:12. These odds were already quite good. As for Zhang Yanzhao, his odds were 1:35. Xing Xuan. In the audience, Qin Xingxuan suddenly heard Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission in her mind. Ah, Lin Ming, are you all right? The scene of Lin Ming fighting within those waves of blood kept repeating within Qin Xingxuan's mind, caused her heart to wildly dance. One reason was that she had been extremely frightened and worried. As for the second, that was due to the young and precocious feelings that were budding within a young girl's heart, which caused her heartbeat to accelerate. Lin Ming's voice was playful. Go to the gambling house and bet 300 true essence stones that I will win. I'll buy them. If you don't have enough true essence stones, you can borrow some from Martial House Master Qin. Later I'll return the true essence stones to you. 300 true essence stones? Qin Xingxuan gasped in surprise. Even though she came from a wealthy family, this number was just too startling. This was 300,000 gold. Listening to Lin Ming's words, he believed he had a very high chance of winning. If he really did win, then he would win 3,600 true essence stones. Heavens! 3,600 true essence stones was 3.6 million gold taels. Even to the martial quarters, that was an inestimably large sum of money. It had to be known that the yearly expenses of the martial quarters only amounted to 200,000 or 300,000 gold taels. That's right, 300 true essence stones. The amount of true essence stones that Lin Ming needed in order to cultivate now was no small number. These many years the 7 profound valleys had sucked up who knew how many resources from the surrounding countries. This amount wasn't even enough to cover interest. Because this gambling house was started by some disciples with an elder backing them, Lin Ming wanted to bet 1,000 or 2,000 true essence stones and have them compensate several tens of thousands of true essence stones in one go. However, the ones who managed the gambling house were only personal disciples. They couldn't necessarily repay 3,600 true essence stones. That should be equal to several months of expenses for these personal disciples. They should be able to repay it. I admit defeat. During the 4th round of the tournament, Lin Ming's opponent chose to directly admit defeat. This was already quite rare for anyone that managed to enter in the finals. Even if they faced one of the several direct disciples and knew perfectly well that they would never win, they still played out a symbolic battle. Many of the disciples purely came to experience the strength of the direct disciples and exchange moves with them. As for Lin Ming, he could have been described as a complete unknown before the total faction martial meeting. Because of this, there weren't many people that were interested in exchanging blows with him and ultimately end up disgracing themselves. Lin Ming won with ease. Afterwards, it was time for Fang Qi to step on stage. Fang Qi finally ended his streak of bad luck. He managed to face a disciple who wasn't too strong or too weak, and he ended up winning via overwhelming superiority. Fang Qi ended the match with the fastest speed he could muster. It was as if he were trying to use this method to announce to the audience that he wasn't weak. It was just that his luck was bad and he met 2 abnormal fellows. As the matches continued one at a time, they were either unequal matches or the 2 contestants were relatively weak, so there wasn't much anticipation in the audience. It seemed as if the 4th round would end with no great waves occurring, but in the last game, there was actually a relatively shocking match that was announced, Huyen Luo against Magu Jirong. Up until now, these 2 had experienced complete victory. Han Yanluo was the direct disciple of the Refiner faction, but Magu Jirong was the 2nd-ranked disciple of the Puppet faction. This was a battle between a direct disciple and a 2nd-ranked disciple, and yet the audience favored Magu Jirong. Although Huyen Luo was a direct disciple, the Array faction and Refiner faction had always been the 2 factions with the weakest combat potential. This was because a person had limited time and energy, and the disciples of these factions had to invest an excessive amount of time and effort into learning refining and array skills. This would inevitably affect their own strength. In the general opinion of the audience, Huyen Luo was on the same level as Fang Qi. By comparison, Magu Jirong may have been a 2nd disciple, but he originated from the secretively formidable Puppet faction. With only Magu Buyu in front of him, the strength of this Magu Jirong also had to been abnormally strong. This match had a separate bet within the gambling house. Huyen Luo's odds were 1:3, but Magu Jirong's were 1 minute and 1.4 seconds. From the very start of the match, Magu Jirong brought out 3 puppets. 2 of them were corpse puppets, and the last was a mechanical puppet created from materials. As the 3 puppets attacked together, Han Yanluo quickly found himself surrounded and in danger. Magu Jirong smiled with a strange jjaj sound. Although he hadn't yet reached the essence integration boundary, he was still more than enough to deal with some Refiner faction disciple. Within several moves, Huyen Luo was forced into a dead end. Jeej, the refining faction is just so weak. You can't even beat me, but you think you can take on my senior apprentice brother? Let me send on your way. Papa! The mechanical puppet's 4 arms took out shining long knives. But the other 2 corpse puppets also began to revolve true essence throughout their bodies. They were planning to attack Huyen Luo from 3 different angles. This was a sure kill situation. At this critical moment, Huyen Luo's pupils flashed with a dazzling red light. It was the color of fire. Abyssal flames explode. Bang! It was as if Hu Yanluo's body detonated and massive red-crimson salamanders ran out from his body, directly streaking towards the three puppets. A nightmarish blazing heat wave broke out, and the three puppets were washed in flame. The two corpse puppets were instantly burned to charcoal, and the last mechanical puppet was left half-burned in fire. Even the stone tiles underneath Han Yanluo melted, turning into magma. Magu Jirong was shocked. How was this possible? Even from a distance of over 100 feet away, he could still feel that scorching hot heat wave. It was no different to a massive tsunami, flowing without end. He didn't doubt that if he hadn't withdrawn his true essence to protect his body, then even his clothes would have been instantly burnt away. What kind of fire was this? Was this a flame essence? Even a normal flame essence wouldn't have such amazing power. It could only be a high-grade flame essence. Han Yanluo, a mere peak pulse condensation martial artist, was actually able to absorb a high-grade flame essence. At this time, the audience watching the match was stunned. There were many among them that had a great understanding of flame essences. Heavens! Abyssal flames. A medium-grade human step flame essence. It's also the highest among all the medium-grade human step flame essences. One needs to be at least at the peak Hotian realm in order to absorb such a flame essence. How did Hu Yanluo manage to absorb this? As the disciples of the Seven Profound Valleys discussed this, the disciples of the Refiner faction's eyes were particularly blood-red. A flame essence was something that they longed for in their every dream. Let alone a medium-grade human step flame essence, even a low-grade human step flame essence was something that they could only ever hope for in vain. Do not envy him. Envying him is useless. Hu Yanluo's father is the sovereign of the Refiner faction. This medium-grade human step flame essence was definitely placed within Hu Yanluo's body by the Refiner faction sovereign using some sort of special technique. For instance, if he had let Hu Yanluo suppress the flame essence in advance by soaking in glacial ice divine spring waters, and then resting on a polar jade bed. If he had these things, he would be able to absorb the flame essence with only a cultivation at the early Hotian realm. Although Hu Yanluo is only at the peak pulse condensation period, his talent is quite amazing. He has a 6th grade fire origin energy fusion compatibility. An early Hotian realm cultivation limit isn't something that can stop him. Glacial ice divine spring? Heavens! I've only ever heard about something like that. It's said that a single vial takes 50 or 60,000 true essence stones. Yet it was only used to let Hu Yanluo absorb the abyssal flame several boundaries early. This is just too extravagant a cost. Don't complain. Who told you not to have such a great father? Then again, senior apprentice brother Hu's talent is just too amazing. Even if we had the same resources given to us, do you think we could do anything about it? We might have already been burnt to toast by the abyssal flame. Ah, that is a medium-grade human step flame essence. I don't even expect to be able to build up my hollow flame essence to a 500-year rank in my life. In the future, I would be content just to have a low-grade human step flame essence. Oh! In the Grand Hall of the Seven Profound Valleys, the Sword Faction sovereign smiled as he turned to Hu Yanluo's father Huxian and said, "Old Hua, you really invested a lot this time." The Sword Faction sovereign already knew that Hu Yanluo had absorbed a flame essence. He just didn't know that it was the medium-grade human step abyssal flame. Don't mention it. I already wasted over an entire year of time in order to help my useless son absorb the abyssal flame. Although Huxian seemed to complain, his entire face was all smiles. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his son. He had done all of this in order to have his son amaze the world at this total faction martial meeting. Although it would be difficult to take first place, he should still easily manage to reach the top 5. There was even a glimmer of hope to reach the top 3. To the Refiner faction that was normally weaker in combat, this was already a very good result. I heard that Yanluo's fire true essence has reached a 6th grade fusion? The one was asking was a Sword Faction Great Elder. Huxian's face was red with delight and pride. He waved his hand and said, "Medium 6th grade, far from satisfactory." Ignoring his family background, the fact that Hu Yanluo was able to absorb a medium-grade human step flame essence with his peak pulse condensation cultivation proved that he had a prodigious talent. If it wasn't because of his 6th grade fusion, then no matter how many resources Wuxian invested in him, it would still be useless. On the martial stage, it was unexpectedly difficult to suppress the flames that burnt the puppets. Magu Jirong watched helplessly as his mechanical puppet was almost entirely burnt away. It had to be known that the main body of the mechanical puppet was created from fire-resistant purple smoke wood. It wouldn't melt even if placed with dark steel magma, and yet it had instantly been burnt by the abyssal flames. As for the puppet skeleton, it was made from high-grade human steppe treasure aged gold. Even the heavy, profound, soft silver that was used to create the elastic joints melted away. The power of this medium-grade human steppe flame essence was obvious. Didn't this mean that most treasures of martial artists would also be melted by the abyssal flame if they didn't have true essence protection? Huyen Luo, I will remember you. Magu Jirong retrieved the leftover pieces of the mechanical puppet into his puppet bag. He stared at Huyen Luo with vulture-like eyes. I acknowledge that I have lost this match, but next time, I will have you pay back everything you owe me, plus interest. Huyen Luo's thick eyebrows furrowed together. He coldly said, You still act in such a sad manner even though you lost. Just who do you think you are? Humph! Magu Jirong coldly snorted and then turned around to leave the stage. Before Huyen Luo could say anything, he suddenly discovered that Magu Buyu was staring at him from the side of the martial stage, his pair of beady eyes just like a venomous snake gazing at its prey. Han Yen Luo felt as if a chilling breeze touched his body. But knowing that he had the abyssal flame, he was not afraid of Magu Buyu any longer. What other tricks could he play once all of his puppets were burnt down? Thinking this, Han Yen Luo regained his confidence and stared back at Magu Buyu without fear. The puppet faction hated showing weakness the most. Now that Huyen Luo had ruined Magu Jirong's 3 puppets and thus greatly reduced his combat strength, Magu Buyu would certainly be looking forward to avenging this loss. Huyen Luo victory. As the referee elder made his announcement, the audience resounded with vibrant cheers. Although many of the refiner faction disciples still had some envious thoughts, they acknowledged Huyen Luo's talent and were sincerely convinced by him. Since Huyen Luo was the direct disciple of the refiner faction and had also defeated a powerful enemy, this was naturally worth cheering for. The refiner faction was usually on the losing side, and yet this time they had created such a magnificent scene. How could they not be proud and exultant? We're really seeing such fantastic scenes in these finals. Before it was Magu Buyu and Lin Ming who stole the scene, and now this time it's our refiner faction's turn. Ha! Now that senior apprentice brother Hua has a medium-grade human steppe flame essence, he should be able to stop Lin Ming, Huan Xiaodai, and Qin Wuxin. Although, I just don't know how he will compare to someone like Magu Buyu or Zhang Baoyun. Even if he's not their match, that means he's still guaranteed to reach the top 5, or he might even be able to fight for the top 3. This time our refiner faction will really gain some face. In the contestant waiting area, Lin Ming stroked his chin. He hadn't expected that Huyen Luo would actually display a medium-grade human steppe flame essence and cause such a great stir. It seems that a flame essence and thunder soul are much more valuable and precious than I had first assumed. If I remember correctly, Mu Qianyu said that the purple flood dragon divine thunder was a low-grade earth steppe. Luckily, Mu Qinghong came to the 7 profound valleys. Otherwise I fear that I wouldn't be able to display the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Now that I have the support of Mu Qinghong, I can use any ability I wish. The more strength I show, the more resources I will be able to obtain. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he suddenly heard the referee announce, 6th round, first match. Lin Ming against Zhang Lanjian. Zhang Lanjian? Lin Ming was completely surprised. He didn't think that he would meet Zhang Lanjian so soon. Zhang Lanjian also hadn't thought that the match between him and Lin Ming would come so soon. This battle was one he was thoroughly looking forward to. Could be said that out of all his future opponents, Lin Ming was the one he most hoped to fight. It wasn't because Lin Ming was the strongest. In Zhang Lanjian's opinion, Lin Ming's strength had already reached the top 5 and maybe top 3. But Lin Ming's spearmanship and actually caused Zhang Lanjian's heart to race with excitement. His understanding of spearmanship was not inferior at all to Zhang Baoyun's swordsmanship. What Zhang Lanjian most anticipated was the process of fighting with Lin Ming. In doing so, he hoped to increase his own comprehension of swordsmanship. Let's go on stage. This battle is one that I've been long awaiting. I will use everything I have in this match. Zhang Lanjian looked at Lin Ming, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. His footsteps were quick. He had already appeared on the martial stage. Lin Ming also launched Golden Rock, shattering the void. His body flickered, and he suddenly appeared 100 feet away from Zhang Lanjian. The entire audience held their breath, paying close attention to this battle between a sword genius and a spear genius. This match was one they were all impatiently hoping for, even more than Lin Ming's later fight with Zhang Baoyun. This was because Lin Ming and Zhang Lanjian's strength probably weren't too far off. Although the current Lin Ming who was in the spotlight seemed better, Zhang Lanjian still hadn't revealed the cards in his hands. Qin Xingxuan unconsciously gripped her hands tight. Out of all the seated players, Zhang Lanjian was the one she had contacted the most. They had been in close proximity a few times, and she was clearly able to feel the great power that emanated from Zhang Lanjian. This power even seemed to be above her master, Mr. Mui. If Zhang Lanjian was placed within Sky Fortune Kingdom, his strength would at least be equal to a middle Hotian master. Zhang Lanjian was only around 19 or 20 years old. As for her master, Mr. Mui, he was already over 100 years old. This difference alone already stated the evident disparity between them. As Qin Xingxuan thought back to over half a year ago, when she had accompanied her master to see Lin Ming in the Great Clarity Pavilion's kitchen, she was overcome with many emotions. She had absolutely never imagined that the young boy from that time would grow even stronger than her master in less than a single year. Zhang Lanjian flicked the long sword in his hand, a sharp energy emitting outwards. As he stood there, he seemed like a towering mountain peak, his lofty sword wind blowing from all directions, sweeping away the world. Chi chi chi. Lin Ming could clearly hear Zhang Lanjian's sword wind piercing his own aura. In comparison to Lin Ming's calm aura that was like an immovable mountain, Zhang Lanjian's sword wind obviously had a much greater attack power. Graceful sword. As Zhang Lanjian stuck out with his sword, its speed was beyond incredible. His figure became a series of phantoms, and the sword light condensed into a fine line. Hidden within the air, it was almost invisible. This was highly compressed true essence. Its speed was simply frightening. How could Lin Ming block this? Lin Ming's vision widened. In his eyes, it also appeared that the sword light had vanished. However, he still had his perception, and the wind around him whispered to him where that sword wind was moving. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming instantly vanished from where he was, even the tiles under his feet cracked apart. Cha-cha-cha-cha. As soon as Zhang Lanjian turned around, he cut out with 36 sword strikes. Every single sword light was like a thin line, concise to the extreme. Highly compressed true essence was imbued within the sword energy. It was incomparably sharp. Not only that, but all of Zhang Lanjian's sword strokes came from inconceivably tricky angles. It was just impossible to determine the trajectory of the sword. They could not be seen. In the audience, as Zhang Yanzhao witnessed this display of sword skill, he let out a long breath of air. The true essence that Zhang Lanjian poured into his sword light wasn't strong. It could even be said to be weak, but after being highly compressed, it became truly fierce and keen. His own Blood King's triple murder had a powerful striking force that was extremely startling. With just a saber strike, he had been able to shatter the arena and match a late Hotian realm master. In terms of just that striking force, Zhang Lanjian could be said to be inferior to him. But the key point was, would he ever have the opportunity to use this strike, considering Zhang Lanjian's speed? Although the time it took for Blood King's triple murder to gather strength was very short, it still took almost a breath of time. To a martial arts master, that was already more than enough time. At that point, Lin Ming had been standing still on his area and allowing him to freely strike. But if it were Zhang Lanjian fighting him, he would instantly appear in front of him. What would happen then? As Zhang Yanzhao imagined himself facing Jiang Lanjian's pervasive sword light, he broke into a cold sweat. As he ran the hypothetical scenario in his mind, he realized that once he was covered by this sword light, he would be defeated without a doubt. It seems I looked down wrongly on the 7 Profound Valley's direct disciples. I thought that this time I could reach the first 5, but it seems that I can't even deal with a mere Jiang Lanjian. It will be difficult to reach the top 5. Lin Ming's fighting style is similar to mine. It is absolute suppression by force and aura, and his weapon is also meant for sweeping away armies of enemies. It isn't one that excels at speed. So just how will he deal with this? Jiang Lanjian's attacks didn't give an earth-shattering feeling, but they were peerlessly sharp and approached the extreme of speed. Jiang Lanjian's attacks and Zhang Yanzhao's were on 2 different ends of the spectrum. Zhang Yanzhao couldn't imagine any way for Lin Ming to block Jiang Lanjian's sword. Did this mean that it was time for Lin Ming's winning streak to come to an end? This thought appeared not only in Zhang Yanzhao's mind, but also in most of the 7 Profound Valley's elders. The sword faction was well known as the wealthiest and strongest faction within the 7 Profound Valleys. These rumors were not groundless. They wholeheartedly pursued the path of the sword, swift and fierce, endless variation, quick, sharp. All of these traits were displayed at the highest level by Jiang Lanjian's hand. On the martial stage, Lin Ming was continuously forced back dozens of feet until he finally reached the edge of the stage. There was nowhere left to go. His spear still contained the power of mountains and oceans as before, but when facing Jiang Lanjian's sword, he had only been able to use flowers in the storm to block, and wasn't able to overcome the avalanche of sword light. Still, Lin Ming had another way. When Lin Ming had fought Zhu Yan's sword skills had already reached a high degree of proficiency. Still, Lin Ming had managed to keep him down. For every 3 or 4 sword strikes that Zhu Yan released, Lin Ming only used a single spear. By depending on flow like silk, he had been able to use that vastly dangerous vibrating true essence to redirect most of Zhu Yan's sword light. But Jiang Lanjian's strength was far superior to that of Zhu Yan. His sword light was condensed to the extreme, where it was sufficient to break through the vibrating true essence. But what if this vibrating true essence was combined with the power of the true dragon? In that split second, Lin Ming's true essence turned into a vividly pure azure color. Endless azure true essence gushed forth. Ding 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 ding. Jiang Lanjian's countless sword lights poured onto that spear light like a torrential rain shower. In that moment, Jiang Lanjian only felt as if his sword were striking against a mountain. Lin Ming's spear was fused with a heavy vibrating true essence that emerged endlessly. No matter how condensed or thin his sword light was, he still wasn't able to pierce through. Pong pong pong. Jiang Lanjian's sword light was abruptly dispersed by the vibrations. The vast tide of azure true essence continuously welled forth. No matter how quick Jiang Lanjian's sword light was, or how many cuts he made, they were all completely blocked by this tremendous azure true essence. If a normal person were to defend using their true essence, then Jiang Lanjian would have long since broken through their defense. As for Lin Ming, his azure true essence continued to grow, immovable. Facing this great resistance, Jiang Lanjian felt as if his sword was a fish that was stuck in mud. His speed dropped precipitously. My heartbeat? Jiang Lanjian was shocked. In that instant, he had felt the rhythm of his heartbeat being affected by that vast tide of vibrating true essence. It was as if all the blood in his body was trying to flow in reverse, and all of the true essence within his meridians was running amok in complete disorder. Just what was going on? Jiang Lanjian's expression changed. Is this the power of vibration? You've comprehended a concept. Concept? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He had managed to comprehend the concept of wind because he cultivated golden rock shattering the void. But as for other concepts, he had no understanding of them, and he didn't have the time to ponder or meditate on them either. When he had fused the azure true essence with flow like silk, the effect was much better. Of course, this was only from a preliminary fusion of the reverse scale blood. If he were able to display the full prestige of the reverse scale blood, it would definitely be stronger. No wonder the sorcerer had listed the reverse scale blood as the most precious treasure within the sorcerer Holy Land. The audience was at a loss from the sudden change in the battle. They had only seen that Zhang Lanjian had released that incomparably sharp and deadly sword light a moment ago, and then he was actually forced back by Lin Ming's spear. They were just unclear as to what had happened during that time. Zhang Yanzhao felt like his mind had fogged over. He thought that Lin Ming would surely have lost at that moment, and he wasn't clear why the tables had suddenly turned. Elder Zhang, what do you think just happened a moment ago? It wasn't only the audience that was confused. Even most of the elders failed to see the deep and profound mysteries and principles within Lin Ming's spear. They hadn't yet experienced the power of vibration personally. It was something that was difficult to see with just one's eyes. Elder Jiang was a great elder of the sword faction. Zhang Lanjian was a child that he had single-handedly raised up. It's a kind of concept. When Elder Jiang spoke up about this so-called concept, it was in truth a utilization of a natural law. Without a doubt, the spear that Lin Ming had used had contained a law a moment ago. This law was able to dismantle Zhang Lanjian's onslaught. Concept. A 16-year-old little boy was able to comprehend a concept and utilize a law? This boy's perception is just too ridiculous. Has Lanjian even comprehended a concept? He has, but his is inferior to his opponent's. Elder Zhang's voice sank as he said this. Zhang Lanjian's talent was absolutely amazing. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Baoyun was an even more amazing individual, Zhang Lanjian would have no doubt been the direct disciple. Zhang Lanjian was much older than Lin Ming, and he had only been able to barely touch upon the concept threshold with personalized guidance. A concept was a utilization of the power of laws. The power of laws was the underlying strength and origin source of every force in the entire universe. To want to comprehend this through meditation was easier said than done. From this aspect, Lin Ming was far more dazzling and superior to Zhang Lanjian. On the martial stage, Lin Ming was quietly thinking. To say that his power of vibration was a concept wasn't wrong. Flow like silk could be said to be the law of vibration. It was the fusion of that law with the countless tiny units within the human body. Nearly every martial artist within Sky Spill continent didn't even know that the human body was comprised of countless tiny units. It would simply be impossible for them to be able to comprehend this law through meditation. Lin Ming, you give me too many surprises. Zhang Lanjian took a deep breath, and the true essence within his body began to undergo a subtle change. His aura became mercurial, elusive, and capricious like the wind. Zhang Lanjian had already touched the threshold of the concept of wind. Under the instruction of the Sword Faction's great elder, he had been able to combine this concept of wind into his own sword. This ability was Zhang Lanjian's trump card, and now he had to choice but to use it. But to tell the truth, even with the advantage of this concept, Zhang Lanjian had no certainty that he would win. To him, Lin Ming was simply an immeasurably deep ocean. He was unable to estimate exactly how deep his limit was. Concept of wind. Zhang Lanjian's sword light, which had started as a thin line, suddenly scattered out. His sword energy was like the wind, without a shadow and without a trace. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Concept of wind? The concept of wind could actually be used in this way. Lin Ming had already comprehended the concept of wind a long time ago. The basis for his comprehension of the concept of wind was the top movement skill from the realm of the gods, Golden Rock Shattering the Void. Golden Rock Shattering the Void was created by a senior supreme elder who had watched the cataclysmic battle between a golden-winged rock and a true dragon. Afterwards, he had gone into closed seclusion for 60 years to meditate and comprehend the deep mysteries behind it. It could be said that the wind attribute god beast, the golden-winged rock, was the original ancestor of all wind. If the concept of wind was comprehended from its movements, the lofty heights of its boundary could be imagined. Lin Ming's perception wasn't amazingly high, but it was by no means low. After a very long time, he had been able to trace upon the most basic superficial knowledge of Golden Rock Shattering the Void. Still, this little bit wasn't something that a normal martial artist of the Sky Spill continent could ever compare to. Even a wind attribute martial artist who thoroughly studied Wine True Essence for their entire life would not be able to achieve something like this. This could be called different starting points between their comprehensions of the concept of wind. Lin Ming's starting point was simply much, much higher. It wasn't something that a disciple of the 7 profound valleys could catch up to if they diligently trained for their entire life. It was just like how a common martial artist had a completely different starting point compared to a disciple of a great sect. Although Lin Ming had understood a very high boundary of the concept of wind, in terms of utilizing its abilities, he could only find out through his own experiences. Lin Ming understood how to use the concept of wind for movement, but he didn't know that the concept of wind could also be used in attacking. I have to see just how the concept of wind can be used offensively. This is just a wonderful inspiration. Lin Ming activated his soul force, tracing each and every action of Zhang Longjian's movements with his perception. Zhang Longjian's sword seemed to be fused into the air. One couldn't even see the blade. They only saw brilliantly flashing sword lights. Hoo. All of the surrounding wind was attracted by Zhang Longjian's sword energy, creating a massive cyclone. Oh, it's getting windy here. Everyone in the audience felt a sudden change with the wind in the air, as if every single air current was converging onto the center of the stage. How is this possible? The martial stage has protective array formations. Zhang Longjian's true essence shouldn't be able to break through it. Many of the disciples expressed surprise and wonder. At this moment, a sword faction disciple stuck out his chest and proudly said, "Heh, what do you know? A concept is a power of laws." Senior apprentice brother Zhang has already firmly grasped the power of a law. It's just as if he were overlooking us from the top of the highest cliff. How could this power that comes from the origin of all existence be stopped by a Hotian-level protection array? The power of laws. It didn't even need to break through, but could still penetrate a Hotian-level array formation. Regardless of whether it was a disciple of the 7 profound valleys, 36 countries, or 16 martial families, all of them were beyond startled. This was simply too abnormal. If one can comprehend a concept, they can ignore an array formation. Then can an array faction disciple who has comprehended a concept fight against someone who has also comprehended a concept? A martial artist from the 36 countries humbly asked. The sword faction disciple looked at that disciple with disdain. Humph! You think that it's so easy to comprehend a concept? Its power is just too remote for the likes of you, let alone your 36 countries. Even in the entire younger generation of our 7 profound valleys, the number of people who have managed to comprehend a concept can be counted on a single hand. It's not difficult to use an array formation to suppress a concept. It just needs an array master to also have comprehended that concept and then add that concept into the array formation. Can be counted on a single hand? Hearing this number, many of the disciples present gasped. When this disciple mentioned younger generation, that meant all disciples that were 26 or younger. That included not just the geniuses of this total faction martial meeting, but even the disciples of the last martial meeting and the martial meeting before that. With all of these talents added together, the number of people who have managed to comprehend a concept still could be counted on a single hand. If this number was true, then Zhang Longjian's perception was absolutely monstrous. If it wasn't for the even more abnormal Zhang Baoyun, then Zhang Longjian would certainly have been the sword faction's direct disciple. On the martial stage, the wind was blowing faster and faster, the air currents gathering to an extreme. Zhang Longjian moved, his body suddenly blurring. Absolute murder breeze blade. In that instant, all the wind in the air seemed to come to a standstill. Zhang Longjian thrust out his sword, and 72 fierce sword energies molded into wind blades that pierced towards Lin Ming's side. However, Zhang Longjian's sword had vanished into the wind. The wind of the world was his sword. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. True essence poured into the wind, and the sword melted into the wind. Using the wind as a sword, this was another way to utilize the concept of wind. The long spear in Lin Ming's hand began to tremble, the vibrating true essence within howling into the air, responding to Lin Ming's desire to block Zhang Longjian's sword energy. But at this moment his pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Ming hadn't imagined that the first thing he would see coming at him was not the sword energy that Zhang Longjian had released, but the hardened eyes of Zhang Longjian. Lin Ming was shocked. His movement speed was actually quicker than the sword energy? Cha! The long sword drew out an arc. Zhang Lanjian was actually a step faster than his own sword energy. He arrived in front of Lin Ming first, his sword stabbing out. At such a close distance and with the fast sword fused with the concept of wind, it was impossible for Lin Ming to dodge, and he didn't have time to lift his spear. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's palm formed a saber, and he slapped down on Zhang Lanjian's sword, keeping off a saber with his hand. This was madness, utter madness. The minds of everyone in the audience flashed with this thought. A sword and a spear were different. It was possible to keep off a spear by pushing down on the spear shaft, but a sword had two bladed sides, and this sword also contained an incomparably keen sword energy. Not only that, but the sword wielder was the sword talent Zhang Lanjian. Even dark steel would be cut apart by Zhang Lanjian's sword. Did Lin Ming not want this hand anymore? In that flash of light, the audience simply didn't have time to reflect on what was happening. Lin Ming's hand had already slapped down on top of the sword. A turbulent azure true essence raged out. The vibrating true essence was just like the tide of the ocean as it rushed the sword blade. Chi chi chi. Zhang Lanjian's blade was severely sharp. It endlessly sliced open true essence. But the azure true essence was simply endless. It could not be cut apart. Zhang Lanjian was greatly surprised. He tried to arouse the true essence in his body to break apart Lin Ming's azure true essence. But at this moment, he felt his own sword violently shake. Lin Ming's true essence had penetrated through to his sword, scattering his sword energy. What? Zhang Lanjian was shocked. He immediately pulled back his sword and withdrew like a storm. But in the moment that he retreated, the 72 sword energies that he had released earlier rushed around him, piercing towards Lin Ming. This was the sword energy that he had previously sent forth. He had fused them completely into the wind. From the start until now, there had been no gap in this all-out attack. It was simply overwhelming. Lin Ming had just blocked Zhang Lanjian's attack and hadn't yet fully recovered from it. He was just unable to resist this blow. Lin Ming shouted out and flew backwards. At the same time, the azure light protecting him suddenly rose like a deep-sea sun. Heretical God Force, open. The azure true essence poured out without reservation. Torrent upon torrent of blazing blue light. Puff, 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 puff. Although he had just managed to barely force away most of the sword energy, part of the sharp sword energy that contained the concept of wind managed to pierce through the true essence protecting Lin Ming. Even though he had opened the heretical God Force, that sword energy had still made its way through and cut into his flesh. However, Lin Ming's bodily defense had transformed after his experience in the Sorcerer Pagoda, and his body was tough to an abnormal degree. As blood oozed from his wounds, Lin Ming was forced back dozens of feet until he stopped. He had been injured by 13 sword strokes. After the azure true essence that protected his body weakened, the sword energy also weakened. As it cut into Lin Ming's tough flesh, it only cut less than an inch deep. To a martial artist with true essence at the altering muscle or bone forging stage, this could only be considered a light superficial wound. Seeing Lin Ming stand on the martial stage as if nothing had happened, the audience all gaped at him. This was Lin Ming's body made from iron? Even iron would have been reduced to pieces. He had kept off the sword with his hand. The hand was fine, and the sword had been forced away. He had used his body to directly withstand the sword energy, and he had only received a light wound. This defensive power was just an anomaly. It had to be said that the sword and sword energy were sent out by Zhang Lanjian, and he had also fused the concept of wind into his strikes. The offensive attack power of the sword faction was number 1 within the entire 7 profound valleys. And Zhang Lanjian was the second-ranked talent of the sword faction's younger generation. His sword energy could easily slice apart dark steel. In the contestant waiting area, Zhang Yanzhao was surging with emotions, his skin crawling with goosebumps. He imagined that if he had exchanged places with Lin Ming and had to face Zhang Lanjian, who could use the concept of wind, then he would be defeated without a doubt. This was simply too depressing a thought. Let alone the late 72 sword energies. Zhang Yanzhao wouldn't even be able to keep off that first sword strike of Zhang Lanjian's. It was simply too fast. There was no way he could keep off a sword with just his hands. When he had fought Lin Ming, he had used his own hand to stop Lin Ming's spear shaft, and his hand had almost shattered. If he tried to keep off Zhang Lanjian's sword, then he might as well cut off his own hand. This is the trump card that Zhang Lanjian has? He actually comprehended the concept of wind. If Zhang Lanjian hadn't encountered Lin Ming this time, then how many people would have been able to block his sword skill? This Lin Ming is just too abnormal. If a sword skill like that cannot defeat him, then exactly what can? Oh. On the martial stage, Lin Ming was holding his spear as he stood, staring at Zhang Lanjian. The concept of wind is truly endless and crafty in its usage. It is simply traceless. Zhang Lanjian is truly a genius. He managed to simultaneously fuse the concept of wind into his own attack and movements and create his own sword technique. If it wasn't for my fortuitous encounters in the Sorcerer Pagoda, I would have been defeated by this sword. If just Zhang Lanjian is this powerful, then what degree will Zhang Baoyun have arrived at? It seems I mistakenly underestimated the geniuses of the 7 profound valleys. After all, they are 3 or 4 years older than me. Zhang Lanjian's eyes shined brightly. The sword energy was useless against him. That azure true essence that protects Lin Ming is too strong. Not only that, but his body's defensive capabilities are astonishing. I really do not know what is so peculiar about his body, or how he managed to cultivate that azure true essence. If sword energy is useless, then I can only directly attack with my sword. As Zhang Lanjian took a step forwards, the concept of wind rose up again. 7 swords absolute summit. The sword light entered into the wind. This time, Zhang Lanjian chose to directly attack with his sword. Without the strange sword energy, Zhang Lanjian's attack was much clearer. Lin Ming stimulated his azure vibrating true essence and dispersed Zhang Lanjian's attack with a single spear strike. However, although the attack was repulsed, the sword energy stayed. The sword energy had fused with the concept of wind. It could not be scattered. Whether it was a saber, sword, spear, or any other weapon, none of them were able to cut the wind. As the 2 youths fought, their battle became fiercer and faster. But Lin Ming's heart was becoming increasingly clear. This wind will never disperse, so the sword energy will also not disperse. This way of attacking with the concept of wind, I understand it. Then I'll just have to experience for myself how to fuse the concept of wind into the spear. In a split second, when Zhang Lanjian's sword was drawn back, Lin Ming's spear suddenly turned into countless phantom mirages. Flowers in the storm. Out of all the moves in the foundation spear technique, none of them were more suitable to display the concept of wind than flowers in the storm. The spear light fused into the wind, with no shadow and no form. True essence suddenly swelled forth, and the wind on the stage suddenly turned into countless sharp blades that pierced towards Zhang Lanjian. This sudden turn of events caused Zhang Lanjian to cry out in surprise. With a stuffy cough, he anxiously retreated. As he tried to suppress the roiling blood in his body, he cast an incredulous look towards Lin Ming. This is concept of wind? This is impossible. Impossible. Zhang Lanjian's face flashed with bewilderment. Lin Ming had obviously used the concept of wind a moment ago. Not only that, but he was able to faintly feel that Lin Ming's concept of wind boundary was even higher than his own. It was as if he had touched upon the origin of all wind. How was this possible? There was complete silence in the entire area for several breaths of time. Suddenly, the noisy sound of discussion broke the quiet. Lin Ming actually comprehended the concept of wind? How did that happen? The sword faction disciple that had been so haughtily explaining the difficulty in comprehending the concept of wind to everyone around him that would listen, suddenly found himself unable to accept this new reality. In the entire 7 profound valleys younger generation, the number of people that could understand a concept could be counted on a single hand, and they had all did so in their later years when they had reached 19 or 20 years of age. But as for Lin Ming, he was a mere 16 years old, and he also came from the pitiful background of the 36 countries. Who had taught him how to comprehend the concept of wind? Had he learnt it himself? Ha ha! You just said that we 36 countries' disciples couldn't comprehend the concept of wind, and look at that. Now what? Huh? All of the 36 countries' disciples that heard the bragging of the sword faction disciple suddenly felt extremely proud and glorious. Before, they had been talked down to like little country bumpkins who had wandered into a bustling major city, and their hearts had already lit with a simmering fire. Before, they didn't know what a concept of wind was, nor that Lin Ming had also managed to understand it, so they could only shut up as others boasted around them. Now, they could finally come back. Haha, a little pitiful concept of wind. Even if the 7 profound valleys doesn't have over 5 people that can comprehend it, it's not anything to someone as cool and awesome as Lin Ming. Maybe Lin Ming hadn't even understood the concept of wind, but comprehended it after watching Jiang Lanjian display it. Comprehending this sort of small fry stuff would probably only take Lin Ming half an incense stick of time. Right. Or else why would Lin Ming drag this fight out for so long? The reason is because he was meditating on the concept of wind from Jiang Lanjian's blade. This disciple's wonderful fantasies were immediately approved and welcomed by everyone. In their minds, the concept of wind sounded very powerful, but to the omnipotent Lin Ming, it should be enough just tossing it a few thoughts. It was just absolutely nothing. Hearing this idea spread through the crowd, the 7 Profound Valley sword faction disciple could only force a smile. He was disinclined to argue with them. Did they think that the concept of wind was some cabbage that they could eat whenever they wanted? In the grand hall of the 7 Profound Valleys, several great elders had the feeling that this was something they couldn't immediately accept, even if placed in front of them. They had simply never seen a genius of this level before. If he could actually comprehend a concept, then there was probably nothing else that Lin Ming couldn't. A sword faction great elder lamentably shook his head and said, Lin Ming not only comprehended the concept of wind, but the boundary at which he's done so is very high. Unfortunately, Lanjian's concept of wind was his final trump card. But it's too bad he's only showing off his meager skill in front of a true expert. Shi Zongtian was silent. Jiang Lanjian was already considered a talent among talents, and the concept of wind was sufficiently powerful to be called one's secret card. What a pity it was that Jiang Lanjian's match was against Lin Ming. As Mu Qinghong looked at the amazing expressions on these old elders' faces, the smile that crossed hers was growing more and more. She felt that Lin Ming was simply an endless trove of treasure. He always brought new and wonderful surprises. Something like the purple flood dragon divine thunder could be said to be obtained by luck or fortune. Individual cultivation could be enhanced by valuable materials or other rare medicines and treasure. But as for Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind, spear skills, and martial intent, all of those depended on his own heart of martial arts and monstrous perception. There was no fortuitous encounter that could ever help him with that. Spear path, concept, martial intent, soul force. Lin Ming had made startling progressing in all 4 of these major aspects. Not only that, but his cultivation could also be considered at the pinnacle of his age, and he also had a high thunder origin energy fusion compatibility. With his mere bone forging cultivation, he had managed to absorb the purple flood dragon divine thunder, and his body seemed to contain the bloodline of some ancient beast. Lin Ming's existence had already exceeded the limits of common sense. Mu Qinghong secretly thought, even Qianyu hadn't completely understood Lin Ming. He is even more wonderful than she had imagined. My divine Phoenix Island will never let go of a talent like this. On the martial stage, Jiang Lanjian heaved a heavy sigh. Lin Ming, Jiang Lanjian, have never witnessed someone of your talent in my life. I might have already lost this match, but until the final moment, I will not put down my sword. Jiang Lanjian brought his sword in front of him, directed straight at Lin Ming. Good. I also want to enjoy a satisfying battle with you. Lin Ming brightly laughed and then smiled at Jiang Lanjian. Jiang Lanjian's words were just what he had hoped for. He also wanted to continue dueling with Jiang Lanjian and attain more inspirations about the concept of wind. Graceful sword. Jiang Lanjian thrust his sword out again, and a strong wind howled around him. Lin Ming's spear had also fused into the wind, and under the blessing of the concept of wind, his spear speed had reached a terrifying degree. One could listen to the sharp cries as the long spear broke through the wind. It seemed as if spear shadows covered the sky. If there was a weakness in Lin Ming's spearmanship, That would be that his attack speed was too slow. But in truth, this really could not be considered a shortcoming. A spear was originally a heavy weapon meant to be used against armies. It emphasized oppressing and overwhelming all opposition by brute strength. It was simply impossible for it to display such an extreme speed like a sword. Therefore, when Lin Ming had been facing Zhang Lanjian's sword light that seemed everywhere, he was only able to rely on his vibrating true essence to fend it off. But now, with the concept of wind behind his back, his spear wasn't actually much slower than Zhang Lanjian's sword. Ding 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 ding. In a few breaths of time, it was unknown how many times Lin Ming and Zhang Lanjian's spear and sword had exchanged blows. Lin Ming's speed hadn't fallen at all. Even the surrounding wind began to fall under Lin Ming's sway, condensing into sharp wind blades that attacked Zhang Lanjian. The elders in the 7 Profound Valleys Grand Hall were becoming more and more flabbergasted as they watched the match go on. They had thought that Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind was at a very high state, but they realized that even they had underestimated him. As this match progressed, Lin Ming was becoming increasingly deft with the concept of wind. It was already far beyond anything Zhang Lanjian could hope to compare with. I can't imagine how he managed to contemplate this. The sword faction's great elder sighed with emotion. To have a 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear keep up with the speed of a long sword, Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind was simply inconceivable. I feel like, as Lin Ming continues to progress in this match, it seems that Lin Ming is imitating Lanjian's moves. As an elder casually spoke his thoughts, all of them became startled. Zhang Lanjian's graceful sword was able to hide the sword blade in the wind. When he did so, Lin Ming also hid his spear in the wind. When Zhang Lanjian condensed blades of wind to attack, so did Lin Ming. When Zhang Lanjian fused the sword energy into the wind so that the wind would not disperse and the sword energy would not disperse, Lin Ming also fused his spear light into the wind. It was almost the exact same process. He is studying Lanjian's styles. Heavens! Did he not comprehend the concept of wind before this, and suddenly comprehended it during this fight against Lanjian? That's impossible, no talent can be like such. He must have comprehended it a long time ago, but didn't have a master to teach him. He was only able to rely on his heaven-defying perception to comprehend the concept of wind, but didn't understand just how to use it to attack. Now, he's found inspiration in Lanjian's sword, and his self-taught concept of wind has already surpassed Lanjian by many degrees. This young boy, it's just too terrifying. On the martial stage, the outcome was already clear to all. Over 90% of the power of wind was sent by Lin Ming. As for Zhang Lanjian, he wasn't even able to muster 10% of the power of wind. Bang! As Zhang Lanjian met Lin Ming's attack, he was forced backwards dozens of feet. He wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth and put away the long sword in his hand. I admit defeat. Thank you. Lin Ming cupped his hands together in respect. He did not say the more formal and polite well fought, but instead thanked him. This was naturally because in this fight, Zhang Lanjian had taught him much about how to use the concept of wind to attack. The memories of the realm of the God's Supreme Elder was incomparably fragmented. There were very few complete memories. Although Lin Ming was able to comprehend the concept of wind, the memories of the methods of utilization were lost. If it wasn't for Zhang Lanjian, then it would have been a long time before he was able to utilize the concept of wind in different ways. Lin Ming victory. With the announcement from the referee elder, many of the 7 Profound Valleys disciples gasped together. Zhang Lanjian had also been defeated. Qin Wuxin, who had mastered large success of her zither heart, or Huayan Luo, who controlled a flame essence, could either of them stop Lin Ming's winning streak? Lin Ming turned around to spot Jiang Baoyun watching him in the midst of the crowd. Jiang Baoyun's 2 eyes pierced him like twin sword lights. It was impossible not to notice. Jiang Baoyun faintly smiled. Lin Ming also politely returned a smile, but his heart was feeling quite cold. Although Lin Ming had defeated Zhang Lanjian, he didn't feel relaxed at all. In this match, he had already used all of his cards besides Thunderfire Annihilation and the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder. He had already shown the Azure True Essence, concept of wind, heretical God Force, and flow like silk. All these abilities had been used, and yet he had still been injured. Zhang Lanjian's absolute murder breeze blade was too strong. It was not that Lin Ming didn't want to dodge, but that he couldn't. It could be said that if Lin Ming hadn't stolen the method to utilize the concept of wind in attacks and deprived Zhang Lanjian of his control over the wind, then it would have been extremely difficult for him to win the match. Now seeing Zhang Baoyun smile, Lin Ming suddenly remembered that from the start until now, he had never seen an expression of panic, surprise, or astonishment on Zhang Baoyun's face. Maybe this was because Zhang Baoyun had reached large success of his sword heart, but it was most likely because he had absolute belief in his own ability. Regardless of whether it was Magoo Buyu's essence integration, Lin Ming's own hidden cards coming out one after another, or even Hua Yanluo's shocking flame essence, Zhang Baoyun had maintained a tranquil expression through all of it, just like a light spring afternoon. The feeling he gave off was as if everything was in the grasp of his palm. Then, what were Zhang Baoyun's own hidden cards? What did he rely on to be so confident in himself? If Zhang Lanjian, the second-ranked disciple of the sword faction, was already so formidable, then how strong was the direct disciple, Zhang Baoyun? Just what were the limits of his strength? Lin Ming let out a long breath. He realized that his own chances of defeating Zhang Baoyun were not high at all. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was without a doubt an attack with a monstrous attack power. But a battle didn't look at whose attack power was stronger, but rather who could win. In terms of attack power, Zhang Lanjian was still inferior to Zhang Yanzhao. But Zhang Yanzhao could not win against Zhang Lanjian. This was because he would have already lost before he used the Blood King's triple murder. Like this, could he defeat Zhang Baoyun using the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder? The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was amazingly strong, but if it could not strike Zhang Baoyun, then it was completely useless. Would Zhang Baoyun's sword be slower than the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder? Could he dodge it? Lin Ming surmised the outcome of the future match in his heart, and realized that as long as Zhang Baoyun's sword speed had reached a certain level, and he comprehended another concept besides the concept of wind, then he would definitely lose. Besides the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder, Lin Ming also had Thunderfire Annihilation. But, because the flame essence was much weaker and thus imbalanced, Thunderfire Annihilation wouldn't be much stronger than the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder. Not only that, but the consumption of energy was tremendous and it took a long period of time to wind up. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was currently a much more practical move. It looks like I underestimated the 7 Profound Valley's direct disciples. With Zhang Baoyun's talent, he would also be fantastic if placed within a 4th-grade sect. Not only that, but he is older than me by 3 years. Zhang Lanjian returned to his own seat and quietly watched Lin Ming. He turned to Zhang Baoyun sitting beside him and said, Lin Ming might join the sword faction in the future. Without accident, he will probably become the next first-ranked disciple of the sword faction, and he might even be the strongest person in the 7 Profound Valley's entire younger generation. Maybe, Zhang Baoyun faintly replied. Aren't you worried? Zhang Lanjian looked into Zhang Baoyun's eyes, hoping to discern something from within them. Why should I be worried? Worried that he might steal your position and take your resources. Right now you are the one with the most potential for growth in the entire 7 Profound Valley's younger generation, and are also a sword faction talent that hasn't been seen in 100 years. Before this, the total faction and sword faction would do whatever it took to raise you. But if Lin Ming came, what Zhang Lanjian said was the truth. This was what 99 out of 100 people would worry about. In the end, the 7 Profound Valleys had limited resources. Zhang Baoyun laughed. Take my resources? Haha, Lanjian. Do you think you can produce a top revolving core master by piling up resources? As Zhang Baoyun said this, Zhang Lanjian froze. He wasn't wrong. One could pile up resources to bring up a pulse condensation martial artist, or even a Hotian realm martial artist. If one were truly desperate, they could waste several dozens of heaven-opening pills in order to create a Xianxia realm master. But there had never been a case of a truly mighty revolving core master being created from any piles of resources. Even if these so-called geniuses wanted to reach the revolving core realm, it would be nigh impossible. Zhang Baoyun said, "If a martial artist wholeheartedly expects and desires only resources from the sect, then his heart of martial arts will suffer and waste away. This sort of person will never become anything great. I am a swordsman, and I will only believe in the sword I hold, not the resources that the sect provides me." Much less, the Seven Profound Valleys is only a third-grade sect. In terms of resources, who can we compare to? Can we compare to Divine Phoenix Island? Can we compare to Peacock Mountain? When we geniuses are in the pulse condensation period, it is possible that our strength can compare to a normal middle Haute-Eon realm or even late Haute-Eon realm master. This sounds amazing, but the truth is those Haute-Eon realm masters will be inferior to us for their entire lives. They will never step into the Xianxia realm. After we reach into the Xianxia realm, the only ones that can compare to us will be a Xianxia master. These Xianxia realm masters were also the same as us when they were in the pulse condensation period. They will have the same talent as us. All of us are geniuses. If I'm worried about just this and cannot blossom as a martial artist, then what qualifications do I have to impact the revolving core realm? My goal is clear, and that is to pursue the ultimate sword, to find out what lies at the end of the sword path. I do not fear that others will be my rivals. On the contrary, what I fear is that no one will be my opponent. If one day a peerless talent of Sky Spill Continent were to appear in front of me, and I were to be able to surpass his shadow, then I will become one of the true heroes of this era. Zhang Baoyun spoke with a manner as if he were looking down on the world. As Zhang Lanjian heard this, he also felt his heart stirring and his emotions surging. Zhang Lanjian's own talent was already quite good, but in comparison to his senior apprentice brother who was about the same age as him, he had always been a step behind. Zhang Lanjian was thoroughly convinced of his strength. He said, "Senior apprentice brother is correct. For us swordsmen, to have a powerful opponent is what we wish for the most." Oh, after the match between Lin Ming and Zhang Lanjian, the matches were much quieter. There were no more matches worth paying attention to in the 6th round. During the 7th-round, 5th match, Zhang Yanzhao faced off against Fang Qi. Fang Qi once again placed down his 9 circles of blue light arrays, but they were all torn apart by Zhang Yanzhao's Blood King's triple murder. Fang Qi once again suffered a miserable defeat. Fang Qi was just helpless. The disciples of the Array faction were best at fighting positional battles, but Zhang Yanzhao's attack power was one of the best among all the contestants. Fang Qi was like a fort, and the Blood King's absolute murder was the heaven-collapsing landslide. In front of this attack, his 9 circles of blue light array were just like fragile eggshells. 8th round, 3rd match, Zhang Yanzhao against Zhang Lanjian. In terms of striking power, Zhang Yanzhao naturally surpassed Zhang Lanjian. However, no matter how strong his attack power was, it was all useless if he couldn't use it. Zhang Lanjian's sword energy turned into a thin line of highly compressed true essence. In a split second, he had sent out several dozen sword strikes. The sword energy weaved out just like a dense net. This sort of highly compressed sword energy was extremely sharp and formidable. It was also extremely difficult to destroy. Zhang Lanjian hadn't used the concept of wind. Even without it, he had already placed Zhang Yanzhao into a very difficult situation. His sword was just like a venomous serpent. Every time, it would pierce through the weak points of Zhang Yanzhao's true essence, and wouldn't give Zhang Yanzhao any chance to condense his true essence. Zhang Yanzhao couldn't use his full strength. Facing the intense hail of sword energy, he was overwhelmed and continuously struck by sword energy. Although he wanted to attack Zhang Lanjian, all he could ever hit was his own shadows. He couldn't even touch the hem of Zhang Lanjian's clothes. Chi. Zhang Yanzhao's arm cuffs and pants were all cleanly sliced off by the sword wind. This was obviously Zhang Lanjian staying his hand. Otherwise, Zhang Lanjian had the capability to even cut off Zhang Yanzhao's arms and feet. Zhang Yanzhao sighed and placed back his saber. There was no longer any point in continuing this match. Zhang Lanjian had already given him enough face by going easy. If he continued, he would only be disgracing himself. "I admit defeat. Well fought." Zhang Lanjian cupped his fists together in respect, and turned around to leave. Although he had struck out with his sword more often, he hadn't used much true essence. As for Zhang Yanzhao, who had been slashing out with massive waves of true essence, he was already panting on the ground. The disparity was too great. Before this battle had even started, Zhang Yanzhao had already speculated that he would most likely lose to Zhang Lanjian. But he hadn't thought that he would lose without being able to force Zhang Lanjian to use the concept of wind. It is how it is. Yanzhao didn't lose without cause. The elders of the Zhang family could only sigh. In the fight between Lin Ming and Zhang Lanjian, they hadn't been able to feel just how strong Zhang Lanjian was. But now that Zhang Lanjian and Zhang Yanzhao fought, the difference in their strength was obvious. Zhang Yanzhao hadn't even been able to force out his opponent's trump card. It was hard to imagine that Lin Ming was able to defeat such a powerhouse that could defeat Zhang Yanzhao without any resistance. 8th round, 10th match. Zhang Baoyun against the puppet faction's second disciple, Magu Jirong. This match was more or less decided. No one was anxious about it. What was even worse was that Magu Jirong had lost 3 puppets. Even if all of his puppets were still fully intact, no one believed that Magu Jirong had any chance of defeating Zhang Baoyun. Zhang Baoyun didn't even bring out his sword. He merely used his sword fingers and was able to break through the true essence protecting Magu Jirong's body. Zhang Baoyun victory. When the referee announced this, the entire audience gasped. Although Magu Jirong's combat power had drastically fallen, for better or for worse, he was still the second-ranked disciple of the puppet faction. The puppet faction was not a weak faction, and their second disciple was far superior in combat than the direct disciples of the Array faction and Refiner faction. This could be seen from the match between Magu Jirong and Huo Yanluo. At the start, Magu Jirong was able to easily push Huo Yanluo into a corner. It was only when Huo Yanluo suddenly used a flame essence that he won. Otherwise, Magu Jirong would have inevitably won. But now that formidable Magu Jirong hadn't even been able to force Zhang Baoyun to bring out his sword. This difference in their strength was simply too great. He's just too strong. From his first match, Zhang Baoyun had never drawn his sword. He only used his sword fingers to sweep away all his opponents. The sword faction was originally the strongest faction in the 7 Profound Valleys, and Zhang Baoyun is the most outstanding talent that the sword faction has seen in the last 100 years. His strength is already beyond the imaginations of people like us. Putting aside Zhang Baoyun, even Zhang Lanjian's talent has already caught up with the sword faction's former direct disciples. Out of the current 7 direct disciples, half of them are inferior to Zhang Lanjian. This could be seen from when Zhang Lanjian had defeated Zhang Yanzhao. He won even without using the concept of wind. Right, the only reason that Zhang Lanjian lost to Lin Ming is because Lin Ming is too strong, not because Zhang Lanjian is weak. I think that Zhang Lanjian will definitely be able to reach the top 6. As for Lin Ming, he might even reach the top 3. When Zhang Baoyun walked down from the stage, he saw Magu Buyu looking at him with a strange smile, making small jajage, laughing noises. Zhang Baoyun and Magu Buyu were without a doubt the 2 disciples of this total faction martial meeting that were popular as the ones with the highest chances to become the champion. Ouyang Ming, who had blossomed in glorious splendor during the last martial meeting, was already completely overshadowed by them. Zhang Baoyun, you sure are cruel enough. I want to have a look and see just how long you can hide your sword. Zhang Baoyun hadn't even used his sword to defeat the second-ranked disciple of the puppet faction, causing the puppet faction to lose face. This caused Magu Buyu to not feel happy at all. Zhang Baoyun smiled and said, I won't be hiding it much longer, but you shouldn't care about me, you should care more about yourself. Against Lin Ming, your little toys might be broken. Lin Ming? You think that I am as useless as that Zhang Lanjian? Magu Buyu sneered. Zhang Baoyun, when you and I fight, I hope that you will still have some cards in your hand. Otherwise, you won't have the qualifications to force me to use my full strength. Zhang Baoyun only smiled, no longer speaking. Magu Buyu, who had achieved the essence integration boundary, really was a powerful opponent, but Zhang Baoyun had a faint instinctual feeling that Lin Ming was the greater threat. 9th round, first match. Huan Xiaodai against Magu Buyu. When the small, cute, and charming Huan Xiaodai stepped on stage with a cheerful smile, The entire audience thought that this would be an extremely fierce battle. Even Lin Ming was closely watching to have a good look at Magu Buyu's strengths. But no one had imagined that right after the referee announced the start of the match, that Huan Xiaodai would impishly smile and then simply say, "I admit defeat." The entire audience was stunned. Even Lin Ming was speechless. Even the worst of the 7 direct disciples, Fang Qi, had fought a symbolic battle against Magu Buyu, causing him to reveal his essence integration boundary. This Huan Xiaodai should at least be stronger than Fang Qi, but she didn't seem to care about the face of a direct disciple at all, instead admitting defeat as soon as she could. The audience was somewhat disappointed that this splendid match didn't come to fruition. However, that disappointment quickly faded as another heavyweight match began. 9th round, 3rd match. Lin Ming against Qin Wuxin. The Zither faction was the most understated and low-key faction of the 7 profound valleys. They didn't have many people, but their disciples were not weak. On the contrary, they had many strange and peculiar attack methods that were exceedingly difficult to deal with. Qin Wuxin's personality was also very low-key. Many people only knew that she was young and had reached large success of her Zither heart. But as for just how strong she was, no one was actually clear. Lin Ming also didn't know anything about Qin Wuxin, but he knew approximately what it meant to reach large success of the Zither heart. At first, when Xianxia had been at the peak of Hotian realm, he had taken a heaven-opening pill in order to break through to the Xiantian realm. But because of a flaw in his Zither heart, he had failed. Afterwards, Xianxia had gone out exploring the world, traveling to the deep valleys and glens, finally spending a full decade to successfully cultivate large success of his Zither heart. Xianxia had originally been a musician, and he had very outstanding attainments in Zither skills. If he had not started his cultivation at such a late stage, he most likely would already be at the Xiantian realm. Even so, Xianxia still used a full 10 years of adventuring to temper his Zither heart to the large success stage. But in comparison to Qin Wuxin, the disparity between them was too great. It was enough to horrify anyone. Lin Ming and Qin Wuxin's match caused the audience to seethe with burning excitement. Qin Wuxin was a very popular and well-known figure within the 7 profound valleys. Out of the 7 great direct disciples, 2 were women. One was Qin Wuxin of the Zither faction and the other was Huan Xiaodai of the Mirage faction. Compared to the small and exquisite, eternally childlike Huan Xiaodai, Qin Wuxin had grown up as a slender and magnificently proportioned woman in all aspects. She was more popular by far. Many of the 7 profound valleys disciples had already unconsciously taken Qin Wuxin as their heart's forbidden dream crush. Zither faction disciple Qin Wuxin, please advise. Qin Wuxin stood still on the martial stage, her white gown floating gently around her. Her appearance graceful and elegant. Because she had reached large success of her Zither heart, she had a sort of speechless, ethereal quality that couldn't be touched upon. She calmly took down the Zither on her back and gently waved her long sleeves. The Zither suspended itself in front of her in midair, as if it had been placed on an invisible platform. The audience's cheers for Qin Wuxin were like an overwhelming tide that wouldn't end. However, Qin Wuxin only silently played her Zither, as she sat there seemingly unaffected by anything else. Sky Fortune Kingdom's Lin Ming, please advise. The first course of action that Lin Ming took was to stimulate the Azure True Essence to protect his body. Lin Ming didn't know much about the Zither faction's types of attacks, so it was best to be overly cautious. As the referee elder announced the start of the match, Qin Wuxin's 10 fingers plucked on the Zither strings, and a magnificent melody flowed from them like a sweet spring mountain stream. This melody seemed simple, but Lin Ming felt a trace of true essence dissolved into the notes, as if it could shock the entire martial stage. Although Lin Ming had great confidence in himself, he wouldn't let Qin Wuxin play her weird little Zither tunes. He clearly remembered that when Qin Wuxin had fought Jing Chanyu, she had only needed to pluck a few strings in order to shatter Jing Chanyu's Earth Attribute protective barrier as if it was some frozen brittle glass, immediately causing it to burst. Not only that, but Qin Wuxin hadn't even allowed a smidgen of true essence to escape, to the point that Jing Chanyu hadn't even realized that Qin Wuxin had attacked. The young lady of the Zither faction was no weakling. It was also because her nature was to remain low-key, so no one had realized the depth of her skills until now. The heavy, profound, soft spear came out, and Lin Ming thrust forth straight towards Qin Wuxin's chest. Azure true essence howled in the air, and the strength of the true dragon endlessly gushed forth, mixing with flow like silk's power of vibration. With these two forces superimposing upon each other, this spear of Lin Ming's was seemingly impossible to resist. Even if it were Jiang Lanjian, he would have to move. Qin Wuxin turned her fingers, and her pinky plucked a string. Suddenly, an invisible sound wave shot forth like an arrow, smashing into Lin Ming's spear point. Gee! Lin Ming only felt an extremely high-frequency true essence shock his heavy, profound, soft spear, fiercely clashing with the azure true essence. Both true essences contained an extremely powerful vibration. After they impacted, a shrill, grating sound rang through the air, just like a sharp knife running across glass. The martial stage's protective light curtain was unable to isolate sound. Many of the lower cultivation disciples on the edges could only cover their eyes and run backwards, their faces pale. A note blocked my spear. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. At that time, although the azure true essence that was contained within his heavy, profound, soft spear wasn't scattered, the force of vibration was cancelled out. Even if this spear continued forth, it would no longer have the same striking power unless Lin Ming stabbed out again. Qin Wuxin had only let loose a single sonic wave through her note, and she was actually able to keep off his attack. This method of approach was much calmer than Jiang Lanjian. However, Lin Ming knew that the reason Qin Wuxin could do this was not because she was stronger than Jiang Lanjian, but because her sound waves contained an intense vibration. This was the same result as flow like silk from a different method. In truth, a sound wave was simply a vibration in the air. If one were to pour true essence into the sound wave, the true essence would naturally vibrate along with the sound wave, and the frequency of vibration could be changed depending on the intensity of the sonic wave. It's not that my azure true essence lost, but my flow like silk lost to Qin Wuxin's power of vibration. Qin Wuxin's musical note wasn't able to scatter the endless azure true essence, but it was able to directly counter the azure true essence's vibration. This caused Lin Ming to be extremely startled. There were many missing sections of flow like silk from the memory fragment of that Supreme Elder. Lin Ming was only able to deduce and comprehend the training method for flow like silk after meditating over the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist for a long time. It had already been half a year since then, and his progress to reaching the next boundary was extremely slow. And today, his flow like silk actually lost to Qin Wuxin's music, which contained the force of vibration. The audience saw Qin Wuxin force back Lin Ming with a single note, and all of them suddenly went into a rabid frenzy. All of Qin Wuxin's many supporters began to cheer at the top of their lungs, shouting out supportive messages to Qin Wuxin, wanting her to end Lin Ming's winning streak. Qin Wuxin ignored all of the audience's deafening cheers, as if she didn't hear them. During this short fight, even she had been shocked. The vibrations of her zither music had always been able to go everywhere. They could penetrate any defense and destroy all. When Qin Wuxin had gone out adventuring to temper her zither heart, she had met many high-level vicious beasts that were entirely covered in armor, and yet she had only needed a single note to easily slay them. But now, her zither music had penetrated into Lin Ming's long spear, yet hadn't been able to scatter his true essence. She had only barely managed to counter his attack. No wonder Jiang Lanjian had lost under his hand. Qin Wuxin spread back her flowing silk sleeves, and a gentle sound emitted from the zither strings, directly hitting Lin Ming. This sonic wave attack was invisible with no form. By the time one heard the sound, they were already under attack. This was the first time that Lin Ming had faced this sort of invisible attack, and he was caught off guard. The azure true essence in his body was violently agitated, and Lin Ming gave a smothered cough, retreating a few steps as the blood in his body surged. Good weird attack. If Lin Ming had ordinary true essence protecting him instead of the azure true essence, he might have already been crushed by that single note. But even with the azure true essence, it could still only withstand 2 or 3 more of these attacks in such a short time. If it took any more, his true essence protection would break. When that time came, Lin Ming would have to face Qin Wuxin's sonic wave attacks with his bare body. Although Lin Ming's body was physically tough, it still wasn't as tough as a high-level vicious beast. And even a high-level vicious beast that came under assault from this sound wave attack would crumble apart. The outcome could be imagined once Lin Ming lost the protection of his true essence. Qin Wuxin's delicate eyebrows furrowed together. Her sound attack had actually been calmly met and taken by Lin Ming. The formidability of his defensive power had surpassed her imagination. Her 10 fingers flashed atop the zither and a series of notes howled forth. This was a full-on invisible mass attack. In the audience, Ouyang Ming's eyes jumped as he saw this. The zither faction's attack methods were too strange. Even if he was the one that was to face Qin Wuxin on the martial stage, this match would give him an incomparable headache. This sort of attack was invisible and formless, and was just too difficult to defend against. Not only that, but every sound wave contained a powerful attack power. Once hit, even one's internal organs would be damaged. How would Lin Ming respond to this? It wasn't just Ouyang Ming who wanted to know, but also the many elders of the 7 profound valleys were looking at Lin Ming with anticipation from the Grand Hall. They wanted to see just how he would deal with this. It was very obvious that this was Lin Ming's first time facing off against someone from the Zither faction. Otherwise, when he faced Qin Wuxin's attacks a moment ago, he wouldn't have just stood there without any reaction. In the Grand Hall, an old woman was smiling, her grin spreading cheek to cheek. She was the Zither faction's sovereign, and was also Qin Wuxin's master. These past years, Zhang Baoyun had stood in the spotlight, completely overshadowing the accomplishments of all the other direct disciples. It wasn't wrong to call Zhang Baoyun the sword faction's greatest talent that they had seen in the last 100 years. After all, Zhang Baoyun's talent spoke for itself. But as for Qin Wuxin, she was also a rare genius of the Zither faction. It was only because she had been spending all her years wandering the deep valleys and adventuring to temper her Zither heart that she had been relatively unknown. For an 18-year-old to reach large success of her Zither heart was rare throughout the entirety of the Zither faction's history. Ding ding ding. The clear stream-like sound was like beads falling on a jade plate. Lin Ming had already experienced that sonic attack once before. He wasn't going to sit there like an idiot and suffer it again. His powerful soul force penetrated into the air. The concept of wind began. A soundwave attack was in the end a sound, and all of these zither melodies needed to be transmitted through air vibrations. Lin Ming was able to integrate his awareness into the wind, and by sensing the wind, he could subtly control all hidden dangers in the air. In the moment that the sonic wave attacked, Lin Ming struck back, flowers in the storm. Once the concept of wind was fused into the heavy, profound soft spear, it was several times faster than before. Each and every note was accurately pierced to pieces by Lin Ming. The eyes of the elders that had been carefully observing the martial stage suddenly revealed an incredible look, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. A soundwave attack was invisible and formless. When most martial artists faced the sonic wave, they would do everything they could to draw as close to their opponent as possible and make it a close-range fight. If they could rush to their opponent's side, then they had basically won. After all, there were very few sound-based martial artists that were skilled in close-range combat. If one only defended against the long-range attacks of a sound-based martial artist, then they were basically waiting to lose. This was because it was exceedingly difficult to detect the patterns of attack. But now they saw Lin Ming on the martial stage, accurately crushing each note with a spear thrust without missing a single one. This left everyone staring, befuddled. In particular, the female students of the Zither faction had preposterous expressions, as if they had gone crazy. All of them were clear on just how strong Qin Wuxin was. Of course, Lin Ming wasn't weak. If Lin Ming was able to close in on Qin Wuxin and defeat her, they wouldn't have been surprised, but Lin Ming wasn't even thinking of closing in on her, instead constantly defending against Qin Wuxin's attacks. They had been in the Zither faction for so many years, and yet they had never seen a Zither faction disciple's fight be like this. What the hell was this Lin Ming? Was he a bat? Isn't a sound wave invisible and formless? How is Lin Ming deflecting Qin Wuxin's attacks? An elder asked with an inconceivable tone. Concept of wind. Zongtian said. Those sound waves must pass through the wind. Lin Ming is able to capture every note through the concept of wind, and then quickly react. But to do this requires an extremely formidable soul force foundation. Currently, out of all the disciples present, only Lin Ming can achieve this. Zongtian was right, even Jiang Lanjian didn't have this ability. Although he was also proficient in the concept of wind, his soul force was too lacking. He didn't have the massive soul force and control needed to permeate it through the wind and perceive the feeling of the situation. But I'm confused. I wonder what this Lin Ming is thinking. Since he can block the sonic wave attacks, why doesn't he rush over to Qin Wuxin? An elder shook his head. He thought that since this was Lin Ming's first time facing off against a martial artist from the Zither faction, his experience was lacking and he probably hadn't even thought of this point. Zongtian remained silent. He knew that Lin Ming was young, but it was wrong for anyone to think that he lacked combat experience. Lin Ming was able to instantly come up with a plan to resist the Zither music attacks by combining the concept of wind with his soul force. This clearly illustrated his inventiveness and adaptability. If Lin Ming decided not to rush into close range, he inevitably had other plans. But just what were these plans? Profound wind 8 melodies. Qin Wuxin's delicate hands harshly gripped down on the strings, and a suddenly shrill and plaintive sound came from the zither, as if silk cloth was being torn apart. 8 unique zither melodies shot out at the same time. These melodies were not separate attacks, but rather harmoniously blended within each other. Their sounds resonating and suppressing each other at the same time, reflecting endlessly. The complex melodies were constantly transforming, endlessly changing, filled with layer upon layer of murderous intent, invisible and without form. This was Qin Wuxin's first time using such an attack at the Total Faction Martial meeting. Before this match, she had only used several sonic wave attacks to sufficiently defeat all of her enemies. Profound wind 8 melodies. The young girls of the Zither faction saw Qin Wuxin display this technique, and all of them began to smolder with elation. This was one of the Zither faction's ultimate skills, the core cultivation method among all core cultivation methods. Of course, they would never have the good fortune to learn a cultivation method of such rank. In fact, with their talent, it was useless for them to study this even if given to them. They would simply be wasting their time. The profound wind 8 melodies was an offensive skill that the Zither faction's founder had found in some ancient ruins. This skill contained an incomparably formidable attack power, and now seeing Qin Wuxin use this ability, the young girls of the Zither faction stared with wide eyes and opened ears, lest they miss even a single detail. In their view, Qin Wuxin was the pinnacle of talent. The difficulty of using the power of the profound wind's 8 melodies was beyond their imagination. If the opponent was to storm them, they would have no chance to do so. But once used, this technique truly swept away all opposition. Even the profound wind 8 melodies been used, Wuxin has really encountered a formidable opponent this time. The Zither faction's old woman's face was very somber. This little punk called Lin Ming was too difficult to deal with. He was able to completely understand the attack patterns of the invisible sonic waves. However, the profound wind 8 melodies was ever-changing and contained abstract principles within. When she was young, she had defeated many masters and experts with the profound wind 8 melodies. Wuxin has already cultivated the profound wind 8 melodies to 70% proficiency. I want to see just how this little punk will stop this. Thinking this, the old woman's cragged face revealed a coldly shrewd smile. At this time, Lin Ming's heart was calm and tranquil. He had already sensed through the concept of wind the 8 murderous intents that were hidden in the air. Although the profound wind 8 melodies was incomparably enigmatic, its name still contained the word wind. As long as it had to pass through the air, Lin Ming was able to sense every change of the notes through the concept of wind. At this moment, Lin Ming closed his eyes. Facing this all-encompassing sound attack, vision had already lost all meaning. Even his sense of hearing was useless, because once he heard the sounds of the zither melody, the attack would already have arrived. Under the support of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming instantly entered into a deep state of concentration. A powerful soul force surged out in 8 directions like a massive octopus. At this time, Lin Ming had cut off all 5 of his senses, and he could no longer see or hear. But Lin Ming's soul force perception had risen to a terrifying degree. Every slight fluctuation in the surrounding atmosphere was completely under his control. All 8 of these melodies were meticulously grasped by Lin Ming. First melody. A slow vibration frequency, it was just like the low and deep waves of the absolute ocean. Second melody. The vibration frequency was a bit faster, it was like the clarion song of birds. Third melody. A slight vibration, it was difficult to detect. It was like the sounds of insects chirping at night. Fourth melody. An intense vibration, like the terrifying sound of earthquakes and landslides. Eighth melody. The frequency was fast, and the vibration was strong. It was like a silver vase being broken for the first time. It was like a knife cutting down on crystal clear ice. These 8 melodies were all different. They collided, resonated, reflected, supported, suppressed, endless variation. If the frequency was different, then the power of vibration was different. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. The power of vibration actually contained such a law within. Instantly, 8 spears thrust out. Each spear contained a different frequency and a different vibrating intensity of true essence. Each spear corresponded with a different melody. Pa 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 pa. At the same time, the 8 sounds appeared in the air. Every sound was light, as if it were a small firework fizzling away. This was completely different from that sharp grating sound from the first impact. What? The surrounding martial artists were astonished to the point of staring with slack-jawed expressions. Especially those young girls of the Zither faction who understood just how powerful the profound Wind 8 melodies truly was. They had an expression of absolute disbelief. They simply could not believe what Lin Ming had done. If Lin Ming had simply destroyed all of Qin Wuxin's melodies, then they wouldn't be too surprised. After all, Lin Ming had defeated even Jiang Longjin. But now, Lin Ming had thrust out 8 spears and spotlessly nullified the profound Wind 8 melodies. This was just beyond the scope of their understanding. The 8 melodies had endless variations. It was a cultivation method that was found in an ancient ruin. How could it be so easy to decipher? The one with the most intense and violent reaction was the sovereign of the Zither faction. The face of this 200-year-old woman instantly changed on scene, and she immediately stood up. This is impossible. The Zither faction sovereign had extraordinary eyesight. A normal martial artist would only know that Lin Ming had solved the profound Wind 8 melodies but didn't know the specific process. But the Zither faction sovereign was able to clearly see this entire process. Lin Ming had thrust out 8 spears, and each spear contained a different implicit true essence. Each spear perfectly corresponded to all 8 different melodies. But even the Zither faction sovereign didn't know what technique Lin Ming used so that his true essence was able to perfectly counterbalance the melodies without any sound flowing out at all. There was only a small grating sound. It was just like Qin Wuxin's Zither music had disappeared into thin air. This little punk. In that split second, he was able to deduce the profound principles contained within the melody. This is obviously his first time encountering the profound Wind 8 melodies. So how could he possibly be aware of this? He broke my Zither faction's core cultivation method? How is this possible? The Zither faction sovereign was simply unable to accept this truth. To her, the profound Wind 8 melodies was the highest cultivation method within the Zither faction, and yet, it had been broken apart by a 16-year-old boy in a single move. This was simply as if her own faith were collapsing before her. Several surrounding elders saw the Zither faction sovereign's crazy reaction and didn't know why. They simply didn't understand the intricacies of the sonic waves and didn't know the mysteries of the vibrations. Sovereign Qin, what has caused you to lose your composure? Shi Zongtian slowly asked. The Zither faction sovereign's face sank like a stone in water. She clenched her teeth and sat down without replying. She didn't want to commend nor congratulate Lin Ming for his amazing perception. That was equal to slapping her Zither faction in the face through another way. Shi Zongtian faintly smiled. Although he didn't understand the mysteries behind the music, he was able to guess that Lin Ming had caused Sovereign Qin to react in this manner. To cause this old bag to react so coarsely was not easy at all. Things were becoming more and more interesting. On the martial stage, Qin Wuxin had finally lost that light and ethereal temperament as if she were floating on wind. She had poured her true essence into that zither music. No one knew better than her just what happened a moment ago. Lin Ming had thrust out his vibrating true essence with 8 spears, and each spear contained a latent true essence vibration and frequency. These happened to collide with her melodies, causing both to mutually disappear. How had he managed to achieve this? Qin Wuxin felt her own eyelashes inadvertently trembling. She wanted to reach out and stroke her zither, but as her hands reached halfway, she suddenly stopped. She found that Lin Ming was standing still, not noticing anything around him at all and dead to the world, as if he had entered some strange state. Sudden enlightenment? After some martial artists suddenly understood a law, it was possible that they would enter into a state of sudden enlightenment. This state would last for several dozen breaths of time, and during that time period, their own cultivation, soul force, and comprehension of concepts would grow by leaps and bounds. This extremely wonderful and marvelous state was beyond rare. It could only be discovered and not sought. One had to experience a moment of true serendipity. Many masters had reached the Xianxia realm or even the revolving core realm without ever having experienced a sudden enlightenment. Qin Wuxin understood this state because she too had once experienced it. It was a lucky chance that she had slipped into this state while she was adventuring through the deep valleys to temper her zither heart. After sitting in meditation for 3 days and 3 nights, she had spontaneously entered into sudden enlightenment. After waking up, her zither heart had reached large success. There were very few 18-year-olds in the entire history of the zither faction that had reached large success of the zither heart. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to use the profound Wind 8 melodies. Sudden enlightenment was a condition that all martial artists yearned for in their dreams. Could occur anywhere and any time. But once one was interrupted, then this state would also end. Qin Wuxin hesitated, and finally she withdrew her hand. She calmly waited for Lin Ming to complete his sudden enlightenment. She sighed in her heart and let out a long breath. This young man's lucky opportunities and talent could really make anyone mad with jealousy. He was strong to such a degree, and he also had amazing combat insight. Perhaps even Jiang Baoyun and Magu Buyu would find it difficult to suppress a talent like this. This time, Lin Ming's sudden enlightenment originated from his understanding of the law of vibrations. Sound was only one kind of vibration, but vibration was the source of all sound. Zither faction disciples were skilled and well-versed in sound waves and their use, but that was only in sound. In terms of understanding vibration, they were far inferior to Lin Ming. After cultivating flow like silk for such a long time, Lin Ming was able to faintly trace upon the source of all vibrations. This was the so-called concept of vibration. It was what Lin Ming had suddenly become aware of after being inspired by Qin Wuxin's profound Wind 8 melodies. This understanding had allowed Lin Ming to have almost perfect control of the vibration of his true essence and the intensity of the frequency, causing the profound Wind 8 melodies to disappear. Those melodies had directly vanished, only leaving behind a small, dull, grating sound. Otherwise, it would have been like the first time that his spear had met Qin Wuxin's sound wave. The sound wave energy would erupt and cause a high-pitched grating sound. So that's how it is. When the vibration frequency is the same, but the direction is completely opposite, then the two vibrations will cancel each other out without a trace left. On the other hand, if the vibration frequencies are the same, and the direction is also the same, then the vibrations will superimpose upon each other and become stronger. Lin Ming's heart was speaking to itself. The vibrating true essence within his body began to shake as it started to split up, differentiating from each other. In that moment, every vibrating true essence filament divided into 2. 5,000 filaments turned into 10,000. Hua! Lin Ming suddenly opened both his eyes. At this time, there seemed to be thunder flashing within his pupils. In those trivial 10 breaths' time of sudden enlightenment, Lin Ming's soul force had soared to another level, and his true essence had substantially grown. His peak bone forging cultivation began to completely overflow. It started to independently flow into his own meridians. Lin Ming's meridians had long ago linked up by luck when he had absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder. It was only because of Mu Qianyu's warning that had given Lin Ming pause. The reason that Lin Ming had connected his meridians was because he had used the power of thunder, and was by no means through his own true essence. If he had broken through to the pulse condensation period because of that, then his foundation would have been shaky. Therefore Lin Ming decided not to forcefully break through, but instead wait until his bone-forging true essence accumulated to the point where it would naturally overflow. When this happened, that true essence would spontaneously flow into his meridians and create the most solid of foundations. Because he had been forcefully suppressing his true essence so that it didn't flow into his meridians, everyone, including Xianxia, hadn't noticed that Lin Ming's meridians had already linked up. Now that his true essence was finally overflowing, all Lin Ming had to do was sit in meditation for an evening and consolidate his cultivation. At that point, he would officially enter into the early pulse condensation period. This boy, it seems he made a breakthrough? Xianxia was startled. This was no trivial matter. Even within Divine Phoenix Island, it would be rare for a 16-year-old to break through to the pulse condensation period. Breakthrough? Humph. It's only bone-forging true essence overflowing. The bottleneck between the bone-forging stage and pulse condensation period isn't too big or too small, but you still have to connect your meridians and open them. How could it be so quick? The zither faction old woman curled her lips in disdain. There seemed to be more and more miracles happening with Lin Ming, making her increasingly unhappy. Breakthrough? Humph. It's only bone-forging true essence overflowing. The bottleneck between the bone-forging stage and pulse condensation period isn't too big or too small, but you still have to connect your meridians and open them. How could it be so quick? The zither faction old woman curled her lips in disdain. There seemed to be more and more miracles happening with Lin Ming, making her increasingly unhappy. The bottleneck between the bone-forging stage and the pulse condensation period was one that every martial artist would inevitably encounter. If their foundation was poor, then a martial artist would be mired at this bottleneck for several years, or even dozens of years. But if too long a time passed, then that also meant the end of their martial arts path. To talents within a sect, breaking through to the pulse condensation period wasn't anything too difficult. For a breakthrough, it would take a few months. Even half a year was extremely normal. But young talents were always racing against the hands of time. To them, several months were an incomparably precious treasure. The old woman of the zither faction was already furious with jealousy and anger at Lin Ming, especially since he had managed to break through their zither faction's profound Wind 8 melodies. Xianxia felt his beard, not speaking. He also felt that it was impossible for Lin Ming to break through the pulse condensation period so quickly. It was just that in that split second a moment ago, he had felt Lin Ming's true essence overflow into his meridians, but it was quickly contained by him. This boy, he's quite bold. He wants to make a full and complete breakthrough. After true essence overflows, that is a natural breakthrough, and using that as the basis creates the most solid foundation. Of course, it is also the most time-consuming method. Even in the 7 profound valleys, there were very few geniuses that would opt to do this. If they did, it would delay them by a massive amount of time. The gains simply didn't equal the losses. Lin Ming came from a humble mortal background. It was already very commendable that he had such broad vision of his own path. Xianxia said, even if it's the pulse condensation bottleneck, at most it will take Lin Ming half a year. He'll definitely be able to smoothly break through to the pulse condensation period while he is 16 years old. For a 16-and-a-half-year-old martial artist to break through to the pulse condensation period, haha, the result is already quite good even in a 4th-grade sect. It's only good. The zither faction sovereign harshly bit out this word. If this old bag of bones remembers, sword faction's Zhang Baoyun also reached the pulse condensation period when he was 16-and-a-half years old, and my zither faction's Wuxia was only 2 months later than him at 16 years and 8 months. The difference between them isn't much. Haha. Baoyun and Wuxia are both great talents. Xianxia knew that this old woman cared much about face, was not magnanimous at all, and also had a short fuse. It was best to just agree with whatever she said. Xianxia's reason why he thought Lin Ming was valuable wasn't in his cultivation speed. For him to reach the peak bone forging stage at 16 years of age was also the standard for a medium 6th grade talent. It simply couldn't be regarded as a monstrous genius. However, what he valued in Lin Ming was his perception, soul force talent, thunder origin energy fusion compatibility, and the mysterious true essence and body he had. "Thank you for staying your hand," Lin Ming said to Qin Wuxin as he bowed. His sudden enlightenment had lasted for 10 breaths of time. During this time period, besides the natural true essence that protected his body, Lin Ming was completely undefended. If Qin Wuxin had seized this opportunity to use the profound Wind 8 melodies, then Lin Ming would have suffered serious damage. Losing the match wouldn't have been too significant, but if he had been broken out of his sudden enlightenment and ruined his chances to enhance his cultivation and perception, then that loss would have been utterly disastrous. Qin Wuxin calmly said, "You and I have neither hatred nor enmity. Naturally, I would never do something so malicious and evil-hearted against you. Now that your sudden enlightenment has ended, let us bring this show to its finale." Okay? Lin Ming flourished the heavy, profound, soft spear. This time he was eagerly anticipating validating the new strength of flow like silk. Ha! 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments began to tremble with excitement. Even the heavy, profound, soft spear began to shake in his hand. Profound Wind 8 melodies. Double crescendo. Qin Wuxin's hands touched the zither, her fingers furiously twisting the strings. A slowly building tempo began to gain traction, and a double profound Wind 8 melodies began to howl in the wind. This was the first time that she had ever used this technique in true combat. The first reason was that the double profound Wind 8 melodies consumed a great deal of true essence. The second reason was that if Qin Wuxin faced an opponent that tried to rush up by her side, it gave her very little time to save up the required true essence. As for those that couldn't rush up to her, she didn't need the double profound Wind 8 melodies to deal with them. As the zither melodies flowed forth, the entire martial stage filled with a myriad of sounds, the churning of wind, the songs of birds, the crushing waves of a tsunami, the rumbling sound of thunder. Bass, tenor, low pitch, high pitch. All these sounds resounded and superimposed up each other. Chaos without end. Lin Ming shut both of his eyes. In the void, nothing could escape his perception. More than half of the sonic waves do not contain true essence. The double crescendo profound Wind 8 melodies has altogether 16 sound waves that contain murderous intent. As for the rest, none of them contain any attack power. A long spear swept out. 10,000 vibrating filaments of true essence howled forth. Pung 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 pung. The beating of a cavalry. The cracking of a silver bottle. Sounds erupted. Arius ruptured. The martial stage's protective shield began to tremble. This time Lin Ming did not use some wonderfully exquisite technique, but used absolute brute force. Everything was swept away. His spear was like a dragon, unstoppable, irresistible, overwhelming. A single spear crushed 5 sounds. The second spear broke apart another 4. After 4 spears, all 16 sound waves that contained murderous intent were completely pierced by Lin Ming. 10,000 vibrating filaments of true essence. Flow like silk is more than twice as powerful as before. Lin Ming was very shocked. These 10,000 filaments of true essence had just divided, and yet it was already powerful to this degree. If it was further increased, its power would be even greater. In the memory of the Supreme Elder from the realm of the gods, flow like silk could split into millions, or even billions of filaments. If they were combined with the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, just what degree would its power reach? Bang! Lin Ming shattered every zither sound, his spear thrust straight towards Qin Wuxin's neck. The wind whistled and the azure true essence tore through the atmosphere. Qin Wuxin could already feel an aching pain on her neck from the intense cold on the tip of the spear. As the heavy, profound, soft spear contained the concept of wind, its speed had reached the extreme. Qin Wuxin didn't move, only watched as the long spear approached her. Suddenly Lin Ming pulled back his strength and the spear suddenly stopped, the shaft still trembling and the azure true essence still flashing. The cold bright spear point was less than half an inch from Qin Wuxin's slender jade-like neck. The cold spear light and delicate skin. The aura of chilling slaughter suddenly formed a sharp contrast against the peerless beauty of an amazing woman. With such strength in sharp opposition to a gently soft charm, it created a remarkable image. Lin Ming gripped the shaft of the heavy, profound, soft spear, his heart somewhat surprised. Although he was confident that Qin Wuxin could not dodge this spear, he hadn't expected that she would remain completely motionless. You won't evade? Since I cannot evade, then why evade? Qin Wuxin had restored her precious tranquil expression. Facing the wantonly cold spear light, she didn't even bat an eye. Even if she was the first-ranked disciple of the Zither faction, Qin Wuxin was still poor at close combat. Once someone was able to close in on her, that basically meant that she lost. Qin Wuxin had no way to use a melee weapon. Lin Ming retrieved his long spear and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lady Qin has superb bearing. I apologize for offending you. Qin Wuxin tossed her long sleeves and picked up her zither. Over these years, Qin Wuxin had never placed her zither within her spatial ring. This was similar to how the sword faction carried their swords on their backs, and was an equally good approach to increasing her awareness of her zither's feelings. Lin Ming victory. With the announcement from the referee elder, the audience couldn't help but lament in silence. Lin Ming was simply too strong. Even Qin Wuxin, who had reached large success of her zither heart, had lost. Except Zhang Baoyun, Magu Buyu, and Ouyang Ming, there was nobody that could contend with his strength. At this time, the gambling house had already increased Lin Ming's odds to 1:6. This was the same as Ouyang Ming. Lin Ming didn't care much about this. He returned to the contestant waiting area and chose a quiet corner where he placed a sound-insulating barrier. Xingxuan, come over to me. Lin Ming beckoned to Qin Xingxuan in the audience with a true essence sound transmission. As the boy and girl became increasingly familiar with each other, Lin Ming no longer called Qin Xingxuan Miss Qin. Okay? Qin Xingxuan was in a very good mood as she walked over. Lin Ming's winning streak hadn't surprised her. What had surprised her was that during every match, Lin Ming would also show a new and unexpected ability that was beyond her expectations. In fact, Lin Ming hadn't achieved a landslide victory against Qin Wuxin or Zhang Lanjian. However, as these strange and mysterious abilities surfaced during each match, Lin Ming's momentum increased until it rivaled someone like Ouyang Ming. Xingxuan, can you help guard me? I need to meditate for a moment and cultivate. After the 9th round had ended, it was time for lunch, so there was a full 2-hour relaxation time. Lin Ming had obtained many insights and he wanted to fully absorb them as soon as possible. At the same time, his bone-forging stage true essence was constantly overflowing, and there was an anxious feeling like it would explode from his bones. Lin Ming had been forcefully suppressing this true essence and felt very itchy and a bit aching, like all his bones were swelling. He wanted to break through to the pulse condensation period immediately. Guard you? You want? Qin Xingxuan was surprised. She didn't know what Lin Ming was going to do. I'm going to break through to the pulse condensation period, Lin Ming calmly said. Not too long ago, breaking through to pulse condensation had been his lifelong pursuit, but now he had arrived at this step at only 16 years of age. Not only that, but he had made a perfect breakthrough where his true essence had autonomously overflowed. But as this grand moment arrived, he still remained completely tranquil. This was because he had personally experienced the talent of someone like Mu Qianyu, and he knew that a little pulse condensation period was nothing at all. Break through to the pulse condensation period? Qin Xingxuan was shocked. Your meridians have already connected? Lin Ming nodded, not wasting any time. Although this rest period was long, it still wasn't too much time, and he also knew that the inspirations he received were fleeting. He didn't even have enough time to find a quiet room, instead just placing some cloth up to keep out the sound and then sitting down to meditate and revolve his true essence. Under the guidance of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming soon entered an empty state of mind. Despite all of the chaos around him, he was unaffected by any of it. True essence broke through from his bones. His body was like a floodgate that was opening, and all of the true essence poured through and endlessly surged into his meridians. This boy, In the grand hall above the square, Shi Zongtian had been paying close attention to Lin Ming. He saw as Lin Ming walked over to a quiet corner and then sat down in meditation to revolve his true essence. He was suddenly startled. True essence had broken out of his bones and flowed into his meridians. This was clearly breaking through to the pulse condensation period. This is the pulse condensation period. He broke through so quickly, his meridians must have already been linked up. It was just that he had been suppressing his true essence and wanted to wait for his bone-forging true essence to overflow. Shi Zongtian had amazing eyesight. He had already seen through Lin Ming's condition. The wrinkled expression of the Zither faction's old woman suddenly became extremely ugly. Just a moment ago she had absolutely asserted that it was impossible that Lin Ming had broken through to the pulse condensation period. But in less than half an incense stick of time, Lin Ming had actually sat down and began to meditate through his breakthrough. This was simply slapping her in the face. He just reached 16 years of age and is already at the pulse condensation period. Throughout the last several hundred years of the 7 profound valleys, he was the only one to do so. Even if he were placed within Divine Phoenix Island or some other 4th-grade sect, this would be a top-line talent. The Sword faction's great elder was incomparably surprised. This boy's future is limitless. Haha, with Jiang Lanjian and this boy, my 7 profound valleys will enter into a prosperous age. As the surrounding elders discussed and their appraisal of Lin Ming rose higher, the Zither faction sovereign's expression became all the more ugly. At this moment, Shi Zongtian suddenly said, "No, something seems. This boy, has he comprehended a martial intent?" Martial intent? With these 2 words from Shi Zongtian, all of the elders present were shocked. As they looked carefully, they saw that Lin Ming really had entered into a strange state, as if everything around him had no influence on him at all. This state was consistent to the supplementary martial intents that were described in the ancient texts. A martial intent was something that could only be discovered and couldn't be sought. One could only comprehend one through their own lucky destiny, and this had absolutely nothing at all to do with a martial artist's talent. It could even appear in the body of an ordinary person, or it could even appear in a completely wasted body. Geniuses could be filtered and raised through generations by breeding, but a martial intent could not. In fact, in the countless talents of the 7 profound valleys' younger generation, there still wasn't a single person that had managed to comprehend a martial intent. He actually comprehended a martial intent. This fellow has such dog-shit luck. There must be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. The Zither faction's old woman clenched her teeth like rabid dog, glaring at Lin Ming with her eyes and chest rising and falling like a frog. She was angry to the point that she couldn't speak. This country bumpkin boy from the 36 countries had actually defeated her most beloved disciple and had broken her Zither faction's core cultivation method. The profound wind's 8 melodies. And what was most irritating was that this fellow had actually made a breakthrough in the middle of battle, and now even showed a martial intent. All of this was madly slapping her in the face over and over again. She felt that the Zither faction had only served to show Lin Ming's superb qualities in contrast. How could someone arrogant like her even take this? Shi Zongtian didn't care about the Zither faction sovereign's reaction. He only looked towards Mu Qihong with some worry in his eyes. Shi Zongtian's mood was extremely contradictory at the moment. While he wanted Lin Ming to become better and better, he also feared that Divine Phoenix Island came here to plunder their talent. It could be said that he was struggling with the positives and negatives. Mu Qinghong smiled but didn't say anything. She already knew that Lin Ming had connected all of his meridians so that he wouldn't have a bottleneck from the bone-forging state to the pulse condensation period. But she hadn't expected that his breakthrough would occur so quickly. He reached pulse condensation just after reaching 16 years of age. Compared to Qianyu, he's slower by about 8 months. Still, this extreme speed is already very rare. I cannot imagine what sort of future this child will have. Mu Qinghong's heart was filled with anticipation. Mu Qinyu was a fire attribute talent, Mu Bingyun was an ice attribute talent, and with the thunder attribute talent Lin Ming, that would be 3 peerless talents. In the future, they would become powerhouses that would be able to change the entire situation in the South Horizon region and maybe even deter that Titan hiding within the South Sea. Oh. As the 9th round ended, the afternoon lunchtime finally came, and Lin Ming was still sitting in meditation, immersed in the ethereal martial intent as he was before. Of course, Qin Xingxuan hadn't gone out for lunch. A martial artist could easily skip a few meals, and even going for several days without sleep wouldn't affect them too much. Zhang Baoyun hadn't left. Instead, he polished his treasure sword as he casually sat in a chair at the contestant waiting area, gazing at Lin Ming from afar. Pulse condensation period, Zhang Lanjian murmured as he sat near Zhang Baoyun. Zhang Baoyun nodded. For a genius martial artist, it was easy to use the pressure of a true battle in order to break through. This was also the reason that so many martial artists had come to the Total Faction martial meeting. Things are becoming more and more interesting. I thought that Lin Ming would just have me be a little serious, but now, as Zhang Baoyun said this, his two bright eyes flashed with a thick fighting spirit. You think that he might defeat you? I can't say. Zhang Lanjian was surprised. In his experience, Zhang Baoyun had always been a very arrogant man who had a very high view. There were very few peers that he considered his opponents. But now it seemed he had a high opinion of Lin Ming. Zhang Lanjian said, I fought against him. Although I'm not his match, I was still able to face him. My concept of wind was able to wound him. But against you, my concept of wind doesn't work at all. I can't even touch the hem of your robe. Haha. Sometimes these disparities can't be so easily explained. Haven't you seen that after he fought Qin Wuxin? His strength has been constantly growing. I've noticed, but I don't think the progress he's made will be able to cover the gap between you two. Even though he broke through to the pulse condensation realm, he just recently broke through. The amount of strength he's gained is limited. Just wait and we'll be able to see. If there isn't an accident, Lin Ming will definitely face Mugu Buyu before me. Mugu Buyu's strength cannot be underestimated. That fellow's attacks are strange and peculiar. Even if it's me, I can't guarantee that I will be able to defeat him. After Lin Ming and Mugu Buyu fight each other, I'll be able to see just where the limits of his strength are. As time passed, Lin Ming's breakthrough gradually entered into the critical period. True essence flowed from the body into the organs, from the organs into the bones, and from the bones into the meridians, where it began to revolve through every inch of flesh, making a full revolution and nurturing the body before returning to the organs and muscles, completing a full circle. As true essence flowed into the meridians, it created a circulation that revolved within the body. This was the greatest difference between the pulse condensation period and the bone forging stage. If true essence flowed into the organs and bones, it was just like a carriage running into shallow seas and swamps. It would just be mired there. However, if true essence penetrated the meridians and flowed there, it was like a fast racing horse on a spacious main road. There was simply no comparison between them. After this circulation continued on for several revolutions, Lin Ming felt heart suddenly still. This is. In that instant, Lin Ming could clearly feel a microscopic amount of true essence seep into the deepest part of his bones, fusing into his marrow. True essence tempering marrow. Lin Ming was jubilant with happiness. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was a top body transformation cultivation method that had been passed down the realm of the gods and contained the accumulated knowledge of over 1 billion years. Although this cultivation method couldn't be considered incomparably precious within the realm of the gods, in terms of the body transformation stage, it was the most perfect and complete method, and the highest level cultivation method that existed. There was nothing better. Sky Spill Continent's body transformation cultivation methods only contained 6 stages. Above the 6th pulse condensation stage were the essence gathering stages, which included the Hotian realm and the Xiantian realm. This was already a separate branch of cultivation from body transformation, instead turning towards true essence cultivation and soul cultivation. However, the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians contained additional stages above pulse condensation. This included tempering marrow, where true essence entered the marrow, and after that was opening the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. After one accomplished this, their fist could shatter the sky, their feet would crack the world, and their roars would have the strength of heavenly tribulation. With just a single all-out attack, they could collapse moons and sink stars. Even though the memories contained such exaggerated descriptions, Lin Ming still believed in them. However, he had always been a bit worried subconsciously. He worried whether or not he could achieve the tempering marrow realm that was above the pulse condensation period, or whether the chaotic virtues combat meridians that he cultivated had flaws. After all, the human bodies of those that lived in the realm of the gods might be different from those that live in Sky Spill continent. What if he was unable to reach the tempering marrow realm? And now, after Lin Ming had just stepped into the pulse condensation period, he had finally felt a tiny bit of true essence enter into his marrow. How could he not be excited about this? If he could open the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, even if Lin Ming abandoned stepping into the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm, with just the cultivation of body transformation he could still become a supreme powerhouse of his generation. After this tiny trace of true essence, Lin Ming continually attempted to push the true essence into the tempering marrow boundary. However, despite any actions he took to stimulate his true essence, it remained just above the bone and would not enter the marrow. Until the end, his true essence overflow had finally ended, and he had only managed to push a tiny, insignificant amount of true essence into his marrow. Lin Ming sighed and shook his head. It seems like it must be done as recorded in the chaotic virtues combat meridians. I'll need to use top-quality pills in order to wash the muscles and cleanse the marrow, and I'll have to remove the foul Hotian air. I don't know how hard this might be, but it might be more difficult than even stepping into the Hotian or Xiantian realm. Top-quality pills. I'll need many of these top-quality pills. What sort of pills could be called top-quality by a supreme elder of the realm of the gods? Is a heaven-opening pill sufficient? Lin Ming lacked confidence that he could find a reasonable path. Even if he immediately became a core disciple of the 7 profound valleys, a pill at the rank of the heaven-opening pill wasn't some joke. Its value was incalculable, and it wasn't something that could be sold anywhere. Well, if I can win the martial meeting and become the champion, I will be able to obtain a future promise of a heaven-opening pill. However, I'll need to be at the peak Hotian realm before it can be honored. I'll have to figure out some way to get it ahead of time. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take me to reach the peak Hotian realm. Thinking this, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. He had officially stepped into the pulse condensation period. Lin Ming, you really broke through. Qin Xingxuan smiled. She had been constantly guarding him by his side, and hadn't even moved a tiny step away. Naturally, she could not let anyone disturb Lin Ming during such a critical time period. This feeling of being trusted so completely by Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan found that it was extremely to her liking. I just broke through and my cultivation hasn't consolidated. My strength probably hasn't increased by much. As Lin Ming said this, he inadvertently glimpsed Zhang Baoyun staring at him from some distance away. Zhang Baoyun smiled and nodded his head, greeting him. Lin Ming also returned a smile in return. He thought in his heart, this Zhang Baoyun's eyesight is just like a sharp sword. It's as if he completely saw through me. Although he can't understand my strength, he's able to roughly approximate just how strong I am. For him to look at me with such confidence, it seems that I can't underestimate him. At this time, the afternoon lunch break finally ended, and the contestants were beginning to file back into the arena. Most of the people that entered glanced at Lin Ming. Their eyes contained envy, awe, fear, admiration, and even resentment. Lin Ming had already been very strong, but now he was even stronger and more abnormal. As the afternoon matches finally started, as of this moment, the only contestants left with complete victories were Lin Ming, Huoyan Luo, Magu Buyu, Ouyang Ming, and Zhang Baoyun. The fights were becoming extremely heated, and the collisions of masters became more and more frequent. Even powerhouses like Zhang Lanjian and Qin Wuxin were showing up often. During the 10th round, 5th match, Huang Xiaodai fought against Huoyan Luo. Huang Xiaodai used all her attack styles and created countless illusions. However, Huoyan Luo was able to hang on and stimulate his true essence, finally summoning the flame essence within himself to defend and then attack. The medium-grade human-step flame essence formed a ring of molten rocks around Huoyan Luo. All of the illusions and phantoms were completely melted away by the abyssal flame. As Huoyan Luo approached step by step, all of Huan Xiaodia's moves were nullified. Finally, she was defeated. The audience sent out waves of acclamation, especially the disciples of the Refiner faction. They were simply mad with excitement. Haha. Elder senior apprentice brother is too fierce, he won again. It seems our refiner faction can really hope to reach the top 5 this time. Of course, our elder senior apprentice brother is one of the 5 contestants left with complete victories. If you look at the other 4 people, Zhang Baoyun and Magu Buyu are without a doubt freaks at a different level. Lin Ming and Ouyang Ming are also 2 absolute farm animals. But our elder senior apprentice brother isn't much weaker than them. With the medium-grade human step flame essence in his hand, who can stop him? The refiner faction disciples spoke with great enthusiasm. At their side, a young zither faction girl was not happy. What do you mean? If our senior apprentice sister hadn't encountered some abnormal fellow, then she would absolutely still have complete victories now. Are you saying that our senior apprentice sister is weaker than your Hua Yanluo? The refiner faction disciples spoke with great enthusiasm. At their side, a young zither faction girl was not happy. What do you mean? If our senior apprentice sister hadn't encountered some abnormal fellow, then she would absolutely still have complete victories now. Are you saying that our senior apprentice sister is weaker than your Hua Yanluo? Hee, we're not saying that. The several refiner faction disciples lewdly smiled, their eyes involuntarily scanning up and down the body of the young zither faction girl's body. The refiner faction disciples were almost all men. It was because in the mortal world, their refining occupation would be equivalent to a blacksmith. There were very few women that were willing to withstand striking iron for hours on end and endure the harsh conditions. These young men almost never saw women, and now they witnessed rows upon rows of beautiful zither faction girls here. It was simply an intense visual shock. They couldn't help but salivate and continue gulping over and over. The zither faction girl was disgusted as she saw these vulgar young men. She icily said, "Just you wait. Sooner or later your senior apprentice brother Hua will have to battle with our senior apprentice sister Qin. Then you'll be able to see just how fierce the Profound Wind 8 Melodies is." Haha, the Profound Wind 8 Melodies only sounds scary. This morning, wasn't it that bumpkin Lin Ming from the 36 countries that broke through that technique in a single attempt? Our senior apprentice brother Hua has a medium-grade human step flame essence in his control. Who can break something like that? Let alone Lin Ming. Even if it were Zhang Baoyun or Magu Buyu, if they ran into our senior apprentice brother's flame essence, they would still have to retreat. Aren't you afraid of the wind cutting your worthlessly flapping tongue? According to your own words, do you actually think your senior apprentice brother Hua can take first place? I didn't say for sure that he will take number 1. I only said that no one can block senior apprentice brother's flame essence. At most, they can only evade it. A medium-grade human step flame essence is a power that a pulse condensation martial artist just can't resist. The refiner faction disciple's words were thick with a refined sense of superiority. He condescendingly waved and continued, "You're not a refiner faction disciple, so you have no idea what significance a flame essence has. Your senior apprentice sister Qin losing to Lin Ming is an undeniable fact, and our senior apprentice brother Hua keeping his winning streak is also an undeniable fact. Even if he meets Ouyang Ming or Lin Ming, senior apprentice brother Hua can still fight. Once he takes out the flame essence, he has at least a 50-50 chance of winning. If he went up against your senior apprentice sister Qin, then I'm afraid that all of her clothes would be burned off by fire. You shameless hooligan." The zither faction girl glared angrily at the refiner faction boys. Hee, us brothers are good enough? Would you like to try us? The disciples of both sides argued, their dispute growing more and more fierce. The refiner faction disciples had extremely salacious expressions. Although they couldn't eat these beautiful women in front of them, they could at least take liberties and sexually harass them. As for the young girl of the zither faction, her face was filled with utter loathing. At this moment, the referee announced, 11th round, first match. Lin Ming against Hua Yanluo. Hearing this, the refiner faction disciple seemed a bit muddled. The zither faction girl's eyes immediately brightened. She had been hoping that Hua Yanluo would hurry up and fight with Qin Wuxin so that she could show this refiner faction disciple just who was better. But although it wasn't Qin Wuxin, going up against Lin Ming was also good. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, you can do it. I'm cheering for you." Junior apprentice brother Lin. Kill that bastard Hua in a second. Junior apprentice brother Lin. We love you. In the audience, the young female disciples of the Zither faction were cheering for Lin Ming, their sweet voices crisp and clear. Maybe because it was the influence of their well-groomed temperament, but their cheering began to find an identical rhythm, and soon their cheers were loud enough to shock everyone around them and attract the attention of the entire audience. Lin Ming was also flabbergasted. He looked at that crowd of extremely beautiful girls that were cheering for him, and his expression turned a little strange as he traced his nose. I don't think I know them. Lin Ming had already been in many matches, because this was the home stage of the 7 Profound Valleys. The so-called cheers that Lin Ming had received so far were jeers and heckling from the crowd. But now, for the first time, there were actually people unexpectedly cheering for him. Not only that, but it was a rabid mass of frantic young girls. This caused Lin Ming to not really be able to enjoy his first fans here. In the audience, Qin Xingxuan looked at the crowd of young Zither faction girls with a bit of confusion and puzzlement. But then, this puzzlement immediately switched to a wary vigilance. Although Qin Xingxuan's natural temperament was tranquil and calm, she was still a young girl and had the sensitivities of a young girl. She quickly realized that at the end of this tournament, Lin Ming was destined to join the 7 Profound Valleys. But as for herself, she might need to wait several years before she could join. Thinking of the beautiful girls of the Zither faction and Mirage faction, Qin Xingxuan felt a sudden sinking sense of crisis in her heart. If such a group of Lin maniacs had developed in only several days, then she had no idea what would happen in the future. As the young girls of the Zither faction cheered for Lin Ming, the Refiner faction disciples naturally wouldn't let themselves be outdone. Senior apprentice brother Hua, we believe in you. Senior apprentice brother Hua. Wreck him. The two sides' cheers were in sharp opposition of each other. On the martial stage, Huyen Luo didn't have complete assurance that he would win. Lin Ming's strength had been evident for anyone to see. But as long as he had the flame essence in his hand, Huyen Luo also had faith he could fight on even terms. You are very strong. Before this martial meeting began, I never would have imagined you would come this far. You defeated Fang Qi, Jiang Lanjian, and Qin Wuxin one after another. But don't think that defeating them means that you've defeated me. The way that I fight is completely different. As Huyen Luo said this, he took out an exaggeratedly large red sword from his spatial ring. He hadn't even poured true essence into it, and yet a scorching heat wave blew out, as if he were holding onto a burning red-hot iron rod. Words are meaningless. Let's fight. Lin Ming took out his heavy, profound, soft spear, and a surge of momentum flowed out with it. Match start. With the referee's announcement, Huyen Luo stimulated all of the true essence in his body. The high-grade human step treasure sword in his hand kindled with brilliant abyssal flames. This treasure sword was called the Abyss Blade. It was crafted after Huyen Luo had obtained a flame essence, and personally tailored towards his strengths by a Refiner faction elder. A massive amount of precious and rare materials had been used in its production, so much that its soaring cost equaled that of a normal Earth-step treasure. It was only because there had been excessive care in trying to increase the power of fire origin energy within the blade that caused a minor impact on its quality, so that it ultimately failed to become an Earth-step treasure. However, it was still a top-ranked treasure among all high-grade human-step treasures. With the Abyss Blade in hand, the abyssal flames burned even brighter. Layers of heat waves spread out, and soon even the tiles on the stage began to melt away. Ardent flames, burning city. Huyen Luo gave a loud cry, and the red abyss blade transformed into a roaring dragon. It rushed straight towards Lin Ming with a nearly unstoppable momentum. As the flame essence was displayed on stage, the disciples of the Refiner faction cheered out with all their strength. With the flame essence in his control, and combined with the abyss blade's increased firepower, even Magu Buyu or Ouyang Ming had to dodge this attack of Huyen Luo. Lin Ming saw this fire dragon rushing towards him and slightly hesitated. With this slight hesitation, the fire dragon had already come directly in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming revolved the true essence within his body and poured azure true essence into his long spear. He stabbed out at the abyssal flames. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments howled into the fire dragon. Everyone that saw this scene was shocked beyond measure. He took it head-on. Nobody believed that Huoyanluo could become the champion, and very few believed he would even reach the top 3. But nobody doubted the power of the flame essence, especially under the increased range of strength from the abyss blade. Even dark steel would instantly melt under this high temperature. If a normal treasure lost its true essence protection, it would be reduced to slag under the abyssal flame. To most people, even if Zhang Baoyun was facing Huoyanluo, he would still have to avoid the abyssal flames and use his quick speed and sword to attack Huoyanluo, winning with a single strike. And yet Lin Ming actually met this attack head-on? The young girl from the Zither faction covered her mouth in alarm. As for the Refiner faction disciple, his expression was filled with excitement, waiting for Lin Ming to lose. In that split second, it was too late for anyone in the audience to respond. Lin Ming's spear had already inserted itself into the flame dragon's gaping maw. Azure true essence thundered forth. Huoyanluo's lips curved up in a fierce grin. The reason he hadn't had confidence he could defeat Lin Ming was because of his erratic and evasive movements, and that spear of his that contained the concept of wind. He feared that Lin Ming would simply avoid his abyssal flames and attack him directly. But in terms of a head-to-head attack, Huoyanluo had complete faith in his abilities. He galvanized all of the true essence in his body, and the power of blazing hot fire poured out into the heavy, profound, soft spear, shooting towards Lin Ming along the spear shaft. The power of fire was tyrannical and cruel. Once it impacted into Lin Ming, it would ruin his meridians. But at this time, Lin Ming's entire body erupted with an immense amount of true essence. The heretical god seed began to let out cries of excitement. An enormous coercive power came crashing down, imprisoning the power of fire that had broken into Lin Ming's body. Then, an irresistible suction force gushed out of the heretical god seed, directly pulling in the power of fire, using it to nourish the weak flame essence that hid within the heretical god seed. In terms of grade, Lin Ming's own flame essence was barely enough to be called the lowest and weakest of all low-grade human step flame essences. And this was only achieved after absorbing Huogong's hollow flame essence. But Huoyanluo's own bodily flame essence was a true medium-grade human step abyssal flame. Generally speaking, the flames that a flame essence released were a single grade higher than the flame essence itself. For instance, Huoyanluo's abyssal flame released flames that were at the high-grade human step level. In addition to the increased range of power from Abyss Blade, the strength of this flame had already reached the top tier among all high-grade human step flames. This top-tier high-grade human step flame was without a doubt great nourishment for the flame essence within the heretical god seed. The tiny flame essence within the heretical god seed began to greedily devour the power of fire, slowly growing. As the audience watched the scene on stage, all of them were dumbfounded. Lin Ming stood there in a lunging stance, his heavy, profound, soft spear thrust straight into the thick pillar of flame that was the fire dragon's maw. No matter how much Huoyanluo urged his flames to grow and burn, Lin Ming hadn't even drawn back a single step. Under the smoldering flames, even the tiles under Lin Ming's feet began to melt. An azure true essence protective shield guarded Lin Ming's body. No matter how much the snakes of fire raged throughout the barrier of azure true essence, that barrier showed not even a single sign of melting. This scene was just like a mighty sea god stabbing a trident into a fiery dragon. No matter how much the fiery dragon struggled, it couldn't escape from the control of the sea god. This aura caused everyone's hearts to quiver. Impossible. This is impossible. How is this possible? No one was more shocked than the disciples of the Refiner faction. The abyssal flame was a medium-grade human step flame essence. It was something that only a peak Hotion realm master could absorb. And now that the flame essence had the support of the abyss blade, if one wished to resist it, they could only do so with a higher cultivation. They would at least need to be at the extreme Hotion realm. Although all of these geniuses were truly formidable, no one thought that their strength could reach the extreme Hotion realm, not even Zhang Baoyun. Most of these so-called geniuses could at best compare with a middle Hotion master, and that was only the weakest middle Hotion master of the 36 countries. The power of fire was continually being absorbed by the heretical god seed. The azure true essence within Lin Ming's body was kindled. The power of flame that flowed through his meridians created a very strong, painfully burning sensation. However, it was only a burning pain. With the endlessly growing azure true essence protecting his meridians, they were incomparably tenacious, to the point where the power of fire couldn't damage them at all. At first, Lin Ming had absorbed the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder, with the help of Mu Qianyu and the magnetic birthstone. However, that was a low-grade Earth-step Thunder Soul. In the face of this medium-grade human-step flame essence, Lin Ming was completely able to independently deal with it. Of course, Lin Ming was only planning on absorbing a little bit of the abyssal flames. There was no way that Lin Ming would actually try to take the flame essence within Hua Yanluo's body. That was equal to creating a deadly blood feud with the Seven Profound Valleys refiner faction. Even if he had the backing of Mu Qinghong, there was no way he would do something so malicious and stupid. Flame essences were eternal, never extinguishing. Even if Lin Ming pulled out a large amount of the power of fire, a flame essence would only need a bit of supplemental material and energy in order to restore to its peak condition. The Seven Profound Valleys had accumulated countless resources from plundering the nearby lands, so using some materials to nourish a flame essence was just a drop in the proverbial bucket. After 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming's spear was still stabbed into the abyssal flame's fire dragon. He hadn't even taken a single step back. During this time period, Hua Yanluo had gone all out and dumped as much true essence as he could into his flame essence. He had even used all of his power that was born from desperation, but none of it was able to move Lin Ming even a bit. Hua Yanluo's complexion became increasingly ugly. He was simply unable to accept that this was happening to him. Although he acknowledged that he had a high chance of losing to Lin Ming, he thought that Lin Ming would rely on his speed to avoid the abyssal flames, and then close in on him to defeat him with a spear. He could barely accept that result. After all, Hua Yanluo understood that without the flame essence, his own individual strength wasn't any better than Fang Qi's. However, he never thought that in the face of his flame essence, Lin Ming wouldn't dodge or evade. Instead, he just used his long spear to block. Not only that, but he had already blocked for over 10 breaths of time. Hua Yanluo poured his true essence into the flame essence as if he had unlimited amounts. After a while, he had already consumed 40% of his true essence, but Lin Ming still appeared like a mountain, unshakable and immovable. This is impossible. This is a medium-grade human-step abyssal flame. My fire origin energy is at a 6th grade fusion. I used a massive amount of glacial ice divine spring waters, and rested on a polar jade bed, and even then I was just barely able to absorb this flame essence with my father's help, and yet this fellow is blocking it with his spear. Hua Yanluo's heart was filled with a sense of fading decline. It was just like a checkers master playing chess against a chess master. The checkers master would eventually lose to the chess master in a disastrous defeat, and even the game was lost. What could be more damaging to his self-confidence than this? At the Grand Hall, the refiner faction sovereign Wuxia had an extremely ugly complexion. Hua Yanluo was his son and also an outstanding natural talent. It could be said that he hadn't hesitated at all to dump all the resources he could into his child. With the investment of so many resources, he had expected Hua Yanluo to shine like a rising star at this total faction martial meeting. He hadn't expected that in front of Lin Ming. His son would just be like a child facing an adult, unable to muster any power to resist. Lin Ming's body. There's something special about it? Shi Zongtian felt that as power of fire from the abyssal flame continually flowed into Lin Ming's body, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had gone into another dimension. Was this because of his azure true essence? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Mu Qinghong to see if he could glean anything from her expression. In Shi Zongtian's mind, Mu Qinghong had a much more thorough understanding of Lin Ming than he did. However, he found that Mu Qinghong's expression was a bit incredible. It seemed that she was also puzzled by this scene on the martial stage. Shi Zongtian's heart suddenly felt balanced and better. Who? At this moment on stage, Hua Yanluo finally stopped his ludicrous attack. He cut off his true essence, and the abyssal flames immediately extinguished. At this time, All of the tiles under Lin Ming's feet had melted into a dark red magma, except for the parts that had been protected by his true essence. I admit defeat. Huyen Luo clenched his teeth and he slowly spat out these words. In the 7 profound valleys, all of the direct disciples had a haughty pride bred into their bones. It was their way of living. And yet, Huolanuo had lost this match just too miserably. It was hard for him to immediately accept defeat. Well fought. Lin Ming examined himself. The heretical god seed's flame essence hadn't grown by much. Although the abyssal flame's grade was very high, in the end it was just the power of fire. It had a limited effect on raising a flame essence. However, the reason that Lin Ming chose to confront the abyssal flames head-on was not just to absorb the power of fire and help build up flame essence, but to verify an important matter. When Lin Ming was in the southern wilderness, he had encountered the fire worm tribe's shaman. Because the difference between their strength was too great, he hadn't even been able to absorb the shaman's fire attacks. Even resisting them had been extremely difficult. But now that his own strength had risen, he wanted to verify at just what degree would his heretical god seed be able to suppress the power of fire. The fireworm shaman's eternal flame essence grade is almost the exact same as Huyen Luo's abyssal flame essence. Since I can defend against Huyen Luo's attacks, I should be able to defend against the fireworm shaman, and not be like before where I didn't even have the power to strike back. After this total faction martial meeting, I will return to the southern wilderness and bring an end to this grudge. When he was at Blackwater Swamp, Lin Ming had almost died by the hands of the fireworm shaman. It simply wasn't his style to not take revenge for a deep grudge. Not to mention that the Na sisters also had an eternal enmity with the fireworm shaman for killing their master. And Lin Ming also owed the Na sisters his graciousness. If it wasn't for them, Lin Ming would never have entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, and would probably have died at Thundercrash Mountain. Just by that alone, the sisters' enmity was something that he would help with. Of course, there was also another very important reason, which was the Fire Worm Tribe's eternal flame. In Lin Ming's heretical god seed, the Thunder Soul had already taken form, but in comparison, the flame essence was small and incomparably weak. If he were to obtain this eternal flame, his strength would rise by miles. Whether it is the Fireworm Tribe or Fireworm Shaman, they have slaughtered countless innocents and committed sins of every nature. To get rid of such a person is already enforcing righteous justice on behalf of the heavens. Lin Ming decided that after this martial meeting, he would first go to Huolua Nation's Seraphic Pond and immerse his body in the Seraphic Pond waters to consolidate his strength. Afterwards, he would return to the southern wilderness and look for the Fireworm Shaman to settle their debts. As Lin Ming walked off of the stage, he heard a series of delighted cheers coming from the audience. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you were terrific, awesome. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you did well. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you are the sexiest guy out there. The first few shouts weren't too strange, but that last, Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you are the sexiest guy out there, was publicly shouted out by a very bold girl in front of everyone. It was an incomparably clear shout that was crisply heard throughout the arena. Lin Ming immediately blushed red from embarrassment. Sky Fortune Kingdom was a nation with considerably conservative values. Although Lin Ming had been able to faintly guess that there were several girls that held some feelings towards him, no one had ever said anything. He had especially never experienced such a scene before. He turned around to look, and saw that the one boldly cheering for him was a young girl from the Zither faction. The clear, sweet cheers were obviously done with delight. With such a scene of a beautiful and graceful girl who was crying out to him, Lin Ming was at a temporary loss on how to proceed from here. As for the Refiner faction disciple who was beside her, he had an appearance of a fighting cock that had just been defeated. The Refiner faction disciple had just stated equivocally that the chances of Huyen Luo winning was 50-50, and had even mocked the Zither faction disciple, saying that Qin Wuxin was inferior to Huyen Luo. But Qin Wuxin had been able to face Lin Ming for a good period of time. As for Huyen Luo, he had been defeated in a single move. This made the Refiner faction disciple wish he had a hole to crawl into. Of course, the Zither faction girl could not miss this opportunity to ridicule him. She cheered for Lin Ming at the same time as taunting this refiner faction disciple. Under the cheers of the young zither faction girl, Lin Ming awkwardly arrived at the contestant waiting here. He saw Qin Xingxuan walking towards him from the audience stage and asked, "Xingxuan, is there something you want?" I thought that you might be a bit hungry because you've been cultivating all afternoon and didn't have lunch. The next round won't start for some time. Would you like to grab something to eat with me?" Lin Ming was surprised, and then he suddenly remembered that Qin Xingxuan had been guarding him and also hadn't eaten anything. He nodded and said, "All right, I'm actually really hungry. Guarding me this afternoon must have been very hard on you." "It wasn't too bad." Qin Xingxuan brightly smiled like a morning sun, and then gently pulled Lin Ming's sleeve. Although this was only a pulling of a sleeve, to Qin Xingxuan this was a very intimate action. As she pulled Lin Ming along, Qin Xingxuan turned around to look at the young zither faction girl in the audience, an assertive smile on her face. Over half of the matches were now officially finished. The only contestants remaining with complete victories were Lin Ming, Magu Buyu, Ouyang Ming, and Zhang Baoyun. It could be said that if there wasn't some catastrophic accident, the top three would come from among them. The 13th round. Zhang Yanzhao against Qin Wuxin. Zhang Yanzhao's blood wave saber energy was easily scattered by Qin Wuxin's zither music. Facing Qin Wuxin's invisible sonic wave attacks, Zhang Yanzhao had no way to sense them and no way to avoid them. He easily lost. Following that match closely was Magu Jirong against Zhang Lanjian. The result of this match was easily predictable too. Zhang Lanjian's sword was too quick, and victory was decided in just 5 moves. In 5 moves, Zhang Lanjian's sword had reached Magu Jirong's throat, and he hadn't even used the concept of wind. The truth was that besides Lin Ming, Zhang Lanjian hadn't used the concept of wind against anyone else. 14th round. Huyen Luo against Qin Wuxin. The result of this match could easily be imagined facing against Qin Wuxin's invisible ranged profound wind 8 melodies. Huyen Luo was overly dependent on the abyssal flames and was simply unable to muster any resistance. The final conclusion was that Huyen Luo's own strength was limited, and the abyssal flame attacks were too plain and straightforward, without the ability to adapt. It was just too easy for someone to close in on him. Of course, a scene akin to when Lin Ming had directly met the flames with his long spear wouldn't happen again. Qin Wuxin continued her series of victories. During the 16th round, she defeated the Mirage faction's Huan Xiaodai with overwhelming strength. Although Huan Xiaodai transformed into 108 illusory phantoms, all of them were defeated by Qin Wuxin's zither music. The audience thought that the strength difference between the 7 Profound Valley's 2 proud talented ladies wouldn't be too great. None of them had imagined it would be like this. Many people couldn't help but wonder, if Qin Wuxin hadn't encountered Lin Ming, just how far could she have gone without losing? The extent of Lin Ming's power was just too confusing and complicated. Many people thought that he wouldn't even necessarily lose to Zhang Baoyun and Magu Buyu. They even thought he had a chance of ranking first. The battles were becoming increasingly vivid and clear. The top 4 had already been locked in with Lin Ming, Magu Buyu, Ouyang Ming, and Zhang Baoyun. Now, the 2 struggling for 5th were Zhang Lanjian and Qin Wuxin. Both Huyen Luo and Zhang Yanzhao, who had once been favorites for the top 5, were completely eliminated. The sun gradually set in the west, and finally the matches of the day ended. Tomorrow would be the last day of finals. There would only be 10 rounds, and in those 10 rounds everything would be revealed. Night fell. The moon rose above the willow branches, shining brightly in the clear dark skies. The 7 Profound Valleys' night skies were particularly clean, as if the world itself had been washed of all impurities. This land was closed off by a massive array formation, and the heaven and earth origin energy was especially rich. One could cultivate here with twice the result from half the effort. Lin Ming sat alone in his room. In his hand was a small deep green pill the size of a longan. It was crystal clear, just like the most precious of jades. This was the blue miracle pill from the collections of Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House. It was the reward that Xianxia gave to Lin Ming after he defeated Ta Ku. Even to the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys total faction, The blue miracle pill was a rare and precious medicine. It was much more precious than the crimson gold dragon marrow pill that Lin Ming had received before. When Lin Ming had his match with Wang Mu, he had used the blue miracle pill and the body spiritual ichor as a gambling stake. It had caused Wang Mu to lose his composure and be attracted to the bet, ultimately causing him to lose a quota at the seraphic pond to Lin Ming. These sorts of pills were rare even within the depositories of Huoluan Nation's 7 profound martial house. However, no matter how precious a cultivation pill was, it would inevitably have pill toxins. After taking it, one would have to refine the impurities and then eliminate the pill toxins, slowly consolidating their cultivation afterwards. It was an extremely tedious and arduous process. When Lin Ming had obtained the blue miracle pill, his breakthrough to the pulse condensation period was just around the corner. In order to obtain a more solid and stable foundation, Lin Ming hadn't taken the blue miracle pill to break through. Instead, he waited for his true essence to overflow and naturally break through. Such a breakthrough could be called perfect. Lin Ming swallowed down the blue miracle pill, jumped in the bath barrel, and then began to meditate. These days, he had been eating spirit fruits and vegetables that contained a very rich inherent heaven and earth origin energy. Even when he cultivated, it was like he was bathed in thick heaven and earth origin energy. He had already accumulated a vast amount of true essence in his body. After he ate the blue miracle pill, Lin Ming only felt a slight numbing sensation in his bones as true essence began to flow outwards, continuously flowing through all the meridians of his body. His pulse condensation period cultivation was unconsciously and slowly consolidating. The water vapors rose, and the entire room was covered in a thick white mist. The cold moonlight shone through the window, adding a natural chilling wind to this mist. For several hours, Lin Ming patiently pushed the true essence in his body to complete revolution after revolution. Because Lin Ming's cultivation had improved, the fusion between his blood and the true dragon's blood was even closer than before. Now, Lin Ming didn't even need to purposefully galvanize the azure true essence in order to bring it out. His own true essence already had an azure color. This sort of azure true essence was pale green like the fresh spring leaves of a cypress tree, and was filled with a vibrantly vivid vitality. This azure true essence didn't only manifest when he was fighting. The azure true essence even came out when he was cultivating, and it seemed to subtly moisten and supplement Lin Ming's body, causing his meridians to be more stalwart and his bones to become denser. Lin Ming finally finished complete absorption of the blue miracle pill late at night. His early pulse condensation period cultivation was already fully consolidated. Now Lin Ming took out a small porcelain bottle and uncorked it. Inside of the small porcelain bottle was a sort of viscous green substance, as if it were made from liquid crystals. This was the body spiritual ichor that Lin Ming had obtained as a reward for defeating Ling Senator. The body spiritual ichor was used especially to eliminate pill toxins of the body. Its effects were even more wonderful when combined with the blue miracle pill. Of course, the body spiritual ichor was only a supportive medicine. In order to completely refine out the pill toxins, it would all rely on Lin Ming's own ability in the end. Lin Ming didn't worry. After all, he was only at the early pulse condensation period, and was a very long distance away from the Hotian realm. There would be plenty of time to eliminate the pill toxins in his body. Whether it was the flame essence or thunder soul, both were extremely good methods of refining out pill toxins, and they also wouldn't cause his foundation to become unsteady. The mist in the room became increasingly thick. Lin Ming sat in the water, completing revolution after revolution. Oh! The following morning, the dawn still lingered under the horizon. The stage was set for the last day of the total faction martial meeting. Today was the final of the finals. There would be 10 rounds of matches. The 11 contestants that received the most attention were Lin Ming, Ouyang Ming, Zhang Baoyun, Magu Buyu, Zhang Lanjian, Qin Wuxin, Huoyan Luo, Zhang Yanzhao, Huan Xiaodai, Fang Qi, and Magu Jirong. These 11 would frequently clash in these last 10 rounds. All other contestants had merely become foils. As Lin Ming arrived just before dawn, there were very few people in the square, only shadows were visible. At this time, Zhang Baoyun was sitting vigilantly on a mat in the contestant waiting area. His sword was in his hand, both eyes shut, as faint streams of heaven and earth origin energy converged on his body, slowly overflowing as it made cycle after cycle. Lin Ming looked at Zhang Baoyun from afar, secretly observing the heaven and earth origin energy as it flowed through him. He thought to himself, Zhang Baoyun's cultivation is truly at a half-step Hotian. If he really were at the Hotian realm, then there would be no need for him to suppress his cultivation at this time. Before now, Lin Ming suspected that Zhang Baoyun had already stepped into the Hotian realm. Except Zhang Baoyun was just like Lin Ming and was suppressing his cultivation so he wouldn't break through, therefore he was so confident in himself. However, as Lin Ming watched Zhang Baoyun cultivate, he clearly saw that his cultivation was at a half-step Hotian. No matter what, today's battles will show where the source of his confidence comes from, Lin Ming said to himself. By now, Zhang Baoyun felt Lin Ming's gaze on him and opened his eyes. For a second, Zhang Baoyun's eyes penetrated through the early morning darkness, as if they were twinkling stars in the night. He faintly smiled at Lin Ming, saying, "The heaven and earth origin energy is richest just before the sun rises in the morning, especially in the 7 profound valleys. When the first ray of sunlight comes over the horizon, that is what my sword faction calls the ascending eastern purple sun, and is also the so-called purple air comes from the east. If you absorb this energy, it is especially beneficial to your cultivation." Lin Ming said, "The 7 profound valleys is truly the holy land of cultivation. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Zhang, for the advice. You're welcome. Sooner or later you will enter the 7 profound valleys. If you'd like, you may join the sword faction. We will welcome you with arms wide open." Lin Ming was a bit stunned hearing Zhang Baoyun's heartfelt words. Invite him to join the sword faction? Wasn't he afraid that he would have to split up his resources? But as Lin Ming looked at Zhang Baoyun's face, he saw that his invitation was clearly sincere, without any underlying meanings. Of course, Zhang Baoyun had no need to fake anything. This fellow is truly confident. Lin Ming hazily sighed. He had a premonition that if Zhang Baoyun's shining star didn't fall from the sky, he would definitely become a grand swordmaster of this generation. There were more and more people arriving at the square. As the first ray of sunlight fell onto the grand hall square, the referee stood up and loudly said, "The tournament shall begin. 19th round, first match. Zhang Baoyun against Qin Wuxin." These words caused the entire audience atmosphere to immediately surge to the skies. The first match of the day was actually a battle between such heavyweights. Qin Wuxin's strength was evident to all, but of course, no one thought that she could win. Still, they believed she would be able to force out Zhang Baoyun's true strength. Lin Ming also anticipated this match. Until now, he still knew nothing about Zhang Baoyun. The match hadn't even begun, and Qin Wuxin had inadvertently opened up a distance of 300 feet between them. Zhang Baoyun's sword was just too fast. If the distance wasn't great enough, then Qin Wuxin wouldn't even have time to play a single note before she was defeated. Match start. With the referee's announcement, Qin Wuxin immediately played the profound Wind 8 melodies. Against Zhang Baoyun, there was no need to hold anything back. She would immediately start with everything she had. Qin Wuxin was clearly aware that if she didn't use her ultimate ability at the start, she would never have the opportunity to do so. The profound Wind 8 melodies was invisible and formless, ever-changing with endless twists and turns. Out of all the current contestants besides Lin Ming, there were very few people that could capture the attack patterns of the profound Wind 8 melodies. This was part of the reason the Zither faction's attack methods were so terrifying. How could you defend against attacks you couldn't see? Zhang Baoyun's 10 fingers flexed, condensing phantoms of sword light in the air. He used sword fingers as before. Chi 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 chi. The sound was just like silk being torn to shreds. The invisible profound Wind 8 melodies were all completely broken in space. Qin Wuxin's mind shook. She had already expected that the profound Wind 8 melodies would be broken by Zhang Baoyun, but she hadn't thought it would be done so easily. He had only used sword fingers as before. After easily breaking the profound Wind 8 melodies, Zhang Baoyun made 2 fingers into a sword and slashed out. A sword light flew towards Qin Wuxin, its speed reaching an extreme. Qin Wuxin bit her teeth and her right hand suddenly flicked across the zither strings. There was a sharp twang as several musical notes sprung forth, directly clashing with that sword light. Chi chi chi. The sword light broke through 3 notes and clashed with the last note before finally dissipating together. Seeing a single sword light break through 3 notes, Qin Wuxin let out a light sigh and retrieved the zither to her arms. She coldly said, "I admit defeat." Zhang Baoyun smiled. "I haven't seen junior apprentice Sister Qin for 3 years, and yet your strength has progressed so astonishingly quickly. Perhaps in 2 years or less, if I fight junior apprentice Sister Qin again, I'll have to use everything I have." Qin Wuxin was the youngest of all the direct disciples. She was only 18 years old, and was more than a year and a half younger than Zhang Baoyun. In terms of talent, within the direct disciples she was only inferior to Zhang Baoyun. She was indeed superior to Zhang Lanjian and Ouyang Ming. Qin Wuxin seriously looked at Zhang Baoyun, and slowly said, stressing every syllable, "At that time, I will at least force you to use your sword." "Naturally. In fact, today you've already broken my sword palm. If this match continued any longer, I would have had to take out my sword." Qin Wuxin turned around to leave the stage, and the referee announced Zhang Baoyun's victory. Suddenly, there was a collective gasp from the audience. Everyone expected that Zhang Baoyun would win, but none thought he would win with such ease. He had only used his hands to shatter Qin Wuxin's profound Wind 8 melodies. He hadn't even taken out his sword. This disparity between direct disciples was much greater than they had imagined. Zhang Baoyun is too strong. Who can defeat him? Even Qin Wuxin was defeated so easily. Lin Ming and Ouyang Ming are simply not his match. If Zhang Baoyun was serious, he might defeat Lin Ming and Ouyang Ming in 5 moves. I fear that even Magu Buyu isn't skilled enough. I thought that Magu Buyu would be able to suppress Zhang Baoyun because he reached the essence integration boundary. But now it seems that it would be great if he could just force Zhang Baoyun's hidden cards. Oh! As the audience discussed the match, even Lin Ming was stunned. Just as Lin Ming had constantly surprised Zhang Baoyun also constantly surprised Lin Ming. Before these final matches, both of them were just like massive icebergs, only exposing the tip to each other. After Zhang Baoyun and Qin Wuxin's match, there were several unimportant matches. Then, right after, there was a match that created a startling furor of excitement. Lin Ming against Ouyang Ming. This was a long-awaited showdown that the audience had been highly anticipating. On one side was Ouyang Ming, who was the 3rd-ranked contestant from the last Total Faction Martial meeting. On the other side was Lin Ming, who was considered the greatest dark horse of this Total Faction Martial meeting. This match could be considered to be extremely confusing. No one knew which side would win. Up until now, Ouyang Ming hadn't encountered many top masters. He had only faced off against Fang Qi, Magu Jirong, and Huan Xiaodai. Of these 3 matches, he had emerged victorious through overwhelming superiority. He hadn't been forced to show any of his true strength. However, no one doubted Ouyang Ming's power. In the last Total Faction Martial meeting, he had defeated Zhang Baoyun for the first time. He was once considered as the one with the highest chances of becoming the next martial meeting champion, but he never imagined that Zhang Baoyun would recover from his loss and become a terrifying presence that occupied the spotlight and suppressed Ouyang Ming. In comparison to Ouyang Ming, who hadn't faced any great obstacles on his way to a string of complete victories, Lin Ming could be said to have had to overcome one great hardship after another. Now, Lin Ming's fame was only inferior to Zhang Baoyun and Magu Buyu, and was tied with Ouyang Ming. As the referee announced the start of the match, the arena began to buzz with excitement. The crowd was neatly divided in half for those who favored Lin Ming and those who favored Ouyang Ming. Many of the Acacia faction disciples were screaming out cheers for Ouyang Ming. In comparison, the cheers for the visiting Lin Ming were much weaker. Besides the martial artists of the 36 countries cheering for him, there were the young girls of the Zither faction who had good impressions of him. On the martial stage, Ouyang Ming was dressed in complete white, and he held an iron folding fan in his hand. His long black hair was tied back with a silk ribbon, and he looked just like a handsome royal son. From his head to his toes, He had the makings of a jade tree facing the gentle wind. As a disciple of the Acacia faction, Ouyang Ming naturally had hordes of cawing girls by his side, and groups of wives and concubines. Even so, there were still many young and beautiful girls that threw themselves at him of their own initiative. One reason was because Ouyang Ming's looks were simply outstanding like a heavenly prince, and the second reason was because of Ouyang Ming's status as a core disciple. If they could follow by his side, they would be able to obtain more resources and break through to the pulse condensation period easier. 200 feet away from Ouyang Ming, Lin Ming was standing straight, holding a long silver spear in his hand. His posture was upright and steady. Because Lin Ming had been practicing a body transformation cultivation method of the highest rank for the past 6 months, his body had been maturing at a very high rate. Although he was only 16 years old now, he wasn't much shorter than the tall and handsome Ouyang Ming. This boy, I don't know what the limit of his strength is. As Ouyang Ming faced Lin Ming, he had a faint feeling in his heart that he wouldn't be able to win. It was the same feeling as if he was looking at Magubuyu. Before this point, he never imagined that he would be pressured so much by a disciple from the 36 countries. Lin Ming was a well-rounded fighter. He was simply versatile in all aspects of combat. Such a person was a very rare existence. Most geniuses had a particular advantage that served as their point of superiority, but they also had a corresponding weakness to go with it. For instance, Qin Wuxin's attacks were invisible and formless, and they were difficult to avoid. But once one was able to close in on her and engage in close-range battle, one would basically have won. As for Hui Yanluo and Zhang Yanzhao, those two had an incomparably overwhelming offensive attack power, but their true combat prowess was limited. Once one dodged their attacks, they would easily lose. Even if it was someone like Zhang Lanjian, who seemed to be a versatile fighter, he still had weaknesses in his insufficient attack momentum and his weak defensive power. Because of the different strengths and weaknesses of geniuses, they would usually serve to restrain each other. As long as they had the same strength and the same talent, victory would be settled by which skills held advantages over others. But as for Lin Ming, he was simply an all-around combat king. His aura was formidable, and his spear was fierce and sharp. His attacks contained the concept of wind, making them incomparably swift. There wasn't even need to mention his defensive capabilities. He had been able to take Zhang Lanjian's full attack strike head-on and come out with only a few scratches. In terms of movement speed, his agility was simply like gods and ghosts. There was almost no weakness to him. Against a master who didn't seem to have any weaknesses at all, Ouyang Ming just didn't know what he could do to win. As the match officially started, Ouyang Ming didn't bother saying any useless words. He unfolded the iron fan in his hands. Absolute life purple flame. With a chi-chi sound, a massive purple flame burst out from his iron fan, blazing in the air like an inferno. This purple fire was a much deeper color than the purple flame bone lance that had been used by Ouyang Zifeng. Fu! The purple inferno fired towards Lin Ming, and a bone-chilling energy rolled off in front it. This freezing cold flame was incomparably strange. Azure True Essence erupted forth. Lin Ming took a step forwards and thrust out with his spear. 10,000 vibrating True Essence filaments savagely ran out. Bang! The purple flames immediately disintegrated. They had been scattered by flow like silk. After reaching the early pulse condensation period, combined with the power of the flow like silk breakthrough, the strength of Lin Ming's past vibrating True Essence could not compare to its current incarnation. Ouyang Ming's expression suddenly changed for the worse. Although he hadn't held on to any hope that the purple flames would be able to defeat Lin Ming, he hadn't thought that Lin Ming would so easily destroy his flames. Purple Flame Bone Lance. Scythe of the Death God. Ouyang Ming gave a loud shout, and a purple bone lance made of fire appeared by his side. Compared to Ouyang Zifeng, it was as if Ouyang Ming's bone lance instantly appeared by his side, shooting forwards without even needing any time to condense his true essence. Not only that, but as he flourished his fan, a purple scythe appeared, flying forwards to cut off Lin Ming's head. Facing this roaring attack, Lin Ming maintained a completely indifferent expression. His feet moved and his speed instantly achieved the limit. Ka! A shadow blurred, and Lin Ming broke through a narrow gap between the purple flame bone lance and scythe of the death god. His spear was wreathed in arcs of lightning. It contained the concept of wind and power of thunder, thrusting straight towards Ouyang Ming's side. Ouyang Ming's heart went cold and he instantly drew back. At the same time, he waved his fan back and forth, and clouds of purple flame seemed to blossom in front of him, forming layers of defensive fire that protected his body. Bang! 10,000 filaments of vibrating azure true essence rampaged out. The thick coils of thunder were just like massive purple snakes that twisted in a frenzy. The purple barriers of flame were only able to resist for a split second before being torn apart by the spear. Seeing the cold spear point come towards him, Ouyang Ming's pupils contracted. He hadn't imagined that a casual spear thrust of Lin Ming's had achieved such a terrifying degree of strength. It had even broken through 3 of his purple flame cloud shields. He instantly realized that if he was struck even once by this spear, he would lose without a doubt. When Lin Ming had faced Fang Qi, a single spear of his had broken through 5 continuous 9 circles of blue light arrays. Ouyang Ming was confident, but he didn't believe that the true essence that protected his body was any stronger than 5 layers of 9 circles of blue light arrays. This Lin Ming, his attack power was too abnormal. Butterflies dance on 100 flowers. Ouyang Ming's body instantly turned into a series of shadows, evading the spear by dancing on the edge of destruction. Movement martial skill? Lin Ming watched as Ouyang Ming flitted around like a butterfly hovering over flowers, his form drifting from end to end. This was obviously an extremely gorgeous and sublime avoidance movement skill. There were over a dozen images that seemed real and fake at the same time. It was impossible for a normal martial artist to distinguish just where Ouyang Ming's true self was. It was futile to attack, one could only passively leave themselves vulnerable to attack. Not only that, but it was futile to guess just where Ouyang Ming's attack came from. However, to Lin Ming, none of this was a problem. He simply closed his eyes and let his soul force fuse into the concept of wind. Suddenly, Lin Ming's figure disappeared. Total annihilation. Lin Ming used the same constant foundation spear technique and swept out into space. But in the moment that Lin Ming swept out with his spear, Ouyang Ming appeared just under the spearhead as if he had ran into it. Ouyang Ming's instantly paled. His butterfly's dance on 100 flowers had been seen through in a single try. At this time Ouyang Ming could not evade. Collision was inevitable. He had to take this attack head-on. Pa! The iron fan opened, and Ouyang Ming cried out, pushing all of the true essence within his body to the limit. A bluish-purple evil flame shrieked as it ran out of the iron fan, directly cleaving towards the spear point. Bang! The bluish-purple evil flame smashed against the purple thunder. The power of thunderbolts exploded out. In the moment that the iron fan struck the spear point, Ouyang Ming felt as if he had chopped against a mountain. 10,000 vibrating true essence filaments cascaded forth, and an incomparably vast peerless vibration directly cracked apart Ouyang Ming's grip, causing his right arm to lose all feeling. This is... Ouyang Ming felt as if his chest had been hit by a massive hammer. There was a tangy copper taste in the back of his throat, and Ouyang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards and struck the martial stage's protective barrier. This unexpected result caused the entire audience to pause, slack-jawed. Even Jiang Lanjian, who usually highly respected Lin Ming's abilities, was looking at this scene, an extremely incredulous expression coloring his face. Ouyang Ming, who had ranked 3rd place during the last total faction martial meeting, was defeated so easily. The truth was that Jiang Lanjian had expected that Lin Ming would win. However, he thought that the 2 contestants would have a fierce dogfight where each one would use hidden card after hidden card, finally ending with Lin Ming as victor through a small advantage. He hadn't expected that Lin Ming would prevail in less than 20 moves. How did Ouyang Ming lose so easily? Doesn't he have any more cards in his hands? Jiang Lanjian just couldn't believe this. He had also lost to Ouyang Ming during the last total faction martial meeting, and this time, he didn't have much confidence that he would be able to defeat Ouyang Ming. However, Lin Ming had actually defeated Ouyang Ming so easily. Jiang Baoyun slowly said, Ouyang Ming already used the cards in his hands, and that was his perfect fifth stage of the divine Acacia power. Absolute Life Purple Flame and Scythe of the Death God are both moves that can only be used after reaching the fifth layer of the divine Acacia power. It's just that they were easily broken by Lin Ming. Many people didn't see just how strong Ouyang Ming's attacks were. It's not that Ouyang Ming is weak, but that Lin Ming is too strong. After breaking through to the pulse condensation period, his strength has soared past what it once was. Zhang Baoyun took a deep breath. Normally, when a martial artist broke through to the pulse condensation period from the peak bone forging stage, their strength wouldn't increase too much. However, Lin Ming wasn't a normal martial artist. The method in which he reached pulse condensation was through a perfect breakthrough, and his foundation was extremely solid. Not only that, but the cultivation method he practiced was the chaotic virtues combat meridians. After breaking through each stage, his true essence would grow incomparably thicker and purer than a martial artist at the same stage. Also, Lin Ming's Azure True Essence, Flow Like Silk, and Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder were absurdly abnormal and overpowered abilities. If his true essence was twice as strong, then his attack power would be 3 times, 4 times, or even 5 times greater. So from the peak bone forging stage to the pulse condensation period, Lin Ming had experienced a great leap in strength. Ouyang Ming was defeated. Now there are only 3 people left that still have a flawless winning streak. Besides Magu Buyu and Zhang Baoyun, Lin Ming has already fought with most of the other masters, except for Huan Xiaodai and Magu Jirong. However, those two are not his match. Even if Lin Ming lost to Magu Buyu and Zhang Baoyun, he would still reach the top 3. The audience discussed the situation of the tournament and the possible outcomes. This dark horse known as Lin Ming was simply too dark. A disciple of the 36 countries had entered the total faction martial meeting for the first time and had already reached the top 3 rankings. Moreover, he had just reached 16 years of age. This was simply too shocking for anyone to comprehend. After Lin Ming walked off stage, he saw Magu Buyu staring at him. Magu Buyu's skinny mummy face still had his trademark tricky smile. But as he looked at Lin Ming's eyes, his eyes no longer held the previous teasing banter and contempt. Instead, there was a solemn, dignified expression. Clearly, Magu Buyu finally felt threatened by Lin Ming.